Chapter 1, Wilderness Before War. The wilderness would kill you before the enemy ever got the chance. That was the reality of war in North America. No clean battlefields, no open ground where courage meant something simple and direct, just trees. Endless, suffocating trees pressing in from every direction, threaded through with rivers that ran white and violent over broken rock, and mountain passes that chewed men up and spat them out as something lesser. The forests between the French holdings and the English provinces weren't just terrain, they were a weapon. They killed the unprepared, swallowed the careless whole, and ground down the strongest men until they either adapted or died. The ones who survived learned to move like the natives, patient, economical, lethal. They learned to read the land the way other men read maps, instinctively, constantly, as if their lives depended on it, because their lives depended on it. The corridor that mattered most ran between the headwaters of the Hudson and the chain of lakes to the north. Nature had carved it out like a road, and both sides recognized what that meant. Lake Champlain drove south like a blade from Canada, slicing deep into New York province, cutting the distance any French force would have to cover in half. At its southern end, another lake fed into it, water so cold and clear the Jesuit missionaries had called it Lake of the Holy Sacrament, convinced God himself had filtered it. The English, never ones for poetry, renamed it after their king's son, George, practical, uninspired. Neither side paused to consider that the people who'd lived there long before either flag arrived had their own name for it, Mohican. But names, like the people who carried them, had a way of disappearing in wartime. The Holy Lake wound south through islands and mountain shadows for another 12 miles before the land finally rose and killed the water's progress. From there, a portage of equal distance carried men and supplies overland to the Hudson, where the river opened up and became navigable past its last rocky rifts. It was the single most efficient route between the two empires, and both sides knew it. So they built forts and they fought over them. And they tore them down and built them again. The ground between soaked up blood like dry earth drinks rain. Armies that could have tilted the balance of power in Europe marched into those forests and came back as shadows, gaunt, hollow-eyed, defeated by terrain as much as by the enemy. The farmers and settlers who had tried to work the land along the corridor had long since retreated south to older, safer ground. This was not a place where anything was built to last. It was the third year of the war. France and England were bleeding each other across two continents, and this particular stretch of North American wilderness had become the artery both sides were trying to sever. England was losing. The incompetence ran from the top down, generals appointed through politics rather than skill. Decisions made in London by men who'd never set foot in a forest, who thought of this war the way they thought of moving pieces on a board. The results had been catastrophic. The colonists who had once looked to the crown with something like reverence had watched a hand-picked British army, commanded by a man chosen for his supposed military genius, get torn apart by a fraction of its number in French regulars and native warriors, routed, shattered, saved from complete annihilation only by the cold nerve of a young Virginian officer who'd kept his head when every trained soldier around him lost theirs. The kind of young man whose name would eventually mean something, but that was still ahead of him. The disaster had ripped the frontier wide open, and fear moved into the space the army had abandoned. It was a specific kind of fear, the kind that lives in the dark and feeds on imagination. The colonists heard war cries in the wind that came off the western forests. Every whispered account of a midnight raid, a family burned out, a scalp taken, passed from mouth to mouth until it had grown into something monstrous. Mothers in towns 50 miles from the frontier checked the locks on their doors and listened to their children sleep with a cold, sick dread sitting in their chests. Confident men started hedging their bets. Hard men started to go quiet in a way that had nothing to do with discipline. The fear was winning ground that the French hadn't even contested yet. Word arrived at Fort Edward on a midsummer afternoon, carried by a native runner who'd covered the ground at a pace that left him glistening with sweat and breathing hard through his nose. His message was direct. Montcalm was moving south on Champlain with an army so large the runner had struggled to find language large enough to describe it. And Colonel Munro, commanding Fort William Henry 15 miles up the Portage Road, was asking urgently for reinforcements. The man sitting on the English side of that equation was General Webb, commanding some 5,000 soldiers at Fort Edward. 5,000, more than enough to march north, link up with Munro's garrison, and put a serious problem in front of Montcalm's advance. By every calculation of men and ground, Webb held a playable hand. He chose not to play it. Instead, he sat in his fortified camp on the Hudson and let the news settle over his men like a fog. The talk that spread through the earthworks along the river's edge was not the talk of men preparing to march out and fight. It was the talk of men finding reasons to stay where they were. The walls were solid. The ground was known. Out there was the forest and Montcalm, and things that the men who'd survived Braddock's defeat still woke up sweating about in the middle of the night. The decision that finally came out of Webb's quarters was not a decision to march his full strength north. It was a decision to send a detachment, 1,500 men departing at dawn to reinforce William Henry. A gesture, a fraction of what was available, enough to look like action without committing to it. The order filtered through the camp as darkness came on. Officers passed it down. Men checked their equipment and tried to sleep. The veterans did it quietly without theater. They laid out what they needed, accounted for what they carried, and closed their eyes with the practiced discipline of men who understood that rest before movement was not a luxury, it was logistics. Their faces in the firelight were unreadable, but their eyes carried something, a specific alertness that men develop when they understand what the terrain ahead is going to ask of them. The younger soldiers, the ones for whom this would be their first time moving through contested wilderness, were less disciplined about hiding it. They moved too fast. Checked the same buckle 3 times, asked questions they already knew the answers to, fear metabolizing as motion. Some of them would grow out of it, some wouldn't get the chance. The sun went down behind the western hills in a long, slow burn of orange and red. The camp noise dropped in stages, voices, then footsteps, then the last flicker of lamplight in a cabin window, until the only sounds were the river and the tree frogs and the deep. Absolute dark of a forest that went on longer than any of them wanted to think about. The drums hit before first light. One moment there was silence. The next, the rolling crack of the warning drums punched through the damp morning air and the camp lurched to its feet. The tall pines at the perimeter materialized slowly against a sky going pale in the east, their ragged silhouettes sharpening out of the dark like something resolving into focus. The column assembled with the rough efficiency of an army that knew how to move even if it didn't always know what it was moving toward. The Crown's regulars took the right of the line, marching with the particular self-conscious pride of professional soldiers who'd been taught that bearing was a form of authority. The provincials took the left with less ceremony and considerably more practical sense. Scouts pushed out ahead. Guards took positions front and rear of the baggage train. The whole machine engaged and began to grind north. Those left behind in the camp stood and watched until the column folded itself into the tree line and disappeared. The sound of fifes faded. The last of the stragglers vanished. The forest absorbed them without comment. Not everyone left with the column. Outside the largest cabin in the encampment, the quarters of General Webb, where sentries walked their circuits with the particular alertness of men guarding something they'd been told was important, a small group of horses stood ready. 6 animals, 2 of them saddled and equipped for women, a third carrying the gear of a staff officer. The remaining 3 loaded with traveling supplies and attended by servants who waited with the quiet patience of people accustomed to waiting. A cluster of idle onlookers had gathered at a respectful distance, drawn by the specificity of the horses and the suggestion of something worth watching. Most of them looked without seeing the unfocused attention of bored men filling time. One man was different. He was hard to miss, though for reasons that had nothing to do with authority or threat. He was tall, extravagantly so, well above the men around him. But the height was its own kind of joke, because it existed on a frame that seemed to have been assembled without much concern for proportion. His shoulders were narrow. His arms were too long, hanging past where they should have ended, terminating in hands that were almost delicate. His legs, concealed inadequately by yellow nankeen breeches tied below the knee with white ribbon gone gray from use, were thin past the point of simply being lean, bending outward at enormous knees that his loose cotton stockings did nothing to minimize. On one foot, a single-plated spur caught what little morning light existed. His coat was sky blue, cut short and wide, with a low collar that exposed a neck of impressive and unhelpful length. Beneath the coat, a vest of embossed silk, once probably elegant, now stained and worn to a soft, defeated luster, was loaded with tarnished silver lace and weighed down in one pocket by an object that projected out into the open air in a way that had attracted notice from half the camp. It didn't look like a weapon. It didn't look like much of anything martial. Several of the regular officers had eyed it with open suspicion. The provincials who'd encountered its type before reached out and handled it without a second thought. On top of everything, a large civil cocked hat of the type clergymen had been wearing for the last 30 years sat on a head that was considerably oversized for even that generous piece of headwear. The face beneath it was open, good-natured, and occupied by a pair of eyes that missed nothing. Whatever else might be said about the man, he moved through the servants without apology, running his assessment over the horses with the ease of someone who understood them, speaking freely. "This animal," he said, his voice carrying a natural resonance that was almost absurdly at odds with his general appearance, smooth, full, unhurried, "I'd reckon is not of local breeding, foreign stock, maybe from the island itself, across the water." He wasn't talking to anyone in particular. He was talking the way some men think, out loud and continuously. "I've been to both the havens, New Haven and New London, the one named for the old city on the Thames, and I've watched the ships loading horses for the Jamaica trade, and I will tell you that never in all of that have I seen an animal that put me in mind of the war horse in Scripture the way this one does. He paweth in the valley and rejoiceth in his strength. He goeth on to meet the armed men. You know that passage." He turned to direct the question at whoever happened to be nearest. The man nearest to him was not one of the servants. The Indian runner stood absolutely still. He'd been standing there long enough to have become part of the environment, upright, silent, his gaze aimed at something in the middle distance that had nothing to do with the camp around him. He was a compact man, lean with real use rather than deprivation, carrying a tomahawk and knife at his belt. He didn't look like he was resting, he looked like he was waiting, which was a different thing. The war paint on his face had smeared and run during the night's travel, dark colors bleeding into each other across hard features, and hadn't been refreshed. There was about him the specific dishevelment of a man who'd been moving hard and hadn't yet had a moment to stop, except for his eyes. His eyes were another matter entirely. Dark, quick, precise, they moved across the world around him with a controlled intensity that belonged to a man accustomed to the kind of attention where the cost of missing something was measured in blood. For 1/2 second, his gaze found the tall man's wondering stare, held it, then slid away, not from lack of interest but from something colder than that, and fixed again on the middle distance. Whatever the tall man might have said next was interrupted by the sound he'd been waiting for without knowing it. Women's voices, low and close, and the shift in posture among the servants that meant the people they were there to serve had arrived. He retreated without quite appearing to, drifting back to a gaunt, switch-tailed mare standing at the edge of the camp grass, pulling at the sparse, trampled vegetation with single-minded purpose. A foal stood on the mare's far side, nursing. The tall man leaned an elbow on the blanket that served as a saddle and settled in to watch. A young officer in uniform came out of the cabin with 2 women and walked them to their horses. The younger of the 2 moved with an unself-conscious ease, letting the morning breeze lift the green veil from her face as she crossed the yard. Fair hair, blue eyes that caught the early light and held it, skin with the particular clarity of youth. Color high in her cheeks in a way that had nothing to do with cosmetics and everything to do with the cold morning air, and whatever combination of nerves and excitement was running through her. She took the young officer's hand getting into the saddle and gave him a smile that was completely unguarded, the kind of smile that belongs to someone who hasn't yet learned to be careful with it. The second woman was older by 4 or 5 years and carried herself accordingly. Her veil stayed closed. What was visible, the line of her shoulders, the way she moved, suggested a figure built on similar proportions but shaped by more time, more self-awareness. She took her seat without assistance and arranged herself with a quiet efficiency that spoke of a woman who had thought about how she would be seen and had made her peace with it. The officer swung up onto the war horse. All 3 of them turned and dipped their heads toward General Webb, who stood in his doorway to see them off, and then they moved north along the camp road toward the tree line at a slow, easy walk, the servants falling in behind. No one spoke. The quiet held until the Indian runner materialized from the edge of the path and slipped past the younger woman's horse without warning, placing himself at the head of the small procession, his stride long and unhurried and absolutely soundless in the dirt. The younger woman flinched. A small sound escaped her, not quite a cry, something shorter and higher than that. The other woman said nothing, but her veil parted. Her hair was black, not dark brown, not almost black, but genuinely completely black, the color of wet river rock or raven feathers in direct light. Her eyes were the same, dark enough to absorb light rather than reflect it. Her complexion held color in it the way deep water holds the sky, not a surface thing but something underneath. The blood close to the skin, vivid without being raw. The face itself was composed, symmetrical, built on lines that had nothing to do with fashion and everything to do with structure. She looked at the Indian runner moving ahead of them through the pale morning light. What crossed her face in that moment was layered, pity, recognition, something that might have been fear if it hadn't been held so steady by whatever was deeper beneath it. Then the veil dropped back into place. She straightened in the saddle and fixed her eyes forward, ahead to the road and the tree line and the dark that still lived between the pines, riding in silence with the particular stillness of someone whose thoughts had already moved out ahead of her body and were running towards something the rest of them hadn't reached yet. Chapter 2. Trust the runner. The silence hit first. Not the comfortable silence of an empty room, but the weighted, breathless quiet of a forest that had decided to stop pretending. The kind of silence that meant something was watching. Alice recovered faster than her sister. She laughed at herself for it, a short, controlled exhale, and turned to the officer riding beside her. Are these apparitions common in these woods, Hayward, or did someone arrange this particular show for our benefit? Her voice was steady, but her knuckles had gone white on the reins. If it's the latter, I suppose we owe our host some gratitude. If it's the former, Cora and I are going to need every ounce of that famous family courage before we ever set eyes on Montcalm. He's a runner, Hayward said, keeping his voice flat and even. Scouts ahead of the column. By his people's measure, the man's a war hero. He watched the Indian at the tree line without looking like he was watching him. He volunteered to take us to the lake, a path nobody knows, faster than following the column, safer if you can accept the speed. I don't trust him. Alice said it plainly. The shudder that moved through her wasn't entirely performance. You know him, Duncan, you'd have to ride this close to him. I wouldn't trust you to him if I didn't. Hayward kept his eyes forward. He's said to be Canadian-born, fought with the Mohawks anyway, one of the 6 allied nations. Your father was involved in something with him years back, some incident. The savage came out the worse for it. He paused, but he's our man now, that's what matters. If he was my father's enemy, Alice started, then your father dealt with it. Hayward cut her off quietly, not unkindly. Let it go. Will you at least make him speak? She pressed. I know it sounds foolish, but I've always read a man through his voice. Let me hear it. He won't. Hayward scanned the timber on both sides of the trail, old habit. He understands English well enough, he just won't speak it, not now. War makes these men perform their dignity like armor, he won't break that. He straightened in the saddle. It doesn't matter, he stopped, we're close to the path. He was right. The Indian stood at the edge of the military road, one hand raised, palm out. Still as timber, he was pointing into the undergrowth where the brush pressed thick against the road's shoulder, and there, barely visible, a trail opened up. Single file, dark, the kind of path that closes behind you. There, Hayward said low, we go in one at a time, no hesitation, don't let him see doubt. Cora, Alice turned to her sister. The columns still close if we stay with the troops. You're thinking about the wrong danger, Hayward said, his voice dropping further. If hostiles have reached this portage, and I don't think they have, our scouts have been out, they'll be working the column's flanks, that's where the scalps are. Our route wasn't decided until an hour ago, nobody knows it but us. Cora looked at her sister, then at the trail, then at the Indian waiting without impatience. Should we distrust him, she said carefully, because his ways aren't our ways, because his skin is a different color than ours. Alice didn't answer. She touched her heels to the Narragansett's flanks, pulled the first branch aside with her forearm and went in. Hayward watched her disappear into the dark and felt something shift in his chest. He turned to Cora, held a branch clear and followed. The servants, per prior instruction, stayed on the road and rejoined the column. The guide had insisted on it. Fewer tracks, fewer signs of a party breaking from the main route. If Canadian scouts were ranging this far ahead of their army, there was no sense advertising. For several minutes the trail demanded everything. No room for words, no room for anything except placing each hoof carefully and keeping your head down against the branches. Then the undergrowth gave way and they moved up under the high canopy of the forest proper, where the trunks rose like pillars and the light came through gray and diffused and the ground was soft with decades of dead leaves. The guide set a pace, not quite a trot, not quite a walk, and the Narragansett settled into their smooth, ground-eating amble without complaint. The tension in Hayward's shoulders dropped 1 degree. He turned toward Cora to speak. He heard it before he saw it, hoofbeats behind them. Ragged, asymmetric, clattering over roots with none of the controlled rhythm of a trained horse. He pulled up hard. His companions did the same on instinct. The party halted. The animal that emerged from between the pines was a study in suffering. The rider aboard her was worse. He was tall, grotesquely so in the saddle, his legs hanging down at improbable angles, one spur working relentlessly at the mare's right flank while the left leg contributed nothing. The mare had developed a philosophical approach to the situation. Her hindquarters cantered while her front half maintained a dignified trot. The two gaits occasionally synchronizing by accident before drifting apart again. Her offended tail flagged continuously to mark the source of her displeasure. The rider rose and fell in the stirrups with each transition, stretching and compressing like a man made of India rubber, his triangular hat fanning the air before his face as he closed the distance with an expression of pure, oblivious determination. Hayward's frown softened despite himself. Alice made no serious attempt to contain her reaction. Even Cora's dark eyes carried a flicker of something warm. "Are you looking for someone?" Hayward called out as the man hauled his mare to a stop and immediately set about fanning himself with the hat. "I hope you bring no bad news." "Even so," the man said, still fanning. He needed another moment to recover his breath. "I hear you're bound for William Henry. I'm headed the same direction." Seemed natural enough that good company would suit us both. "You appear to have decided that entirely on your own," Hayward said. "We are three, you consulted none of us." "Even so, first point, know your own mind. Second point, act on it. Women make the first point difficult." He paused for the joke to land. It didn't. "I've done both. Here I am." "The road to the lake," Hayward said, letting some cold into his voice, "is half a mile behind you." "Even so," the stranger said, undented. "I spent a week at Fort Edward. I'm not a man who fails to ask directions, but a man in my profession keeps his distance from those he must instruct. And a gentleman of your obvious judgment, a small, earnest bow, is likely better company on a forest road than a column of soldiers." "Your profession." Hayward studied him. "Are you a fencing master, a surveyor?" The tall man's expression shifted. The self-satisfaction drained out of it completely, replaced by something that looked like genuine wounded solemnity. "Offense," he said carefully. "I hope I have given none, and defense I have no need of, having committed no notable sin since last I sought God's grace. Lines and angles I leave to those trained in such things. My gift, a modest one I acknowledge freely, is in the art of petition and thanksgiving as practiced through psalmody." "He's a psalm singer," Alice announced with visible delight. She turned on Hayward before he could speak. "Don't, I can see the face you're making. Let him ride with us." Her voice dropped. "Another man is another man. If we need one, we'll need one." Hayward looked at her. She held his gaze, and for a moment the forest and the Indian and the narrow path ceased to exist. He touched his spurs to his horse and moved forward. "Ride ahead, friend," Alice told the stranger warmly, gesturing along the trail with her whip. "I've been told I hold my own in a duet. I'd value the opinion of a man who actually knows his craft." "Psalmody refreshes both the body and the spirit," the tall man agreed, falling in without hesitation when practiced in its proper season. "Though for true harmony one requires 4 voices. You carry a rich treble, I can see that plainly. I can provide tenor up to the highest note required. But we are missing counter and bass." He glanced ahead toward Hayward. "The major, judging by his speaking voice, might serve the bass." "Don't judge by his speaking voice," Alice said, amused. "His natural range is closer to tenor." "Is he much practiced in sacred song?" She nearly laughed outright. "He is rather more devoted to its profane counterpart. The life of a soldier doesn't breed much sober inclination. The voice is given to a man like all his other gifts," the stranger said with quiet conviction, "to be used and not wasted. I can say freely that from my youth, set apart like young David's for music, no coarse syllable has ever crossed my lips." "You've stayed entirely with sacred material." "I have. The Psalms of David surpass all other language. The version used in New England, the 26th edition, printed at Boston in 1744, approaches as near to the original inspired work as translation may allow. I carry it always." He produced the book from his coat, fitted a pair of iron-rimmed spectacles to his nose with the care of a man handling ordnance, then drew from his pocket a small, strange implement, set it to his lips, and produced a single high, clear pitch. He sang. His voice was full and unhurried and surprisingly beautiful, moving through the lines of the psalm with the ease of a man for whom the words were as natural as breathing. The mare's jarring gait didn't touch it. The branches didn't touch it. The forest received it without comment. "How good it is, O sea, and how it pleaseth well together and in unity, for brethren so to dwell." 60 yards ahead the Indian stopped walking. He turned his head slightly, said 4 words to Hayward in clipped, broken English. Hayward pulled up and turned back. "I'll ask you to hold the music for now," he said to the stranger, his voice carrying no apology. "We're not in danger, but we have no reason to advertise ourselves in this forest. The song carries." "You diminish my entertainment considerably," Alice told him, though her eyes were laughing. I was deep in the scholarly question of how a man of such evident skill can pair such music to such verse. "Your entertainment," Hayward said, stung slightly, "matters rather less to me than your life and Cora's." He turned forward. Something at the edge of his vision snagged him, a flash between the trees, low and still. He stared at the thicket for a moment. Nothing moved. He decided it was a berry catching the gray light. He turned back to the trail and the conversation and the work of moving forward. He was wrong to let it go. The brush at the thicket's edge moved, slowly. The care of a man who understands that motion kills. A face appeared in the gap between the branches. The war paint was precise work, not decoration but camouflage, the kind that breaks the human outline and feeds on shadow. The eyes beneath it were absolutely still, tracking the retreating line of riders through the trees. The women first, their shapes moving light and easy between the trunks. Then Hayward's broad shoulders. Then last and awkward the psalm singer, swaying on his suffering mare until the forest swallowed them all. The watching man held his position, patient. Then the gleam of satisfaction moved across his painted face like weather crossing a ridge line. He had their route, he had their number, he had everything he needed. He eased the branches back into place and was gone. Chapter 3, Shadows by Water. The buck's blood was still threading dark ribbons through the current when Hawkeye heard it. Not much. The faint pop of a dry branch somewhere back in the tree line. The whisper of brush displaced by something moving with purpose. He'd learned long ago that the woods didn't lie. Men did. The forest spoke plain. He and Chingachgook had been at the stream bank since mid-afternoon, letting the shade work, watching the light die slow through the canopy. The stream ran fast and cold over dark rock, threading south through the timber like it knew somewhere better to be. July had pressed its full weight down on everything. The air sat thick and close, heavy with the smell of moss and standing water and the distant mineral tang of the falls upstream. Even the birds had gone quiet in the heat. A woodpecker worked a dead elm somewhere beyond the tree line. A jay screamed once and shut up. That was all. The two men had not moved quickly in some time. They didn't need to. Chingachgook sat on the end of a moss-covered log, back straight, forearms resting on his knees with the easy authority of a man completely at home in his element. His body was painted for something, death or the memory of it. White and black intermingled in patterns that transformed skin into symbol. His head was shaved close, a single tuft of hair at the crown where an enemy might grip if the day went wrong. One eagle feather crossed that crown and hung left over his shoulder. He carried a tomahawk and a scalping knife, both of English make, in his belt. A short military rifle, the kind the English handed out to their native allies as both gift and calculation, lay across his bare knee. He didn't look at it. He didn't need to. He was a Mohican, a Sagamore. Whatever he was thinking, he kept it where it belonged, behind his eyes. The white man beside him was built different, liner. Hard the way dried leather is hard, not from birth but from years of being worked and weathered into something that wouldn't break. Every visible tendon in his arms looked like it had been put under load 10,000 times and had simply stopped returning to soft. He wore a hunting shirt the color of deep forest shadow, green gone faded at the seams, yellow fringe worn to something close to nothing. A cap of shorn hide. Buckskin leggings laced up the sides and tied above the knee with deer sinew. A knife in a belt of wampum, a shooting pouch, a powder horn, and a rifle. Longer than anything a soldier would carry. The kind of length that tells you the man behind it has made peace with patience because the rifle demanded it. It leaned against a nearby sapling like it was resting between tasks. The scout's eyes never stopped moving. Small eyes, pale, sharp as a hawk working an updraft. They tracked the tree line, the water, the gaps between trunks, the negative space between branches. He talked while he watched. He'd learned to do both at once. Even your traditions make the case in my favor, Chingachgook. He was speaking Lenape, fluent enough, accented enough to make the point. Your fathers came from the west, crossed the Mississippi, fought the people already living here, and took the land. Mine came across the salt sea from the east and did the same thing in their own fashion. Let God sort out who was righteous. Between you and me, no sense burning words on it. The Indian's expression did not change. He let the silence sit for a moment. Then he answered, and his voice was low and flat and certain. My fathers fought the naked red man. Does the stone-tipped arrow and the lead ball seem the same thing to you, Hawkeye? The scout worked his jaw. He wasn't a man who liked being cornered in an argument, but he was honest enough to feel it when he was. "There's reason in you," he said, conceding ground the way a careful man does, slow and not more than necessary. "I'll grant you that, but I've watched men shoot at deer chases and at squirrel hunts, seen what English powder and ball can do, and I'll tell you, a hickory bow in the hands of a man who knows what he's doing with a good flint head properly drawn. I'm not sure the grandfathers of these settlers had much advantage in a straight fight, not at first. You carry your history in books," Chingachgook said, "not an accusation, an observation. My people carry it in their mouths. A man who lies around a fire is seen," he has answered. "Your books," he paused. "A coward can write anything and no one can face him for it." Hawkeye pulled a slow breath in through his nose, the smell of the water, green things, the faint copper edge of the deer's blood working downstream. "That's honest," he said. "I won't argue it. I never spent my days learning to read. Some think less of me for it. I don't lose sleep. But what I know is that the Bumpos could shoot. That much got handed down to me in the blood, whatever the commandments say about such gifts passing through generations. I shoot well, I always have." He glanced over. "But I want to hear your side of it. Tell me what your fathers passed down. What happened when our peoples first found each other?" Chingachgook was quiet for a full minute. A minute is a long time in silence. Hawkeye let it run. When the Indian spoke, his voice had changed. Slower, something ceremonial in the cadence, the way a man's voice changes when he's reaching back past himself. "Listen, Hawkeye, what I tell you is not a lie. It is what my father said. It is what the Mohicans did." He paused, looked once at the water. "Does this stream run south until the water turns salt and the current reverses?" "It does," the scout said. "I've stood at the mouth of it. I've seen the tide push upriver. Strange thing, water running the wrong direction. Never fully made sense to me." "The current confused you?" The Mohican's voice carried no mockery, genuine question. "The tides I understand well enough. 6 hours in, 6 hours out. The sea stands higher than the river. Water runs in until they level, then runs back out. Simple enough when you think through it. It's just that sweet water going salt in the sun, that part sits wrong with me." Chingachgook nodded once, satisfied, whether with the answer or simply with the confirmation that the river was real and the telling was accurate, it was hard to say. "The lakes," he said, extending one hand flat and level before him. "They lie still. On a small scale, yes, because the land there is level. But spread water across something the size of the sea where the earth curves and you can't expect stillness. Same reason the river upstream doesn't sit quiet at the lip of those rocks. You can hear it from here." The Indian listened, then he returned to his story without further debate. "We came from the west, from beyond where the sun sets, across the great plains where the buffalo run. We crossed the Mississippi and we fought the Allied Jui. We fought them until the ground was red with their blood. From the river to the salt sea there was no one left to stop us. The Maquas, the Iroquois, they followed at a distance. We pushed them into the deep timber. They ate from what we allowed them. We held the territory from where the tide stops to 20 days south." "I believe it," Hawkeye said. "That was before the English came, before any pale face came." Chingachgook paused, his voice dropped lower. "And what came through wasn't grief exactly, it was older than grief. The first Europeans who reached us did not speak English. They came in a great ship. By then my fathers had buried the tomahawk with the other red men around them. There was peace." He stopped, let the word stand on its own. "We were one people, Hawkeye. The sea gave us fish, the forest gave us deer, the sky gave us birds, we raised children, we kept the Maquas beyond the sound of our victory songs." Hawkeye said nothing. He knew better than to fill that silence with anything. "Then what?" he asked after enough time had passed. "The Dutch came, they brought fire water. My people drank until the earth and sky traded places and they believed they had found the Great Spirit in the bottle." His jaw tightened slightly, the only thing that moved in his face. "They sold the land, step by step they were pushed back from the water, and now I am a Sagamore, a chief of the blood. And I have never once seen the sun except through trees. I have never stood at the graves of my fathers." The scout looked at the water. He was a man who did not give sentiment easily. The forest had burned most of that out of him, but he felt it now, pressing against the inside of his chest like a hand. "Graves settle a man," he said quietly. "Give him something fixed to measure himself against. As for me, I expect I'll leave my bones in the open somewhere. Wolves will find them before anyone else does." "A beat. Your family, those who came into the Delaware country, where are they now?" Chingachgook answered without hesitation, which was the worst kind of answer. "Where do the blossoms of last summer go? They fell, one by one each in turn, until none were left." He looked at the stream. "I stand at the top of the hill now, Hawkeye. The valley is ahead of me. when my son Uncas follows me into it. There will be no more blood of the Sagamores. He is the last of the Mohicans. Uncas is here. The voice came from close enough that Hawkeye's hand dropped to his knife before his mind caught up with his body. He checked the movement, kept his hand loose, felt his heart rate settle back down over 2 deliberate breaths. Chingachgook did not move at all, did not turn his head, did not show surprise because he had none. A young warrior came between them without sound, no cracking brush, no displaced gravel, nothing, and sat down on the near bank of the stream. His movements were completely natural, like a hawk landing. He was there, and then he had always been there. The father looked at the water. The son looked at the water. No one spoke. Hawkeye understood the custom well enough by now. He let go of the rifle and settled back. He waited. After a long moment, Chingachgook turned his eyes to his son. "Do the Maquas leave tracks in these woods?" Uncas answered without theater. "I cut their trail, 10 warriors. They're holding position, concealed, waiting." Hawkeye felt the familiar tightening across his shoulders, the thing his body did when the day shifted from quiet to operational. "Montcalm's doing," he said. His voice had changed, harder now, stripped of the philosophical ease that had been in it a moment before. "That Frenchman keeps his scouts busy. He'll know our movements before we know them ourselves." Chingachgook looked west. The light was going orange in the gaps between the trees. The sun was getting low. "Tonight we eat," he said. "Tomorrow we deal with the Maquas." "Agreed on both counts," Hawkeye said, "but we find them before we fight them, and we eat before we find them." He stopped. His eyes had caught something in the brush downslope. Movement, controlled, rhythmic. Heavy, hold. He went still in the particular way men go still when they're looking at something they don't want to lose. A rack of antlers, big ones pushing through the undergrowth below the hillside. The animal's body was invisible behind the vegetation, but Hawkeye had killed enough deer to map the whole animal from the fragment of it he could see. He knew exactly where the head was, exactly where the eye was, exactly where to put the ball. "Uncas," he said, keeping his voice low and even. "I'll wager 3 charges of powder against a foot of wampum that I take him right between the eyes, closer to the right than the left." The young warrior was already on his feet. "The horns are all you can see. Boy." Hawkeye said it without cruelty, just the plain assessment of a man who's made the same calculation 1,000 times. When you see part of a creature in the woods, you know where the rest of him has to be. He raised the rifle, long, slow, settling into his natural point of aim. Chingachgook's hand came up and pushed the barrel aside. One smooth motion, no urgency, no anger. The Indian looked at him. Hawkeye understood immediately. A shot here now, with 10 Iroquois warriors lying hidden somewhere in these same woods, might as well light a signal fire. He lowered the rifle and breathed out through his nose. "You're right," he said flatly. "I'd be feeding those Maquas for free." He looked at Uncas. "Take him with the bow." Chingachgook made a single gesture with his hand. Uncas was already moving, flat on his belly, working through the undergrowth in a way that left nothing disturbed, nothing announced. He covered the distance in silence. When he was close enough, he nocked an arrow, drew smoothly, and waited through 2 full seconds while the buck's rack shifted and the animal tested the air. The bowstring released with a flat crack. The shaft caught the deer clean. The animal broke from cover in a single explosive bound and crashed to the ground at the water's edge, kicking once and going still. Uncas was on it in the same motion, knife across the throat, quick and sure, the kind of efficiency that has no wasted motion in it. The dark water ran darker for a moment where the river took the blood. "Clean work," Hawkeye said, watching. Respect in it, even if he'd never frame it that way. Though a bow shot is a near thing. Sometimes it needs a knife to finish it. Chingachgook came off the log fast. His head had turned. His entire body orientation shifted in a way that made Hawkeye go cold and alert without knowing why. "What is it?" "Horses," the Mohican said. He straightened. "White men's horses coming this way." He looked at Hawkeye. "They are your people. Call to them." Hawkeye was already scanning the tree line, trying to find what Chingachgook's ears had already resolved into certainty. He caught it then, a dry stick breaking somewhere back in the dark timber, the slow pressure of undergrowth bending under weight, a rhythm that wasn't wind. He moved to the edge of the tree cover and cupped his hands. Then he heard it clearly, the creak of leather, the blow of horses, the sound of people moving through forest without the first idea of how to do it quietly. "God keep them from the Iroquois," he said under his breath. He meant it. Chapter 4, Lost in the Wild. The scouts' words were still hanging in the air when the sound of hooves reached them, the rhythmic crunch of deadfall under iron shoes, deliberate and unhurried. Hawkeye had heard them coming 30 seconds before they broke the tree line. His ear was that good. A deer trail wound through the shallow glen 20 yards to the east, cutting down toward the river where the three of them had taken position. It was the only logical approach. The travelers emerged from the shadows of the tree line and moved up the track toward him, their horses picking carefully through the undergrowth. Hawkeye stepped forward to meet them. He laid his long rifle across his left forearm, finger resting easy against the trigger guard, and kept his expression flat. No threat in the posture, just readiness. "Who comes?" he called out. "Who moves through these woods among the beasts and the danger?" The man in front reined his horse. Men of faith. Friends to the law and to the king. He looked road-worn, his coat dark with sweat at the collar. "We've been riding since first light through the trees without food. We are lost." Hawkeye studied him, studied the horse, studied the shadows behind him. "Lost," he repeated. It wasn't a question. "You found out the hard way what it costs not to know your left hand from your right in these woods." "Exactly so." The man's voice carried no shame in the admission, only exhaustion. "We are grown men who know nothing of this country. Children on a nurse's arm would be better situated than we are. Can you tell us the distance to a crown post, Fort William Henry?" Hawkeye let out a short bark of a laugh, then killed it just as fast. Sound carried in these woods. Enemies were not a theoretical concern. "William Henry," he said, shaking his head. "You're turned around so bad a hound couldn't sort you out. You want William Henry. You follow this river down to Edward first. Put the matter before Webb. Don't push north into those defiles until you know what's waiting for you. The French aren't home. Montcalm's boys are out." Before the first rider could answer, a second horseman shouldered through the brush and brought his mount up hard into the path, cutting in front of his companion with the impatience of a man accustomed to being heard. "What is our distance to Fort Edward?" he demanded. "We left there this morning." "Our destination is the head of the lake." Hawkeye looked at him steadily. "Then you rode past the portage road without seeing it. It's been cut 2 rods wide. You'd have a hard time missing it by accident." "We didn't miss it by accident," the rider said, his tone leveled out, less edge, more honesty. He had the bearing of an officer, young but not green. "We took a shorter route, an Indian guide. He promised us a faster path." "A beat." "We are deceived in his knowledge. We don't know where we are." "An Indian," Hawkeye said slowly, "lost in these woods." He said it the way a man says something that doesn't add up and he wants to be sure he heard it right. When the sun is burning the tops of the trees and every beech in the forest tells you which way north lies by the moss on its bark. When the deer paths run straight to every water source and lick in the county. When the geese are still running their routes to the Canadian waters. He paused. "An Indian can't get lost between Mohican and the river bend, not unless he wants to be." He fixed the officer with a hard look. "What nation?" "Born Huron, adopted Mohawk. He scouts with our forces." The 2 warriors behind Hawkeye had been still as stones in the creek bed since the riders appeared, seated, rifles across their knees, watching. Now they came to their feet like a single muscle contracting, fast and fluid and completely silent. The word had done it. "Huron, a Huron," Hawkeye said. He shook his head once, the way a man does when a thing confirms what he already knew. "Thieving by nature, doesn't matter who adopts them. You can't make anything honest out of that blood. You've been riding with one of those all day. I'm surprised you're not already dead or missing your scalp." "He is Mohawk now," the officer said with the firmness of a man defending a decision he's already begun to doubt. "He serves with us, a friend. A Mingo born will die a Mingo." Hawkeye's voice was flat and certain. "You want a tracker you can trust, you want a Delaware, you want a Mohican. When they'll fight, and not all of them will, they've let the Maquas make women of some of them, but when a Delaware fights, you'll not find better. Your Huron isn't lost, remember that. Enough of this." The officer's patience had reached its limit. "What is our distance to the main army at Edward?" "Depends on who's guiding you." Hawkeye said, "That horse under you looks like he could cover ground. How far he's covered today is the question." "If you know the road," the officer said, and his voice had dropped to something quieter, more deliberate, a man recalculating, "and you can take us there, your time will be compensated." Hawkeye looked at him for a long moment. "And how do I know I'm not walking a spy of Montcalm straight into our own lines? Speaking the king's English doesn't make a man the king's subject. You scout for the regulars, I'd wager." The officer held his gaze. "Then you know the 60th Regiment, the Royal Americans." Hawkeye's chin came up slightly. "Know them well, hunting shirt or not. Then you'll know the name of its junior major, the one commanding the companies in garrison at William Henry. I've heard there's a young officer, wealthy, from one of the southern provinces, put in above men twice his age." He paused and something shifted in his expression, not quite respect but the precondition for it. "Word is he knows soldiering, whatever else you might say about him." "Whatever rank I hold or do not deserve," the officer said evenly, "I am he and I am no enemy." Hawkeye studied him, then he removed his cap. I heard a party was moving to the lake this morning, he said. The certainty had gone out of his voice, replaced by something more careful. You heard correctly, I chose the shorter route, I trusted the Indian. And he lost you, then disappeared. He is behind us, in the rear. Hawkeye said nothing. He stepped past the officer's horse, moved along the path, and pushed through the brush with the practiced quiet of a man who had spent a lifetime not being heard when he didn't want to be. He came upon the women first, 2 of them, waiting in the shadow of the trees with the controlled stillness of people who are afraid but refusing to show it. He registered their presence, nodded once to the younger one who met his eyes without flinching, and moved past. The Indian was leaning against a sugar maple at the edge of the path, arms loose at his sides, watching. His face was painted, his eyes flat and unreadable, and he let Hawkeye examine him the way a stone wall lets a man examine it, revealing nothing, giving nothing, absorbing the scrutiny without reaction. Hawkeye looked at him for a long 10 seconds, took in the paint pattern, the posture, the way the man's weight was distributed, not resting, not relaxed, but coiled. Ready, the stillness of something waiting, not something at ease. He turned and walked back. He passed the women again, paused briefly at the horse of the singing master, conducted a brief and unhelpful study of its rider, and returned to the officer. His jaw was set. A Mingo is a Mingo, he said. God made him that way, and no tribe is going to unmake him. He glanced back along the path toward the tree line, then back to the officer. I could walk you to Edward in an hour. It's not far, but not with that runner at your back, not after dark. These woods are crawling with Iroquois, and that man behind you knows exactly where to find them. The officer leaned forward in the saddle. His voice dropped to barely above a breath. I have had my own suspicions. I haven't spoken them, not in front of the women. He glanced toward the trees, then back. That is why I made him follow me rather than continuing to follow him. I knew what he was the moment I saw him. Hawkeye touched the side of his nose, easy, subtle. He's leaning against the base of that sugar maple. His right leg is in line with the bark. He settled his hand on the stock of his rifle with the quiet familiarity of long habit. 1 shot between the angle and the knee. He won't be walking anywhere for a month. No, the officer's voice was sharp and low. He may be innocent. I won't have a man shot on suspicion. It is never a gamble to calculate on the treachery of an Iroquois, Hawkeye said, and the rifle moved forward by an inch, a reflex, not a decision. Hold, the officer's hand came up. There must be another way. Hawkeye stood still for a moment, then he stepped back and turned. And with emotion barely visible in the failing light, he signaled his 2 companions forward. They came without sound, no snapped twig, no brush of cloth against bark, no exhaled breath that carried. He spoke to them in Delaware, low and fast, and used his chin twice to indicate the maple and the runner's position. They listened. They did not ask questions. They laid their rifles against the base of a tree, separated without a word, and dissolved into the thicket on opposite sides of the path like smoke in wind. Gone. The light was dying fast. In these latitudes, twilight was brief and ungenerous, and the forest was already losing its definition, tree trunks merging with shadow, the path narrowing in the dimming air to a pale gray ribbon. Hawkeye knew what darkness in these woods meant, the hour it brought with it, the men it emboldened. Go back to him, he said quietly. Keep him talking, keep his eyes on you. My Mohicans will take him without so much as smearing his paint. I'll take him myself, the officer said, mounted against an Indian in cover. Hawkeye's voice held no contempt, only the blunt arithmetic of it. Dismount, and before your second foot clears the stirrup, he's through the trees and gone. You go back to him on horseback, you talk to him easy, you give him no reason to move. Can you do that? The officer held his gaze for a moment, then straightened in the saddle. I can. He rode back along the path at a walk, and Hawkeye watched him go, then turned his attention to the tree line and the layered dark gathering between the trunks. The officer rode until the runner was in front of him, the man still against the maple, still watching, still carrying that quality of absolute controlled patience that was not patience at all but readiness wearing patience's face. Magua. The officer kept his voice easy, conversational. The voice of a man with nothing on his mind but logistics. Night's coming in fast, and we're no closer to William Henry than when we left Webb's encampment at sunrise. We've fallen in with a hunter who knows these woods. He'll take us somewhere we can shelter until morning, rest your legs, eat something, we move at first light. The runner's eyes were on him, catching what little light was left in the sky, direct, measuring. Is he alone? The English came out flat and deliberate, each word placed carefully. Alone. The officer hesitated for a half-beat, long enough for a sharp man to catch it. No, we are with him. Then Le Renard Subtil will go. The runner reached down and lifted his pack from the ground at his feet without hurry, without drama. The pale faces will see only their own kind. Go, who is Le Renard? It is the name given to Magua by his fathers in Canada. The runner said it without vanity, as a man states a fact. Night is nothing to Le Subtil. Munro waits. And what does Le Renard tell Munro about his daughters? The officer kept his voice measured, no rise, no urgency. How does he explain leaving them without a guide in hostile territory? How does he face a man like Munro with that account? The gray-head's voice does not reach this far, the runner said, nor does his arm. The Mohawks will hear of it. They'll say Le Renard cannot be trusted with a man's errand. Le Subtil knows the path to the Great Lakes, the runner said. He can find the bones of his fathers. There was no anger in it, just certainty. Sit down, Magua. The officer swung one leg slightly in the stirrup, easing his weight, his hand drifting toward the pistol holster without completing the motion. We are friends. Munro will reward you when this is done, and I will add to that. Rest, eat, an hour, no more. A beat. Something moved behind the runner's eyes that didn't reach his face. Good, he said. He lowered himself to the ground with the controlled ease of a man who has decided to allow it and drew the remains of a meal from his pack. He ate, but his eyes did not stop moving, tracking the path, the brush line, the shadows between the trees, the slow, continuous sweep of a man reading terrain, never lingering, never stopping. The officer sat his horse and watched him and kept talking, easy and low. About the morning route, about the fort, about the light in the road. His right hand found the edge of his holster cover. His left foot cleared the stirrup by degrees. Then it happened, the dry snap of a stick somewhere in the brush to the runner's left. A single sound, short and clean, and in the silence of the darkening forest it landed like a stone dropped in still water. The runner's hand stopped moving. The food went still against his lips. He did not look toward the sound. His head angled away from it slightly, and his nostrils widened, and his ears seemed to sharpen on his skull. The whole body reorganizing itself around the information, silent and immediate, like a predator that has just detected a predator. The officer felt the shift. His foot came the rest of the way out of the stirrup. The runner came off the ground, not fast, terrifyingly controlled, weight transferring upward through his legs with a slowness that made no noise at all. Every movement calibrated against the silence of the forest. The officer was already swinging down from the saddle. He hit the ground and moved forward, hand out, voice still level. Le Renard does not eat. Let me look, perhaps I have something better. He reached for the pack. His fingers closed near the runner's arm. Their hands were almost touching. And then the runner felt it, the officer's fingers moving along his forearm, and in one motion he drove the arm upward, broke the grip at the wrist, issued a single short sharp cry that cut through the dark like a blade, and dropped beneath the extended arm and drove himself in one bound into the opposite thicket. The brush exploded. Chingachgook came out of the darkness on the left side of the path, silent until the moment he wasn't, his painted face appearing from the tree line like something that had always been there and had only just decided to be seen, and crossed the path in full sprint. From the right, Uncas shouted once. Then the tree line lit up white and brief and total, and the flat, hard crack of Hawkeye's rifle rolled out through the dark forest and died in the trees. Chapter 5. Shadow slips away. The guide bolted without warning. 1 second the man was there. The next he was gone, crashing through the underbrush like something the forest had swallowed whole. Behind him, the pursuer's cries split the night air, raw and urgent. Hayward stood frozen for 3 full seconds, his brain processing the collapse of their situation, then broke through the brush after them. He covered less than 100 yards before the 3 foresters came back, walking. Already done with it. Why are you giving up? Hayward demanded. He's hiding behind one of these trees. He's still close. We are not safe while he runs free. The scout Hawkeye stopped and looked at him with the flat patience of a man who had long since stopped being surprised by the ignorance of others. You want to chase the wind, he said. I heard him moving through the dry leaves like a snake through grass. I caught a flash of him beyond that big pine and pulled the trigger on instinct. Clean shot, didn't take. He paused and glanced at the sumac beside him. Look at those leaves, red. Hayward stepped closer, dark spots on the foliage, wet recent. That's blood. Le Subtil is hit. He could go down. No, Hawkeye shook his head, certain. I grazed bark off a limb, maybe, scratched him at best. A rifle ball that only grazes a man running full speed does the same thing a spur does to a horse. Speeds him up, sharpens him. Now when the ball cuts a clean hole through, he made a short, precise gesture with one hand. Then you see a man stop running. This one is running faster than before. There are 4 of us against 1 wounded man. Hawkeye's eyes went hard and still. You want to die out here? He let the question sit for a moment. That red devil will pull you inside tomahawk range of his war party before you've broken a sweat in the chase. It was a stupid move, firing that shot within earshot of an ambush. He paused, jaw tight, natural temptation, but stupid. He scanned the tree line once, a slow, deliberate sweep. We move, now. We change position, and we do it in a way that puts the Mingos on a cold trail. Or our scalps will be hanging outside Montcalm's camp by this time tomorrow. He said it the way another man might announce rain, total certainty, no drama. The words landed on Hayward like a fist to the sternum. He looked around. The forest had gone dark fast. The light was failing through the canopy in slow degrees, the shadows merging at the tree roots, the gaps between the trunks filling with black. He stared into it, and his imagination started manufacturing threats out of nothing, each windblown branch sharpening into a watching figure, each dark fragment of a fallen log resolving into a crouching man. He blinked and forced himself to breathe. The shapes remained shapes, but the feeling didn't leave. Above him, the last thin wash of rose had bled off the clouds. The stream nearby had vanished into darkness, its presence marked only by the ragged black outline of its banks. The night was fully operational now. What do we do? Hayward said, his voice stripped of rank and pretense. Don't leave us. Stay and protect these women, name any price. The 2 Mohicans were talking low between themselves in their own language, barely above a breath. Hayward edged closer. He could read the tension in the younger warrior's posture, Uncas urgent, pushing for something. The older men slower. Weighing it, a decision being made, one that affected all of them. Then Hawkeye turned from the group, something settled in his expression. Uncas is right, he said, more to himself than anyone. You don't leave helpless people behind, not even when it costs you the camp. He looked at Hayward directly. If you want to keep those women alive, you've got no time to waste and no room for hesitation. You know that's not in question. Save your prayers for God and not for money, Hawkeye said. Neither of us may live to see it change hands. These Mohicans and I will do everything men can think to do to keep them safe, and we'll do it for no payment beyond the knowledge that we did right. But I need 2 things from you, both of them no conditions. Name them. Silence. Whatever happens, whatever you see or hear, you make no sound, not a word. He held up a second finger. And wherever we take you tonight stays secret. Forever, you tell no one. I'll do both, then move. Every second we stand here costs us blood. Hawkeye's outline was already dissolving into the shadows, moving back toward where the women waited. Hayward followed, keeping close, watching his footing. He broke the news to Cora and Alice quickly and without softening it. The conditions, the danger, the necessity of immediate, total compliance. He watched their faces as he spoke, the fear moving through them like weather, and then watched them compress it down into something usable. They nodded, they were ready. They dismounted without a word. The scout was already at the water's edge, gathering the group through gesture alone. Almost no words now. The horses shifted and stamped behind them, nervous energy rolling off their flanks in waves. Hawkeye looked at the animals and his jaw worked. Can't kill them here, he muttered. Low and focused, too much time. Carcasses in the water will tell the Mingos exactly where we entered. He thought for a second. Can't leave them either, they'll be found inside an hour. Give them their heads, Hayward offered quietly. Let them run, better, let them run the other direction. Make the Mingos think we're moving with them, buy us distance. He turned toward the darkness, reached for the bridle of the nearest horse. Chingach, he stopped, tilted his head. What moved that bush? No one answered immediately. The colt. Hawkeye's hand shot out toward the young animal's mane. The colt shied sideways and slipped his grip. That animal dies, he said flatly. Uncas, arrow, stop. The colt's owner stepped forward, voice cracking the silence like a dropped plate. Spare the foal, it won't harm anything, it's all I have of its mother. Hawkeye turned on him. When he spoke, his voice was low and absolute. The voice of a man who had already moved past emotion into pure function. When men are fighting to stay alive, everything else stops mattering, everything. He held the man's eyes. Speak again and I leave you here. Uncas, draw. The colt reared. Its front hooves came down hard on the gravel. Chingachgook moved faster than thought. One hand in the mane, the knife across the throat in a single practiced arc, and then the big Mohican was walking the thrashing animal into the river, guiding it with controlled force as it went down, the current catching it, carrying it downstream in a long dark slide, its breathing loud and ragged and then not. The silence that followed was absolute. The sisters pressed together. Hayward's hand found the grip of his pistol and stayed there, his body angling instinctively to put himself between the women and the dark wall of the forest. The Mohicans didn't hesitate. They took the bridles and walked the remaining horses into the river without ceremony, moving upstream along the cut bank, using it for cover until the darkness swallowed them completely. Hawkeye pulled a bark canoe from beneath low branches at the water's edge, branches trailing in the current good concealment. He waved the women in. Cora and Alice stepped into the canoe and settled without being asked, though every few seconds one of them glanced back at the forest behind them. The dark margin of the trees had become a solid thing now. A wall, anything could be standing inside it. Hawkeye positioned himself at the stern. Hayward took the opposite side, one hand bracing the hull. They waded upstream, moving against the current, the canoe between them. Behind them, the dead foal's owner followed in silence. They didn't speak. The only sound was the current working around their legs and the low, building roar of something ahead, water falling, heavy and continuous, growing louder with each rod they covered. Hawkeye navigated by feel and memory. He pulled the canoe toward shore around submerged rocks Hayward never saw coming, found the deep channels and avoided them, worked the route with the unconscious precision of a man who had run it in the dark many times before. Every few minutes he stopped completely. In those moments of absolute stillness, with only the waterfall's low thunder pressing against the air, Hawkeye listened. Eyes open, scanning nothing in particular, every sense aimed outward into the darkness. Long seconds passed. Then he would move again, slow and deliberate, satisfied for the moment. Ahead, Hayward caught sight of a dark mass clustered against the bank, shapes collected in a deep shadow beneath a high overhang where the rock threw the water black. He nudged Hawkeye and pointed. The Mohicans hid the horses well, the scout said quietly, no surprise in his voice. Water doesn't hold a trail, and you couldn't see your hand in front of your face in that hole. The full party came together again on the bank. Hawkeye and the Mohicans exchanged a few short words. Hayward looked around and took in their position for the first time. High rock walls, sheer faces rising on both sides of the river, close enough that the sky above was a narrow strip of stars. Trees at the top of the crags leaned out over the void, silhouetted and skeletal. The river ran through it all like something trapped, confined, compressed, churning. Ahead, the water seemed to rise into the sky itself before collapsing into a chasm, the sound of it filling the entire space. Caverns yawned in the rock where the falls hit bottom, the sound rolling out of them like breathing. The women looked at it, and for a moment the fear left their faces. The place had weight to it, substance. You would have to know it existed to find it. The horses were secured in the rock fissures at the water's edge, standing in the shallows, hidden. Hawkeye put Hayward and the others in the bow of the canoe. He took the stern. The Mohicans disappeared back upstream along the bank. Then he set his pole against the rock and drove them out into the current with a single, full-body shove. The river took them immediately. The current was faster than it looked from shore, much faster. The canoe flexed and pitched between the standing waves, the water shearing off the hull in white sheets. Hayward gripped the gunwale and forced himself to be still. One wrong shift of weight and the bark would go over. He could feel Hawkeye working the stern behind him, constant small corrections, reading the water a second ahead, fighting the river for every foot of progress upstream. Alice stopped looking at the water. Her eyes were shut. 20 times the eddies caught them and spun the bow sideways. 20 times Hawkeye brought them back before the current could take hold for good. His breathing was audible now. His arms were burning. He didn't stop. Then without announcement, the canoe came to rest, still held, a flat rock at the surface, barely clearing the waterline. Hawkeye had put them exactly on it. Glenn's Falls, he said loud now. The roar of the cataract swallowed all other sound. Get onto the rock, move carefully. Last thing any of us needs is to go back down that river the hard way. He was already breathing normally. I'll bring the Mohicans and the venison. A man would rather lose his scalp than starve in the middle of a full larder. They stepped onto the rock and the canoe was gone instantly, Hawkeye standing in the stern, his tall outline visible for one moment above the dark water before the river took him. They stood on the rock in the roar of the falls. The darkness was complete. The caverns around them dropped away in every direction and they couldn't see the edges. No one moved, no one spoke. One wrong step and the rock beneath them ended somewhere they couldn't see. The canoe came back before Hayward had finished counting to 60. Hawkeye, the Mohicans, venison loaded in the hull, fortified, garrisoned, and provisioned. Hayward said, the relief in his voice audible even through the thunder of the falls. Let Montcalm come. Can you see any sign of the Iroquois from the bank? Hawkeye unloaded the deer and set it down on the rock. I call them Iroquois because any native who serves the French is my enemy, whether or not he claims loyalty to the crown. If General Webb wants honest allies among the Indians, he'd do better to call up the Delawares and send these Mohawks and Oneidas back where they belong, which is squarely in the French camp, whatever they claim otherwise. The Delawares have laid down the hatchet. They've agreed to be called women. Hawkeye looked at him with something close to contempt. Blame the Dutch and the Iroquois for that treaty. They worked those men with lies until they had no choice. But I've known the Delaware people for 20 years, and I'll call any man a liar who says there's cowardice in their blood. You drove them from the coast, and now you believe what their enemies say about them so you can sleep easier at night. He set his jaw. To me, any Indian who serves the French is an Iroquois. Doesn't matter what his village is called or where it stands. Hayward recognized a fixed position when he heard one and moved on. Whatever their politics, your two companions are capable men. Have they heard or seen anything of the war party? Hawkeye crouched and began working on the venison with his knife. You hear an Indian before you see him, and you feel him before you hear him. I don't rely on my eyes alone when I'm tracking Mingos. He sliced through the haunch with clean, practiced strokes. I will say the horses were nervous when I passed them just now, the way horses get when they smell wolf, and wolves follow Indian war parties because they know there'll be offal behind them wherever they stop. Hayward looked at the deer on the rock. Maybe it's the buck drawing them, or the dead colt farther downstream. He stopped. What was that? From somewhere in the darkness around the rock, beneath the constant roar of the falls, the dead foal's owner had begun to sing. His voice was rough and low, the words biblical, the rhythm of a man processing grief the only way he knew how. Hawkeye listened for a moment. The loss of that animal weighs on him, he said quietly, resuming his work on the venison. But that's not a bad quality in a man caring about dumb creatures. It means something. He'll come around to the necessity of it. He looked up at Hayward. And you're right about the colt. If we leave that carcass where it drifted, the wolves will find it tonight and start howling along these cliffs. Mingo scouts know exactly what a wolf's howl means near a kill. We butcher what we need and send the rest downriver. Now, he finished his cut, stood, and moved in silence toward a section of the rock face that appeared to be a solid wall. The Mohicans fell in behind him without a word between them. Then all three were gone. The rock face had taken them. Somewhere in its dark surface was a passage Hayward couldn't see from where he stood, and beyond it, something like shelter. He stared at the wall of stone and listened to the falls and said nothing. Chapter 6. Light in the cave. The hymn died in the air. Hayward watched the cavern mouth and said nothing. He'd noticed the unease spreading through the group the moment the scout's silent companions had materialized from the dark. The woodsman himself had done nothing overtly wrong, but his rough gear, his blunt way of moving through the world, the quiet deadliness of the two Indians beside him, these things lodged in the mind like splinters. Trust was a currency nobody in this wilderness could afford to spend carelessly. The stranger, the singing master, seemed oblivious to all of it. He'd found himself a seat on a shelf of rock and folded inward, lost somewhere behind his own eyes. His chest rose and fell with heavy, irregular sighs like a man fighting something he couldn't name. Then the voices came, muffled, below them or inside the rock itself. It was impossible to say. A scratch of light followed, bleeding through a seam in the stone, and the cavern revealed itself. It ran deep, deeper than it looked from outside. The perspective played tricks, stretching the passage into something almost cathedral. At the far end, the scout crouched on his haunches with a burning knot of pine held at arm's length. The torchlight hit him full in the face. He was a hard-used man, the kind of face that weather shapes over decades the way a river shapes stone, deliberate, patient, permanent. Hunting clothes were worn to the color of bark. His frame looked like it had been assembled for function alone, nothing wasted, nothing soft. But the eyes were the thing, quick and restless and deeply alive. They missed nothing. In the shifting firelight, he looked like something that had grown up out of the forest floor rather than been born into it. Uncas stood closer, just inside the cavern mouth, the torchlight catching him broadside. Hayward looked at him, really looked for the first time. The young Mohican wore a fringed hunting shirt similar to the scout's, green and trail-stained. But no amount of clothing could obscure the way he stood, balanced, grounded, every muscle carrying the relaxed readiness of a man who had grown up moving through country that killed the careless. His face was clean-lined and proud, dark eyes that held steady without effort. The kind of stillness you either were born with or never got. Alice stared. Hayward saw it happen, the slow exhale, easing of her shoulders. I could sleep in peace, she whispered, with someone like that standing watch. Surely those stories, Duncan, the killings, the things they do, those can't be true of a man who looks like that. He's exceptional, Hayward said quietly. I'll give you that, and I agree there's nothing in that face built for deception, but don't mistake what you're seeing for something it isn't. The standards we judge virtue by aren't his standards. Bright men exist in every world, Alice. They're just as rare in his as they are in ours. Let's hope he's what he looks like. Major Hayward speaks sense for once, Cora said. Her voice was level. Though I'll add, who looks at that man and thinks first of the color of his skin. The silence that followed was brief and slightly uncomfortable. It was the scout who broke it, calling them forward. Get in here, Hawkeye said. This fire's throwing too much light. Mingos could spot it a quarter mile out. He glanced back over his shoulder. Uncas dropped the blanket, dark side out. Uncas moved without a word and sealed the entrance. The scout gestured at the provisions spread across the rock floor. Not the supper a Royal American's officer expects, I know, but I've watched men from that same corps eat raw venison and count themselves lucky. We've got salt, which is more than most. Fire's hot, venison's fresh. Those boughs, he nodded toward a pile of sassafras branches arranged near the women, might not be what you're used to sitting on, but they smell better than anything you'd find in any city parlor. He turned toward the singing master. His tone shifted, still direct but not unkind. Don't grieve the horse. It didn't suffer long and it won't carry a sore back through bad country anymore. There's mercy in that if you're willing to see it. Uncas sealed the blanket across the entrance. The roar of the falls outside filled the void left by silence, a constant ground-level thunder that pressed against the eardrums. Hayward looked at the narrow cavern around them. One way in, one way out. Are we safe here? He asked. One man with a musket at that entrance holds all of us. A shape moved in the darkness behind the scout, no warning, no sound. It stepped forward and raised a burning brand. Alice made a sharp sound. Cora was on her feet before she could stop herself. Hayward put a hand out toward both of them and kept his voice flat. Easy, it's Chingachgook. The Mohican elder said nothing. He crossed to a far wall, lifted a hanging blanket with the brand still raised, and showed them what was behind it. A second cavern, mirror image of the first, another way out. Old foxes don't den with one exit, Hawkeye said. There was satisfaction in his voice, not arrogance. A man pleased with good work, not his own cleverness. Look at the rock, black limestone, soft enough that the water's been working it for centuries. The falls used to drop maybe 30 yards south of where they drop now. The river found the soft seams and ate through them, left these two pockets dry and kept moving. We're sitting in what the water left behind. Then we're on an island, Hayward said. River on both sides, falls above and below. In daylight you'd see it clearly. The water doesn't behave itself up here. It drops, it angles, it curls back on itself. White in one place, dark green in the next. Pools that swallow sound, channels that sing like a creek, no logic to it. Like a man who's been told his whole life what to do and finally decided to ignore all of it. He paused, something shifting behind his eyes. Then a few hundred yards down. It pulls itself together and flows straight south to the sea, like it was always going to, like the whole tantrum was just something it needed to get through. He wasn't talking about the water anymore. Hayward let it go. They ate. The food was simple and it was enough. Hayward had thought ahead when they'd left the horses. A few extra provisions that, added to the scouts' venison and salt, made the meal better than it had any right to be. Uncas served the women. Hayward noticed it because it was wrong by every custom he'd ever observed among the native warriors. They didn't perform domestic labor, especially not for women. But Uncas did it anyway, and he did it with a precise, restrained dignity that made it impossible to read as subservience. It was something else. Attention, maybe. Intent. He was careful to serve Alice first, correct and efficient. But when he turned to Cora, when he extended the carved wooden trencher and his eyes met hers, there was a half-beat of stillness that had nothing to do with courtesy. He spoke once or twice when necessary. English, imperfect but deliberate, the consonants shaped carefully by a voice that was low and genuine enough that both women looked up each time he used it. Hayward watched this and said nothing. Chingachgook sat back from the fire's edge, still as carved wood, in the steadier light. Without the shock of first encounter, Hayward could read the face more clearly. The war paint was still there, but underneath it, the bone structure was the same as his son's. Older, harder, worn down the way old iron gets worn down, not weakened but simplified, reduced to pure function. His eyes were closed, or nearly closed, but the way he held himself said clearly that nothing in the cavern was happening without his knowledge. The scout ate without stopping his surveillance. He'd raise the venison, pause, tilt his head toward some sound beyond the falls, lower the food, wait, listen, decide. 20 times through the meal, every pause snapped Hayward's attention back to the entrance. Every time, Hawkeye said nothing and went back to eating. The pattern was its own kind of message. Near the end of the meal, Hawkeye dragged a small keg from beneath a pile of leaves and set it at the singing master's elbow. Spruce beer, rough, potent. The smell of it sharp and piney in the enclosed space. Drink, the scout said, clears your head, and I'd rather us part without bad feeling over the horse. He poured, raised his own cup. What do they call you? Gamut, David Gamut. The singing master accepted the cup with both hands. I teach the youth of Connecticut to sing. Hawkeye studied him for a long moment. Singing, sacred music, psalmody. Can you shoot? I have never. Navigate, survey. Carry dispatches. I serve only my vocation. Hawkeye was quiet then. Every man's got a gift, I suppose, even if it's one that doesn't make much sense to anyone else. He drank, set down the cup, looked at the women. Let's hear it then. Friendly way to close out the night. We move before first light, before the Mingos are awake, so anyone who needs sleep should get it after. David Gamut produced his pitch pipe and his hymnal with the careful reverence of a man handling field gear. He handed the open book to Alice. She glanced at Hayward. He nodded. She began. The hymn was slow. It built. Alice's voice found the upper register and Cora's came in beneath it, richer, fuller, and the two of them braided together in the confined space of the cavern. The limestone walls caught the sound and gave it back from every direction at once. The notes moved through the cave the way water moved through the rock itself, finding every crack and hollow. The Indians went stone still, eyes locked on the walls, listening with their whole bodies. Hawkeye set his chin in his palm and stared at nothing. The indifference on his face began to change. It happened slowly, one verse at a time, the way ice changes in the first week of spring, not all at once, but steadily, inevitably. Something behind the scout's eyes was moving. Old country. The smell of wood smoke in settlements long since left behind. A version of himself that had existed before the forest made him into what he was now. His eyes went wet. He didn't blink it away, didn't look down. The tears came from somewhere that had been shut a long time, running down weathered cheeks that had caught rain, sleet, and blood, but not this, not for years. The hymn dropped into its final chord. The sound that followed was not human. It came from outside. From everywhere and nowhere. It rose through the walls, through the floor, through the chest cavity. A cry that had no category, not pain, not anger, not anything with a name. It was wrong in a way that bypassed reason and went straight to the brainstem. Then silence, total, even the falls seemed to hold. What was that? Alice's voice was barely audible. What was that? Hayward said it louder to the scout, to the room. Hawkeye didn't answer. Neither did the Mohicans. They sat forward, listening with the focused intensity of men who had spent their lives reading the forest and were now hearing something the forest itself didn't have language for. Then they spoke. Low, rapid Delaware, three men working through something quickly. Uncas rose, moved past Hayward without a glance, and slipped out through the inner passage. Gone. The scout finally spoke English. I have been in these woods more than 30 years, Hawkeye said. I thought I knew every sound a man or beast could make out there. A long pause. That's proved me wrong. Was it a war cry? Cora asked. She hadn't moved. Her veil was drawn close, but her voice was steady. No, a war whoop. You'd know it immediately and for the rest of your life. This was something else. He shook his head once. Something bad. Uncas returned, gave his report in Delaware, short sentences. Hawkeye listened without expression. Nothing to see outside. The scout translated. Dark side of the blankets holding, no light escaping. He stood. The ease was gone from his posture. Everybody into the second cave. Get what rest you can. We move long before sunrise. Push hard toward Fort Edward while the Mingos are still in their blankets. Cora moved first, setting the pace. Alice followed. Before she stepped through the passage, Cora turned to Hayward and spoke quietly. Come with us. Uncas lifted the blanket. The sisters paused to acknowledge the gesture and saw the scout where they'd left him, seated again before the dying embers. His face was back in his hands. He was staring into the coals like a man trying to read something he couldn't quite make out. Hayward carried a burning knot into the second cave, angled it to throw maximum light, and set it in a notch in the wall. Don't leave us, Duncan, Alice said. I won't sleep, not after that sound. Let me check the other end first, he said. He moved to the far wall, peeled back the blanket, and looked down. One arm of the river had carved a narrow ravine directly beneath them, a sheer drop into fast-moving black water. 40 feet, maybe more, no way up, no way across. Above it, the river hammered itself apart on exposed rock before plunging south. He let the blanket fall. Stone and water on 3 sides, he said. Armed men on the 4th. Hawkeye's right about the position. You're as safe here as anywhere in this wilderness. He looked at Cora. She was seated on the sassafras boughs, composure intact, though it had clearly cost her something to maintain it this long. I know you're right about the security, she said. That's not what's keeping me awake. She looked at her hands. Our father doesn't know where we are. He doesn't know what we walked into tonight. He's a soldier. He understands risk, but he's also a father. And those aren't the same thing. He knew the risk when he agreed to let you come, Hayward said quietly. Cora, he looked at me before we left and said, it's her spirit that drives them, Duncan. I won't stand against it. I only wish the men entrusted with the king's honor had half her resolve. Alice's voice came out smaller than usual. Did he mention me? In every other sentence, Hayward said, and meant it. He has 100 names for you. Elsie was the one he kept coming back to, he said. The cry came again. Same register, same wrongness. It punched through the rock like it wasn't there. Hayward stopped talking. The words were gone. Every person in the cave went rigid, waiting for the echo to die, waiting for the world to explain what they'd just heard. It didn't explain anything. The blanket moved. The scout filled the entrance. His face, which had held through 30 years of everything the continent could produce, was showing something new, doubt. Chapter 7, Warnings in the Dark. The cry came from somewhere above the falls, a sound Hawkeye couldn't place, and that alone was enough to move him. We've stayed down long enough, he said, his voice low and flat. Something's hunting us. The Mohicans and I are going topside. A major of the 60th would do well to come along. Cora didn't flinch. Is it that serious? I've spent 30 years learning what this forest sounds like. Every sound it makes has a reason. I don't know that one. He paused. That's reason enough. Could it be a trick? She pressed. Some method our enemies use to frighten us before they move. Hawkeye looked at her steadily. Lady, I've heard panthers scream and catbirds whistle and every foul trick the Mingos ever invented in the dark. I've heard the wind tear through dead timber like something alive. I've heard lightning crack trees wide open. He shook his head slowly. Never once thought any of it was something I couldn't name. What we just heard, neither the Mohicans nor I can name it. That means it warrants watching. Hayward was already moving, retrieving his pistols from where he'd set them down. The decision was simple. It always was when the alternative was sitting blind in a hole. Lead the way, he said. They came out of the cave into cold air that tasted like moving water. After the damp compression of the hiding place, it hit like a fist, clean, sharp, vital. The river roared below the rock shelf, the cataract pushing a constant percussion up through the stone beneath their boots. A heavy evening breeze ran the surface of the river and bent the sound of the falls back into its own cavern, where it rolled and gathered like distant artillery. The moon had risen. Its light caught the upper water in silver fragments, scattering reflections across the rock face. Where they stood, the shadow held. They were invisible against the stone. Hayward scanned the far shore. Nothing moved. The tree line stood black and absolute. Rocks jutted pale and bare in the moonlight, and between them the trunks of pines rose straight and indifferent. Nothing. The forest offered no explanation. Nothing but shadows, Duncan whispered to Cora. On any other night this would be something worth keeping. Listen, Alice said. The sound came again. It rose from the direction of the river, low at first, then winding up through registers that shouldn't have existed, spilling out over the cliff tops and disappearing into the forest in diminishing spectral waves. It didn't belong to anything any of them had a name for. The last echo died in the trees. Anyone? Hawkeye asked. Silence. Then Hayward understood it. I know that sound, he said quietly. I've heard it on the field, a horse in pain or in terror. My charger is out there. Either something is on him, or he can see what's coming and can't run from it. The Mohicans exchanged a look. Hawkeye was still for a moment, processing. Makes sense, he said finally. Wolves on the bank working the horses into a state. The animals are calling for help in the only way they know how. He turned to Uncas and spoke rapidly in Delaware. Take the canoe, run a burning brand through the pack, if fear does the wolves work for them. We'll have no horses come morning when we need to move fast. Uncas was already descending to the water when the howling broke out along the riverbank, urgent, rising, then cutting off cleanly. A sound like retreat. The wolves were gone. Uncas pulled back without a word. The 3 foresters went quiet, heads close, speaking in a register too low to carry. We know the shape of things again, Hawkeye said, straightening. He scanned the near shore, then the far one. Get into the shadow that beach throws. It's heavier than the pine. We wait on whatever comes next. He looked at each of them in turn. Keep it to whispers. Better yet, keep it to nothing at all. Hayward didn't miss the change in the man. Whatever brief unease the unexplained sound had produced in Hawkeye had burned off the moment the mystery resolved into something with teeth and fur and a rational explanation. What remained was controlled readiness, the particular stillness of a man who has made peace with the range of outcomes available to him. Chingachgook and Uncas took positions on the rock that gave them sight lines to both shores while presenting nothing to anything watching from the trees. They were simply part of the stone. Hayward dragged a pile of sassafras from the cave and packed it into the narrow split between the two caverns. The sisters settled into the gap, protected on both sides by rock face, shielded from any projectile coming off the water. Alice curled against Cora. Cora kept her eyes open for a long time. Hayward took up his position between them and the open rock, close enough to communicate without raising his voice, close enough to move. David, the singing master, arranged his considerable length in a fissure and for once managed to make himself inconspicuous. The hours passed without incident. The moon climbed to its apex. Its light fell straight down and found the two sisters where they slept, arms around each other, faces slack and unguarded. It was a thing worth protecting. Hayward pulled Cora's shawl across them both, then let his own head find the stone. David began to snore. One by one they slipped under. Not Hawkeye, not the Mohicans. They lay against the rock like features of it. Eyes moving without rest along the dark edge of trees bordering both banks. Nothing escaped them. The soft lap of water over stone, the nearly imperceptible shift of a current. They were so still that no examination of the riverbank would have found them. It went on until the moon was down and the first gray showed above the tree line at the river's bend below. Then Hawkeye moved. He crawled across the rock and put a hand on Hayward's shoulder. "Time to travel," he said. Voice was barely breath. "Wake the women, be ready to board when I bring the canoe up." Hayward blinked the sleep from his eyes. Quiet night, still as midnight, move but move quietly. Hayward leaned over the sleeping sisters and lifted the shawl. Cora's hand came up, a reflexive resistance. Alice murmured without opening her eyes, "No, father, we weren't left. Duncan stayed with us." "He did," Hayward said softly. "Wake up, both of you, it's time." Alice screamed. The sound ripped out of her before she was fully conscious, shock and terror finding her before her mind caught up. Cora was on her feet in the same instant, upright and rigid, eyes wide in the gray pre-dawn. Then the world came apart. The yelling hit them from everywhere and nowhere, off the water, out of the trees, from the rock face itself, from the air above the falls. It was a wall of sound, rising and overlapping, layered with a savagery that bypassed reason and went straight for the base of the brain. For a moment Hayward felt his blood stop. David lurched upright in the chaos, hands pressed to his ears. What in God's name? The muzzle flashes came from the far bank in a ragged line. A dozen rifles close together. David dropped and didn't move. The report of the shots rolled across the water. The Mohicans answered with a war cry that bounced off the cliff face. The forest returned fire. Both sides found cover. No one was offering a target. Hayward listened for the paddle, the canoe, their exit. The river ran dark and fast and empty, no canoe anywhere on it. The thought arrived that Hawkeye had run. He pushed it down. Then a tongue of flame erupted from the rock directly beneath them. The report was sharp and immediate. Somewhere across the river, someone made a sound they would not make again. The shooting stopped. The yelling stopped. The night went back to the sound of moving water as though nothing had happened. Hayward crossed the rock in 3 strides and got David by the collar and dragged him into the cleft that sheltered the sisters. The whole party crowded into the narrow rock channel. Hayward checked David, alive, unconscious but alive, a gash along the scalp, blood running dark and steady into his collar. Hawkeye crouched over him briefly, ran a hand across the wound with practiced efficiency. "Scalp's still there," he said. "Man's got more tongue than sense." 6 feet of himself standing on open rock in plain sight with the Mingos across the water. He shook his head and began recharging his rifle with the focused economy of long practice. "Lucky he's breathing. He's alive." Cora's voice was controlled but not easy. "Is there anything we can do? Leave him where he is. When he wakes up, he'll be smarter. Carry him in Uncas. Put him on the sassafras. The longer he sleeps, the better. There's no cover on these rocks for a man his shape, and singing won't move a Mingo in any direction that benefits us." Hayward looked at Hawkeye. "They'll come again." It wasn't a question. Does a hungry wolf quit on a single pass? Hawkeye checked his flint, blew a fragment of debris from the pan. "They lost a man that matters to them. They'll come back with a different approach and they'll keep coming until they have what they want or we're out from under them." He raised his eyes. Something moved across his face, not fear but the sober weight of the arithmetic. Our play is to hold this rock until Monroe sends a column to find us. God willing, it comes soon and under someone who knows how these men fight. He held Hayward's gaze for a moment, then looked toward the caves. Hayward turned to Cora and Alice. You heard him. Into the outer cave. You'll be behind rock, away from the water's side. David's in there. Look after him if you can. He moved them in, checked the angles, confirmed the approach to the cave mouth couldn't be covered from across the river. Then he started back. Duncan, Cora's voice from behind him. He stopped and turned. She stood at the cave mouth, color drained from her face, lips pressed together against whatever was working through her. She held his eyes. Your safety matters to more than yourself right now. You carry our father's trust. Remember what that means. She paused. A slow rise of color moved into her face despite everything. Remember that you matter very much to the name of Monroe. Hayward held her gaze. Without intending to, his eyes moved to Alice, still and pale in the dimness behind her sister. That's enough reason, he said. We hold them off until relief arrives. A few hours, that's all. He pulled himself away and dropped into the cover of the chasm where Hawkeye and Uncas lay. Uncas, Hawkeye was saying. Voice patient but pointed. Powder is not something we waste. You're flinching on the trigger. Let the piece settle. Less powder, lighter ball, long barrel. That combination will deliver a Mingo his death announcement as reliably as anything on this continent. Hold your fire until you have something worth sending it at. Uncas made a short sound of acknowledgement. They'll rush us, Hayward said. They're already moving. The three of them melted back into the rocks and the scrub pines at the center of the island, a small thicket, barely adequate but cover nonetheless. The rounded rock above them was bare and pale in the early light, water breaking around it on both sides and falling into the dark below. The far shore had texture now, the dawn giving definition to the forest beneath the pine canopy, dark trunks, shadow and space between them. They watched. A long time passed, no movement. Hayward began to run numbers, began to consider the possibility that the repulse had been more damaging than expected. Don't, Hawkeye said, reading him. You don't know a Mingo if you think he quits for a single casualty. There were 40 of them this morning at minimum. They know how many we are and what we can do. He went still. His eyes moved to the water above the island where it broke white over the submerged rock shelf. Don't move. Look at the head of the island. Look where the water breaks. Hayward looked, 4 heads, low in the water, using a scatter of driftwood logs wedged against the upstream rocks as concealment. They had gone into the river above the falls and ridden the current down to the island's head. Silent, patient, they had used the water itself as their avenue of approach. It was precise and ruthless, and it very nearly worked. Then a 5th figure came over the lip of the falls. He was fighting the current hard. Angled toward the island, arm outstretched toward the men waiting in the driftwood. He almost made it. His fingers were reaching, nearly there, and then the water took him. The current rolled him sideways and the falls carried him over. He rose for a single suspended moment, arms up, eyes wide, then dropped into the gorge below. One cry, then nothing. Hayward started forward, Hawkeye's hand locked on his arm like a vice. Move, and you tell them exactly where we are. The scout's voice was iron. There is nothing to be done for him. Check your priming. The spray off the falls will have dampened it. Check it now and hold your position. They're coming. He put 2 fingers between his teeth and produced a sharp, carrying whistle. Somewhere in the rocks along the shore it was answered. Hayward caught brief glimpses of heads rising and dropping behind the driftwood. Then a soft scraping behind him, and Uncas was at his side, smooth, unhurried, settling into position with a quiet precision that made him seem like he'd always been there. Hawkeye glanced at the younger man, then back to the water. There, he said quietly. There they go. The yelling started again, and 4 men came out of the driftwood at a dead sprint, crossing the exposed rock with long, fast strides, screaming as they came. Noise as a weapon, noise as an accelerant, meant to break the nerve before the body arrived. Hayward's entire body wanted to move. He held. Hawkeye let them come, let them close the distance. The scout's rifle tracked the lead man through the scrub, patient and unhurried. When the shot came, it came without ceremony, a single flat report, and the first man went down across the rocks and didn't move. Uncas, take the last one. The middle 2 are ours. Uncas fired. The trailing attacker dropped. 2 men left, closing fast. No time to reload. Hawkeye came up with the knife. Hayward drew his pistol and handed the second to Hawkeye as they went forward, going down the short slope to meet them. Both pistols discharged. Both misfired. Hawkeye flung his with contempt over the edge of the falls. Come on then. The giant that came for Hawkeye was a full head taller and built for violence. They met hard, each man seizing the other's knife hand at the wrist. It became a test of leverage and endurance, two men locked together over a blade, each working to break what the other was protecting. Their faces were 18 inches apart. Neither gave ground for close to a minute. Then the scout's forearm began to straighten the other's wrist, degree by slow degree. The native's grip broke and Hawkeye drove the blade home and stepped back. Hayward's opponent had disarmed him in the first exchange. The sword snapped at the hilt, gone. After that it was nothing but bodies and ground and the sheer physical fact of two men trying to throw each other off a cliff. They went back and forth across the rock shelf, close to the edge, closer. The roar of the falls was enormous below them. Hayward felt the other man's hand find his throat, felt his own boots finding less and less purchase. The grip tightened. He could see the man's face, the cold, savage focus of someone who has accepted that he is also going over, and finds that acceptable if his enemy goes with him. Hayward's vision was narrowing. His body was going backward. There was nothing left to grab. A hand appeared from his left, dark, fast, precise. The knife caught the light for a fraction of a second. The grip on his throat released instantly. The attacker dropped away from him and fell without a sound into the falls below. Hayward pulled air back into his lungs and found Uncas at his elbow, already moving, knife still in hand. Cover. Hawkeye's voice carried over the falls. Get to cover now, we're not finished. Uncas gave a single sharp cry of victory and was moving up the slope before the echo cleared. Hayward followed, lungs burning, and they slipped back into the rocks and scrub on the high ground of the island as the forest around them began to breathe again with invisible, patient, watching life. Chapter 8, Siege Under Fire. The battle cry split the air the moment the fight was decided. It came from the far bank, raw, savage, full-throated, the sound of men who had been holding their breath and could hold it no longer. Then the rifles opened up. Muzzle flashes strobed across the water. Lead struck rock, chewed bark, kicked up white stone dust in small violent eruptions around the position where the defenders held their ground. Chingachgook hadn't moved. He'd held his post through the entire fight with the quiet certainty of a man who had been in bad situations before and had survived all of them. When his son's victory cry reached him across the roar of the falls, he answered at once, a single clean call, and then said nothing more. His rifle spoke for him after that, measured, deliberate, patient. The assault from the far bank was anything but. Volley after volley raked the rocks. Shots scattered into the trees. The stone around the defenders was chipped and gouged in a dozen places. But their cover held, and the fire coming back was controlled, calm, and precise, the kind of shooting that cost the other side dearly. Let them burn it, Hawkeye said. A ball sang past his ear and spanged off the granite behind him. He didn't flinch. There'll be a good harvest of lead when this is over. They'll wear themselves out before these rocks give an inch. He glanced sideways at Uncas, jaw tightening. You overloaded that last shot. A rifle that kicks doesn't shoot straight. I told you take him below the white marking on the chest. Your ball went 2 inches high. The life runs low in a mingo. Hit them where it counts and put them down quick. Uncas let the rebuke pass. A faint smile crossed his face, brief, controlled, and then it was gone. He understood every word. He simply chose not to say so. Duncan spoke before Hawkeye could press further. You're wrong about him. He saved my life. Cool head, fast hands, no hesitation. A man doesn't forget a debt like that. Uncas turned, extended his hand. Duncan took it without ceremony. For a moment the two young men looked at each other with the directness of men who have been through something together and come out the other side. Hawkeye watched the exchange with quiet approval. Something softened briefly in his hard face. Owing your life is common business out here, he said. I expect I've paid that debt for Uncas a time or two, and I know for certain he stepped between me and death on 5 separate occasions. 3 times against the Mingos, once crossing Mohican, and the shot came without warning. It hit the rock at Duncan's side and ricocheted hard enough to sting. He pulled back involuntarily. Hawkeye snatched up the flattened slug and turned it over in his fingers. His eyes narrowed. That didn't come from across the river. He looked up slowly. Lead doesn't flatten like this when it falls. It was fired from above. Uncas was already moving, rifle rising toward the canopy on the right bank. There, an oak tree leaning out over the water, its upper branches hanging above the near channel. And there, nested among the sparse leaves near the crown, a man partly screened by the trunk, peering down to assess the damage from his last shot. The angle was vicious. From up there he could reach positions that should have been protected. They'll climb to hell itself if it gives them a shot, Hawkeye said through his teeth. Keep him honest, boy, keep his head down. I'll work Killdeer around and we'll take him from both sides at once." Uncas held until Hawkeye gave the word. Both rifles cracked at the same instant. Bark exploded from the oak. Leaves shredded and spiraled down on the current. The Huron answered with a laugh, mocking, deliberate, and sent a ball back down that took Hawkeye's cap cleanly off his head. The tree line erupted. Fire poured in from every angle, heavy and sustained, forcing the defenders flat. The man in the oak had done his job. He'd pinned them. "This has to stop," Hawkeye said, eyes moving fast. "Uncas, get your father up. I need every rifle. We have to pull that man down." The signal went out. Chingachgook appeared from the river passage, moving low and fast through the rocks. His son gestured upward without speaking. The warrior followed the line and made a single short sound recognition, nothing more, no alarm, no wasted emotion. The three of them spoke briefly in Delaware, quiet, fast, efficient. Then each man moved to his position without another word. The Huron in the oak had been firing steadily since they'd spotted him, but the defenders denied him every clear angle. The instant any part of him showed, a rifle moved to cover it and he pulled back. Still, his rounds kept finding the center of their position. Duncan's clothing was cut in 3 places. On the 4th shot, blood welled from a crease along his upper arm. Then the man in the tree got greedy. He leaned out for a better angle. The lower half of his leg slipped past the trunk, exposed through the thin foliage. Both Mohicans fired at the same instant. The leg gave. The Huron lurched sideways, and for 1/2 second his torso came clear of the trunk. Hawkeye's rifle discharged before the man could recover. The leaves shook. The rifle fell, tumbling end over end, catching light as it dropped into the water below. Then the Huron appeared, no longer hidden, hanging from a high bare branch with both hands locked around it. His rifle was gone. His leg wasn't working. He swung slowly in the air above the falls, alive and failing, and there was nothing below him but the white water. "Give him a shot," Duncan said. He turned away from what he was seeing. "For mercy's sake, give him a clean end." "Not a grain of powder," Hawkeye said. His voice carried no pleasure in it, but no doubt either. "He's already dead. He just doesn't know it yet. We have no ammunition to waste on what time will finish. This is kill or be killed, and that is the whole of it." There was no argument to be made against it. The logic was brutal and complete. The shooting stopped. The forest went quiet. Both sides watched. The Huron hung there and said nothing. He didn't cry out. He made no sound at all. He simply held on, and 3 times his face turned toward them, eyes open, jaw set, and the pain and the cold certainty of what was coming were visible across the distance in every line of his face. 3 times Hawkeye raised the rifle. 3 times he lowered it again without firing. One hand let go. The Huron reached desperately for the branch with the free hand. Caught nothing, and then he was falling, arms out, body turning, and Hawkeye's rifle came up one final time. The flint struck, and the shot cracked across the water. The man's body went still before it hit. It entered the current like a stone and was taken under immediately. The river closed over him and moved on without pause. No one cheered. The Mohicans looked at each other. Nothing passed between them but the look itself. From the tree line came a single yell, short, sharp, and then silence came back down over everything like a lid closing. Hawkeye lowered the rifle slowly. He looked at the empty powder horn in his hand and then set it down. "That was the last charge," he said quietly. "The last ball, and I spent it on a dead man." He shook his head at himself. A boy's mistake, it changes nothing. He was already finished. He turned to Uncas. "Get down to the canoe, bring up the large horn, that's whatever powder we have left. And we'll want every grain of it before this is done." Uncas went without a word. The others waited. Hawkeye sorted through his pouch and found it empty. He shook the horn and got nothing back from it. He set both aside. The cry from Uncas reached them before he did. It wasn't a word, it didn't need to be. The sound cut through everything, high and urgent, and every person in the position came to their feet without thinking. Duncan was moving before his mind caught up with his legs. The Mohicans were already running. They came through the rock passage fast and low, the incoming fire scattering wide behind them, and they reached the chasm where the women and David sheltered, and in one look everyone understood. The canoe was adrift. It was 20 yards out and moving, riding the edge of the eddy toward the main current. It wasn't drifting. Something beneath the waterline was pushing it. One man, submerged, using the hull for cover, invisible until this moment. Hawkeye shouldered the rifle before the thought finished forming. The flint snapped on an empty charge. He held the useless weapon for 1 second, then lowered it. "He's in the fast water," he said. "Even if we had powder, we'd never catch him now." The Huron surfaced. He rose from behind the canoe's gunwale as it caught the current, and he looked back at them, and he raised one hand in a slow, deliberate wave. The shout he gave was the signal for success. Everyone on both banks would know it for what it was. The tree line answered him. Laughter and yelling rolled out of the forest, high and wild, the sound of men celebrating a clean operation executed perfectly. "Go ahead and laugh," Hawkeye said. He sat down on a flat ledge of rock and let the rifle rest across his knees. His voice was entirely level. "3 of the best rifles in this country, and we can't answer a single shot." "What do we do?" Duncan asked. The paralysis of the first moment was passing. His mind was moving again, looking for options, finding the shape of the problem. "What happens to us now?" Hawkeye didn't answer immediately. He drew one finger slowly around the crown of his own head, a circle unmistakable. "Surely it hasn't come to that," Duncan said. "Tell me what you'd fight them with," the scout said. "Uncas has arrows, the women have nothing." "You're right that they haven't shown yet, but they're out there and they're patient, and when they come in they'll come in numbers and they'll come in hard." He looked over at the Mohicans. "But we're men, all of us, and we'll meet whatever comes the way men meet it." Duncan followed his eyes. Chingachgook had moved to a flat outcropping of rock and seated himself with the careful deliberateness of a man who has made a decision and is at peace with it. His knife and tomahawk were set aside. He was removing the eagle feather from his hair, smoothing the single remaining tuft with both hands, preparing it with the calm precision of someone completing a necessary task. The look on his face was not fear, it was not despair. It was the composed certainty of a man who has fought hard and expects to be judged fairly for it. "It won't come to that," Duncan said. "They may be pulling back. We've cost them too much today they're already out there," Hawkeye said quietly. "Might be a minute, might be an hour, could be listening to us right now." He turned to the elder Mohican and switched to Delaware, his voice low and even. "Brother, we've fought our last fight together. The Maquas will claim the kill today, a great Mohican war chief and a scout whose eyes work in any light." Chingachgook responded without raising his voice, the words carrying an edge of cold contempt. "Let the Mingo women cry for their dead. The great snake has poisoned their victory already. 11 of their warriors have not come home since the snows broke, and no one will ever find them, and when I am gone no one will tell where to look. Let them bring their sharpest blade and their fastest tomahawk." He looked at his son. "Call on them to hurry before they lose their nerve. They look for their dead among the fish," Uncas said, his voice quiet and precise as a blade. "The Hurons drift with the eels. They fall from the oaks like rotten fruit. The Delawares are laughing." "There it is," Hawkeye murmured. He had listened to all of it without interrupting. "They've said what needed saying. The Maquas will hear it and come in angry, and that's fine. As for me," he straightened, "I'll meet it like a white man, no curses in my mouth, no bitterness I haven't earned." "Then don't meet it at all." The voice came from behind them. Cora had come out of the cavern entrance. She moved forward across the rock without hesitation, and there was nothing in her bearing that looked like fear. "The river is open," she said. "The woods are open. Go, you've given us everything you had. Don't die here for our sake." "The Iroquois left those paths open for a reason," Hawkeye said, but he paused after saying it. "Then take the river. The current runs downstream past their rifles, past their voices. Take it and survive and find help." Hawkeye looked at the water. He looked at the empty horn in his hand. He was quiet for a long moment. "Go to my father," Cora continued. Her voice was steady, but the effort behind that steadiness was visible. "Tell him what happened here. Tell him they're taking us north. Tell him to come fast and to trust these men to guide him." She stopped, swallowed once. "And if he comes too late, give him our love. Tell him not to grieve too long. Tell him to look ahead." The scout's face did something then. The hard lines of it shifted in ways they didn't often shift. He let out a slow breath and looked at the ground. "There's sense in that," he said finally. His voice was rough. "More than sense." He raised his eyes. "Chingachgook, Uncas, you heard her." He told them in Delaware, calm, deliberate, exact. The elder Mohican listened with the gravity of a man receiving orders he intends to carry out. He considered it. Then he nodded once and said clearly in English, "Good." He replaced his weapons in his belt, moved to the lowest edge of the rock farthest from the bank, paused, said a few words in Delaware indicating a route, a direction, a plan, and then he lowered himself over the edge and into the water and was gone, the river taking him without sound or ceremony. Hawkeye went to Cora. He gripped her hand once firmly. "If they move you through the woods," he said, "break twigs as you go. Bend the brush, make your trail wide. A man who knows what he's looking for will follow it to the ends of the earth before he lets it go cold." He picked up the rifle, looked at it for a moment with an expression that was close to grief, set it down carefully on the rock. If the powder had held, he said to no one in particular, none of this would have been necessary. He went over the edge. The water took him the same way it had taken the Mohican, clean and quiet and final. Everyone looked at Uncas. He stood with his back against the rock, arms loose at his sides, completely still. Cora waited until the others were clear. Then she pointed downstream and said, "They're safe now, it's time. Uncas will stay. You'll make our capture worse and our chances smaller, please." She met his eyes directly. "Go to my father, be the one he trusts, ask him to ransom us. That is the most valuable thing you can do for us now. That is what I'm asking." Something moved through the young Mohican's expression, shadow crossing still water, and then it was gone. He crossed the rock in 4 steps, noiseless, and dropped over the edge into the current. The water churned briefly. Then his head surfaced once, far downstream, already small with distance, and then the river took him under and he was gone. Cora turned to Duncan. Her lip was not steady, but her voice was. "You swim well," she said. "They all told me so. Follow them." "And what kind of man would that make me?" he said, "walking away and leaving you here?" "A living one. There's nothing you can do for us now. There are others who need you." His eyes went to Alice, who was pressed against his side with both hands gripping his arm. "The worst they'll do to us is kill us," Cora said quietly. "Everything that lives must pay that debt eventually." "There are things worse than death," Duncan said, "and I won't leave while there's a chance I can prevent them." Cora stopped arguing. She pulled the shawl around her face and drew Alice after her, back into the cold dark of the inner cavern, and the rock swallowed them both. Duncan didn't follow. He stayed where he was, watching the river. Chapter 9. After the silence, the battle noise died like a cut wire. One moment the island had been a roaring chaos of powder smoke and screaming men. Now the river just ran, indifferent and cold, over its ancient stones. Duncan Hayward stood in the sudden silence and felt the world tilt sideways. His mind couldn't reconcile the two realities, what had just happened out there on the water and this eerie churchyard stillness that had replaced it. He scanned the tree line. Nothing, just the dark columns of the forest standing their silent watch. Uncas was gone. The others were gone. The current had taken them, and he had no idea if it had carried them to safety or swallowed them whole. He strained his ears for any signal, any sound that didn't belong to the river. He heard nothing useful. A fish hawk dropped from a dead pine on the far bank, spiraling out over the water in lazy, hunting circles. A jay started up somewhere in the canopy, loud and indignant, reclaiming its territory. The animals were returning to routine. That meant something. It meant the Hurons had pulled back, at least for the moment. Hayward let the small intelligence settle into his thinking and felt the first thin thread of hope. He turned to David Gamut, who stood beside him looking like a man who had just been dragged out of a burning building. The singing master's eyes weren't tracking right. The blow he'd taken to the head had left him somewhere between this world and the next. "Hurons are gone," Hayward said. "We're moving the cavern now." David blinked at him. "I was singing," he said with a kind of hollow sincerity, "with 2 young women giving praise," and then he pressed a hand against his temple. The noise, like the world breaking apart. "It was close," Hayward said. "Too close, but you're still breathing. Let's keep it that way." He took the man's arm and moved. The mouth of the cavern was narrow, almost invisible if you didn't know it was there. Hayward pulled armfuls of sassafras brush and packed them tight across the entrance, layering blankets over the gap, building the illusion of solid earth, not perfect, but good enough in poor light from a distance in a hurry. Inside, the cave split the difference between darkness and gray light. One end opening toward the river where a channel of swift water cut through the ravine below. The sound of moving water filled the space like white noise. He positioned the sisters toward the deeper interior, then turned back to the entrance and crouched, pistol in hand. His knuckles were white around the grip. "They won't find this easily," he said, more to himself than anyone else. Cora looked at him steadily. She had her fear locked down somewhere he couldn't see it. That quality in her had always surprised him. He turned to Alice. She was holding herself together by will alone, her jaw set, her eyes wet but clear. She had her sister's arm and her sister had hers. "We're safe here," Alice said, pulling herself upright. "We have to believe that. They risked everything for us. We owe them our faith while we wait." Hayward held her gaze a moment. "Your father raised you right," he said quietly. Then he moved back to his position at the entrance and set his eye on the gray sliver of daylight between the brush and the rock wall. He waited. The minutes passed like water draining from cupped hands. Then David Gamut, sitting cross-legged against the far wall with a small psalm book open across his knees, found something in the pages that steadied him. He drew out his pitch pipe, tested a single low note, and began to sing. It was barely above a whisper, the words of some old hymn. The melody threading through the dark like candlelight through a keyhole. The falls outside covered most of it. The rock absorbed the rest. Hayward almost told him to stop. Then he didn't. He watched Cora close her eyes, watched Alice press the back of her hand against her mouth and slowly, quietly stop crying. The music was doing something to the air in the cave, taking the tension out of it degree by degree, the way a hand on a shoulder takes the shake out of a man who's come too close to dying. He found himself breathing slower. He was still breathing slow when the yell hit the island like a blade. A single long Huron cry from somewhere up near the center of the rock, then silence. Then the dam broke, voices pouring down through the trees, spreading across the stone, filling every space. Triumphant, savage hunting. They had found the dead. Alice crushed herself into Cora's arms without a sound. Hayward was back at the wall, eye pressed to the gap, pistol raised to half cock. The voices divided. Some moved along the water's edge, others worked the high ground. The chasm between the two cave openings amplified everything, turning individual voices into a grinding wall of sound. They were searching in a pattern, moving outward from the bodies, combing the island section by section. Close, very close. Then he heard it clearly through the racket of French mixed with native dialects, 3 syllables cutting through the noise like a knife through cloth. La Longue Carabine, then again. Then a dozen voices at once, the name erupting across the whole island in a kind of ecstatic rage. The rifle, they had found the scout's rifle. Hayward processed this fast. They believed the scout was dead or wounded, perhaps hiding somewhere on the rock. They were hunting him now. Every eye on the island was oriented toward that search. He turned to the sisters, keeping his voice just above the threshold of sound. They don't know we're here yet. They found the rifle. They think their target is still somewhere on this island. He paused, and if the rifle was left behind, it means its owner made it off the rock another way, which means they are alive. He let that land. 2 hours. If we hold until dark, Webb's patrols will be working toward us. He didn't entirely believe it. He said it anyway. The search tightened. He could hear the brush against the rock face now, the scrape of moccasins on stone, the snapping of small branches. Someone was working along the outside of their cavern wall by feel. Hayward stopped breathing. A corner of a blanket shifted. A needle of gray light stabbed through the gap and crossed the cave floor. Cora pulled Alice hard against her and turned them both toward the wall. Hayward rose to a crouch and placed himself between the entrance and the women, pistol raised. Then a shout went up from the neighboring cave, the scouts' cave. They'd broken through. The noise flooded in from next door. He could hear them overturning gear, tearing up the sassafras bedding. One warrior came out with an armload of branches and dumped them directly against the entrance to Hayward's cave without looking at it, adding to the pile by accident, sealing the gap that had betrayed them. Hayward understood what was happening. In their excitement, in the fever of their triumph over the blood-stained leaves and the abandoned rifle, they were building his defense for him. Each man who grabbed brush from the scout's cave and threw it blindly toward the chasm was adding another layer of concealment across the mouth of their hiding place. He held himself still and let the chaos work in his favor. The pressure against the entrance eased. The voices began to pull away, moving back up the island toward the bodies. A last round of morning cries split the air, then the sounds began their slow retreat to the upper end of the rock. Hayward didn't move for a full 30 seconds after the last footstep faded. Then he lowered the pistol. "They're gone," he said. The words came out rough. He hadn't realized how tight his throat had been. "They've pulled back." Alice came off her knees from the cave floor where she dropped without him noticing. Her hands clasped and her face turned upward in an expression so raw and unguarded he had to look away from it. "Thank God," she said, barely audible. "Thank God." Cora steadied her. Hayward watched them both, and for just a moment the killing tension in his chest let go its grip. He was already turning back toward the entrance to recheck the barrier when something made him stop. Alice had gone white, not pale white like wax, like cold marble. Her hands were still raised, but had gone rigid, fingers extended and pointing, shaking. He spun. There, just above the rock ledge at the cave's opening, level with the floor, barely visible in the low gray light, was a face. Le Renard subtil. The Huron's eyes were adjusting. He'd come from open daylight into shadow, and the depth of the cave was still dark to him. His gaze swept the interior without locking on anything. Hayward had maybe 2 seconds. He raised the pistol and fired. The shot in that enclosed stone space was catastrophic. The muzzle flash lit the whole cave white for a fraction of a second, the concussion slamming off every surface, punching through ears and chest wall alike. The smoke billowed up in a thick choking mass and was dragged outward by the river draft. When it cleared, the ledge was empty. Hayward ran to the opening and caught a glimpse of a dark figure moving fast along a low shelf of rock before the angle of the ravine took it from sight. Then Le Renard's voice rose in a long, clear whoop, and the island answered him. The sound came from everywhere at once, above, below, both sides of the water, every direction simultaneously. The brush barrier exploded inward. Hands reached through both ends of the cavern at the same moment, rough and certain, grabbing cloth and flesh without hesitation. Hayward fought it for exactly as long as it accomplished nothing, and then he was outside, blinking in the hard daylight. The sisters pressed against him on both sides, and the Hurons standing in a tight ring around all three of them. The island belonged to the enemy now. Chapter 10, Prisoners of the Savage. The shock hit Duncan fast and faded faster. He forced his mind to work. He watched the warriors move through the caverns, catalogued them, counted them. Read their intentions in the way their eyes moved, the way their hands reached for his uniform's brass buttons and silver braid, hunger in those looks barely contained. Raw want, but each time a hand extended toward him or the women, the big warrior's voice cut through the cave like a blade. And the hand withdrew. They were being kept intact. That meant something. Duncan filed it away. The experienced men among the party weren't interested in trinkets. They swept both caverns with systematic thoroughness, moving in the focused, purposeful way of men who knew exactly what they hadn't yet found. When they came up empty, they closed on the male prisoners with one word grinding between their teeth like gravel. La Longue Carabine. Duncan played dumb, kept his face neutral. Eyes blank gave them nothing. His companion beside him needed no act. The man genuinely understood none of it. The questioning grew louder, more urgent. Hands moved closer to knives. Duncan needed Magua. He found him standing slightly apart from the others, shoulders relaxed, posture easy. No hunger in his face, no excitement, nothing but quiet satisfaction. The satisfaction of a man who had already gotten what he came for. Their eyes met. Duncan looked away. The coldness of that gaze had hit him like something physical, not rage, not triumph, just stillness, the stillness of a trap already sprung. He forced himself to look back, made himself speak. Le Renard Subtil is too much of a warrior, Duncan said, keeping his voice level, to refuse telling an unarmed man what his conquerors are asking. Magua let a moment pass before answering. His English came out rough, broken at the edges. They ask for the hunter who knows the forest paths. He laid his hand against the wrapped leaves covering his shoulder wound, smiled with nothing behind it. La Longue Carabine, his rifle is good, his eye never closes, but like the shotgun of the white officer, it means nothing against the life of Le Subtil. Le Renard is too much of a warrior to hold onto a wound taken in battle. Magua's eyes hardened. Something moved behind them, old and dark and not finished yet. Was it war? His voice dropped. When the tired warrior rested at the sugar tree to eat his corn, who filled the brush with enemies crawling on their bellies, who drew the knife with peace on his tongue and blood in his heart, did Magua say the hatchet was dug up? Did Magua start this? Duncan had nothing to throw back at him. He knew it. Magua knew it. The man's treachery ran deep, but the wound in his shoulder was real. And whatever had driven him to this place had started somewhere Duncan wasn't present for. He stayed quiet. Magua went back to the rock, leaned against it like a man with nowhere urgent to be. The warriors gave it 30 seconds before the name started up again. La Longue Carabine, La Longue Carabine. You hear them, Magua said without looking over, flat, indifferent. They want the long rifle, or they will take blood from whoever hit him. He's gone, escaped. He's beyond reach. A cold half-smile crossed Magua's face. When the white man dies, he thinks he has found peace. The Huron knows how to hunt what others cannot see. Where's the body? Let them see the scalp. He isn't dead, he escaped. Magua shook his head, slowly, like a man hearing something almost insulting in its stupidity. Is he a bird? Does he have wings? Is he a fish that breathes the river? He paused. The white officer reads his books and thinks the Huron is a fool. He swam, Duncan said. He's no fish, but he can swim. He went into the current when the powder was spent and your warriors had their eyes somewhere else. Then why did the white officer stay? Magua asked. Is he a stone? Does the scalp burn his head? Duncan felt anger move through him and let a measure of it show. That I am no stone. Ask the man you lost in the falls if you could get an answer from him. Magua was quiet for a moment, processing. Can the Delaware swim too? Where's Legros serpent? Also gone, down with the current. Le Cerf Agile is not here. Duncan didn't recognize the name. He said so honestly enough and used the half-second it bought him to think. Uncas, Magua said. The Delaware name came harder to him than the French. The young Mohican. He went with the water too. Magua absorbed this. His expression didn't change much. But the faint shift in his posture said enough. These were not prisoners he valued. The 3 escaped men, the ones who had drawn blood and known the forest, were the ones he wanted. What remained was lesser currency. The warriors didn't see it that way. When Magua turned and gave them the news, their reaction ripped through the cavern like something tearing. Men ran to the riverbank and beat the air with their arms. Some spat into the current, cursing the water itself for the betrayal. Others went still, and those were the ones Duncan tracked. The still ones. The men with the flat, contained expressions who turned their eyes toward the remaining prisoners with a look that had nothing rushed about it. One warrior's hand closed in Alice's hair. The long, dark tresses wrapped around his fingers like rope. A knife appeared. The arc of its movement made the intent brutally clear. Duncan threw himself forward. His bound hands made it nothing, a lurch, a useless surge. The large warrior's grip clamped onto his shoulder with the finality of iron, and Duncan stopped, not from pain, from the cold calculation of a man who understood that dying here fixed nothing. He spoke quietly to the women instead, steadied his voice, told them what he believed and what he hoped, and kept the fear out of it. The warriors rarely followed through on everything they threatened. It was true enough to say. He'd seen it before, but he didn't believe it the way he wanted them to. He understood the math of the situation. The big warrior's authority ran only as far as his ability to physically enforce it. In a group this size, with blood up and a prize escaped down the river, that authority had limits. Any man with a knife and a dead kinsman to avenge could make a decision in 2 seconds that no command would stop. Duncan watched every approach, every drifting gaze that landed too long on Cora or Alice, and felt his pulse tick upward each time. The leader pulled the warriors into a tight cluster. The deliberation was short. Most of them said nothing at all, which meant agreement. Duncan read their gestures, hands pointing north toward the Webb encampment's direction. They were worried about what might be moving through that forest toward them. That fear was accelerating their timeline. In the relative quiet, Duncan thought back over what he'd observed. The Hurons had come down the upper island, all bare rock and driftwood, having portaged the canoe around the cataract through the trees. 12 men clinging to its sides, 2 skilled men controlling it, rifles already aboard. They'd hit the island at the same point that had killed their first men, but this time with numbers and firearms enough to make it work. Cold, practical, effective. The canoe now sat at the mouth of the outer cavern, waiting. The leader gestured. Descend. Enter. Duncan went first, set the example, helped Cora and Alice into the vessel, then David, who was still finding his way back from whatever distant country the blow to his head had sent him to. The Hurons entered the river around them, the canoe rode the current south, and within minutes they stood on the far bank, almost exactly where the party had struck the river the evening before. The horses came out of the tree line. The band split. The large chief took Duncan's horse, led the greater part of the warriors north toward Mohican, and disappeared into the trees. What remained on the bank was a smaller group of 6 warriors and their captives. Magua stood at their head. Duncan felt the arithmetic change. He'd been running a calculation since capture, trying to determine whether they were headed to Montcalm, whether they had value as political leverage, whether Monroe's position as commander at William Henry gave them protective value in French hands. The split answered the question in a way he didn't like. The main body was gone north. What remained was Magua and 6 men, and no obvious destination that served anyone's interests but Magua's. He pushed down the dread and approached his former guide. I would speak to Magua, Duncan said. What I have to say is for a great chief's ears only. The Indian looked at him with something close to contempt. Speak, trees have no ears. The Huron warriors aren't trees. What I have for great man would only confuse younger ears. Duncan held his ground. If Le Renard won't listen, I'll keep quiet. He'll decide what that costs him. Magua said something short to his men, who were busy preparing the horses with the awkward efficiency of men who didn't use them often, and moved aside, gestured for Duncan to follow. Speak. Duncan read the ground first, chose his words the way a man chooses footing in bad terrain, carefully, testing each step before committing weight. Le Renard Subtil has earned his name, he began. I see what he's done, I see all of it. The man didn't just fight today, he planned, he thought 3 moves ahead of everyone around him. He paused, letting that land. He saw the forest was full of enemies, and that moving straight through them would cost him everything, so he moved crooked, let them think he'd been driven back to a tribe that had already thrown him out like a dog. And we played our part, we showed them the face they needed to see, made them believe he was our enemy so they'd never suspect the rest. Magwa's face had gone carefully neutral, the professional mask of a man who was listening harder than he appeared to be. And then Duncan continued. When Le Subtil had closed their eyes and filled their ears with his own story, they left him here, South Bank with the prisoners, while they went north like men being led by the nose. He let a beat pass. Magwa isn't going north, he's going to turn around, he's going to bring the daughters of the gray-headed Scotchman back to their father. The warrior said nothing. Duncan kept building. Munro will pay, not in words, in real weight. No more tin medals, gold, powder enough to fill a horn twice over, more silver than a man can carry without a horse. And Renard will never go hungry, never go unarmed, never sleep cold. He caught himself before going further, watched the man's face. Something had moved in it, not much, enough. What does the young officer offer himself? Magwa asked. Rum from the islands in the salt sea, Duncan said. Enough to make a man forget winter entirely. Magwa was quiet for a long moment. He reached up and pressed his hand against the wrapped leaves on his shoulder. Do friends leave marks like this? Would the long rifle cut so shallow on a man he meant to kill? Does Le Gros's serpent crawl toward men he loves like a snake moving to strike? Would he have let himself be heard if he wanted you deaf? Does the white officer burn powder in the faces of his brothers? Does he ever miss? Duncan replied, keeping his voice even when he's seriously trying to kill. The silence that followed was long and deliberate. Magwa was working something out. Duncan could feel the decision balanced on its edge like a coin spinning on a tabletop. Could go either way, might go either way, hadn't landed yet. He started to speak again, another enumeration of rewards, more reasons, but Magwa raised one hand. Enough. The single word dropped into the space between them with finality. Le Renard is a wise chief. What he does will be seen. The flat eyes moved to Duncan's face. Go back. Keep your mouth closed. When Magwa speaks, it will be time to answer. Duncan stepped back, put distance between himself and Magwa immediately, nothing that could look like conspiracy to the watching warriors. The Indian moved to the horses, examined the rigging his men had assembled, nodded his approval. Then he gestured for Duncan to help the women mount. Duncan moved to Alice first, kept his voice low as he took her weight and steadied her into the saddle. Stay calm, he murmured. Keep your eyes down, I think we have a chance. The hope was real. He protected it carefully, the way you protect a flame in wind, cupped close, not shown to the elements. David's horse had gone north with the main group. The musician would walk, and so would Duncan, which suited him. On foot, he could slow the party's pace when the opportunity presented itself. He kept looking northeast toward the direction of Fort Edward, listening to the forest, hoping to hear something move through it that carried a British accent. Nothing came back but wind and birds. Magwa took the lead. The column moved out, the Huron at the front, then David, still surfacing from his fog, then the women on horseback, Duncan alongside them. Warriors spread wide on the flanks, enclosing the rear with the quiet, patient discipline of men who had been doing this their whole lives and felt no urgency about it. They moved south, away from William Henry, away from every line that Duncan needed to be moving toward. He watched the sun and calculated, kept watching Magwa's back and reading nothing in the set of those shoulders. The man moved through the forest the way water moves through rock, finding the path with a certainty that had nothing mechanical about it. No hesitation at uncertain ground, no slowing at unmarked terrain. The light plume at his crest floated on the air of his own passing, and his pace never varied. And the miles piled up under their feet without comment. Cora watched, quietly. Whenever the flanking warriors looked away long enough, her hand reached out and bent a branch, marked a passage, left something behind for anyone who might follow. Duncan saw it from the corner of his eye and said nothing, kept his face forward, kept walking. A warrior saw her, came close, took the glove she'd let fall deliberately, handed it back. Then systematically destroyed the broken branches she'd left behind, reshaping the damage so it looked like animals, not people. When he was done, he rested his hand on his tomahawk and looked at her with eyes that needed no translation. She didn't do it again. The horses printed the ground with every step. Whatever trail they left was common to both groups of the divided band, which made it useless as a guide to anyone trying to determine which way the captives had gone. The possibility of rescue through tracking died quietly in Duncan's mind. He buried it and moved on to the next idea. He was still working on finding one when Magwa crested a steep hill, hard enough going that the women had to dismount and climb on foot, and at the top he stopped. A level clearing, sparse trees, the forest opening slightly around them. Magua dropped onto the ground beneath the nearest tree with the boneless ease of a man who had covered this distance 100 times. He didn't speak, he didn't need to. Every man and woman in the party felt it in their legs and their lungs. They had stopped because they had to, because even the forest had a limit to how far it would let you go in a single push. Duncan sank to the ground and stared into the tree line and thought. Chapter 11, Hilltop Hunger Games. The hill rose from the valley floor like a fist, steep, pyramidal. Its flat summit was what Magua had wanted, high ground, defensible, with sight lines that made surprise nearly impossible. Hayward cataloged these advantages out of habit, then let them go. Rescue wasn't coming. He'd stopped believing in that hours ago. The Narragansett horses cropped at the sparse brush along the summit's edge. What remained of the provisions, hard scraps spread beneath a wide beech whose branches stretched flat overhead like a soldier's arm on a map, would have to be enough. One of the Hurons had dropped a fawn with a single arrow during their flight. He'd carried it on his shoulders without complaint, and now the warriors fed without ceremony or fire, pulling the meat apart with their hands. Raw, fast, efficient, Magua sat apart. He hadn't touched the food. Hayward watched him from across the summit. In his experience, when a man refused food, he was either sick or planning something. Magua wasn't sick. The young officer approached without haste, keeping his movements casual, stopping a few feet short of where the Huron sat with his gaze fixed on some middle distance only he could see. "You've kept south long enough," Hayward said quietly. "The Canadians won't follow this far. Wouldn't it be better to return the daughters to their father before another night passes? Colonel Munro's gratitude has a price attached to it. That price drops the longer he waits." Magua turned his eyes on him slowly. "Do pale faces love their children less in the morning than at night?" "Never less," Hayward said, recalibrating. "A white man might forget his father's grave. He might fail the people he swore to protect, but he does not stop loving his children. That never dies." The white-headed chief, Magua let the words settle like stones dropped in still water. His eyes are made of flint, hard on his warriors, hard on men who deserve it. To good soldiers he is just fair. Hayward paused, choosing his next words the way a man crosses ice, each step tested before his weight commits. "I have known many fathers, none softer toward his children. I've stood beside Munro in the field, watched him hold himself together in front of his men, and I have seen that same man's eyes fill with water the moment his daughters were mentioned. Those daughters are in your hands, Magua. That is leverage most men would not waste." Something moved across Magua's face. It started as calculation, the flicker of a man running numbers, then shifted into something colder, harder. It wasn't greed behind those eyes now. It was something older than greed. Then it was gone. His face became a mask. "Go to the dark-haired one," Magua said. "Tell her Magua wishes to speak. The father will remember what his daughter promises." Hayward read the request as a demand for a better offer. He walked back to where the sisters rested against the beach, moving quietly, already shaping his pitch. "He wants to negotiate," he told Cora, keeping his voice below the wind. "Give him what he needs to hear, powder, blankets, laid with those. Offer something personal if you can, something that makes the reward feel real." He began walking her toward where Magua waited. "Your life, Alice's life, they may both depend on what you say in the next few minutes. And yours, Hayward," he didn't break stride. "Mine is already spoken for. I'm a soldier. I belong to the crown. There's no one waiting on me." He said it cleanly, without self-pity. It was simply true. "Now focus. We're here." Magua rose to his feet. He stood without speaking for a long moment, studying Cora the way a man studies terrain before he moves through it. Then he turned his eyes to Hayward and gestured him away. "When the Huron speaks to women, his people do not listen." Hayward didn't move. "Go," Cora said. Her voice was steady. "Go sit with Alice." A faint, controlled smile. "Your presence here is not helping." He held for another second, then pulled back. Found a position 20 yards out with clear sight lines and watched. Cora faced Magua without flinching. "What does the Renard want to say to the daughter of Munro?" The Huron's hand came up and closed around her arm. She removed it, quietly, deliberately, the way you disarm a situation without escalating it. Magua studied her face, then began. "I was born Huron," he said, "a chief's son. I had seen 20 winters before I ever saw a white face. Those years were good years." He paused, something moved behind his eyes, an old wound reopening. "Then the men from Canada came into the forests with their firewater, and I drank, and I became less than what I was. My own people drove me out like a sick animal. I ran the lakeshore to the city of Cannon. I lived there, hunted there until they pushed me again. an exile among my own enemies, a Huron made into a Mohawk by the contempt of his own nation. I had heard something of this, Cora said evenly. Was it my fault? Magwa's voice carried a tautness now, like a bowstring at full draw. Was the weakness in me, or was it poured into me by pale hands, who gave me the firewater, who made me into what I became? I cannot answer for men who share only the color of my skin, Cora replied. You said yourself, Magwa is not a fool, you know the difference. The Huron's jaw tightened. He drew a slow breath and resumed. When the English and French went to war, I took up the hatchet with the Mohawks and fought against my own nation. The pale faces lead the warriors now. Your father, the old chief at Mohican, he commanded our war party. He gave orders, we obeyed. His voice dropped to a register that was almost quiet, almost controlled. He made a law. Any warrior who drank the firewater and entered the soldiers' quarters would be punished. Magwa made that mistake once. The firewater spoke for him. He walked where he should not have walked. He stopped. Cora waited. What did Munro do? Magwa's eyes found hers and held them. Ask his daughter. He enforced the law, Cora said, as he had given his word he would. Justice. The word came out of him like something bitten off. He pulled aside his calico shirt, chest scars, knife cuts, old musket ball tracks, the honest marks of a warrior's life. He turned, on his back, older and different, the long parallel marks of a lash. These I can show, these I earned in battle. A warrior is not ashamed of these. His voice went flat, but Munro had me tied in front of his soldiers and flogged like a dog. Those marks I must hide. The silence between them lasted several seconds. I had believed, Cora said carefully, that a warrior's spirit does not register the pain of the body. When the Chippewa tied me to the post and put the knife in here, he pressed a finger to a deep scar along his ribs. I laughed at them. I told them women struck harder. My spirit was above the pain. His voice shifted, lower now, quieter, and somehow worse for it. When Munro's men struck me, my spirit was on the ground, crushed under the birch. A pause. A Huron spirit does not forget. It may yet forgive, Cora said, if you return us to our father. You show him what a warrior's honor truly is. Major Hayward has already spoken to you of the. Magwa shook his head, a short, final motion. Then what do you want? Cora asked. Good for good, the Huron said. Bad for bad. You intend to take your revenge on helpless women instead of facing the man who wronged you. She kept her voice level, but the edge was there. Would that not be more like a warrior, to stand in front of Munro and take satisfaction that way? The old chief sleeps behind walls and cannon, Magwa said quietly. Le Renard holds something more valuable than musket balls. He let that land. His heart. Cora's jaw tightened. Name what you intend. Magwa's wife was given to another man when he was exiled. He has made peace with his nation again. He will go home, to the shores of the Great Lake, to the graves of his fathers. His eyes didn't move from hers. The daughter of the English chief will come. She will live in his lodge. For a moment, Cora didn't speak. What pleasure, she said at last, her voice carefully neutral, would Magwa find in a wife who did not choose him? A woman of a different nation, a different color. Take the gold Munro would pay, by the heart of a Huron woman with honest gifts. Magwa's gaze moved across her face with a slowness that made her look away. When he spoke again, his voice had descended into something that was barely above a whisper, and all the more dangerous for it. When the whip fell on the Huron's back, he would know where to find a woman to share the memory. Munro's daughter will carry his water, she will work his ground, she will cook his meat. A pause. The old man will sleep in his fort, but his heart will be within reach of Le Renard's knife always. Monster. The word came out of Cora like a controlled detonation. You earn every syllable of your name. No man's reach is as long as you believe. You hold nothing of my father's heart except what he will spend tracking you down. Magwa showed his teeth. It was not a smile. He held it a moment, then gestured her away with the finality of a door closing. She walked back to Hayward, her face composed, giving away nothing. Alice was watching with wide eyes. What did he say? Hayward asked quietly. Cora shook her head and touched her sister's hand. Her eyes went to the cluster of warriors where Magwa had rejoined his men. And she watched. Read their faces, she said, her voice barely above a breath. We'll know soon enough. She was right. Magwa began speaking to the warriors in Huron. The language meant nothing to Hayward, but the body language needed no translation. He watched the men pull themselves upright from the ground where they'd been sprawled, gorged and half-drowsing, and become something else entirely. Alert, engaged, hungry. Magwa spoke of their homeland, of the long trail they'd walked away from it. He recounted each warrior's deeds individually, wounds, scalps, acts of courage, and Hayward watched each man's face change as his name was invoked, jaw setting with pride. The speaker was precise, methodical. He knew exactly which nerves to press and in what order. Then Magwa's voice dropped. He described Glenn's Falls, the rock island, the cavern. He spoke a name, La Longue Carabine, and the hillside erupted in a sound that raised the hair on the back of Hayward's neck. Raw, collective, tribal, Magwa pointed at Hayward, described the warrior who had gone into the ravine. He acted out a death on a sapling's branches, a man suspended between earth and sky, and his audience's faces shifted through fury and grief and something approaching reverence for the dead. He catalogued each loss. He was not speaking to their reason. He was reaching past it, directly into the machinery of grief and pride and vengeance that ran underneath. Then his voice climbed again, fast, driving, a blade finding the gap in armor. Are the Hurons dogs? Who tells the wife of Menogua that the fish have his scalp and no blood was taken for it? Who faces the mother of Wassawatami with clean hands? The old men will ask for scalps and we return with nothing. The women will point at us. There is a dark stain on the name of the Hurons. It can only be washed one way. The hill erupted. Hayward moved before thought caught up with instinct, stepped between the sisters and the first warrior who reached them, got both hands on the man and drove him sideways with his shoulder, buying 3 seconds, maybe 4. Magwa's voice cut through the noise like a blade. His hands came up. He spoke fast, and what he said pulled his warriors back from the edge, not through mercy, but through the promise of something slower, something better. They listened. 2 warriors hit Hayward from both sides simultaneously. A third went for David Gamut. Even Gamut fought, threw his man to the ground with surprising force, but the numbers were wrong and it ended quickly. They bound Hayward to the sapling where Magwa had performed his terrible pantomime. His wrists went behind the trunk, lashed tight. When the noise in his head settled, he saw it clearly. Cora bound to his right, pale, still watching their captors with precise, steady eyes, reading them the way a scout reads a wood line. Alice to his left, bound to a pine. She could barely hold herself upright. Her hands were clasped in front of her. Her eyes kept finding Hayward's face with an expression he felt in his chest. David sat nearby, bound and silent, working through some internal debate about the theological implications of his situation. The Hurons moved with purpose now. Some collected wood for a fire. One split pine splinters to a fine point. 2 others bent a pair of saplings toward the earth and tied them down under tension. They had done this before. It showed in the economy of their movements. No wasted motion, no hesitation. This was craft. Magwa crossed to Cora. He crouched to her eyeline. His voice was almost conversational now, which made it worse. What does the daughter of Munro say? Her head is too proud for the Hurons' lodge. He let that breathe. It will roll across this hill for the wolves instead. Her hands refused to work for a Huron. He let that breathe too. They will reach for nothing. What in God's name? Hayward started. Nothing, Cora said flatly, cutting him off. He is what he is, let him be. She looked at the Huron directly. I will pray for you that you find whatever it is you're actually looking for. Magwa's eyes flickered. Pardon, he caught the word, misread it. Anger moved behind his face. The Indian's memory is longer than the pale face's mercy, his mercy shorter than their justice. He paused. Send the yellow-haired one back to the old man, follow Magwa north, carry his water, feed him, or both of you stay here. Cora looked away from him. You stand between me and everything I need right now, leave me. The Huron straightened. He looked at Alice, then back at Cora. His voice dropped to something almost mocking. The young one weeps. She is too small to die. Send her back to brush the gray hairs of the old chief. Keep him alive a few more years. Cora looked at her sister. Alice's eyes were full, wide, and dark, and fixed on her elder sister's face with a desperation she couldn't articulate. What does he say? Did he say I could go to father? Cora held her gaze for a long moment. Long enough that Hayward could see the war being fought behind her eyes, love against pride, against reason, against something she couldn't name and wouldn't speak aloud. Alice, she said at last, her voice stripped down to something soft and direct. He offers both our lives, your freedom and mine, Duncan's as well. The price is, she stopped, her hands pressed together, her eyes went briefly upward. He asked me to follow him north, to his lodge, to stay. Alice went still. The trembling in her hands ceased. Oh, Alice's voice broke. If only he had asked it of me, to save you, Cora, to see father again, to give Duncan back to us. She couldn't finish. Her head dropped. Don't, Cora said sharply, then softer, don't. She looked at Hayward. Her dark eyes were steady, but barely. Tell me, Duncan, tell me what to do. Both of you help me. Is any life worth this price? Is mine? Don't ask it, Hayward said. His voice came out harder than he intended, stripped of everything except the truth. Don't say it again, don't think it again. That is not a choice, that is not an alternative. 1,000 deaths before that. Something moved through Cora's face, relief and grief and something else, something warm that didn't belong in this moment but was there anyway. She looked at Alice. Alice had stopped trembling, her head had steadied, slowly, barely perceptibly, it moved side to side. No, slow, final. Absolute no, Alice whispered. Together, whatever comes together. Magua had been watching. The moment Alice's head stilled in that quiet negation, something behind his eyes went dark in a different way. He moved. The tomahawk left his hand in a single fluid motion, no wind-up, no hesitation, the way a man who has thrown 1,000 of them throws another. The axe crossed the air in front of Hayward, and the sound it made cutting through Alice's loose hair was a whisper. It buried itself in the tree above her head and sat there vibrating. Alice didn't make a sound. Hayward felt something in him disengage. He looked at his wrists. He looked at the lashings. He pulled not frantically, but with everything he had, focused and sustained, and the green withe snapped. He came off the sapling and drove forward. The warrior who had already wound up for a second throw, more deliberate, better aimed, turned to meet him. They collided and went to the ground hard. The Huron was strong and slick with grease, and the ground gave him nothing to grip. Hayward got an arm across the man's throat, but the warrior shed him like water and came back up with a knee on his chest, pressing him flat with a weight that made it impossible to breathe. The knife came up. The light caught the blade. Hayward couldn't move. Then something passed through the air above him, a sound like a drawn breath, and the crack of a rifle reached him a fraction of a second later. Arriving almost as an afterthought, the weight on his chest vanished. The warrior dropped sideways off him, landing in the dry leaves with the loose, final collapse of a man whose mind had already gone elsewhere. His face as he fell held that particular blank surprise, not fear, not pain, just the abrupt vacancy of a man who had been somewhere and then wasn't. Hayward lay still for one breath. Two. Somewhere out in the trees, a rifle was already being reloaded. Chapter 12. Blades at dawn. The Huron's death hit the clearing like a thunderclap. One moment their warrior stood. The next he was down, folded into the dirt with the kind of finality that left no room for argument. The band stared at the body, calculating the angle of the shot, understanding what it meant. Then the name tore out of a dozen throats at once, raw, almost mournful, La Longue Carabine. The cry was still echoing through the trees when Hawkeye came out of the thicket at a dead run, Killdeer gripped by the barrel, the heavy stock cutting wide arcs through the air. He hadn't had time to reload, didn't matter. He used what he had. He never made it to the center. Something faster blew past him. Uncas hit the Huron line like a stone through glass, tomahawk spinning, knife catching the light. Planting himself directly in front of Cora with the absolute calm of a man who had decided exactly how far he was willing to go. An instant later Chingachgook materialized beside him, silent as smoke rising from cold ash, his presence alone carrying the weight of a death sentence. The Hurons stumbled backward. Two names broke from their lips in ragged succession: Le Cerf Agile, Le Gros Serpent. And underneath the words was something that sounded dangerously close to fear. Magua didn't share it. He read the situation in a single sweep of his eyes, how many, where they stood, what they carried. He made his decision, drew his knife, let out a whoop that was both command and declaration, and drove himself straight at Chingachgook. The clearing came apart, no firearms, no range. This was close work, blade and bone, and the kind of violence that is over fast and leaves no room for second thoughts. Uncas put his tomahawk through the skull of the nearest Huron with one stroke, clean and efficient, and was already moving before the man finished falling. Hayward ripped Magua's tomahawk from the sapling where it had been wedged and came forward without hesitating. He flung it before he was close enough. Too eager to wait, but the blade caught his target across the forehead and bought him the half-second he needed. He closed the distance and hit the Huron with his body, driving hard, wrapping both arms around him to pin his knife hand. It was a bad trade, and he knew at the moment they locked together. The Huron was all leverage and coiled muscle, and Duncan burned through his strength holding on. His lungs were starting to burn when he heard Hawkeye's voice cut through the noise. "Exterminate the varlets, no quarter to an accursed Mingo." The rifle butt came down on the Huron's skull with a sound like green wood splitting. The fight went out of the man instantly, not a gradual fade, but a sudden, complete erasure. He slid out of Duncan's grip and lay still. Uncas turned from his first kill, already scanning for the next threat. He found it fast. The fifth Huron had held back at the opening of the fight, watching. Now, with his companions all engaged and dying, he made his choice. He came for Cora at a full run, screaming, and sent his tomahawk ahead of him as an announcement of what was coming. The blade caught her shoulder and sliced through the lashing that held her to the tree. She spun free, staggered, then ignored every instinct for self-preservation and threw herself toward Alice instead, tearing at the bindings with fingers that wouldn't cooperate. Desperate to free her sister before the Huron closed the last few yards, he didn't slow down. He grabbed her by the hair, a fistful of dark curls, and dragged her down to her knees with casual brutality. He raised the knife, took his time with it, let the moment stretch, wearing it like a trophy, the blade tracing a slow arc around her head while he watched her face. It cost him everything. Uncas left the ground. He crossed the open space between them in what seemed like a single motion, dropping from full sprint into a controlled collision that drove the Huron off his feet and sent both of them tumbling across the dirt. They came up together, hit each other hard, bled on each other, but Uncas had the angle and he pressed it. Hayward's tomahawk and Hawkeye's rifle stock fell at the same instant. The knife in Uncas's hand found the Huron's chest a half-breath later. The clearing went quiet except for one place, Magua and Chingachgook. They had each other by instinct, two men who had spent enough years in the woods to know exactly what the other was capable of. They'd circled briefly, testing, watching for the opening, then closed together and hit the ground rolling. From a distance, they looked like a single form, raising a slow-moving curtain of dust and leaves as they worked toward the tree line, neither man giving an inch. Uncas circled the cloud, looking for a shot. Hawkeye raised Killdeer and held it. Hayward moved to try to grab a limb, a throat, anything. None of them could commit. The two bodies turned too fast, faces switching positions in the dust, and no one wanted to put steel into Chingachgook. Then the movement stopped. For one stretched second, Magua's eyes appeared through the dust, bright and predatory, reading the faces of his enemies. Calculating, and then Chingachgook's knife found its angle. Magua's grip released. He went flat and motionless. Chingachgook rose. The sound that came from him rolled through the trees and didn't stop for a long time. Well done for the Delawares. Hawkeye brought Killdeer up, sighting down the barrel at the motionless shape on the ground. A finishing blow from a man without a cross will never tell against his honor. Magua moved, one fluid roll away from the descending rifle stock. Over the edge of the embankment, dropping to his feet below and disappearing into the brush in a single bound before anyone could track him. The Delaware warriors who'd been closing in pulled up short, disbelieving. Then they came forward fast, following the sound of his movement through the scrub. Hawkeye stopped them with a sharp whistle. Let him go. His voice carried the flat certainty of a man who had made his accounting and accepted the remainder. He's one man, no rifle. No bow, a long walk from his French friends. Like a rattler that's lost his fangs, he can do no mischief today. He glanced at Uncas and switched to Delaware. Your father's already taking scalps. Go check the ones that are down, make sure we don't have another one get up and run. He moved through the dead himself, methodical, the long knife doing its grim work with the detachment of a man clearing brush. Uncas left him to it. He went to the women instead, moved to Alice first. Freed her lashings with clean cuts and put her in her sister's arms without ceremony or comment. His knife was still red. He didn't seem to notice. The sisters didn't speak for a long time. What passed between them wasn't language. It was the wordless reckoning that comes when people who expected to die find themselves still breathing. Alice's face broke first. She pressed herself against Cora, and the sound she made was small and broken and real. We're saved. She finally managed. We go back to father. His heart won't break. She looked up at Hayward with red-rimmed eyes. And you, Duncan, not even hurt. Hayward said nothing. He felt the sting behind his eyes and didn't fight it. Some things earned that. Uncas stood apart from them, blood drying on his forearms, watching. His expression had changed. The combat focus had bled out of it, replaced by something quieter and more careful. Directed at the women with a quality that belonged to no tactical situation he had ever trained for. Hawkeye completed his circuit of the dead, wiped the knife on the grass, and walked over to where David Gamut sat bound to a tree, having endured the entire engagement with the patience of a man who had no better options. The scout pulled out his own blade and cut through the bonds. There, he said, tossing the last of the lashing aside. You've got your limbs back, though I'm not convinced you make the best use of them. He looked at the pitch pipe tucked in David's coat. If you'll take advice from a man who spent his years where advice actually costs something, sell that little instrument to the first fool you meet and spend the money on a pistol barrel at minimum. Work at it honestly and you might come to something. A crow's more useful than a mockingbird. The one clears away what's dead, and the other just confuses the forest. David extended his thin hand with a dignity that cost him nothing and meant everything. His eyes were bright and wet. I thank you, he said simply, that the hair on my head still grows where Providence put it. I didn't join the fight because I was bound, not because I lacked the will. You fought well, I say so plainly because it is plainly true." Hawkeye took the hand. His expression shifted slightly, the hard line of his mouth easing by degrees. "It's no great thing," he said. "I got Killdeer back." He slapped the rifle's stock. "That alone is worth the trip. These Iroquois are cunning men, but they outfoxed themselves, putting their weapons out of reach. If Uncas and his father had held their patience just a little longer, we'd have come in with 3 shots loaded instead of 1 and finished the whole business cleaner. But it played out the way it played out. As it was meant to," David said firmly. "The saved will be saved." Hawkeye looked up from the lock he'd been inspecting. The patience in his expression had a definite bottom. "That's the kind of talk that gives honest men headaches," he said. "I can believe that Huron was meant to fall by my hand. I watched it happen. But don't ask me to believe that Chingachgook's condemned at the final accounting. I won't do it." David drew a breath to respond, leaning toward the theological ground he felt safest on. "You have no covenant to support such a claim. No chapter, no verse. Book." The word came out of Hawkeye like something he was removing from his boot. "You think I need a book? You see this rifle, you see this forest." He gestured with the barrel toward the canopy overhead, the light breaking through in long shafts between the branches. "I've read 40 years in that, 40 long years of hard use. Any man who follows me sunup to sundown through the deep timber will learn more about who made this world than he'll find in any argument between priests, and what he learns will humble him considerably." David regarded him for a moment, recognized the terrain, and made the pragmatic decision to withdraw. He produced his worn hymnal instead, fitted his iron-rimmed spectacles to his nose, and lifted his pitch pipe with grave composure. "Friends," he announced to the clearing, "I invite you to join in thanksgiving for this deliverance to the tune called Northampton." He gave the page and verse. He set the pitch. He sang alone, Hawkeye reloading with calm attention to the mechanics of the process, the Mohicans completing their work among the dead, the sisters still holding each other in silence. No accompaniment, no congregation. David's voice moved through the trees and dissolved into the forest without echo. Hawkeye shook his head, muttered something in which only the words throat and Iroquois were audible, and went to sort through the weapons the Hurons had stacked away from the fight. Chingachgook joined him. They worked through the captured arms with quick efficiency, Chingachgook recovering both his own rifle and Uncas's, Hayward and David each furnished with a weapon and the powder and shot to run it. When the distribution was complete, Hawkeye settled the strap of his bag across his chest and looked at the group. Time to move. David's last note faded. The sisters composed themselves. The stillness that follows spent grief settling into their faces. Duncan helped them to their feet, steadied them down the steep slope of the hill, the same ground they had climbed earlier in chains under very different expectations. At the base, the Narragansett horses stood in the brush, cropping at whatever they could reach. The group mounted and fell in behind Hawkeye without discussion. He didn't take the Huron trail. He cut right, pushed through the thicket, waded a shallow brook that ran cold and clear over smooth stones, and stopped in a narrow hollow beneath a stand of water elms. The hill they'd just left was still visible through the trees. The horses had been good for crossing the stream and little else. Hawkeye and the Mohicans leaned their rifles and began clearing leaves from a patch of blue clay, working with the ease of men returning to a known place. Dark earth gave way to clean water, a spring that broke the surface with a quiet, persistent energy, cold and bright in the shadow of the elms. Hawkeye straightened and looked around for something. His expression changed. "Mohawks," he muttered, scanning the ground. "Them and their Tuscarora and Onondaga brothers, stopping here to drink and too careless to leave anything behind them." He looked at the disturbed clay around the spring's edge, the gouged footprints pressed into the soft margin. "The Lord puts clean water up from the ground in the middle of the wilderness, better medicine than anything you'd find in a colonial apothecary, and they treat it like a wallow." Uncas reached up to a low branch of the elm beside him and retrieved a gourd that had been hanging there the entire time. He held it out without comment. Hawkeye took it, filled it at the spring, and carried it to a drier patch of ground where he settled himself against a root, drank long and steadily, and turned his attention to the bundle of provisions the Hurons had left behind. He worked through it with the focused interest of a man who respects his food because he knows how quickly it can become unavailable. "Good cuts," he said more to himself than anyone. "They know they're deer, I'll grant them that, but everything's raw, thorough savages." He looked up. Uncas. "Steel and flint, get a fire going. A bit of broiled meat will put some strength back after a trail that long." Hayward settled beside the women and let himself be still for a moment. The shaking hadn't started while the fighting was happening, it rarely did, but it was working through him now in slow, quiet increments. He breathed through it and looked at Hawkeye. "How did you find us? We expected no help from Fort Edward. If we'd gone to Fort Edward first, we'd have found you dead and been raking leaves over the bodies." Hawkeye didn't look up from the food. "We held position on the Hudson bank, watched the Hurons move. You saw everything that happened, not all of it. Indian eyes are sharp and we had to stay low, keeping this Mohican down." He glanced at Uncas. "Without heat was the harder work. He was ready to move before we had any position worth moving from. Behaved more like a curious woman than a warrior holding patience." Uncas met the scout's eyes briefly, then looked away. His face said nothing, but there was something underneath the stillness that was not quite agreement. "You saw us taken. We heard it. An Indian yell in the forest carries its own meaning to a man who spent his life in one. When you landed and they moved you inland, we crawled on our bellies through the leaves to follow. Lost you for a stretch. Found you again tied to the trees. Providence that you found the right path. They split the party, each group with horses. That's where the trail went cold on us," Hawkeye admitted. "We took the deep woods path, judged the Hurons would hold that line with prisoners, but after some miles with no sign of a broken twig, I started to doubt, especially with every track showing moccasins." Duncan lifted one foot and showed the buckskin wrap. "They put these on us before we left. I, clever and like them." He paused, not quite ready to say what came next. "We might have lost you entirely if it hadn't been for Uncas, who noticed something I, with my years of experience, had missed entirely and am not entirely comfortable admitting." He looked at Duncan. "The horses the women rode. Uncas saw their trail and said the animals planted both legs of one side together, instead of moving opposite pairs the way a trotting horse does. I'd never seen such a thing except in bears, but the trail bore it out for 20 miles, plain as print. It's the breed," Duncan said. "Narragansett Pacers out of Providence Plantations, known for that gait, smooth, distinctive. They're bred to it." Hawkeye turned this over in his mind with the deliberate attention he gave to any piece of information the forest hadn't already taught him. The Mohicans had gone quiet around the small fire, listening. Chingachgook said something low and brief. They looked at each other. "There are stranger things in the settlements, I expect," Hawkeye said finally. "Nature takes peculiar shapes when man's been at it long enough. But sidling, gait, or straight, Uncas read the track, and the track led us to a branch that had been bent clean upward. Everything around it was torn and ragged, a man's work, not a deer's. The Hurons had seen the bent twig and destroyed the rest around it to throw us off. But the one branch told the story." "You read it correctly," Duncan said. "That happened. It wasn't difficult once you knew to look." He said it without self-congratulation, simple fact, "and I knew the Hurons would pull toward this spring. They know its value well enough." Duncan looked at the hollow, the dark earth, the clear water working up through blue clay at the base of the elms. "What value? Ask any warrior who moves between the Great Lakes and the sea. All know it." He offered the gourd. Duncan drank and immediately wished he hadn't. The water carried a mineral edge that hit the back of the throat like bad medicine. He handed it back. Hawkeye watched him with quiet amusement. "Takes getting used to. I didn't like it either once. Now I want it the way a deer wants the salt lick. Your seasoned wines don't hold it for man whose blood needs what this water carries." He set the gourd aside. "Uncas has the fire. Time to eat. We have ground to cover." He moved to the fire without further discussion. The Mohicans ate the way men eat when eating is maintenance rather than pleasure, efficiently, without waste, in near silence. When the food was gone, each man knelt at the spring and drank one long, final pull. Hawkeye stood, settled Killdeer across his body, and looked at the group. "Move." The sisters found their saddles. Hayward and David took up their rifles with the careful grip of men still learning the weight. Hawkeye took point. Chingachgook fell back to cover the rear. The line moved north through the narrow path, picking up pace as the trees closed behind them. They left the spring to run where it ran and left the dead on the hillside to the birds and the weather, with no ceremony and no remark. In this country, at this time, that was simply the way of things. Chapter 13, Dead Reckoning. Hawkeye moved fast. No deliberation, no hesitation. He cut across the sandy flats at a pace that said he'd done this before many times in worse conditions under worse circumstances. The same ground they'd crossed that morning with Magua playing guide now felt different under their feet. The air had cooled. The sun was dropping hard behind the western mountains, bleeding out through the tree line in streaks of red and gold. The man moved like he was part of the forest, not through it, part of it. A quick scan of the moss on a trunk, a glance up through the canopy at the dying sun. The direction a creek bent through the earth, that was all he needed. No map, no compass, just decades of hard-won instinct wired deep into the body. Behind him, the sisters stole glances at the sky. Through gaps in the pines, the horizon was stacked with clouds, purple and copper and burning gold at the edges. Beautiful. If you had the luxury of stopping to look, Hawkeye didn't stop. Then, without warning, he turned and pointed upward at the flaming sky. "That's God telling a man to eat and sleep," he said. His voice was low, matter-of-fact. "Smart man listens to it. We'll rest short. Moon comes up, we move again." He paused, scanning the tree line to their left. "I fought the Maquas near this ground. Years back, first time I ever put blood on my hands. We built a blockhouse to keep them off our scalps." His eyes settled. "Should be just left of here if my memory holds." He didn't wait for a response. He pushed into a dense stand of young chestnuts, forcing through the undergrowth with the certainty of a man who knew what was on the other side. Branches scraped, briars caught and released. Then the thicket broke open into a small clearing. In the center, a low green hillock, and on top of it, the ruins of the blockhouse. The structure was dying. The bark roof had collapsed years ago and rotted back into the soil. The pine logs, massive, hand-hewn, thrown up fast by men under fire, still held their shape mostly. One corner had buckled under years of frost and neglect, sagging outward like a broken jaw. The whole thing was being slowly swallowed by the forest, the way the forest eventually swallows everything out here. Hayward and the sisters hesitated at the edge of the clearing. Hawkeye and the Mohicans didn't. They moved inside without breaking stride. Hawkeye circled the interior, eyes tracking every detail. His hands ran along the old logs. Chingachgook moved to his son and began to speak quietly in Delaware. His voice was low and deliberate, a warrior recounting history to another warrior, pride in it, and something else underneath, something that sounded like grief. The sisters dismounted and settled gratefully onto the soft grass of the hillock. Hayward scanned the tree line. "Wouldn't a less conspicuous position have been smarter?" he asked. "Somewhere fewer people know about." Hawkeye turned from the log wall. "Few men alive even know this place existed," he said slowly, like the words were coming up from a long way down. "Nobody writes about a fight like this one. Mohicans against Mohawks, their war, not the colonists. I was young then. Rode out with the Delawares because I knew what had been done to them." He paused. 40 days they hit us, 40 nights. I designed this pile myself and helped raise it. No Indian blood in me, whatever they say. 10 of us held off 20 of them, kept cutting them down until the numbers were close enough, then we went out and hit them hard. Not one of them made it back. He was quiet for a moment. I was young, hadn't seen much blood yet. Didn't sit right with me, leaving men in the open for the animals and the rain. So I buried them myself. He nodded at the soft mound of earth beneath them, right there where you're sitting. Hayward was on his feet before Hawkeye finished the sentence, so were the sisters. Alice's face had gone pale. Even Cora, who had steadied herself through horrors that would have broken most men, felt the cold of it. The clearing seemed to press in around them. The pines stood black and silent against the last gray light. Nothing moved. The forest held its breath. "They're gone," Hawkeye said, quieter now. He waved a hand at the hillock with something that might have been tenderness. "They'll never lift another weapon. They're done." He looked at the two Mohicans inside the shadows of the blockhouse, father and son, the last two, and his voice tightened almost imperceptibly. "Every man who fought alongside me that day is dead. Chingachgook's people, his brothers, his family, they made up our whole fighting force. He let that land. You're looking at what's left." Hayward and the sisters turned toward the Mohicans. Uncas stood listening to his father's account with his full attention, still and focused, absorbing every word. The legacy of men whose names he'd grown up honoring. Chingachgook's voice remained soft, almost musical, even carrying the weight of it. "I had understood the Delawares were a people of peace," Hayward said carefully, "that they left their fighting to the Mohawks." "Half true," Hawkeye said. "Half a lie that was engineered to break them. The Dutch wanted them disarmed, made the arrangement sound like diplomacy. It wasn't. The Mohicans, same nation, different dealings, this time with the English, never agreed to it. They kept their honor." He looked at Chingachgook. "He is the last of his line. His family once ranged across more land than any Albany patroon ever dreamed of owning. Every tree, every creek, every valley, theirs now. He let the silence do the work. Now he hopes someone digs his grave deep enough that the plow doesn't reach him." "Enough," Hayward said, not harshly. The conversation was bleeding toward places that wouldn't serve anyone tonight. "We've covered hard miles. The ladies need rest." Hawkeye glanced at him. "You're not wrong." He rolled his shoulders, the only concession to fatigue he'd allow himself, and looked over at the younger Mohican. Uncas, clear the spring. Your father and I will get a roof over their heads." The work went quietly and efficiently. Uncas found the spring and cleared it of years of leaf debris until clean water pushed up through the dark earth. Hawkeye and Chingachgook bent chestnut shoots into a rough lean-to across one sheltered corner of the blockhouse, enough to cut the heavy night dew. They piled it thick with dried grass and fragrant leaves. Cora and Alice ate, not from appetite, duty. They prayed quietly together, gave their thanks, and asked for one more night of cover. Then they lay down on the makeshift bed and closed their eyes. Within minutes they were asleep. Hayward positioned himself just outside the ruin with his back against the logs. He had no intention of sleeping. He told himself that twice. He gripped his rifle across his knees and watched the dark edge of the trees. Hawkeye noticed. "Put it down," he said, settling himself onto the grass with the practiced ease of a man who could sleep on bare rock. He nodded toward the tree line where Chingachgook had become indistinguishable from the shadows, upright, still, watching. "White man's eyes aren't built for this kind of watch. The Mohicans got it, sleep." "I failed my post last night," Hayward said, "and if we were camped with the 60th with French regulars 2 miles out, I'd say prove yourself tonight," Hawkeye replied. "But out here in the dark, in this forest, your instincts are worthless compared to his. You'd mistake a branch for man and a man for a branch. Sleep. That's an order from the most experienced man in this clearing." Hayward looked over. Uncas was already down on the hillside, horizontal, eyes shut, squeezing every minute out of the rest. David, his jaw swollen with fever, his wound hot and stiffening, had been asleep for some time. There was no useful argument left to make. Kept his back against the logs. He'd close his eyes but stay sharp. That was the compromise he made with himself. The forest sounds layered in slowly, leaves shifting, water moving somewhere distant. The low, grieving call of a whippoorwill threading through the dark. An owl answered from the far pines. He tried to track the constellations through the canopy. He could still see Chingachgook, statue still, black against black. Then he couldn't. His head tipped forward, caught himself, tipped again. When he finally lost the fight entirely, he was dreaming. Something formless and warm, a fire somewhere, safety, the sound of a woman's voice. The tap on his shoulder hit him like cold water. He came up fast, hand going for steel before his eyes were open. "Who's there? Identify yourself." "Friend." Chingachgook's voice was like gravel wrapped in cloth. He pointed upward. Through the gap in the ruined wall, the moon had climbed to center sky, pouring pale silver light straight down into the clearing. The Mohican's English came out careful and deliberate. "Moon comes, fort is far, time to move when sleep shuts both eyes of the Frenchman." "You're right." Hayward shook the fog clear. "Saddle the horses, I'll wake the others." "We're already awake, Duncan." Alice's voice came from inside the ruin, soft and clear as a bell in the cold air. She stepped out into the moonlight. Sleep had done something for her. There was color in her face, steadiness in her eyes. "We've been rested, but you've been awake all night after a brutal day." She studied his face and found the truth there. "You haven't slept at all, have you? We could wait a little longer. Cora and I can keep watch while you—" "I slept," he said. Her expression said she didn't believe him. "I slept," he repeated with less conviction. "I failed the watch, again. I told myself I wouldn't." "And I did, Duncan." Her voice was firm but gentle. "The only person accusing you is you." He was saved from having to answer by a sound that cut through everything. It wasn't loud. It didn't need to be. Chingachgook had gone rigid. Beside him, Uncas rose from the ground in a single fluid motion, no noise, no wasted movement, and both Mohicans stood locked in the same direction. Heads slightly tilted, bodies angled toward the tree line to the south. Hawkeye's hand found his rifle in the dark. "The Mohicans hear something." His voice was barely air-moving. "Danger's coming in on the wind." "God help us," Hayward breathed. He brought his rifle up anyway. "Could be an animal," he said, listening hard. Then there, faint, irregular, the soft compression of leaves under human feet, trying to be quiet and almost succeeding. "Something moving. Could be—" "No," Hawkeye cut him off. "That's a man's tread. 2 men, maybe more." He didn't take his eye off the tree line. "That Huron we lost earlier has linked up with one of Montcalm's roving parties. They found our trail." A long pause. "I'd rather not put more bodies in this ground tonight, but if we have to, we have to." He turned. Uncas horses inside the walls. Now everyone moves quietly. It happened without sound. The Narragansetts were walked into the ruin with hands over their muzzles. Every person inside pressed back into darkness and held position. Nobody breathed loud enough to matter. Outside, the footsteps multiplied, then voices, low, rapid, clipped, Huron dialect. Hawkeye put his mouth close to Hayward's ear. 20, maybe more. Hayward pressed his eye to a gap between the logs. Out in the moonlit clearing, the silver light was bright and clean and useless for seeing into the forest. The trees were a black wall. But the sounds were close now, moving through the outer ring of chestnuts, probing, redirecting. They'd lost the trail at the edge of the thicket and were working back and forth trying to require it. A voice, authoritative. The others went quiet, new orders. The brush began to creak and snap as they spread out. Hayward got his finger near the trigger guard. Don't. Hawkeye's hand pressed lightly on the rifle barrel. His voice was a breath. You touch that flint, the sparks are visible. They smell the powder, we're finished. Wait. Duncan waited, every second stretched. The sisters were in the far corner of the ruin, still pressed together, not making a sound. The Mohican stood in the shadow like carved wood, patient, ready. The chestnut thicket parted. A single Huron warrior stepped into the clearing. He was tall, well-armed, moving with the careful confidence of a man who'd done this before. He stopped at the edge of the open ground and looked at the blockhouse. The moon caught his face, surprise registering there, then curiosity. He spoke quietly over his shoulder. A second warrior materialized beside him. They stood together at the clearing's edge and studied the ruin. Then they started toward it, slow steps, cautious, eyes moving over the structure like they were reading it. Inside, Hawkeye eased his knife free of its sheath without a sound, lowered the muzzle of his rifle a fraction. Ready. Hayward did the same. The horses held. Nobody breathed. The lead warrior's foot came down on the hillock. He stopped, looked down, pressed his moccasin against the earth. Something shifted in his posture. A weight descended over him. He spoke to his companion. The tone had changed completely. Whatever had been in his voice before, urgency, aggression, the hunter's edge was gone. What replaced it was slow, low, almost reverent. They both understood what they were standing on. The two warriors stood in silence for a long moment. Heads bowed slightly, eyes moving across the mound and the crumbling walls above it. Then they stepped back, carefully, one step at a time. Eyes still on the ruin, watching it the way men watch a thing they don't want to disturb. They backed into the thicket and disappeared. Hawkeye set the butt of his rifle on the ground. He let out a long, slow breath. They respect their dead, he said, barely audible. Saved their own lives tonight, and maybe some others worth considerably more. Outside. The voices changed tone again, no longer searching, no longer aggressive. Something hushed and deliberate replaced the earlier noise. There was a brief exchange, quiet and serious. Then the sounds began to pull away. South and west, deeper into the forest, fading by degrees until the last of them dissolved into silence. Chingachgook listened until there was nothing left to hear. Then he looked at Hawkeye and gave a single quiet nod. Hawkeye was already moving. Horses out. Now we go the back way, opposite from how we came in. They moved in silence through the broken gate, threading single file into the dark between the trees. The sisters looked back once. The blockhouse sat in the moonlight, pale, crumbling, patient. The hillock gleamed soft and green. Then the forest closed around them and it was gone. Chapter 14. Ghost Trail vanishes. The blockhouse fell away behind them. Hawkeye pushed into the tree line without a word, and the others followed, staying close, breathing shallow. Nobody spoke. Nobody was stupid enough to speak. The forest swallowed them whole. The scout set a measured pace once he'd put sufficient distance between the group and whatever was hunting them. Every few minutes he stopped cold, studying the canopy, pressing his palm flat against tree bark, reading the moss like scripture. He'd tilt his chin at the Mohicans, and they'd exchange a look that communicated everything two men raised in these woods needed to communicate. No words, no wasted movement. Hayward used the pauses the way a soldier uses silence as a weapon of awareness. He strained to hear anything beyond the creak and settle of the forest. There was nothing. The wilderness lay under a stillness so complete it felt manufactured, as if the night itself were holding its breath. No birds, no animals, only the faint, persistent murmur of running water somewhere in the dark. That sound was enough. Hawkeye heard it, recognized it, and immediately adjusted their course toward it. When they hit the stream bank, the scout stopped and pulled off his moccasins without ceremony. He gestured for Hayward and Gamut to do the same. Then he stepped into the water and kept moving. They walked the stream bed for the better part of an hour. Cold water over smooth rock, no trail left behind, nothing to follow. The moon had already buried itself beneath a thick bank of clouds stacked along the western horizon when they finally climbed out of the stream and stepped onto a stretch of sandy, wooded ground. Here Hawkeye's posture changed, his stride lengthened. Whatever uncertainty had been working behind his eyes dissolved. He knew this ground. The terrain roughened as they moved. The mountains pressed in from both sides, narrowing the corridor, announcing a gorge ahead. The scout called a halt and waited until the full party had closed on him. When he spoke, it was barely above a breath, each word measured and deliberate. A man could walk these paths 100 times and never know that an army was resting in those trees, he said, nodding toward the dark mass of the mountains. But there they are. Then we're close to William Henry, Hayward said, stepping nearer. Close enough that the path between us and those walls is going to be the hardest walking you've ever done. Hawkeye turned and pointed through the trees to where a small basin of water caught the starlight, its surface flat and dark as a mirror. That there is Bloody Pond. I fought over this ground sunrise to sunset, buried men in it too, or near enough to buried. Hayward studied the water. It sat motionless, dense. Wrong somehow. That's where they put the dead, he said. It wasn't a question. 3 engagements in a single day with Dieskau's column. Hawkeye's voice carried the weight of a man reciting something he'd rather forget but couldn't. First he hit us in the defile on the march out and scattered us like startled deer all the way back to Mohican. Then we regrouped behind our own fallen timber and hit him back hard under Sir William, earned his title on that ground, he did. The French counted their dead at sundown and wished they'd counted higher. Dieskau himself went down, shot half to pieces. They sent him back across the water, no good to anyone for war anymore. A hard-won fight, Hayward said. It wasn't finished. The scout's eyes stayed on the pond. Effingham sent me to run the news of the French rout across the portage to the Hudson Fort, right about where those trees rise up into the ridge. I found a relief column coming down to support us. Led them straight to the French camp. They were eating, thought the day was done. And it wasn't. Death surprises men who are thinking about their supper. He let that sit for a moment. We hit them hard. We'd lost friends that morning, men we'd known. Nobody was feeling merciful. He paused. When it was over, they put the bodies in that pond, some that weren't entirely dead yet if the stories are straight. I've seen that water run red, seen it with these eyes. Hayward stared at the still surface and said nothing. A soldier's grave, Hawkeye said finally. He straightened his long frame, something old and soldierly moving through him. There isn't a ridge in these hills that hasn't heard Killdeer crack, nor a square mile between Mohican and the river where this rifle hasn't put something living on the ground. He stopped. His head turned with the precise stillness of a man whose senses have just registered something wrong. You see anything moving on that shore? Hayward looked. The bank was shadow and silence. Nothing could be out here but us, he said. Something that doesn't need shelter doesn't worry about shelter. Hawkeye's hand closed on Hayward's shoulder with a grip that communicated everything words couldn't, the grip of a man who faced the wilderness every day of his life and was afraid. There, a shape. Moving, his voice dropped to almost nothing. On your arms, all of you now. The challenge came out of the fog and the darkness like a blade, sharp, military, carrying the particular authority of a man who has been standing cold watches long enough to mean it. Qui vive, Hawkeye went rigid. What language is that? That's not Indian and it's not English. Qui vive, the sentry repeated it, and they heard the shift of equipment, a musket being raised and settled. Hayward's mind made the calculation in less than a second. He stepped out of the shadow of the tree line and walked toward the voice, toward the pond, keeping his movement unhurried and deliberate, placing himself within yards of the sentinel before the man could make a decision. France, he said. The grenadier came into focus, tall, young, the uniform of a line regiment, musket at his side now but not raised. He had the accent of a man who'd never fully left the streets of Paris. Du venez-vous ou allez-vous d'aussi bonne heure? Hayward didn't blink. I come from a scouting expedition. I'm going to find my bed. Erts-vous officier du roi? Without question, my friend, do I look like a provincial militiaman to you? He let a small, calibrated condescension enter his voice. I am a captain of chasseurs. With me I have the daughters of the commandant of the English fort. You've heard of them, I expect. I took them near the other fortification, and I'm delivering them to the general. The sentry's military posture softened by a degree. He looked toward the women and touched his cap with genuine regret. Ma foi, mesdames, j'en suis fâché pour vous, mais fortune de guerre, you will find our general a fine man and courteous to ladies. Cora held the young soldier's eyes without flinching and answered him in French that was clean and unhurried, telling him it was the nature of fighting men and wishing him a more pleasant duty before dawn. He bowed. Hayward said good night. They walked on. Behind them the sentry resumed his pacing along the dead water's edge, and his voice came back to them faint and tuneless, some old song about wine and love and France. Good thing you had that French of yours. Hawkeye muttered when they'd opened enough distance. His rifle came down out of his hands and settled into his grip properly again. Had his words been anything other than friendly, I'd have found a place for his bones alongside his countrymen in that water. He stopped speaking. A groan rose from the direction of the pond, long and wet and low, the sound of a body failing. "That's flesh," the scout said quietly, "not spirit. Spirits don't handle their muskets the way that man was handling his." "It is flesh," Hayward confirmed. He looked back at the group and in the darkness registered the gap. Chingachgook was gone. A second groan followed the first, then a single dense splash, and after that, nothing. The pond's surface resumed its silence as though nothing had ever broken it. The Mohican came out of the thicket a moment later at a walk, unhurried. He took his position in the group with the quiet authority of a man who had simply completed a task. One hand secured the fresh scalp to his belt, the other returned knife and tomahawk to their places. Hawkeye looked at him for a long moment, then dropped the heel of his rifle to the earth and leaned on the barrel. "It would have been a savage act coming from a white man," he said finally. His voice was low and without anger. Carrying something harder to name, the weight of a man trying to reconcile two different understandings of the world. But it is his gift and his nature, and I won't argue with what a man is. I would have preferred it to be a Mingo rather than that young soldier from the old country. He shook his head once and was done with it. "It's done," Hayward said. He kept his voice flat and even, making certain neither sister could read what had just happened from the conversation alone. "It can't be undone. What I need to know is our route. We're inside their picket line." Hawkeye pulled himself back to the problem. The French have tightened the noose around that fort, and threading through them is going to take careful work. And we're running out of dark." "Running out of dark," the scout agreed, glancing toward the horizon where the clouds were beginning to define themselves against a slightly lighter sky. "Two ways to do it. First, put the women on foot, cut the horses loose, and push the Mohicans ahead to open a corridor through the sentries. We go in over whoever they put in front of us." "No," Hayward said. There was no deliberation in it. "I didn't think you'd take it. Too much blood for that kind of passage." Hawkeye's tone held no judgment. "Then we go back the way we came, get outside their picket line entirely, cut west into the mountains. And I'll hide you where Montcalm's trackers would grow old and gray before they found a cold fire. Wait for the opening." "Do it," Hayward said. Hawkeye turned without another word and moved back along the track they'd come in on, the group falling in behind him by instinct. Their footfalls were soft and deliberate. The margin of the pond passed beside them in silence, the dark water leaving no record of what had occurred on its bank. The scout turned them west, away from the valley floor and into the long shadows thrown by the mountain range. The ground turned immediately punishing. Broken rock, sudden drops, terrain that had to be negotiated foot by foot. They climbed. The darkness remained total for a while longer, then began to release its grip degree by degree, shapes acquiring edges, edges acquiring definition. When they finally pulled themselves over the lip of the summit and onto a flat shelf of mossy rock, the morning was coming up clean and cold over the pine ridges across the valley. Below them the world spread out like a map drawn by someone who understood war. Hawkeye told the sisters to dismount and strip the saddles and bridles from the horses himself. He released them with a word and watched them move off into the thin scrub. "Come here," he said, and led them to the eastern edge of the summit. The view was decisive. Lake Mohican stretched north into morning haze, cut through with headlands and islands, beautiful in the way that country that has seen violence is sometimes beautiful without apology. To the south the valley opened toward familiar ground, and directly below them, pressed against the lake's western shore, the white canvas and timber structures of an army 10,000 strong. Even as they watched, artillery opened up from the French batteries. The sound rolled up the mountain face and broke against the rock shelf where they stood. "They started early," Hawkeye said. He pointed toward the fort's walls where a stone struck by French iron threw dust into the clear morning air. "That's the commandant's quarters taking the brunt of it." "I cannot watch," Cora said. Her voice was controlled, but the words came from somewhere it cost her to reach. "We must go to Montcalm ourselves. He cannot refuse to admit a commander's daughters." "He'd scalp you before you found his tent," the scout said. He wasn't being cruel, he was being exact. "If I had one of those boats sitting empty along that shore, there might be a way. But look, that fog coming down the lake will blind every man in that valley inside the hour. French sentries and Mingo scouts both." He studied the rolling mist with the attention of a man pricing an opportunity. "If you can push through what I think we'll face down there, I can get you to that fort." Cora looked at him directly. "Lead will follow." The scout gave her a look that carried genuine respect, the kind a hard man gives to someone who has surprised him. I wish I had 1,000 with your nerve, he said simply. We'd push those Frenchmen back to their walls before the week was out. He turned to the group. Stay close. If I go down, keep the wind on your left cheeks and follow the Mohicans. They can find their way in darkness blind. He moved to the edge of the rock shelf, committed his weight to the descent, and went down the steep face with long, careful strides. The valley floor received them quickly. The fog was moving with purpose now, pouring south along the lake's surface, swallowing everything it touched. Hawkeye brought them to a halt on the plain, the fort's western wall visible half a mile ahead through the thickening gray, a sally port in the curtain wall facing them like a narrow answer to a difficult question. The Mohicans ghosted ahead to read the ground. When Hawkeye went forward to meet them and came back, something hard had moved into his expression. Frenchmen posted a picket straight across our path, he said. Mixed, regulars and natives. We'll be walking into the middle of them before we see them. Can we go around? Hayward asked. In fog like this, a man who bends from his line will never find it again. As if to punctuate the point, a cannon ball came crashing through the birch saplings nearby, burying itself in the earth 20 feet from where they stood. The Mohicans moved to it without instruction, studying the line it had cut through the dirt. Uncas spoke to Hawkeye in Delaware, his hand tracing the direction of the shot's path. The boy's right, the scout said. He kicked the spent iron ball with one boot. That round plowed a furrow from the fort to where it stopped. We follow the furrow when there's nothing else to follow. He looked at each of them in turn. No more talking. Move. Hayward positioned himself between the sisters and drove them forward, one hand on each, keeping Hawkeye's outline in his eyes as the fog thickened around them. Within 20 yards, the world contracted to a sphere of gray visibility barely wide enough to see the man ahead. They were blind in every other direction. They'd completed their arc to the left and were curving back toward the fort. Hayward calculated they'd covered half the distance when the challenge came out of the fog from no more than 20 feet away. Qui va là? Push left, the scout breathed. He was already moving. Push left, Hayward repeated. The fog exploded with voices, plural, organized, closing. C'est moi, Hayward called out, still moving, dragging the women with him. Bert qui moi. Ami de la France, 2 mas plus l'air d'un ennemi. Arert ugt fies ami du diable. Few camarades, few. 50 muskets discharged simultaneously. The fog lit for an instant in all directions. The balls cut the air close enough that Gamut's composure broke, and even the sisters flinched hard into Hayward's grip. The volley had been high and lateral by enough margin to preserve their lives, but the subsequent roar of reloading and pursuit filled the fog on every side. Hawkeye came about. We fire back one volley. They'll read it as a sortie from the fort and hesitate. They gave the French a volley. It had the wrong effect. The plain erupted. Muskets firing along the full length of the French line from the lake shore to the tree line, the entire position coming alive, the fog strobing with muzzle flashes. They'll bring every man they have, Hayward said. Move, now. The scout moved, but the fog had done its work. He stopped, turned his face one way then the other, reading the air for direction. His expression told the rest of the story. The light morning breeze had died and the air pressed in cold and neutral from all sides. Uncas was already on the ground, his hands moving through the torn earth. Following the furrow, the cannon ball had cut through 3 anthills in sequence, the line as straight and reliable as a compass needle. Give me the line, Hawkeye said, crouching beside him. Uncas pointed. The scout was up and running. The fog tore open. A bank of it rolled upward suddenly and the whole scene was revealed, the valley, the French positions, the fort wall directly ahead. In the same instant, the batteries of William Henry cut loose from the ramparts above them, the roar cascading down the mountain faces and back, the French line ducking and scrambling. Hawkeye read it in an instant and spun 180 degrees. We've been heading for the tree line, the fort's behind us. They reversed without argument and ran. Hayward felt Cora pass from his arm to Uncas without breaking stride, and he let her go, the Mohican's speed bringing her forward faster than Hayward could have managed. The pursuit was close behind them, he could hear it, officers shouting, boots in wet ground, anger driving men forward. Point to quartier aux Coquins. Someone behind them was screaming, and then from the rampart above, a voice cutting through the chaos with the particular authority of a man accustomed to being the last word in any situation. Stand firm, 60ths, wait for the enemy, fire low, sweep the glacis. Out of the fog and the noise, a single voice, young, breaking at the edges, raw with desperation. Father, Father, it is I, Alice, Elsie, your daughters, spare them, save them. The silence that followed lasted 1 full second. Then the commander's voice came down from the ramparts like something from another world entirely, the voice of a man who has been handed back something he had already grieved and buried. Hold, the word cracked across the whole engagement. It is them. God has given me back my children. Open the sally port. 60ths to the field. Fix bayonets. Do not fire. There are women in that field. Drive the French back with steel alone. Hayward heard the hinges scream as the sally port opened. He found the 60th line coming out through the gap, his own regiment, his own men, and went to their head without slowing, pivoting them into the fog and driving the French pursuers back across the glacis at bayonet point until the ground in front of the walls was clear. Cora and Alice stood in the clearing fog, still and close together, neither one broken. Both of them waiting with the particular composure of women who had decided some time ago that fear was not a luxury they could afford. And then he came through the mist, their father, a man built large by years and campaigning, his hair gone white with service, his face lined with everything the frontier had cost him. He moved with the deliberate precision of a man who has given orders in the worst moments men face, and he folded both daughters into his arms at once, and wept without any attempt to conceal it, the tears tracking freely down the weathered creases of his face. When he found words, they came in the deep Scots cadences he'd carried across an ocean and 3 decades of war. For this I thank thee, Lord, let danger come as it will, thy servant is prepared. Chapter 15, Siege without relief. The siege had ground through 5 days of hell. Monroe's garrison bled out by the hour. Men worked the guns in rotating shifts, catching sleep in the dirt between barrages, eating what little remained and saying nothing about it. Webb sat fat and idle somewhere down the Hudson with an army that could have ended this, and every man inside William Henry knew it. The silence from the south was its own kind of wound. Montcalm's Indians owned the tree line. Their war cries split the night at irregular intervals, a deliberate tactic calculated to erode sleep and sanity in equal measure. It worked on green men. But Monroe's veterans had found something harder inside themselves, something the old Scotsman had forged through sheer force of will and personal example. They held. The French general had made one critical error. He'd left the high ground untouched. The surrounding ridgelines sat unoccupied, their slopes green and quiet, commanding perfect fields of fire down into the fort's interior. A competent engineer would have seized those heights in the first hours. Instead, Montcalm planted his batteries on the plain and worked them with technical precision, good gunnery against bad walls. It was the endemic blindness of warfare in this country, born from decades of forest fighting where artillery was dead weight and hilltops were irrelevant. That blind spot would eventually cost other men other forts. For now, it was the only thing keeping William Henry alive. Major Duncan Hayward climbed to the water bastion in the 4th hour of a ceasefire, moving through the sulfur-stained air of the fort's interior toward something approximating fresh. A lone sentry paced the parapet above. The gun crews had dispersed. For the first time in days, the cannon were silent. He stepped up onto the rampart and looked out over the lake. The water was glass. Late sun broke across Mohican in long copper sheets, gilding the small islands that dotted the surface, some barely above the waterline, others rising in dark humps of pine and rock. The mountains behind them caught the same light and softened under it, shadows pooling in their folds like slow-moving water. French fishermen worked the shallows in skiffs, dragging nets toward the pebbly shore within easy cannon range. Young soldiers stripped off coats and waded into the lake, their laughter carrying clean across the water. A group moved up the nearest slope, curious, restless, burning off the energy that a siege bottled up in men who were winning. 2 white flags hung in the still air, one above the fort's angle, one above the French battery. Between the rival camps, the standards of England and France turned lazily in the same light breeze, indifferent to what they represented. Duncan stood with his hands on the stone and let himself breathe. Movement below caught his eye. He stepped to the bastion's angle and looked down at the glacis fronting the sally port. A French officer was crossing the open ground with a prisoner in custody, moving toward the fort's main body. The prisoner was tall. His arms were bound behind him with deer-hide thongs. He had no rifle. Duncan stared. The man's frame was unmistakable even at distance. Hawkeye. The woodsman's head was down, his face drawn tight with something that looked like shame, the particular humiliation of a man taken alive who had never expected to be. Duncan started to turn from the rampart. Voices stopped him. He found them at the inner angle, Cora and Alice Munro, walking the parapet for the same reasons he had climbed it. Air, space. the illusion of freedom that the open sky provided when stone walls closed in around a person day after day. He hadn't seen them since the forest. They looked rested, still frightened underneath it, but the worst edge had been smoothed away by sleep and walls and something resembling safety. Alice spotted him first. There he is. Her voice carried an edge of performance, but her eyes were bright with genuine relief. The man who abandoned us, days we've waited, ages, and here you appear without so much as the decency to look ashamed of yourself. Alice means we're grateful, Cora said. She gave her sister a look that was equal parts affection and restraint. She expresses it badly, but the feeling is sincere. We wondered why you hadn't come. The redoubt to the north, Duncan said, nodding toward the entrenched camp beyond the walls. Whoever holds it controls the approach to the fort. I've been there since we parted. He paused, reading something in Cora's expression that made him add, I should have sent word. You should have, Alice said, then immediately softened. But you're here now. He looked at Cora again. She was watching the lake, her dark eyes distant. When she turned back to him, there was something raw in her face that didn't belong there, grief or the near cousin of it. Miss Munro, he stepped toward her. Are you ill? I'm fine. She moved away slightly from his offered support, not rudely, just with the practiced self-containment of someone who had learned not to need what wasn't offered consistently. Look at it, Duncan. She gestured toward the lake, the mountains, the impossible beauty of the scene surrounding their slow destruction. Tell me what a man like my father deserves. Tell me this is what his service earned him. His honor is intact, Duncan said. Nothing out there changes that. She gave him her hand before he could say more. Her grip was steady. Her cheeks had gone pale. Go, she said quietly. He needs you. Duncan held her hand a moment longer than was necessary. He looked at Alice, who was no longer performing anything, just watching him with wide, serious eyes. We'll be through this soon, he said. He meant it, or wanted to. I'll see you on the other side of it. He went down the bastion steps 2 at a time and crossed the parade at a controlled jog. Munro was moving when Duncan entered. The old man's quarters were barely large enough to accommodate his stride, but he was working it end to end with the focused energy of a man who thought better on his feet. You've seen the scout, Duncan said, not a question. Montcalm sent him back. Munro's voice was tight with something between anger and dark humor. With his compliments, said he knew how much I valued the man and couldn't bear to keep him. He stopped pacing. Can you imagine the gall, a Frenchman's way of telling you you've lost? And the letter, Webb's response. Munro looked at him with eyes that had seen too much to perform hope convincingly. There is a letter. Montcalm has it. The scout got through to Edward, saw the army with his own eyes, men, muskets, the works, but did they move? He laughed once, a short, harsh sound. Morning parade, evening parade. One of the colonials knocked powder into his breakfast fire. That's the whole of it. No movement, no column forming up. Nothing. Duncan held that for a moment. The math was brutal and simple. No relief coming. Walls crumbling under Montcalm's batteries, powder running low, men beginning to feel it. The guns are failing, Duncan said. More than half are unserviceable. The walls won't hold another week. The men know it. Munro stopped. He turned and looked at his junior officer with the full weight of 40 years in the king's service behind his eyes. I know all of that, he said quietly. Don't think I don't know every word of what you're telling me. He straightened. But there is a letter, and I want to know what's in it before I make any decision that touches the honor of this garrison. Montcalm has invited me to meet him personally, between the lines. He paused. I won't go, too much satisfaction in it for him, but I'll send you. Sir, you speak French. You're sharp enough not to give away what you don't know, and you're young enough that if this goes badly, I haven't sacrificed the man I can least afford to lose. The ghost of something crossed his face, not a smile exactly. Find out what's in that letter. Don't tell him anything he doesn't already have, and watch yourself with those savages. Duncan took his instructions, ran through them twice in his mind to fix them, and left. The sally port opened, and Duncan stepped through it into the no man's ground between the armies. The drum had beaten the exchange signal. He carried a white cloth on a short staff and felt the particular exposure of open ground after days behind walls, the way the sky opened above him and offered no cover in any direction. A French officer met him at the midpoint with professional courtesy and walked him through the French lines without conversation. The command marquee was larger than he expected. Montcalm stood at its center, surrounded by his staff, and ranged behind them. Watching from the shadows with the absolute stillness of men who had learned patience as a survival skill, stood a group of native chiefs in full war paint, their faces unreadable. Duncan's eyes swept the group by training and reflex. He found Magua before he'd finished the scan. The Huron warrior stood at the edge of the group, arms crossed, watching Duncan with the flat, patient attention of a man cataloging a threat for future use. No anger, no expression at all. Just assessment. Duncan felt the cold move through him. He filed it, locked it away, and turned to Montcalm. The French general was younger than his reputation suggested, early 40s perhaps, moving through the marquee with the natural ease of a man accustomed to command in formal settings. His uniform was immaculate despite the campaign. He carried himself without theater. Monsieur, Montcalm began, then stopped and glanced back at his staff. The interpreter won't be necessary. Duncan said in French, I speak the language well enough. Montcalm's face opened with what appeared to be genuine pleasure. He took Duncan by the arm and walked him deeper into the marquee, away from the others. I can't stand interpreters, he said, switching to French without ceremony. You never know what they're actually translating. He studied Duncan with quick, intelligent eyes. I'm sorry your commandant couldn't come himself. But I find I'm not sorry about the substitute. A brief pause. He is a brave man, your Colonel Munro, I respect that, but monsieur, is it not time to weigh courage against something else, against the cost to the men inside those walls? We consider those inseparable, Duncan said, and we've seen nothing yet to convince us the cost outweighs the purpose. Montcalm smiled, not the smile of a man insulted. The smile of a man who had expected exactly that answer and was content to work around it. Perhaps my engineers have misread your walls, he said. Perhaps they resist us better than I believe. He let the thought sit. You know our strength, of course. Accounts differ, Duncan said. The highest figure we've heard is near 20,000. Montcalm absorbed the number without blinking. Duncan had doubled his actual force and they both knew it. The Frenchman simply moved on. Can never hide numbers in these forests, he said pleasantly. It's the great frustration of campaign in this country. Another pause, more deliberate. I understand the commandant's daughters are inside the fort. They are, and they don't weaken you. They steady us, Duncan said, the elder especially. I'd trust the defense of William Henry to Cora Munro before I'd trust it to half the officers I've served with. Montcalm raised an eyebrow, genuinely amused for a moment. Then he became very still. Monsieur, I must speak directly. I ask you to return with authority to negotiate the terms of the garrison's surrender. Has our defense been so poor as to make that necessary? The Frenchman's eyes moved briefly to the cluster of warriors at the marquee's edge. The gesture was minimal. It was enough. My native allies are difficult men to manage, he said quietly. In victory, they are controllable. When they believe they have been denied what a siege owes them, he let the sentence stop where it was. I would not want to see the garrison of William Henry experience what I have difficulty preventing when my patience with them is exhausted. The words landed with precision. Duncan kept his face neutral through an act of will. He spent another quarter-hour in the exchange, probing for the contents of the intercepted letter, giving nothing of operational value in return. Montcalm was skilled, patient, and ultimately gave him nothing he hadn't walked in with. They shook hands at the marquee entrance. Montcalm renewed his request for direct meeting with Munro between the lines. Duncan walked back through the French position, was handed off at the midpoint, and crossed the open ground to the sally port without looking back at the tree line where Magua was almost certainly still watching. He had answers for Munro. None of them were good. He went to give them anyway. Chapter 16. Before the battle, Hayward didn't knock. He pushed through the door and stopped cold. Munro sat in a chair near the window, Alice perched on his knee, her fingers working through the old man's gray hair with the kind of tenderness that had no business existing inside a besieged fort. She traced the deep lines on his forehead like she was memorizing them. When he pretended to scowl at her nonsense, she pressed her lips to his brow and the scowl dissolved. Cora sat nearby, watching her younger sister with quiet affection, a half-smile on her lips, the kind that belonged to a woman who had learned to hold joy carefully, knowing it could be taken. The war outside didn't exist in this room, not for a moment. Duncan stood in the doorway and didn't announce himself. He watched. Three people who loved each other had carved out 60 seconds of peace inside a fortress that was being methodically reduced to rubble. And he wasn't going to be the one to end it. Then Alice's eyes caught his reflection in the glass. She was off her father's knee, in an instant, color rising in her cheeks. Major Hayward, what about the lad? Munro demanded, not unkindly. I sent him to deal with the Frenchman. He waved a hand at his daughters. Go on, both of you. A man's got enough troubles without his camp turning into a parlor. Alice laughed and followed Cora out. The door closed behind them. Munro stood and began to pace, hands behind his back, head down, boots heavy on the plank floor. He wasn't a small man even now, even at his age, broad through the shoulders, thick in the chest, the kind of frame that had survived decades of hard campaigning through sheer refusal to yield. He moved like a man working through something not ready to surface yet. Then he looked up. His eyes were bright in a way that had nothing to do with military bearing. They are excellent girls. Hayward, any man should be proud of them. You know my opinion of your daughters, Colonel. True, true. Munro stopped pacing. You were working up to say something along those lines the day you arrived, but I didn't think it right, talking about marriage with the enemy at the gate. Bad timing, but I was wrong to put you off. He fixed Duncan with a look. Say what you came to say. Sir, I have a message from Montcalm. To hell with Montcalm. The words came out flat and hard. He doesn't own this fort yet, and he won't, provided Webb does his job. Speak your piece, boy, I'm listening. Duncan set the message aside. I want your permission to marry your daughter. Munro's expression shifted, something warm moving through the weathered stone of his face. I suspected as much, but did you say anything to the girl herself? No, sir, not a word. It would have been a betrayal of her trust. Good man. Munro studied him. That's the right answer. Cora is a woman who doesn't need a father's protection from much. Sharp mind, strong will. But she deserves a man who understands what honor looks like. Duncan went still. We're talking about Cora, he said carefully. I, Cora, my eldest, Miss Munro. Munro's eyes narrowed. That is who you meant. Duncan stopped, felt the ground shift beneath him. I don't believe I mentioned her name. The temperature in the room dropped 10 degrees. Then whose hand? Munro said very quietly, were you asking for Major Hayward? Duncan held the old man's gaze. Alice, sir. The name landed like a stone into still water. Munro didn't erupt. He turned away and walked the length of the room once, twice, 3 times, his jaw working, his hands locked behind his back. Whatever was moving through him, he was keeping it below the surface through sheer force of will. Finally, he stopped and turned. And when he spoke, his voice had a tremor in it that Duncan had never heard before. Duncan Hayward, I have loved you for your father's sake and for your own. I had hopes for you. He paused. But there is something I have to tell you before this goes any further. Something you need to hear. Sit down. Duncan sat. Munro remained standing for a long moment, composing himself the way a soldier composes himself before delivering a hard report. Then he lowered himself into the chair across from Duncan and stared at his hands. My family was old and honorable, he began. Not wealthy, but the name meant something. I was your age when I gave my word to Alice Graham, daughter of a neighboring laird. Good girl, fine family. But her father wanted more than I could offer, and when it became clear the match wouldn't be approved, I did the only thing an honest man could do. I released her from the engagement, left Scotland. Into service. He paused. I saw a great deal of the world after that, did my duty in various hard places. Eventually I was posted to the West Indies. He stopped again, longer this time. When he continued, his voice had taken on a different quality, careful, deliberate, the voice of a man carrying something heavy. There I met a woman. We married. She became the mother of Cora. Duncan said nothing. He waited. Her father was a gentleman of those islands, Munro said. Her mother's bloodline traced back distantly to those people who have been enslaved to serve the wants of men who should know better. He raised his eyes and met Duncan's directly, no apology in them, only challenge. That is a stain on the conscience of nations, not on my daughter, and I'll break any man who says otherwise. Duncan felt the weight of it settle over the room. He felt, too, the thing Munro was watching for, the flinch, the look away. The slight reordering of expressions that would tell the old soldier everything he needed to know. I was born in the South, sir, Duncan said slowly. I know what you're telling me. And Munro's voice was iron, and I am asking for Alice. Duncan held his gaze steady. Whatever prejudice lives in me, I will war against it every day of my life. I will not let it govern me. He was honest enough, at least in the privacy of his own mind, to acknowledge that the feeling was there, old and deep, planted in him before he had the sense to question it. But it was not what drove him here, and it was not what would drive him forward. Munro studied him for a long time, then something in the old man's face released. Alice, he said softly, is the image of what her mother was before grief found her. He leaned back. When my first wife died, I went back to Scotland. And do you know what I found? Alice Graham, Alice, who I had left behind 20 years before, had never married, had waited for a man who had forgotten her. His voice roughened. She forgave me, took me as her husband, became Alice's mother. And I had her for 1 year. Munro's eyes were wet, but his voice stayed level. 1 year before she was gone, he went quiet. The grief on his face was old and healed over, but still there, the way a badly set bone is still there beneath the skin. Duncan said nothing. There was nothing to say. After a long silence, Munro straightened. He took a breath, squared his shoulders, and just like that the personal man was gone and the soldier was back. "Major Hayward," he said, "you had a message from Montcalm." Duncan cleared his throat, pulled himself back to the immediate problem. "Yes, sir, I spent considerable time with the French general. He was polite. He was also completely unwilling to deliver his communication to anyone except you. In person, he will not deal through intermediaries." Munro's expression hardened as Duncan laid out the details: Montcalm's courteous refusal, his firm insistence that the commandant of the fort receive his message directly, his polished deflection of every attempt to extract the substance of what he wished to convey. "The man wants a conference," Duncan finished, "and he wants you there." "Does he?" Munro's voice was flat. "He invites me to a meeting. Refuses to speak to the man I send in my place and expects me to come running." He pushed himself to his feet. "Well, perhaps I will. Let him see what Munro's face looks like when it isn't afraid." He thought for a moment, calculating. "There's no bad policy in showing the man we aren't rattled. Go out and meet him looking like we have all the time in the world. That's worth something." Duncan saw his opening and took it. "Agreed, sir. He'll gain nothing by reading confidence in us. Send word ahead. Prepare a small guard, enough to show proper respect for the occasion, not so many as to suggest we're frightened. And Hayward," Munro lowered his voice, "keep your men sharp, eyes open. I've dealt with enough French officers to know that courtesy and treachery are not mutually exclusive." Duncan was out the door before the order was finished. The afternoon light was bleeding out of the sky by the time the small column stepped through the sally port. Munro walked like a man who owned the ground he stood on, spine straight, jaw set, every year of his service carried openly in his posture. Duncan matched his pace a half-step behind. They had covered less than 100 yards when the French column emerged from the tree line along the stream bed, a hollow way carved between the French batteries and the fort, shadows pooling in its depths. Montcalm's party was small, deliberate, every man in it chosen to communicate confidence rather than threat. Duncan spotted the white plume first. Montcalm wore it like a signature. "Watch your men," Munro said quietly, eyes forward. "Flints checked, but we show them nothing." Drums exchanged signals between the columns. Orderlies moved forward with white flags. Both parties stopped. Both waited. Then Montcalm walked forward alone, quick, fluid, covering ground with the relaxed efficiency of a man comfortable in his body. He swept his hat off as he approached, dropping the white plume nearly to the earth in a bow that managed to be respectful without being servile. The two commanders took each other's measure. Munro was harder, rougher, built like something that had been hammered into shape by raw experience. Montcalm was elegant, economical, the product of a different kind of war. Neither spoke immediately. Neither blinked. Montcalm broke first, as rank dictated. After the opening formalities, he turned to Duncan with a smile. "I am glad you are here, Major," he said in French. "Your presence makes an interpreter unnecessary. I speak with the same confidence I would feel using my own language." Duncan acknowledged the compliment. Montcalm then turned toward his own guard and waved them back. "En arrière, mes enfants, retires vous un peu." Duncan scanned the tree line before he did the same. The wood was alive with watching eyes, dark figures at the margins, French allied warriors who had no particular investment in the rules of the meeting. He felt them the way you feel a room that isn't empty. "Monsieur de Montcalm," he said carefully, "our situations are not identical." He gestured toward the trees. Montcalm placed his hand over his heart. "You have my word as a French officer. It will hold." Duncan didn't love it, but he gave the order. The guards stepped back. Munro watched the escort withdraw with visible unease. "What are you doing?" he demanded. "Showing him we aren't afraid," Duncan said quietly. "That's what you told me to do, sir." The old man's jaw tightened. "I have no great faith in French marquesses. This one has earned his reputation on 2 continents. We're safe." A grunt, Munro let it go. Montcalm stepped closer and opened the meeting with directness wrapped in silk. "I have asked for this conference, Colonel, because I believe you are a man who understands the difference between genuine courage and futile sacrifice. You have defended this place with honor. That testimony I will give freely to anyone who asks." Duncan translated. Munro's chin came up. "Tell him his testimony will be worth more when it's better deserved." A flicker of amusement crossed Montcalm's face as Duncan rendered this. "What courage freely earns, stubbornness can lose," he said. "Would the colonel wish to review my lines and assess for himself what he faces?" "Tell the man I know the French king is well served," Munro said. "So is mine." Though not within reach, Montcalm replied in clean, unaccented English, then caught himself. Duncan stared at him. My apologies, Montcalm said, reverting to French, a touch of color rising in his face. Understanding a language and speaking it are different things. Please continue. You speak English, Duncan said, not bothering to hide the edge in it. Imperfectly, please continue to assist me. Montcalm moved on without dwelling on it. These hills give us clear observation of your works, gentlemen. I may know their condition as well as you do. Ask the Frenchman if his field glasses reach to the Hudson, Munro said quietly. Ask him if he knows where Webb's column is and when it arrives. Montcalm's expression shifted, something careful moving behind his eyes. He reached into his coat and produced a folded letter. He held it out to Munro. Let General Webb speak for himself, he said. Munro took the letter before Duncan could intervene. He broke the seal. Read. Duncan watched the old man's face. It happened fast. The military pride, that hard, cultivated, load-bearing thing that had held Munro upright through 40 years of hard service, simply buckled. His lip trembled. The letter dropped from his fingers. Duncan caught it off the ground and read it in seconds. Webb wasn't coming. The letter, captured in transit, authentic beyond question, said it plainly. No reinforcement was possible. Surrender was advised. Their own commanding general, safe behind his own walls at Fort Edward, had written them off. No deception, Duncan said, turning it over, checking the seal and the signature. It's Webb's hand, it's real. Munro said nothing for a long time. When he finally spoke, his voice was stripped of everything except the raw fact of betrayal. The man has ruined me. He has brought dishonor to my door. I have never— He stopped. His hands were shaking. Disgrace was never known in my family, not once, and now he heaps it on my gray head. We still hold the fort, Duncan said. He said it hard. The way you say something to a man whose knees are about to go. We still hold it, sir, and we hold our honor. Make them pay for every yard of it. Something moved in Munro's eyes, an ember catching. Boy, the old man's voice steadied. You've reminded an old soldier of his obligation. We go back, we dig in, we sell it dearly. Gentlemen, Montcalm stepped forward. His voice was quiet, and the quiet was genuine. You do not know me if you think I will use that letter as a weapon against brave men. I have no interest in cheap victories or manufactured glory. Hear my terms before you go. Duncan translated. Munro's eyes narrowed. What does he want? He wants to talk terms, sir. A long pause, then Munro nodded. Let him speak. Montcalm was direct. The fort was lost. That was a military reality, and pretending otherwise served no one. But the garrison need not be humiliated. His king required the fortification to be destroyed. His king required nothing else. Your colors, Duncan asked. Take them home, show them to your king. Arms, keep them. No one here has used them better. The march out, the formal surrender, will be conducted in a manner that honors every man who defended this place. Duncan turned to Munro and relayed each point precisely. He watched the old man absorb it. Watched the hardness in his face soften incrementally, not into weakness, but into something more complicated. The recognition of an enemy who was behaving better than an ally had. Go, Munro said finally, his voice rough. Go with this Frenchman, this Marquess, and a Marquess he has earned the right to be called. Arrange it. He paused. I have seen two things today I never thought I would see. An Englishman too frightened to stand by a friend, and a Frenchman too honest to press his advantage. He turned and walked back toward the fort. His step was slower now, heavier. The garrison watching from the ramparts would read it in his posture before any word was spoken. The news would break over them like cold water. Duncan remained. He worked out the terms with Montcalm's people as the last of the daylight died and the stars came out hard and cold above the tree line. He re-entered the fort during the first watch of the night, went directly to Munro and briefed him alone. The announcement came shortly after. Hostilities were suspended. The fort would be yielded at first light. The garrison would march out with their arms, their colors, their baggage. In the brutal arithmetic of 18th century warfare, they retained their honor, the one currency that could not be recaptured once spent. Munro had signed. He sat alone in his quarters. And something that had been load-bearing inside him had given way. Not all at once, not visibly. But Duncan could see it the way you can see structural damage in a wall. The cracks were there, hairline and spreading, and the building would eventually come down. It came down sooner than anyone expected. Chapter 17. Shadow leaves camp the 9th of August, 1757. The killing was done. The French had won. Fort William Henry had fallen, and now two armies lay scattered across the shores of Lake George. The Iroquois called it Mohican, the Holy Lake, each one waiting for dawn in its own particular silence. The victors slept easy. The conquered didn't sleep at all. By the small hours, even the celebration had burned itself out. The forest absorbed everything. The last drunk shouts from the French pickets, the occasional challenge barked from inside the fort's walls. Then those sounds died too, and there was nothing left but the dark and the cold and the smell of pine and gunpowder hanging in the still air. It was in that dead hour before first light that the canvas door of a large command tent shifted, and a man stepped out into the darkness. He wore a cloak pulled tight against the damp chill of the woods. It covered him well, rank, face, intention. He moved through the French encampment like he owned it, because he did. When he reached the grenadier posted outside the commander's quarters, the soldier snapped a salute and stepped aside without a word. The cloaked man didn't acknowledge it. He was already moving, threading a path through the grid of tents toward the English fort. Each time he reached a sentry post, the exchange was the same, quick, quiet, decisive. Qui vive, France. Le mot d'ordre, la victoire. The sentinels let him pass, every one of them. He had the password and he had the bearing, and men who carry themselves like that at 3 in the morning don't get stopped by privates with cold hands and muddy boots. He moved from the center of the encampment out to its farthest edge, where the last sentry held his post closest to the English walls. The challenge came in the darkness. Qui vive, France. He stepped close, lowering his voice. La victoire, c'est bien, the sentry said, shouldering his musket. You're up early, monsieur. Vigilance, my boy. The cloaked man dropped one side of his cloak as he passed, letting the soldier see his face clearly. The sentry froze. His musket rattled as he brought it up in a sharp salute, low and deep, the kind a man gives when he suddenly understands exactly who he's talking to. When he finally turned back to his post, he muttered under his breath, "Must never sleep at all, that one." The officer didn't break stride. He reached the lakeshore without incident. The western water bastion of Fort William Henry rose against the sky 30 yards ahead, dark earth and timber, solid and defeated. The moon was low and weak, throwing just enough light to make shapes out of shadows. He put his back against a tree trunk and went still. He studied the ramparts the way a man studies a problem he's already solved but still doesn't trust. His eyes moved point to point along the wall, not idle, not curious, systematic, the kind of scan that comes from years of knowing that what you missed yesterday can kill you today. He was about to leave when a sound from the nearest bastion angle stopped him. A figure appeared on the parapet above. Big man, stood there with his head turned east. Watching for the same dawn the officer was waiting on. Then the figure leaned against the earthworks and stared down at the lake. The water caught what little moonlight there was and gave it back in scattered fragments. The officer recognized the silhouette, the size of the man, the particular weight of grief in how he stood. Munro, the English commander. There was nothing to be gained from watching a beaten man grieve in the dark. The officer stepped quietly around the tree to go. Then he heard it. Water. Moving wrong, not the lake's natural rhythm against the shore, something deliberate. The soft drag of something rising out of the shallows and then the quiet grind of wet pebbles shifting under weight. A dark shape pulled itself up from the lake's edge and moved onto the bank, not 10 feet away. A rifle came up, slow, tracking toward the parapet where Munro stood. The French officer's hand closed on the lock before the weapon could be cocked. Hugh, the Indian, spun. His ambush was blown and he knew it. He stood there in the dark, dripping like water, the rifle now useless. The officer said nothing. He gripped the man's shoulder and walked him away from the fort, away from the shore, far enough that what came next wouldn't be heard by the wrong ears. Then he threw back his cloak. The white uniform, the cross of St. Louis at his chest, catching the faint light. Montcalm's voice was quiet, but it had iron in it. "What is this? Does my son not know the hatchet is buried? The English march out at dawn. There is a capitulation." The Indian stared at him. His face was flat, unreadable except for the contempt behind his eyes. "What can the Hurons do?" he said in rough French. "Not one warrior has a scalp. The pale faces make friends." Montcalm looked at him more carefully. Renard Subtil, the fox himself. Strange to see such eagerness in a man who was fighting for the English not long ago. "How many days has it been since you struck the English war post?" The Indian called the Renard Subtil Magua said nothing for a moment. Then, "Where is the sun now?" "Behind the mountain, cold, dark, but when it rises it is warm again." His voice carried the cadence of a man making a speech he had already decided on. Le Subtil is the son of his people. There were clouds, there were mountains between him and his nation. Now he is back and the sky is clear. "I know your power among your people," Montcalm said. "Yesterday you were hunting English scalps for them. Today they listened to you at the council fire. Magua is a great chief. Then let him be treated as one. Prove it. Teach your warriors to respect the terms of surrender. These are our new allies. They go unmolested." Magua tilted his head. The calculation behind his eyes was visible even in the dark. Why did the chief of the Canadians bring his soldiers into these woods? Why did he fire his cannon at that fort? To take it. The land belongs to my king. The English were told to leave. They agreed. The fight is over. Magua took the hatchet to color it with blood. He looked down at his hands. It is bright now. When it is red, it can be buried. Magua is pledged not to dishonor France. The enemies of my king are your enemies, his friends, the friends of the Hurons. Friends, the word came out like something he'd bitten and found rotten. Give me your hand. Montcalm knew the game. His influence over these warriors had never come from authority, it came from accommodation. He extended his hand. Magua pressed the French commander's fingers into a deep scar on his chest. The tissue was thick and puckered, old. Does my father know this? A musket ball, every warrior has one. Magua turned. His back was bare, the calico mantle gone. The skin there was marked differently, not one scar but many. Parallel ridges, the kind that don't come from battle. Montcalm was quiet for a moment. Who did this to you? Magua slept in English quarters once. His laugh was low and ugly and didn't reach his eyes. Their sticks left marks. He let the silence carry the rest of it. Then with a cold dignity that needed no performance, he straightened. Go, tell your young men it is peace. Le Renard Subtil knows how to speak to a Huron warrior. He didn't wait for a response. He cradled his rifle in the crook of his arm and walked back into the encampment without breaking stride. The sentries challenged him as he passed each post. He ignored every one of them, walking through the challenges like they were wind. And the soldiers let him go because they knew the walk and the silence and the particular arrogance of an Indian warrior who has decided he is done talking to you. Montcalm stood on the shore alone for a long time. He had his victory. He knew what it had cost. He had seen what these men did when the restraint came off, and he was honest enough with himself, standing there in the dark with the lake at his feet, to feel the full weight of what he had set in motion. An engine once started, that no order and no flag and no cross on any officer's chest could stop if it decided to run. He pushed the thought down. There was work to do. He turned back toward camp and gave the order as he walked. The first French drum rolled out across the valley. The fort answered it. Then the fifes cut loose from inside the walls, sharp, defiant, quick, and then fell silent. The British signal, the last one they would give from this ground. Dawn came up fast. By the time Montcalm's line was dressed and standing to arms, the sun was throwing long shadows across polished musket barrels and white uniforms. The official announcement moved down the ranks. The guard detail for the fort's gates was formed, inspected, and marched forward. Flags changed hands. The mechanics of defeat and victory executed with professional precision under the guns that had decided the matter 3 days before. Inside the walls, it looked nothing like that. The British and colonial troops shouldered empty muskets. The terms of surrender had stripped them of powder and shot and formed up in sullen silence. Men whose blood was still hot from the fight, swallowing the particular humiliation of walking away intact when every instinct said turn around and finish it. Women moved through the ranks looking for faces they recognized. Children stayed close to their mothers and watched everything with wide, silent eyes. Munro walked the line. His back was straight, his face was composed, but it was the kind of composure that cost something. You could see what it was taking out of him if you looked close enough. Major Duncan Hayward looked close enough. He pressed through the column to the old man's side. "Colonel, what can I do? My daughters." 2 words, that was all. Hayward stared at him. "Arrangements haven't been made." Munro's eyes stayed on his troops. "Today, I am a soldier, Major. Every person in this column is my responsibility." Hayward didn't need to hear more. He turned and moved fast toward Munro's quarters, pushing against the flow of the crowd. He found them at the doorway. Cora and Alice, ready to move, surrounded by a press of women who had gathered there with the instinct of people who understood without being told that this was the safest point on the field. Cora's face was pale but composed, her jaw set. Alice's eyes were red and swollen. Her cheeks still wet, she had been crying for hours. They both looked at Hayward with undisguised relief when they saw him. Cora spoke first, which was unusual enough that Hayward noticed it. "The fort is lost," she said, and managed something close to a smile. "But our honor isn't, I think. Your honor is intact, more than that." He glanced around at the movement of the crowd, measuring the chaos. "But I need to see you both protected before I rejoin the column. Your father and I are required with the troops, at least until we clear the first miles toward the Hudson. I can't leave you here without someone reliable." "We need no protection," Cora said evenly. "Who would dare? Alice needs it." He said it plainly, without cruelty. "Whatever strength you carry, she is not there right now, and I will not leave either of you alone in this." He was already scanning the area, calculating. Give me a moment. He had heard it before she gestured toward it, low and measured, coming from a doorway in the next building. Sacred music. The kind that belonged to Sunday mornings in small New England churches, not the morning after a siege. He followed it. Inside, he found David Gamut, the singing master, eyes closed, working through a psalm with the focused sincerity of a man completely insulated from everything happening outside the walls. He was on the final verse. Hayward put a hand on his shoulder and waited until the phrase resolved. Gamut opened his eyes. Hayward explained it fast, what he needed. Why? I have found much that is fine in those young women, Gamut said, considering it with the gravity of a man being asked to judge a hymn arrangement. It is fitting. We have shared danger enough. I will go with them when I've completed my morning praise. He held up the small psalter. Only the doxology remains. Will you join me? The meter is common, tune is Southwell. Hayward was not going to join him, but Gamut was already pitching the note and starting the verse with the quiet certainty of a man who had never once been rushed by an emergency, and Hayward stood and waited because there was nothing else to do. When it was done, he spoke quickly. Keep the women together. Anyone who comes at them with bad intentions, you remind them of the capitulation terms. Montcalm's name will carry weight. If it doesn't, he stopped, looking at the slight, earnest psalter carrier in front of him and reconsidering the next sentence. Gamut reached into his coat and produced the book with quiet confidence. If words fail to pacify the unruly, I have these. Spoken with proper emphasis, he drew himself up. Why rage the heathen furiously? That will be sufficient, Hayward said, moving toward the door. Let's go. Together they returned to the sisters. Cora accepted the arrangement with the grace of someone who understood the logic of it even if she didn't require it. Alice looked up at Hayward with eyes that were still glassy from crying and managed a faint smile. He told them he would find them again past the first miles of march once he had the advance column moving. He told them there was no real danger. He believed it when he said it. He left. The signal sounded. The column lurched forward. The sisters stepped through the gates of Fort William Henry for the last time and looked up to find themselves standing under the white and gold standard of France, which now hung from the staff above the walls. Come, Cora said, taking her sister's arm. This is not a place for us anymore. The French grenadiers at the gates had learned who the women were. They stood too and bowed as Cora and Alice passed, careful to offer nothing more than the courtesy of their rank. No words. No lingering attention. It was professionally done. Every cart and horse had been given to the wounded. There were men dragging themselves along the rear of the column on shattered legs because there was nothing left to carry them. Cora had made the decision without discussion. They would walk. The whole broken mass of them moved out onto the open ground between the fort and the tree line. Nearly 3,000 people, soldiers, women, children, servants converging on the narrow gap in the trees where the road cut through toward the Hudson. At the edge of the forest, the tree line moved. It took a moment to understand what you were seeing. The shadows along the wood's edge weren't shadows. They were men, hundreds of them, Huron and Abenaki and Ottawa warriors, standing in the trees, watching the column pass with the patient attention of men who are deciding something. A few had already filtered into the column itself, moving through the ranks with the unhurried air of men who owned the ground and everyone on it. Hayward's advance element had already entered the defile and was disappearing into the trees. Then 50 yards ahead, the column snagged. A colonial soldier had broken ranks with too much gear and too much greed and was now paying for it. A warrior had taken hold of his pack, and the soldier, a big man, stubborn, was pulling back. Others crowded in. The argument grew sharp and loud. And where one moment there had been a dozen Indians, suddenly there were 100 pressing close, and through them Cora saw Magua moving like water between rocks, talking, gesturing, working the crowd with the quiet, practiced skill of a man who has done this before. The knot untangled itself. The plunder changed hands. The column shuffled forward again. The warriors fell back. It seemed like it was over. Then a Huron broke from the group and grabbed at a woman's shawl. She pulled away. He grabbed again. She wrapped the shawl tighter and held her infant closer inside it. Cora opened her mouth to tell her to let it go. The shawl wasn't worth it. Nothing material was worth what was gathering on this plain. The warrior let go of the shawl. He took the baby instead. He held it up by its feet, dangling it in front of its mother's face, grinning at her, making clear the exchange he had in mind. The mother came apart. She threw everything at him, shawl, dress. Whatever her hands found, screaming, begging, offering anything he wanted. He looked at the rags on the ground. They were worthless and he knew it. The shawl was already gone, taken by someone else. His expression shifted. He swung the infant and smashed its skull against the rock face at the trail's edge. He dropped what was left at the woman's feet. She stood frozen, 1 second, 2. Then her face turned up toward the sky and whatever she was about to ask God for. She never finished asking it. The tomahawk took her in the head. She fell across her child. Magua raised both hands to his mouth, and the scream that came out of him was not a human sound. For one suspended instant, nothing moved. Then the forest exploded. More than 2,000 warriors came out of the trees at a dead run. What followed was not a battle. Battles have structure. What came apart on that open ground between the fort and the forest had no structure and no logic, only velocity and blood, and the particular helplessness of 3,000 people caught in the open with empty muskets and nowhere to go. The trained soldiers tried to form squares, closed ranks, presented bayonets, tried to impose geometry on chaos. And it worked in some places for some minutes, long enough to buy the people nearest them a few more seconds. It was not enough. The ground was red. The sound was enormous. Men who had already surrendered, who were protected by the terms of a formal capitulation signed by generals, died on the grass with their hands empty. Cora and Alice had not moved. When the first blow fell and the screaming started, the crowd around them had crushed inward and made movement impossible. Now the crowd had been torn apart. And movement was impossible for a different reason, because every open path led toward an axe. Alice had stopped making sound. Her knees were going. Across the plain, moving fast and unconcerned through the middle of the killing, was an old man in a British colonel's uniform. Munro, walking straight toward the French lines, toward Montcalm, to demand the escort that had been promised him in the capitulation. Tomahawks swung at him and missed or pulled back. Warriors stepped aside. Even in their frenzy, they seemed to register something in the old man's bearing that gave them pause, the rank, maybe, or the absolute refusal to show fear. He brushed weapons away from his path with one arm like he was walking through tall grass. "Father," Alice found her voice. "Father, we're here." He slowed, his head turned. "Come to us, Father." He stopped. He seemed to hear something. But Alice was gone. Her legs had buckled and she was down in the dirt, unconscious. And Cora had dropped beside her with her arms around her. And Munro looked in their direction for one long moment and then kept walking, because he had a duty and 3,000 people under his responsibility, and he was constitutionally incapable of choosing otherwise. Gamut appeared at Cora's shoulder. He was the last person on the field who hadn't run or died or gone still. He stood over the two sisters with his psalter in his hand and his face pale but set. "We must move," he said. "This place is not for the living." "Go," Cora said, not looking up from her sister. "Save yourself, you can't help us here." Gamut looked at her for a moment. He looked at the carnage moving toward them from 3 directions. He opened his psalter. He began to sing. His voice was strong and clear and completely wrong for every single thing happening around him, and it rose above the noise the way a church bell rises above traffic, incongruous. Impossible and somehow impossible to ignore. Warriors running toward them slowed. Some stopped entirely. They stared at the tall, thin man with the book and the unwavering voice and something in it. The strangeness, the sheer unafraid lunacy of it, gave them pause long enough to move on to targets that made more sense. Gamut sang louder. The sound drew Magua. He came through the chaos like he was walking through a crowd at a market, unhurried and deliberate. And he was covered in blood up to his elbows that was not his own. When he saw Cora, something in his face changed. He put his hand on her arm. "The Hurons' camp is open," he said. "Come, it is better than this. Take your hands off me." He held up his right hand so she could see it clearly. The blood covered it to the wrist. "It is red," he said, "but it comes from white veins. You have done this." Her voice was steady. It cost her something to keep it that way. "This blood, all of it, is on you. Magua is a great chief," he said. The smile on his face was the ugliest thing she had ever seen. "Will the dark-haired one come to his people?" "Never. If you're going to kill me, kill me." He looked at her for a long moment, then he reached past her and scooped Alice off the ground. "No," Cora was on her feet instantly. "She is unconscious, let her go." Magua was already moving, fast, Alice limp over his arm, headed for the tree line. Cora ran after him. She had no weapon, she had no plan, she ran anyway. "Stay," Gamut called behind her, still moving his arm in time with his singing. "The music is working, stay." She didn't stay. Gamut looked around at the field, at the forms moving through smoke and blood at the direction Cora had run. He closed the psalter. He followed her, still singing, sweeping his free arm through the air in time with the psalm. And the warriors who crossed his path parted around him the way water parts around a rock. not out of respect exactly, but out of the baffled instinct to avoid something they couldn't categorize. They crossed the plain that way, Magua in front with Alice, Cora behind him screaming for him to stop, Gamut behind her singing hymns in measured time, all of them moving through a massacre. Warriors moved to intercept Cora twice. Gamut's proximity, and whatever he seemed to represent to them, turned them aside both times. Magua hit the tree line and dropped into a ravine. At the bottom, 2 horses stood in the shadows, held by a warrior whose face carried the same cold calculation as Magua's own. He laid Alice across one horse's back and gestured at the second. Cora looked at the horse. She looked at the plain behind her where the killing was still running at full volume. She made the calculation that Magua knew she would make. She mounted. She reached for her sister. Magua placed Alice across the saddle in front of her. Then he took the bridle and pulled them forward into the trees, going up, angling toward the high ground above the lake. Gamut, left alone on the trail with one horse that nobody had bothered to take, hauled himself into the saddle and came after them. They climbed. The sounds from below pursued them up the slope, screaming. War cries, the dull percussion of it all, but grew gradually smaller as they gained elevation. Alice began to surface. She stirred against Cora's arm, confused, blinking at the trees moving past her. Cora held her tighter and said nothing. When they reached the flat summit and Magua brought them out onto the eastern precipice, Cora recognized the place. She had stood here before in different circumstances with a scout who had known these ridges like the back of his hand. Magua stopped them there and let them look. Below, the plain was still running red. 3,000 people under the protection of a signed agreement, dying in the open, and along the tree line to the south, the white-coated ranks of the French army stood in their formations and did nothing. Watched. Montcalm soldiers stood to their arms and watched, and no order came down the line, and no officer rode out, and the killing continued. It continued until the warriors had taken everything they could carry and killed everyone who had resisted taking it. Then slowly, it wound down the way a fire winds down, not from any intervention but from its own exhaustion. The screaming thinned. The war cries stretched out and grew longer and farther between. Then there was the silence of aftermath, which is the loudest silence there is. Chapter 18, Echoes of Massacre. The dead didn't care about the weather. 3 days since Fort William Henry fell, 3 days since the screaming stopped and the silence moved in to replace it. The lake the Mohawks called Mohican lay gray and thrashing under a sky the color of a rifle barrel. August's heat was gone. In its place came something colder, meaner, a wind that cut across the water and didn't apologize for it. The French were gone. Their camp stood empty. The huts they'd built with such confidence were silent now, abandoned like a thought a man regrets having. The fort itself was rubble, charred timber, burst cannon, shattered masonry heaped over earthen mounds in patterns that made no sense except as evidence of destruction. The kind of destruction that doesn't happen by accident. The bodies were still there, hundreds of them. Men, women, children. What August's heat had started, the sudden cold was finishing in its own way. The ground between the ruins and the tree line was a butcher's yard. Ravens worked the field methodically, unhurried, dropping into the grass and rising again with purpose. The lake hammered the shore in long gray swells, agitated, relentless, as if trying to clean something off the rocks that wouldn't come clean. Nothing about this place felt accidental. Everything about it felt deliberate. This was the work of men who had been given permission. An hour before sunset, 5 figures emerged from the tree line where the Hudson path bled into the forest. They moved slowly at first, picking their way through the outer edge of the carnage with the careful, deliberate movement of men who understood that the wrong step in hostile ground could end everything. The light was failing. The wind moved in hard gusts that flattened the dead grass and sent leaves skittering across bodies that no longer cared. The man out front was young, Mohican, line, moving the way water moves around rock. Every rise of ground, every hummock, he topped it first, scanned what was ahead, signaled back with a hand that knew what it was doing. No wasted motion. He read the ground the way a man reads a letter from home, fast, complete, missing nothing. His father worked the left flank. Chingachgook moved parallel to the tree line with eyes that had been reading signs since before the younger man was born. He watched the wood's edge the way a man watches a darkened doorway. Patient, ready. The 3 white men came behind them. 2 were young, 1 was not. The old one moved with the bearing of a soldier despite the woodsman's coat he wore. Gray at the temples, deep lines carved by weather and war. He'd seen fields like this before, he'd made some of them himself, but that didn't mean he had to like what he was looking at. He didn't. The youngest of the white men stayed close to him. Said nothing, watched the old man from the corner of his eye the way you watch someone you're afraid might break. The fifth man, the scout, walked his own line through the carnage. Tall, rawboned, a long rifle across his body, easy in his hands the way a tool is easy in the hands of a man who's used it for decades. He looked at the dead with the kind of eyes that have stopped flinching. What burned behind them wasn't sorrow. It was colder than sorrow, more durable. They called him Hawkeye. His Christian name was Nathaniel, but out here that didn't get much use. He moved through the field without speaking, cataloging the dead the way a man takes inventory after a fire, grim, necessary, thorough. The faces he passed were not faces he knew. That didn't make it easier. It made it more specific, somehow evidence of something bigger and darker than the individual bodies that constituted it. Up ahead, Uncas stopped. He'd found them on a low rise near the center of the plain, a cluster of women piled together, their colors faded in the cold and wet. He stood over them without speaking. His stillness said enough. Munro and Hayward came forward at a run. The old colonel dropped to his knees in the grass. Hayward crouched beside him. Both men worked through the cluster with hands that shook, looking for a face, a piece of cloth, anything they recognized. They were looking for Munro's daughters, Cora and Alice, taken somewhere in the chaos of the massacre 3 days ago, direction unknown. They didn't find them here. That was both the relief and the torment of it. Munro rose slowly. He said nothing. His face had the emptied look of a man who has been running on dread for 3 days and doesn't know what to run on now. Hawkeye stepped up beside the pile and looked down. His jaw tightened when he spoke. His voice was flat and deliberate, the voice of a man choosing each word because he means it. "I've walked a lot of bloody ground in my time," he said, "followed trails that didn't want to be followed for more miles than I care to count, but I have never seen the devil's hand this clear in any of it." He paused, his eyes moving across the bodies with something that wasn't grief and wasn't rage but contained elements of both. "I'm a white man, there's no cross in my blood, and revenge is a red man's accounting. But I'll say this here, with the Lord's work plain around us in this broken place, if the French ever again put themselves inside range of a ragged ball, there is one rifle that will answer." He lifted his chin toward the ruin of the fort. "The tomahawk and the knife belong to men with the gift for them. The rifle is mine." He turned to Chingachgook and switched to Delaware without breaking stride. "Will the Hurons carry stories of this back to their women when the snow comes? Is that how this ends?" Chingachgook's expression didn't change. His hand moved to the knife at his hip, not a reach, just a touch, brief and certain, then dropped away. He turned his back on the pile of dead and looked north. Hawkeye wasn't finished. "Montcalm," he said, the name coming out like something he was spitting from between his teeth. "A man stands a reckoning eventually. Every deed gets looked at by eyes that don't lie. God help whoever has to answer for this ground." He stopped, turned, looked north across the field, and something caught his eye. "Delaware," he spoke to Chingachgook without turning. "There's a man there scalped, maybe one of your people. He deserves burial fit for a warrior." Chingachgook walked to the body. He turned it with his foot, looked at the markings, looked long enough to be certain. Then he stepped back and moved on. His face unchanged. The dead man was Huron, one of the 6 allied nations that hunted Mohicans wherever they found them. An enemy. Chingachgook dismissed him with less ceremony than he'd have given a dead animal and kept walking. Hawkeye read the gesture and followed. "Only God and kings should have the authority to move men down in numbers like this," he said, more to himself now than anyone. "Because only one of them can know if it's necessary, and only the other one can replace what's lost." He shook his head. "Wanton killing is its own sin. A warrior's death in open fight, that's different. That's how it goes, white or red. But this," he gestured without looking back, "this is something else entirely. Come on, Uncas, leave the Mingo to the birds, it's their nature." The young Mohican had already stopped. He rose onto the balls of his feet, eyes fixed on something to the north, sudden and still as a pointer in the field. The ravens scattered off a nearby carcass at the motion. Hawkeye dropped into a crouch immediately. The long rifle came up, his voice dropped to almost nothing. "What is it? Talk to me." Uncas didn't answer with words. He was already moving. 20 yards out, he ripped something free from a low bush and raised it overhead. A strip of green cloth, riding veil, dark green. The kind of green you saw on a woman of means who dressed for a journey she hadn't expected to turn into this. Hawkeye knew it, so did Hayward, so did Munro. "My child." The old colonel's voice broke on the second word. He was already moving forward, hands reaching. "Give me my child." Uncas looked at the old man. His voice was quiet and without ornament. "Uncas will try. It was the most honest thing a man could say. It was also the only thing that mattered. Munro took the torn cloth and pressed it between his hands. His eyes moved across the surrounding brush as if looking for something he was afraid to find. Hayward stepped in beside Hawkeye. "There are no bodies here," he said, scanning the ground. "No sign of violence. The storm didn't reach this far." "That's plain enough," Hawkeye said. His eyes moved over the ground systematically, grass, mud, low branch, thorn, hedge, each in sequence. "She came through here. I remember this piece of cloth. She wore it to cover her face out in the open, the kind of face that draws eyes whether you want it to or not." His voice softened for only a moment, then came back to business. "Uncas, she didn't stay. She ran for the trees. Anybody who could move moved. What's left here can't move anymore." He hadn't finished speaking before Uncas called from the tree line, another piece of the veil, snagged on a beech branch 6 feet off the ground, as if she'd been moving fast and hadn't noticed it catch. "Easy," Hawkeye said, extending the rifle like a bar across Hayward's chest before the younger man could blunder forward. "We have them, that much is settled, but one wrong step now costs us hours. Read it carefully before you move through it." Munro gripped Hayward's arm. "Where have they gone? Where are my girls?" Hawkeye read the ground before he answered. "If they're on their own, they've likely circled. Could be a dozen miles from here in any direction. If the Hurons have them," he paused. "They're moving for Canada." He looked at the old colonel and didn't soften what came next, because softening it didn't help. "But it doesn't change what we do. There's one end of the trail here. The Mohicans and I will find the other wherever it runs, 100 leagues or one." He glanced at Uncas. "Gently, boy, light feet leave light prints. Don't destroy what we need to read." Chingachgook had stopped near a break in the underbrush, a gap in the low scrub at the forest's edge, deliberate, recently made. He stood erect, pointing down with one finger, his body language carrying all the expression his face refused to show. Hayward leaned over the indicated spot. The earth at the margin of a shallow pool had taken a clear impression. Boot print deep at the toe, a man moving with purpose or under weight. "They're prisoners," Hayward said. "Better prisoners than dead in the open," Hawkeye replied. "Prisoners leave a trail. I'll wager 50 beaver skins against as many flints that the Mohicans and I find their camp before the month turns." He looked at Uncas. "Get down to that moccasin print. Tell me what it says." Uncas dropped to one knee. He cleared the leaves away with careful fingers and examined the impression the way you examine a thing you're not sure you want to confirm. He worked methodically, completely. Then he stood. Hawkeye watched him. "Well, what does the print say?" "Le Renard Subtil." The name landed like a stone in still water. Hawkeye said nothing for a moment, his jaw set. "That devil again." His voice was quiet now, quieter than anger, which made it worse. "He'll run until Killdeer has a word with him. That's how it ends." Hayward shook his head. "One moccasin looks much like another. Could be a mistake." Hawkeye turned and looked at him with the patience of a man who has explained things to people who should know better. "One moccasin like another. You might as well say one foot is like another." He crouched, replaced Uncas at the print, and read it again from the beginning. "Long and narrow, high in step, toes turned in, and here," he pointed to a worn patch on the outer edge. "The patch, same one we tracked from Glens to the springs." He looked up. "Chingachgook, you measured these before. Come confirm it." The Mohican chief came forward, looked down, straightened. "Magua," one word final as a sentence. "Magua." Hawkeye stood. "Right then, the dark-haired one passed here with Magua." He paused, scanning. "But I've got no sign of the younger one, the fair-haired girl." He turned to Hayward. "Alice, where is she? God forbid she should want for help. We're here looking for her." "Maybe, but she didn't pass this spot." He kept looking. "Hold." He stopped. He looked at what hung from a thorn bush 6 feet to his left, small, glinting in the dying light, spinning slowly in the wind. "Uncas, get that." Uncas brought it back. Hawkeye held it up by its small chain. Hayward recognized it before it stopped turning. A trinket, a piece of jewelry Alice wore around her neck. He'd seen it on her the morning the world came apart. He took it from Hawkeye's fingers and pressed it into his coat without a word. Hawkeye looked at the ground where the trinket had been, then looked back up at Hayward, who was already standing with one hand flat against his chest. "Pshaw." The scout looked at the ground another long moment, knowing it was gone, accepting it. "My eyes are going before the rest of me, apparently." He straightened. "No matter, I can still put a ball where it needs to go, that's enough." He looked north. She was here. They all were. Now they're moving for Canada. And they've got a head start measured in days. He turned to the group. "We go back to the fort tonight, we sleep, we start fresh at first light." Hayward's head came up. "We can't wait. Every hour, young blood runs hot." Hawkeye cut him off, not unkindly, but without room for argument. This isn't a morning hunt. We're going to run a trail through country that has no roads, no guides, and no tolerance for mistakes. The Mohicans don't move on something like this without sitting with it first. Neither do I. He shouldered the long rifle and looked at Munro, who had gone quiet in the way of a man whose internal machinery had momentarily stopped. An Indian never starts a hard march without counsel. I've learned to respect that. Tonight we rest, tomorrow we move. He looked at Hayward. Arguing with me won't make her any closer. There was nothing left to say. Hayward took the old colonel's arm and they fell in behind the scout, walking back across the dead ground toward the smoldering ruin of what had once been a fort. The ravens settled back behind them. The wind came off the lake and found nothing warm to stop it. Chapter 19. Ruins after dark. The darkness came fast and complete over the ruins of William Henry. Hawkeye moved without instruction. He gathered broken rafter fragments and propped them against a scorched wall. Uncas covered the frame with brush, working quickly and without wasted motion. When it was done, the young Mohican simply pointed toward the crude shelter. Hayward read the gesture and guided Munro inside, steering the old man by the shoulder. Munro didn't resist. He was somewhere else entirely, somewhere behind his eyes where no one could follow him. Duncan stepped back into the open air. He had told Munro to rest. He couldn't take his own advice. The wind had died. Below the ruined parapet, Lake Mohican pushed slow, rolling swells against the sand in a steady, rhythmic pulse. The clouds were breaking up overhead, the heavy black masses dropping toward the horizon while the lighter remnants still tore across the face of the water like smoke. A handful of stars pushed through the gaps, cold and faint, throwing nothing useful onto the terrain below. The plain was black, not just dark, black, the kind of black that swallowed depth and distance and turned open ground into a void. Out there, beneath a thin skin of soil, the dead were already beginning to rot. Fort William Henry's garrison, women, children, all of them now part of this ground. The plain felt less like terrain and more like a grave that hadn't finished filling. Duncan stood at the parapet and stared into it for a long time. Behind him, Hawkeye and the Mohicans worked their fire. The smell of dried bear meat drifted on the still air. Duncan kept his eyes forward, moving from the glimmer of the fire to the pale smear of dying light on the western horizon. Then back to the black plain where the dead slept. He heard something, or thought he did. A sound from the plain, low, barely there, the kind of sound that lived at the edge of perception and vanished the moment he tried to focus on it. He told himself it was nothing, wind, leaves. The normal sounds a dead place makes at night. He heard it again. He kept his eyes on the water and tried to breathe evenly. The lake's surface caught the faint starlight in broken fragments. He watched it. Focused on it, his ears refused to cooperate. They kept reaching outward into the darkness, searching for whatever was moving out there. Then clearly, a quick heavy rush of movement through the dark, footfalls or something like them crossing hard ground at speed. He kept his voice low. Hawkeye. The scout came up the embankment without any apparent urgency, rifle across his forearm, chewing the last of his meat. He planted himself at Duncan's elbow and said nothing. Waiting, listen, Duncan said. Something's moving on the plain. Montcalm may have left men behind. Your ears are working harder than mine, Hawkeye said, his voice unhurried. He swallowed before he finished the sentence. I watched Montcalm march every last man back to Ticonderoga myself. Frenchmen finish a fight and they want to dance. They don't linger. A Huron might plunder, scalps. They don't all answer to Montcalm when there's still something to be taken. An Indian doesn't lurk near fresh graves as a habit. Once the blood cools, he leaves the dead alone. He wants the scalp taken in the fight, not pulled from a man already in the ground. Hawkeye paused, turning his face slightly toward the plain without any visible change in his expression. Tell me, do you believe the afterlife works the same for a Mohican as it does for us? Yes, listen, there it is again, or was that the beech trees? My own view, Hawkeye continued. Still watching the dark with the relaxed posture of a man watching nothing in particular, is that paradise suits itself to the man who arrives there. A Mohican finds his hunting grounds. That seems honest enough to me. For myself, I'll admit that sitting still in a mansion for eternity sounds like its own kind of suffering. You heard it that time. I did. The scout's tone didn't change. When meat is scarce, wolves get bold. There's no shortage of meat on that plain tonight. They stood in silence for a moment. Even so, Hawkeye said finally, his voice dropping further, that last sound wasn't a wolf. He moved without ceremony, stepping away from the firelight, positioning himself in the dark behind the parapet where the glow couldn't reach them. Duncan followed. The scout stood absolutely still, head angled, listening with his whole body in the practiced way of a man who had learned long ago that hearing was a physical skill. Nothing came back. After a long pause, Hawkeye leaned close. "We need Uncas. The boy's senses are better than mine in the dark, and I say that without shame. I know what I am." He raised his fingers to his lips and produced a low, hollow sound, the call of an owl, shaped so naturally it raised the hairs on Duncan's arms before he understood what he was hearing. Across the fire, Uncas stopped mid-sentence. He was on his feet before the echo died, scanning the black mounds beyond the perimeter with quick, precise eyes. Hawkeye called again. Uncas moved immediately, low, silent, following the wall toward them with no wasted motion, keeping to the shadow side of the parapet. Hawkeye spoke to him quietly in the Delaware tongue, short sentences, no more words than necessary. Uncas didn't respond verbally. He lowered himself flat onto the turf at the edge of the embankment and lay still. Duncan watched him. The young warrior's body went completely quiet, no visible breathing, no adjustment of position. Duncan leaned slightly forward, studying the dark shape against the ground. Then the shape was gone. He blinked, stepped closer, looked at the ground where Uncas had been lying. There was nothing there but a shadow cast by a fold in the earth. He turned to Hawkeye. "Where did he go?" "He's on the plain," the scout said. "Moving, don't look for him. In Chingachgook, he's sitting directly in the firelight. If there are men out there, he's a target." Hawkeye's jaw tightened. It was the most visible sign of concern Duncan had seen from him all night. "You're right, but if I call him off the fire and there are eyes on us, we've shown our hand. He knows something's wrong. He heard my call to Uncas. His instincts will carry him from here." The scout pressed 2 fingers to his lips and produced a single, quiet hiss. Not loud, not dramatic. The sound a serpent makes when it first senses pressure. Across the fire, Chingachgook's head lifted from his hand. His response was unhurried, deliberate, a man waking slowly from rest. He straightened his back. His dark eyes moved once, a single sweep across every shadow at the edge of the firelight, and then settled. The tomahawk that had been loose at his hip shifted, slipped from his belt, and lay on the ground beside him. His rifle remained within reach but untouched. He resettled his weight, changed the position of his hand against his temple, and appeared to anyone watching from the darkness to be a man doing nothing at all. But Duncan saw the nostrils flare, saw the slight angle of the head, saw the eyes moving beneath heavy, half-closed lids in a constant, unhurried scan. "There he is," Hawkeye breathed, barely a sound at all. "That man is something to see." The rifle crack split the night without warning. The muzzle flash strobed white across the plain 50 yards out. The firebrand beside Chingachgook exploded in a shower of sparks. In the same instant, the Mohican was gone, rolling away from the light, swallowed by the dark interior of the fort before the echo had finished crossing the water. Hawkeye had his rifle up. He held the aim, scanning the darkness where the flash had come from. Nothing moved. No second shot, no rush of men from the tree line. The attacker had fired and gone to ground or gone to run. There was no way to tell which. Then from the direction of the lake, another shot, the flat, sharp crack of a lighter-barreled weapon. "That's Uncas," Hawkeye said, lowering his rifle. His voice carried a note of satisfaction. "I know that piece by its sound, carried it myself before I found better. He's followed them to the water, so it seems." Chingachgook reappeared from the dark interior of the fort and walked back to the fire without haste. He crouched beside the scattered coals and picked up the firebrand that the ball had shattered, turning it over in his hands, examined the gouge where the lead had struck, set it down. "Are there more of them?" Duncan asked. "Should we stand to?" "I'd keep your voice down and let the question answer itself," Hawkeye said. He settled his rifle across his arm and followed Chingachgook back toward the fire. "One man shooting from the dark and running for the lake is not an assault. If Montcalm had kept a war party here, we'd know it differently by now." He looked at the Mohican. "Mingo, how many?" Chingachgook held up one finger. "One," Hawkeye said. He sat back down. "Thought so." Uncas came back through the firelight a few minutes later. He moved the same way he always did, without ceremony, without performance. He sat down, adjusted his position by the fire, and said nothing. Duncan waited. No report came, no account of the pursuit. "Uncas," he finally said. "Did you find him?" The young warrior turned his eyes toward Duncan. Then he reached down and pulled aside the edge of his hunting shirt, exposing a single dark tuft of hair. Chingachgook leaned forward. He studied it closely, turned it in his fingers, then dropped it with a visible expression of contempt crossing his features. "Oneida," he said. Hawkeye stood back up. The relaxed posture was gone. He crossed to the scalp and looked at it in the firelight, his brow tight. "Wanida," he repeated, then quieter. "Hell, you're certain?" Duncan asked. "When a Mohican reads a scalp, you don't argue the conclusion." The Sagamore named the tribe off a few strands of hair, as easy as reading a page of print. Hawkeye straightened. "If the Wanidas are running scouts in this territory, we've got unfriendly eyes on multiple sides. The Wanidas fight for the crown, same as us on paper. But there's no love between them and the Mohicans, and there never has been." That man wasn't confused about who he was shooting at. He may have mistaken us for French, mistaken a Mohican in his paint for a Huron. Hawkeye shook his head. "You'd as easily mistake Montcalm's white-coated regulars for British grenadiers." No, he knew exactly who was sitting at that fire. Whatever treaty his tribe signed with the crown, his quarrel with the Delawares is older than any of that. White men drew the lines, but the hatred is theirs and it doesn't follow our politics. He paused, then added more quietly, "I won't say I would have lost sleep over running that particular man to ground myself. Had circumstances been different, that would have been a violation of the alliance." "Maybe so." Hawkeye turned back to the fire. "I'm just saying that when you spend enough years with a people, honest people, you start to feel their losses as your own. That's all I'm saying." He let the subject go. Duncan withdrew to the parapet. His hands weren't entirely steady. He understood intellectually what had just happened. A lone scout, probably left behind when the main war party pulled north, had found their fire and taken a shot at the most visible target. One man, one shot, it was already over. But the darkness beyond the walls hadn't changed, and the plane was still out there and the dead were still in it. He watched the tree line and told himself to breathe. Behind him, the council began without announcement. Chingachgook lit a stone-bowled pipe, drew from it slowly, and passed it to Hawkeye. The pipe made 3 rounds in complete silence. Then the Sagamore spoke quietly, a few measured words in Delaware, proposing the question. Hawkeye answered. Chingachgook countered. Uncas listened without interrupting, waiting until Hawkeye specifically invited his view before he offered it. Duncan watched from the corner and followed it through the gestures. The Mohicans wanted land, overland pursuit, cutting Magwa's trail through the forest. Their hands described tracking signs. Forest markers, the mechanics of a chase on foot. Hawkeye's answer came back in the repeated sweep of one arm toward the lake. Water, canoe. The argument was civil in a way that Duncan found remarkable. No voice was raised, no point was made more than once. When one man spoke, the others listened without the restless, performative patience of men waiting for their own turn. They actually listened. And when Hawkeye finally rose to his feet and shifted into something closer to the Mohicans' own mode of argument, gestures replacing words, the arc of his arm tracing the angle of the sun, the days of travel, the exhausted body of the unconscious Munro, the creaking pace of men on bad terrain, the room came with him. He pointed to the scalp of the Wanida, made a cutting gesture with his palm. Left no ambiguity about what he was saying. They needed to move. And they needed to move without leaving a trail. The lake left no tracks. The Mohicans took it in, considered it. The nods came slowly and with weight. Uncas spoke one short sentence. His father agreed. Hawkeye sat back down, stretched out before the coals without looking for acknowledgement, and closed his eyes. The argument was finished. The decision was made. There was nothing else to discuss. Then something shifted. With the business concluded, Chingachgook turned to his son. And the mask of the warrior came off with a naturalness that Duncan hadn't expected. The older man's voice dropped to something low and easy, and Uncas's response held a sound Duncan had never heard from him, a soft laugh, real and unguarded. The two of them fell into a private language of murmurs and small gestures, the father's eyes following his son with an openness that belonged to nothing Duncan had seen in the painted, still-faced warrior by the fire. The war paint looked wrong against that expression, like a costume left on after the performance ended. They sat together like that for an hour. Then Chingachgook wrapped his head in his blanket and lay down on the bare earth without ceremony. Uncas stopped laughing the instant his father moved. He raked the coals carefully toward the old man's feet, covered them to hold warmth, and found his own space among the ruins. No words, no good nights. Just the work of caring for someone and then the clean end of the day. Duncan settled into the angle of the broken wall and pulled his coat around him. The coals glowed red and low. Outside, the plain was quiet. Whatever had been moving out there was either dead at the edge of the lake or gone north into the dark. He slept. Chapter 20. Escape before dawn. The stars were still burning cold overhead when Hawkeye moved through the shelter entrance and put his boot against the nearest sleeping form. No words, just the sharp, deliberate tap of leather on ribs. Munro and Hayward were on their feet before the woodsman had finished his circuit, cloaks shed, eyes adjusting, the dark interior of the crude shelter giving way to a pre-dawn sky the color of dirty iron. Hawkeye was already outside, a silhouette against nothing. He raised one hand, flat palm down, silence. He leaned close when they reached him, his voice dropping to the absolute floor of audible sound. Say your prayers if you need to. God hears the heart the same as the mouth, but keep your lips shut. A white man's voice carries wrong in the woods. We've already seen what that costs. He turned without waiting for a response. Follow me into the ditch. Step on stone, step on wood, nothing else. They dropped into the low cavity that ringed the earthen fortification on 3 sides. The passage was choked with debris, broken timber, shattered earth, the wreckage of a fort that had already died. They picked their way through it in silence, hands out for balance, boots finding purchase on rubble rather than soil. Hawkeye moved ahead of them with a patience that had no bottom to it, reading the ground by feel and instinct alone. They came out on sand. The lake spread before them in the last of the darkness, its surface glassy and absolute, holding the stars in perfect reflection. The Mohican, Uncas, was already there, crouching at the water's edge beside a birch-bark canoe, his hand holding the hull clear of the beach by a few careful inches. Hawkeye looked back the way they'd come, reading the trail the way another man might read a page. Nothing but a nose follows that, he said quietly, satisfied. Grass will betray a man every time. Stone and wood take nothing from a moccasin. He glanced at their feet, deerskins forgiving. Armed boots would have been the death of us. He turned to Uncas. Hold her there, lad. That sand will take a print as clean as fresh butter. She doesn't touch the beach. Uncas held the canoe off. Hawkeye laid a single board from the ruins to the hull and gestured the 2 officers aboard. They stepped carefully, one then the other, settling their weight into the bottom without a word. When they were in, Hawkeye restored the board to the rubble, arranging the wreckage the way a man smooths his bedclothes. Then he stepped aboard without leaving a mark on the sand that he hadn't already erased, and the Mohicans pushed the canoe silently out into the black water. They paddled without sound. The eastern mountains threw their shadow west across the lake's surface, and Chingachgook angled them into it immediately, keeping them inside the dark water where the light couldn't find them. The fort receded behind. The sound of the French camp, distant fires, a cough, a horse, it all softened and died. Hayward waited until they were well offshore before he spoke, his voice just above nothing. Why the urgency? Why leave like thieves? Hawkeye looked at him across the dark water. If an Onondaga's blood could stain a lake this size, he said, you'd already have your answer. The man Uncas killed, you remember him. Clearly, but he was alone. Dead men don't raise the alarm. He was alone in what he did. He wasn't alone in the world. Hawkeye's paddle moved in long, steady strokes. A warrior's tribe counts every death. When he doesn't come back, they'll start looking, and they won't be slow about it. Colonel Munro's authority, our alliance, surely that's sufficient protection against any reprisal. Tell me we haven't added miles to our journey over this. You think a rifle ball moves aside for Colonel? Hawkeye's voice carried no heat, only the flat certainty of a man who has watched men die believing exactly what Hayward had just said. Ask Montcalm how far his rank went when he turned the Hurons loose on those prisoners. Ask him how much authority he had then. Munro made a sound in the darkness that ended the argument, a low, broken sound. The sound of a man carrying something that had no bottom. Hayward let a moment pass before speaking again. Montcalm will answer to God for that. Now you're talking straight, Hawkeye said. There's a world of difference between standing your soldiers between the tribes and the prisoners and trying to talk an angry man out of his knife with soft words and flattery. One works, the other gets people killed. He glanced back at the far shore of William Henry, already dissolving into the dark. Something in his face shifted, not quite a smile, but close. I've put a trail of water between us. Unless those savages have made friends with the fish and can ask who crossed the lake this morning, we'll have the length of the Mohican ahead of us before they've decided which direction to walk. Hayward scanned the darkness ahead. Enemies behind us, enemies in front of us. Danger. Hawkeye said the word as if tasting it, finding it imprecise. Not danger exactly. With sharp eyes and sharper ears we can stay ahead of them. And if it comes to rifles, there are 3 of us who know how to use them as well as any man on this frontier. He paused. I won't lie to you, it'll be a hard push, maybe a scrimmage, but always from good cover with powder to spare. Hayward said nothing. He sat in the canoe and felt the darkness move around him, and the miles of water came and went beneath the hull. Dawn broke gray and thin as they reached the narrows. The lake compressed here. the mountains pressing from both sides until the water was threaded through with islands, dozens of them, scores of them, dark humps of land covered with pine and birch, the channels between them sometimes barely wider than the canoe itself. Montcalm's army had retreated through here. Everyone in the canoe understood what that meant. He could have left men behind, watchers, ambush parties covering the rear of his column, waiting to bleed anyone who followed too quickly. Chingachgook shipped his paddle and took up the role of eyes. Uncas and Hawkeye worked the canoe through the channels without sound, threading needle-thin passages between rock and shoreline, reading the water depth by color, reading the banks by stillness. Hayward watched the islands slide past. The place had a cold, severe beauty to it, the dark water, the granite shores, the pines standing black against the pale sky. He scanned the shorelines the way a man checks a room when he enters it, looking for what doesn't belong. Then Chingachgook's hand came down on the gunwale. A single tap, quiet as a heartbeat. "Hugh," said Uncas. The paddles came out of the water. The canoe drifted. "What is it?" Hawkeye kept his voice at nothing. "Water's smooth. I can see clear for miles, not so much as a loon on the surface." Chingachgook raised his paddle and pointed, slow, deliberate. Hayward followed the line of it to a small, tree-covered island a few hundred yards ahead. It sat perfectly still in the pale morning water. It looked empty. It looked peaceful. "I don't see anything," Hayward said, "just water and land." "Look at the mist above the island," Hawkeye said, "not the fog, that streak above the tree line. You see that dark edge along the bottom of it, where it meets the hazel thicket?" Hayward looked. "Fire," Hawkeye said, "burned low. Somebody let it die down, but not long enough ago." "Then we go directly at it," Hayward said, his voice harder than he intended. "The island's small. Whatever force is there can't be large." "You're applying white logic to Indian tactics," Hawkeye said flatly. "That'll kill you faster than a rifle." He studied the island for a long moment. "Two choices. We turn back and abandon the Hurons' trail entirely." "No." The word came out of Hayward before the thought was finished. "I figured as much," Hawkeye said, already reaching for his paddle. "Then we push through and run it. If there are Hurons or Frenchmen in those narrows, we go hard and we go fast." He looked at Chingachgook. "Am I thinking straight, Sagamore?" The old warrior answered by dropping his paddle back into the water. That was enough. They moved as one. The paddles drove hard. The canoe accelerating through the channel toward the northern face of the island, the side they hadn't been able to see until now. Hawkeye saw them first. "There," he said, not whispering anymore. "Two canoes and a cook fire. They haven't found us in the mist yet. Together, pull. We're already past their range. Keep moving." The rifle shot came from the island like a crack of dry wood, the ball skipping across the flat water between them in a long, flat line. A yell split the morning open. Then there was movement on the shore, dark figures piling into canoes, the vessels slapping the water and coming fast. Hayward looked back. The pursuit canoes were already up to speed, warriors bent forward, paddles driving hard. Around him nothing changed in the faces of the three men who were keeping him alive. No fear, no hesitation. The paddle strokes lengthened and came into precise unison, and the birch bark hull surged forward like something that had been waiting for permission. "Hold that distance, Sagamore," Hawkeye said, his eyes tracking behind them without breaking rhythm. "Those Huron rifles won't reach us at this range, but Killdeer will reach them." He let the Mohicans maintain the gap, then set his paddle down with the deliberate calm of a man clearing his desk. He lifted the rifle, brought it to his shoulder once, held it, lowered it. Closer. Brought it up again, held, lowered it. A bit more. The third time the rifle came up, it stayed, his left arm extended along the barrel, the muzzle climbing slowly toward elevation. Hawkeye, Uncas's voice from the bow. The rifle came down without firing. "What?" Uncas pointed to their left. A third canoe was cutting out from a rocky shoreline ahead of them, angled to cross their bow and close the gap from the front. The trap was clean. They'd been herded into it. Hawkeye looked at the canoe to the left, looked at the two canoes behind, ran the geometry. Then he laid the rifle down and picked up his paddle. "Bear left," he said, "toward the western shore, open the distance." From behind, the Hurons started shouting, celebrating what they thought they saw. Munro raised his head from where he'd been sitting in silence. His voice, when it came, carried the weight of everything he'd lost. "Make for the main shore," he said. "We stand and fight. I'll not put my faith in French promises again, not for anything." "A man who wants to win in Indian warfare learns from the Indian," Hawkeye said, without breaking stroke. "Bear along the shore, Sagamore. We'll double on them, make them guess." The Hurons read the angle change and corrected, bleeding north to maintain parallel. The geometry settled into a foot race, two canoes flanking right, one cutting from the front, all of them converging on the same point at the same time. The lake's surface began to dimple in front of them as the hulls pushed through their own bow waves. The speed was becoming something physical, something you could feel in your teeth. "They're putting a man on the rifle," Hawkeye said, not turning around. "Sagamore angle off the sun, one broken bone and we lose everything." The Mohican adjusted course. A long, low island appeared ahead, and they drove for the near side while the closest Huron canoe was forced around the far side. The brush swallowed them for 15 seconds, and in those 15 seconds every paddle moved as if the men holding them had reserves they'd been saving all morning. They came around the far point of the island in a dead sprint, the Huron canoe emerging simultaneously on the other side. Closer now. The relative angles had shifted, but they were still ahead. "That's a good canoe," Hawkeye said, glancing at Uncas. "You had an eye when you chose it." The volley came without further warning, multiple rifles from the Huron canoes, the balls cutting the water in short, flat splashes around the hull. One punched a hole through the birch bark above the waterline. Hayward didn't move, neither did Munro. Hawkeye looked back at them and something passed through his eyes that wasn't quite amusement. "Get in the bottom," he said, "both of you, less to hit." "It would set a poor example," Hayward said. Hawkeye stared at him for a moment. "White man's courage," he said, and shook his head slowly. "All pride and no sense. You think Chingachgook won't use cover when cover's available. You think Uncas won't. There's no honor in a hole through your chest, Major. The Frenchmen didn't build Quebec to fight in open fields." "Our customs," Hayward started. The second volley cut him off. Balls whispered past. Hayward held his position. Beside him, Uncas turned briefly to look at him, not in admiration, Hayward thought, but in the honest bafflement of a man watching another man do something genuinely incomprehensible. Chingachgook never looked at them. His eyes stayed fixed on the water ahead, reading the course, holding the line. The next ball found his paddle, snapped it clean and sent the blade cartwheeling forward through the air. A shout went up from the Huron canoes, a hard, exultant sound. They fired again immediately. Uncas described a sweeping arc with his own paddle, pushed the canoe through the stroke, and as they came past the spinning wreckage, Chingachgook leaned out and snatched his paddle from the water. He raised at once a clean, brief gesture and gave the war cry of the Mohicans. Single syllable, absolute conviction. From behind came the answering shouts, names shouted in French and Huron. Le Gros Serpent, La Longue Carabine, Le Cerf Agile. Hawkeye heard his name among them and lifted Killdeer one-handed above his head, turning it slowly so they could see it. The Hurons fired again. The balls came in a loose pattern, one of them opening a split in the hull near the waterline. Hawkeye set the rifle on his knees and kept paddling. He glanced back with the relaxed expression of a man who has already done the calculation. "They like the sound of their own guns," he said. "But there's no Mingo alive who can hold a true aim in a dancing canoe. They've pulled a man off the paddles to reload, and at this moment we're making 3 feet for their 2. He wasn't wrong. The gap was opening, slowly, painfully slowly, but opening. A ball clipped the blade of Hawkeye's paddle and left a shallow dent in the wood. He pulled it back and examined it with genuine interest. "Good enough," he said. He looked at Hayward. "Take this paddle. Work it as hard as you know how." He didn't wait for compliance before pressing it into Hayward's hands and lifting Killdeer to his shoulder. "Your efforts for a few honest minutes is all I ask." Hayward took the paddle and drove it into the water. Hawkeye checked the priming, brought the rifle up in one smooth motion and fired. The Huron standing in the bow of the lead canoe had been rising to shoot. He sat back down hard, dropped his rifle over the side, and grabbed for the gunwale with both hands. He was alive, barely, his movements loose and confused. His comrades in the other canoes pulled up immediately. The pursuit clustered and went stationary, rocking together on the disturbed water. Chingachgook and Uncas used the pause, long measured breaths, heart rates coming down. The father turned and found the son's eyes, and the two of them ran through the same silent inventory, looking for blood, looking for injury. The way men who know each other completely can communicate without language. Blood on Chingachgook's shoulder. A shallow graze from one of the volleys. The Sagamore read his son's eyes, cupped a handful of lake water and washed the wound clean. A simple gesture. Slight. Continue. "Easy now, Major," Hawkeye said, reloading with practiced hands. "We've opened the range. Let them come to us. I'll put Killdeer into the conversation twice more before they close the distance. And the Mohicans and I together." He paused, and something genuine crossed his face. "We forget why we're here." Munro turned toward them. His voice came up from somewhere below exhaustion, raw and stripped down to the single thing that kept him moving. "Give me my children," he said. "Stop playing games with my daughters' lives." Hawkeye looked at him for a long moment. Then he laid the rifle down, took the paddle back from Hayward, and turned toward the open water ahead. He didn't say anything else, he paddled. The Mohicans matched his pace. The three of them settled into a long, tireless rhythm, and the miles came. The narrows gave way to open water, the mountains pulling back from the shore, the islands thinning until there were none. The Huron canoes fell behind and then disappeared entirely into the haze at the southern end of the lake. Nobody celebrated. The paddles kept moving. Hawkeye studied the water ahead with the same attention he'd given the trail behind. After a long time he spoke to the Mohicans in Delaware, and the canoe angled northeast, away from the western shore where their route should have taken them, toward the range of hills behind which Montcalm's army had retreated toward Ticonderoga. Hayward noticed the heading, said nothing for a while. Then, "We should be bearing west, our errand is west." Hawkeye paddled. "And those hills are where Montcalm went," he said, "which means they're where his rearguard went too. The Hurons gave up the chase, we've established that. We've established that we can't see them." They drove into a bay near the northern end of the lake as morning hardened toward noon. The canoe came up on the beach and the party stepped out onto a narrow shore backed by steep timber. Hawkeye and Hayward climbed the bluff above the bay without speaking. The lake spread out below them, glittering and enormous. Hawkeye scanned it with the slow, systematic patience of a man who has learned that the eye finds what it looks for if it's given enough time. "There," he said. He pointed to a dark shape hanging under a distant headland. Miles away, small as a thumbprint. Hayward stared. A bird, a canoe, birch bark, Mingoes. He didn't elaborate. He didn't need to. "Their eyes are better than yours, and they're using them. Come dark. They'll be on our trail like hounds." He studied the smoke that curled up from the rock above the distant canoe, a thin thread, almost invisible, rising into the pale sky. Something in his face shifted, the weight of it. Other eyes are watching that smoke too, reading it. "We need to move, and we need to move clever." They came back down to the shore. Hawkeye passed the information to Chingachgook and Uncas in Delaware. A brief exchange, no argument. Then all three turned to the canoe and lifted it from the water. They carried it on their shoulders into the trees. What followed was the careful, deliberate work of men who understood that tracks are a language anyone can read. They moved through the timber carrying the canoe, making their trail broad and obvious, a trail that said here, "We went here," until they reached a stream. They crossed it, pushed onto a wide shelf of bare rock where boot prints and moccasin prints alike would leave nothing. Then they walked backward, precisely, carefully, retracing every step to the stream bed. They followed the water back down to the lake and slid the canoe in again without touching the bank more than necessary. Under the hanging brush that fringed the shoreline, they moved west by inches, paddles barely kissing the surface, making no sound that wasn't already in the world. Hawkeye called the halt with a look. They waited in the shadows while the sun tracked across the sky and the afternoon burned itself out. No fire, no food, minimal movement. Hayward watched the two Mohicans and tried to learn stillness from them, the way they could simply cease to exist as a presence in a place, becoming part of it instead of imposing themselves on it. When the light failed completely and the shore became a black wall, Hawkeye made the sign to move. They pushed out into the darkness. The western mountains were invisible ahead, no outline, no distinction, just a mass of deeper black against the night sky. But Chingachgook pointed the bow at it without hesitation, reading some compass that lived inside him, and drove the canoe across the open water in silence. They touched the far shore at exactly the point the Mohican had been aiming for. No discussion, no search. He had known where he was going from the moment he set the heading. The canoe came out of the water a final time. They buried it under brush in the tree line, covering it the way a man covers anything he expects to need again. Then they shouldered their packs, checked their rifles, and stood in the dark at the edge of the wilderness. "We're ready," Hawkeye said. Chapter 21. Wilderness without maps. The country they'd pushed into was a wilderness that most men in the settlements had never seen and never would. Rougher than the deserts of Arabia, more unforgiving than the frozen steppes of the East. It was the broken, sterile ground between the tributaries of Champlain and the waters feeding the Hudson, the Mohawk, and the St. Lawrence, a place that existed on no map a civilized man had ever trusted. Even now, only hunters and those born to the forest dared its depths. Hawkeye knew it, the Mohicans knew it, that was enough. They went in hard and without hesitation, moving the way men move when hardship is a language they've spoken all their lives. Stars overhead, water sounds below. The scout reading both like a compass, driving the party deeper into the dark. They pushed for hours. When Hawkeye finally raised his fist, they stopped. a short, low exchange with the Mohicans. A fire small controlled. Camp. Munro and Duncan followed the lead of better men and slept. The dew burned off with the morning sun, light cut clean and hard through the canopy by the time they moved again. Within a few miles, Hawkeye's pace began to change. He slowed, his head dropped, his eyes worked the ground, the trees, the water. Every stream crossing became a study. He crouched over rivulets and read them volume, speed, color, the way a physician reads a wound. When his own read wasn't enough, he turned to Chingachgook. Low words, serious eyes. The two men pulling at the problem from different angles. Hayward watched. He noticed that Uncas stood back during these exchanges, still, silent, patient. The young Mohican's face gave nothing away. Duncan considered addressing him directly, asking what he saw, what he thought, but there was something in the way the young warrior held himself. Composed, unhurried, Duncan held his tongue. Then Hawkeye straightened and spoke in English. When I worked out the Hurons were heading north, it wasn't hard to figure they'd follow the valleys, stay between the Hudson and the Mohican, track north until they hit the headwaters that drain into French Canada. He paused, scanning the tree line. But we're close to the Scaroons now, and I haven't cut a single trail, not one. He let that sit for a moment. Could be we've lost the scent. God help us if we have. Duncan said we need to go back, work the ground harder. What about Uncas? Does he see something we don't? The young Mohican didn't move. His eyes went to his father. Chingachgook caught the look, read it, and gave a short motion of his hand, permission. The change that came over Uncas was immediate. The composed stillness broke open like a fist unclenching. He was moving before anyone spoke, bounding up a low rise 30 yards ahead, silent as smoke. Stopped over a patch of earth that had been disturbed. Fresh, recent, something heavy had passed through. Every eye in the party locked onto him. That's the trail, Hawkeye said, already moving toward it. Sharp eyes on that boy, sharper than most men twice his age. Why did he wait so long to speak? Duncan muttered. Hawkeye didn't look at him because he wasn't asked. Your young man raised on books thinks his learning outpaces every man who came before him. But out here, experience is the only currency that buys you anything. The young learn to respect that or they die. Uncas stood over the trail, pointing north and south along its length. The dark hair has gone toward the forest. Couldn't have asked for a cleaner track, Hawkeye said, already moving. We've got both horses too. This Huron moves like a general, but he's lost his head along with it. He glanced back at Chingachgook, a rare grin breaking through. Watch for wheel ruts. Sagamore, the fool, will be riding in a coach next. The energy in the party shifted. They'd covered more than 40 circuitous miles to reach this point, and now the trail was open under them like a road. They pushed fast, confident. When a rock shelf or a stretch of hard ground broke the tracks, Hawkeye's eye picked them up again before the pause cost them more than a breath. Magua had tried his tricks, false trails at brook crossings. Sudden direction changes where the terrain offered the option. But the hunters were rarely deceived and never for long. By mid-afternoon, they'd cleared the Scaroons and were tracking west with the declining sun. They came down off a ridge into a low bottom where a swift stream ran cold and clear and pulled up short. The Hurons had stopped here. Dead fire rings around a spring. Deer offal scattered in the brush. Bark stripped from lower branches where the horses had fed. Hayward moved through the sight quietly, and his chest tightened when he found the small bower. Branches bent and woven, ground packed flat beneath it. Cora and Alice had rested here. He was certain of it, but then the trail ended. The Narragansetts were easy enough to find. They'd wandered the area loose, grazing, but the human tracks circled and doubled back and went nowhere. Every line of movement collapsed back into the camp itself. No departure point, no clear direction, nothing. Uncas and Chingachgook worked the outer edge. When the young warrior returned, he was leading both horses. Saddles broken, gear soiled from days of running free. Duncan's face went pale. What does this mean? It means the trail ends here and we're in the enemy's country, Hawkeye said flatly. He read Duncan's face and shook his head. Don't go there, he didn't hurt them. He had no reason to, no enemy at his back, no need to cut weight. I know what your mind is doing. And I'm telling you, even a Huron doesn't harm a woman unless there's a tomahawk in it, and there's no cause for that here. He paused, scanning the perimeter. The French have hunting parties working these hills. We're getting close to their camp. The guns from Ticonderoga carry this far on a still day. The horses were cut loose, deliberate. The Hurons kept moving on foot. We just have to find where. They drew a perimeter and divided it. Each man took a sector and worked it on his hands and knees. Leaves turned, sticks moved, stones lifted. Twice they circled the camp in full. Twice they came back empty. He's good, Hawkeye said quietly, and the words carried weight coming from him. But not that good. Start at the spring. We go over every inch. They went back to work, thorough, methodical, the kind of patience that most men couldn't manufacture, but these men wore like a second skin. Uncas found it. He dammed the small run bleeding from the spring with raked earth, diverting the flow. When the streambed went dry below the dam, he dropped to his knees over the exposed silt and went still. Then the shout came. A moccasin print, clean and fresh in the wet alluvial mud. "That boy is going to be a knife in the Huron side for years to come," Hawkeye said, studying the impression the way a craftsman studies fine work. He frowned then. "But that's not an Indian's step. Too much weight on the heel, the toes angle out wrong." He straightened. "Uncas, go back to that flat rock against the hillside and pull me the length of the singer's foot." The comparison was exact. Hawkeye didn't hesitate. "It's David." They put moccasins on him again and ran him out front, made him break trail. The rest stepped in his prints. "But I see nothing of," Duncan started. "The girls," Hawkeye said. "Magua carried them. Didn't want their tracks in the mud until he was sure any pursuit had gone cold. Bet my rifle we see their footprints again before another half-mile." He was right. They followed the run, eyes locked to the banks. The water reclaimed its bed, but the trail ran just beneath the surface, and they tracked the line of it by feel and instinct. At the base of a broad, dry rock shelf, the stream bent close. And here Uncas found the edge of a moccasin pressed into a pad of moss, a single inadvertent step where someone had left the water. He pushed into the thicket beyond and struck the trail again, clean and obvious as if the blind had never existed. "Planned with real skill," Hawkeye said when they gathered. "Would have killed a white man's search entirely." "Do we move?" Hayward asked, carefully. The scout looked at the ground, then at the light through the canopy. "I want to read this before we push." His eyes moved to a pile of broken branches bound with withes, the shattered remnants of a crude hand burrow discarded in the brush. "There it is." He built a litter for them, carried them over the blind section so their feet wouldn't touch the water. He crouched beside it, then moved to the trail beyond. 3 sets of moccasins, 2 sets of small feet walking free. He knelt and stretched a strip of buckskin beside one print, marking the length with his thumb. "I've tracked deer with bigger hooves," he said, and something almost gentle crossed his face. Munro stepped close. He looked at the small footprints for a long moment and said nothing. He didn't need to. "The trail is firm," Hawkeye said, not unkindly. "The step is straight and the stride is steady. See here, she was jumping root to root." He moved along the line. They weren't faint, they weren't dragged, they were walking hard and walking clean. He paused over another set of impressions. The singer, though he was done, slipping, drifting wide. A man who works his throat doesn't condition his legs. He glanced at the sky. The sun was dropping. He didn't say anything else. He just pushed forward and the rest of them matched his pace or fell behind. The trail was open now. The Hurons had stopped masking their movement. The party made fast time through the valley bottom, tracking without hesitation. Less than an hour passed before Hawkeye slowed. It was subtle, a tightening in his stride, the way his head began to move left and right instead of tracking straight ahead. He stopped, waited for the party to close up, then dropped his voice to nearly nothing. "I can smell them." He looked at the Mohicans. There's open sky showing through the canopy up ahead. We're close to their camp. He turned to Chingachgook. "Take the high ground on the right. Uncas, follow the brook left. I'll stay on the trail." He paused. "If it goes wrong, 3 crow calls. There's a bird working the air above that dead oak." Another sign we're sitting on their doorstep. The Mohicans moved. No words, no hesitation. They were simply there and then they were gone. Hawkeye took Duncan and Munro forward with the quiet authority of a man who had done this all his life. When they reached the tree line, he sent Hayward ahead to the edge of the thicket while he circled off to work something in the brush. Duncan pushed to the fringe of the wood and looked out. He stopped. Several acres of timber had been felled. The clearing opened wide under the soft amber of early evening, and the contrast with the gray cathedral of forest behind him was like stepping from one world into another. A stream had pooled across the low ground from ridge to ridge, still and dark and wider than it should have been, held back by a natural spillway so clean and even it looked engineered. Along its banks and out across the shallows, nearly 100 earthen dwellings rose in organized rows, their rounded roofs tight and well-formed, built with a precision and industry that Duncan hadn't expected. More method here, more craft, not the temporary sprawl of a war party's camp. It appeared empty. Then he saw the movement, dark shapes low to the ground, moving on all fours, dragging something heavy behind them. Then heads appearing in the doorways of the dwellings. There and gone, gliding between structures with practiced, purposeful stealth. He was reaching for the crow call when the leaves beside him moved. He spun. An Indian stood less than 100 yards away. Duncan froze, every instinct locked down. He pressed himself against cover and watched. The stranger hadn't seen him. The man's attention was fixed on the village across the water. His head was shaved to a central tuft, 3 hawk feathers hanging loose from it, their colors faded. He wore a ragged calico wrap across his shoulders and an ordinary shirt cinched low, sleeves repurposed as leggings. His feet were in decent deerskin moccasins. The rest of him was gaunt and worn. His face was masked in paint, but what Duncan could read of his posture was not aggression. It was confusion or grief. Hawkeye materialized at Duncan's shoulder without sound. There, Duncan breathed. One of them, this could be a problem. The scout looked where Duncan pointed and his rifle dropped. He brought it back up slowly, extending his neck, reading the figure across the clearing with narrowed eyes. "That's not a Huron," he said, "not a Canada tribe either, but those are stolen white man's clothes on him." He scanned the man again. Montcalm's been scraping the forest floor for fighters, pulled in every stray and hostile he could find. His eyes moved. "Do you see a weapon on him?" "Nothing. And he doesn't look ready to sound any alarm. If he doesn't warn the others, he's no immediate threat." Hawkeye turned and looked at Duncan with an expression that took a moment to decode. Then his chest shook once, twice, a deep, completely silent laugh. He pressed a fist to his mouth and let it pass. "Fellows dodging about the water," he repeated quietly, shaking his head. "That's what a boyhood in the settlements does to a man." He steadied himself. "He's got long legs, though. Can't let him run." He gripped his rifle, eyes sharp again. "Keep him in your sights. I'll go in behind through the brush and take him quiet, no shots under any circumstance." Duncan grabbed his arm before he could go. "If you're in danger, can I fire?" Hawkeye looked at him, considered the question. Then the silent laugh came back. "Fire a full volley, Major." He slipped into the thicket and was gone. Duncan tracked him in glimpses, there then not, then there again. Belly to the earth, his worn buckskins nearly indistinguishable from the ground he moved across. He closed the distance to within a few yards of the stranger, rose slowly to his feet. Across the water something struck the surface hard. Loud, rhythmic blows. Duncan's eyes pulled to the lake. 100 dark shapes plunged together into the shallows. He snapped back to the stranger. The Indian hadn't moved. He'd stretched his neck forward, watching the disturbance in the water with an expression that read more as mild curiosity than anything tactical. Hawkeye's hand came up above him, held there, then lowered. Another long, shaking exhale of silent laughter. He tapped the man on the shoulder. "Friend," he said aloud, "you teaching the beavers to sing?" The stranger turned without alarm. "That I am," he said simply. "It seems to me that the being who granted them such gifts for improving this world would not deny them voices to offer praise." Chapter 22. Beasts and Allies. The scout's crow call still hung in the cold air when Hayward broke from cover. He'd been crouched in the brush for 3 solid minutes, heart hammering, rifle half raised at shadows that turned out to be nothing but beaver and bark. Now he moved fast across the open ground, boots finding purchase on the damp earth, closing the distance to where Hawkeye stood over the slight, ridiculous figure of David Gamut, the psalmist, alive. Hayward took that in without slowing down. His mind processed it the way it processed a battlefield, rapidly, sequentially, already calculating what it meant for Cora, for Alice. Hawkeye was already laughing, the sound low and genuine, rougher than gravel. He grabbed Gamut by the shoulders and spun him once around, studying the absurd costume the Hurons had dressed him in. His big hands worked the man like a weather vane in a crosswind. "They put you in that," Hawkeye said. Not a question, a verdict. His amusement had an edge to it, the edge of a man who'd spent years reading enemies and surviving them. Credit where it's due, the Hurons have a sense of humor. Then he seized Gamut's hand and crushed it. David winced. The pain brought water to his mild eyes. "You were about to start singing to the beavers." Hawkeye said, "Damn clever animals. They were already keeping time with their tails, you heard it." Another half-second and Killdeer would have opened the first verse for them. He patted the long rifle at his side. The name wasn't affectionate, it was functional. "I've known educated fools who couldn't match an old beaver for sense, but they're born mute, every one of them, which is more than I can say for you." Gamut opened his mouth to respond. Hawkeye didn't wait. He tipped his head back and produced a sound, raw, flat, ugly, the call of a crow flung upward into the canopy. Hayward's eyes snapped skyward before he caught himself. Even knowing what it was, the instinct was there. "That's music with practical value," Hawkeye said, nodding toward the tree line where Chingachgook and Uncas were already moving in, covering ground in silence, rifles at low ready. 2 rifles and 2 blades come when that sound is made. Your psalms don't bring much to the fight by comparison. He looked hard at Gamut. The girls, where are they? Captive. Gamut said both of them, troubled in their spirits but unharmed in their bodies. Hayward's breath left him. Both of them, you're certain? I am. Munro, who had said nothing, made a sound that wasn't quite words. The old colonel's hands shook, his eyes were wet. He pressed them shut and steadied himself against it. The journey was hard, Gamut continued. The food was scarce, but beyond the indignity of captivity itself, we have suffered no harm. I cannot speak as to their deliverance. The man who leads these warriors, Magua, carries something in him that does not bend. I have tried him in the night and in the morning, verse and voice both. He doesn't hear it, or he hears it and it does nothing to him. Where is he now? Hawkeye said. The laughter was gone. Hunting. He took his young men out at first light moose, I think. Tomorrow they move deeper north, toward the Canadian border. Gamut paused, composing himself. Cora has been taken to a neighboring people. Their lodges sit beyond that dark ridge of rock to the north. The younger Alice is held with the Huron women, 2 miles from here, perhaps less, on a flat above the tree line where fire cleared the ground before the lodges were built. Alice, Hayward said it quietly, almost to himself. She has no one beside her, Gamut confirmed. Her sister's company was taken from her. Hayward's jaw tightened. She weeps more than she smiles, Gamut added, with the honesty of a man who understood what kindness required. But there are moments of peace. I have sat with her, we have sung together, the words bring some comfort. And they let you move freely, Hawkeye said. His eyes had narrowed, he was calculating. Gamut arranged his expression into something approximating humility. The power of music has found its place even here. I come and go as I see fit. Hawkeye reached up and tapped the side of his own head. Once, the gesture was plain enough. The Hurons thought Gamut was touched, visited by something beyond ordinary reason. Among the tribes, such men were not harmed. They were left alone, watched with cautious respect, given room. Why didn't you run? Hawkeye said. The path was open. You could have followed your own back trail to Fort Edward and brought word. Gamut didn't flinch. My feet would sooner follow those women into whatever country holds them than take one step in the other direction while they remain captive. It was a simple answer. The scout studied him for a long moment, reading the honesty in the man's face the way he reads sign on a trail. Then he nodded once. Uncas had moved close to Gamut's side. The young Mohican stood still, watching the psalmodist with an expression that was not quite admiration but was something adjacent to it. Chingachgook said nothing. He rarely did, but his attention was absolute. Hawkeye reached into the pack at his side and produced the pitch pipe that had been confiscated back at the ambush site. He'd been considering burning it for kindling. He pressed it into Gamut's hands. Take it, I've no use for it. Gamut received the instrument with the quiet gratitude of a man reunited with something essential. He tested it softly, matching it against his voice. Satisfying himself that nothing had been lost, Hayward cut it short. The tribe holding Cora, tell us everything about them. Gamut lowered the pipe reluctantly. He spoke carefully, working through what he knew and what he'd observed. Magua had moved his prisoners north from the mountain as soon as the timing was safe. No pursuit behind them, he'd made sure of that, working the trail to eliminate every readable sign. At night, the captives were kept secure, sheltered against the cold. Watched against escape. When the horses were let go at the spring, it was deliberate. Every precaution taken to make the group invisible. At the Huron encampment, Magua had split them without ceremony. Cora to one tribe, Alice to another. Gamut described the neighboring people only as he'd observed them, allied to the French, to Montcalm's campaign, but no part of the attack on William Henry. They watched the Hurons with a measured distance that suggested history between them. Hawkeye stopped him. Their knives, what did they look like, English make or French? Gamut blinked. I paid no attention to such things. You should have. No anger in it, just the flat assessment of a man who understood what details meant when the situation turned. Their markings, did you see a tortoise painted anywhere on a lodge on a man's chest? I saw images, Gamut said slowly. Painted figures they seemed to prize greatly. One in particular, low, crawling. A tortoise, yes, I thought it a foul and degraded thing to revere. Hawkeye went still. Both Mohicans reacted simultaneously, a short, sharp sound from each of them, involuntary, controlled immediately. Chingachgook straightened. His eyes found the scout's face, and something passed between them that required no words. Then Chingachgook spoke. He used the Delaware tongue, measured and unhurried. And the words carried weight that even those who understood none of them felt in their chests. His arm rose slowly, and as it did, the loose cloth at his chest shifted. Hayward saw it. Faint blue lines worked into the skin over the old warrior's sternum. A tortoise, old work, permanent. Hayward had heard enough of the Delaware history to understand what he was looking at. The fractures, the forced separation of a people, driven apart by outside hands, many of them white hands. He waited. Hawkeye turned back to the group. "We've found something that could help us or kill us depending on how it plays." He kept his voice flat, professional. "The Sagamore carries the blood of the Delaware High Chiefs, the Tortoise clan. If the tribe holding Cora has men of that same lineage, and from what our singing friend tells us they do, then we're walking in a ground that is neither friendly nor hostile. It is both at once, which is the most dangerous ground there is." "Explain it plainly," Hayward said. "The Mingo and the Delaware once shared the same fire. Something happened, and I won't pretend the men with white skins are clean of it, and now those peoples have been turned against each other. Brothers with tomahawks. If some of Cora's captors are Delaware by blood, the Sagamore may have standing with them, or they may see him as something worse than an enemy." Hawkeye paused. "We cannot know until we are already inside it." The silence that followed was brief. Hayward broke it. "Then here is what we do." He looked at Gamut, then at the scout. "Send Gamut back in. He moves freely. They expect him. He goes to Alice, tells her we are close, waits for our signal." He glanced at Hawkeye. "What call?" "The whippoorwill," Hawkeye said. 3 times. He comes to the edge of the brush where the sound comes from." Gamut nodded. "I know the bird, a melancholy note. Somewhat rushed in its." "I'm going in with him," Hayward said. The scout looked at him the way a man looks at something that might be courage or might be stupidity and hasn't yet decided which. "You have any idea what you're saying?" "Gamut proves they'll let a man live if he plays his role well enough." Hayward's voice was steady, the kind of steady that came from a decision already made, not from comfort. "I can play a role, paint me, change my face. I'll pass as a wandering performer, a juggler, a fool, something from Ticonderoga that they have no reason to mistrust. My French is good enough. Your French won't save your scalp if they read through you. Neither will standing out here." Hayward met the scout's eyes. "Alice is 2 miles from where I'm standing. I'm going." Hawkeye looked at him for a long moment. He'd served with men like this before, young, blood running hot, operating on will more than calculation. He'd buried some of them. He'd also watched some of them do things no amount of calculation could have achieved. He made his decision. "Sit down on the log. Chingachgook will work your face." He glanced at the Mohican. "Make him a fool, not a warrior. Nothing that reads hostile, everything that reads harmless." Hayward sat. The old Mohican moved behind him without a word and opened his paints. His hands were quick and precise, decades of practice in exactly this kind of work. He drew lines and shapes that told a story to any eye that knew how to read them. Every mark of aggression left out, every suggestion of friendly simplicity put in. By the time he finished, the man sitting on the log looked nothing like a colonial officer. He looked like something between a performer and a madman, exactly the kind of figure that invited laughter rather than suspicion. Hawkeye leaned in and studied the work. He grunted, satisfied. "Signals," he said. He walked Hayward through them quickly and cleanly. 3 calls of the whippoorwill. The rally point if both operations succeeded. The fallback if they didn't. Then he pulled Hayward to the side out of the other's hearing. "I'm leaving the colonel with Chingachgook. Safe ground, concealed. Uncas and I go north, look at the people holding Cora, see if the Sagamore's bloodline opens a door." He gripped Hayward's arm once firm. "Listen to me carefully now. You're about to go up against men who have spent their entire lives reading other men. They will see things you don't know you're showing. The language of your body, the direction of your eyes, the way you pause before you answer, all of it is a text they know how to read. You have to believe the story you're telling, all the way down. No part of you can stand outside it." Hayward nodded. "And if they take you," Hawkeye's voice was level, "I will come for you not because it is easy, but because I said I would." He released the arm. "God go with you. You've got the right spirit for this kind of work. I only hope that's enough." Hayward shook the scout's hand. He turned to Munro, who had aged 10 years in the last 10 minutes, and gripped the old man's shoulder. "I'll bring her back." Munro said nothing. His eyes said everything. Hayward turned to Gamut. One nod. "Let's move." Hawkeye watched them go, the young officer in his ridiculous paint and the lane earnest psalmodist, until the tree line absorbed them. He stood there a beat longer than necessary. Then he shook his head once, slowly turned, and led the Mohicans north into the dark of the forest. The beaver pond lay flat and black under a sky that was losing its light fast. Hayward moved along its margin at a pace that looked easy and meant business. Every footfall placed deliberately, every shadow ahead assessed before he stepped into it. Gamut walked beside him, unhurried, apparently serene, occasionally consulting his pitch pipe as if the world were not narrowing around them. Hayward felt the weight of what he'd walked in to settle on him. He was 2 miles from a Huron encampment, dressed as a fool, with a singing schoolmaster for backup and Alice somewhere ahead of him in the dark. He thought about her. The image of her was precise and sharp, and he used it the way a blade uses an edge, to cut through the doubt before it could root. He pushed the pace. They made a wide arc around the pond, then angled uphill toward the flat. The second clearing announced itself before they could see it, the smell of wood smoke and the sound of voices, and underneath both of those, a movement in the tall grass at the tree line that wasn't wind. Hayward stopped at the edge of the brush. The lodges were rough construction. Logs, earth, brush, nothing deliberate about the arrangement. 50, maybe 60 structures scattered without pattern across the clearing's far end, a stream tumbling down rocks behind them. In the fading light, figures moved in the grass between the tree line and the lodges, rising, dropping, rising again, their movements too fluid and strange to resolve into anything ordinary. Hayward watched them, pattern matching against everything he knew, finding nothing that fit. "What are they doing?" he said, voice low. Gamut looked. "Children," he said with the long-suffering resignation of a man who had spent 3 days failing to teach them hymns. "They have been at those antics since I arrived. I have assembled them for instruction 3 evenings in succession. Each time they answer my efforts with sounds that I can only describe as an assault on sacred music." The shriek of the children cut through the still air. High, wild, completely unconstrained. Hayward let the tension bleed out of his shoulders. "Children, not sentries, not a deployment. We go," he said. Gamut stopped his ears with his fingers and walked on. Hayward fell in beside him, adjusted the angle of his chin, softened the soldier out of his stride, and became something else, something harmless, something confused, something the Hurons had no reason to put a blade in. The lodges grew in his vision. The firelight was beginning to compete with the dusk. Faces turned toward them at the perimeter. He held the image of Alice fixed in his mind like a fixed point in a moving world. He didn't look away from it. He walked in. Chapter 23. No safe ground. The fox doesn't get the same courtesy as the stag. No one counts the cost of how it's taken down. Duncan had read the terrain wrong. He'd assumed the village would have pickets out, sentinels working the tree line, some outer ring of security to give them warning. That was how the British did it. That was how any organized fighting force operated. The Hurons didn't work that way. They didn't need to. They owned these woods. Every snapped branch, every bird that went quiet, every shift in the wind was data they'd been reading since childhood. The forest itself was their early warning system, and right now it had apparently told them nothing, which meant Duncan and David had walked clean through it. The children found them first. They were just there, a loose pack of small, dark-eyed kids moving through the camp with that easy chaos children carry everywhere. Then one of them saw the 2 strangers standing in the middle of their world, and the alarm went out. A single shrill cry, then they simply disappeared. Not ran, disappeared. Their bodies dropped into the dried grass and brush, and the earth just absorbed them. Gone. Duncan's throat tightened. He scanned the ground and found nothing but the occasional flash of dark eyes tracking him from below, patient and utterly still. He wanted to move. Every trained instinct in his body told him to back out slowly, re-enter the tree line and reassess. But the cry had already done its work. 12 warriors materialized in the doorway of the nearest lodge. They didn't shout, they didn't reach for weapons. They just stood there and watched him come, carved out of shadow and firelight, waiting with the particular stillness of men who have nothing to prove. David didn't break stride. Duncan followed him in. The lodge was the largest structure in the village, bark and timber rough and low, smelling of wood smoke and tallow and something older underneath. The council house. Duncan registered that immediately. Whatever happened here, it would carry weight. He brushed past the warriors in the doorway. His shoulder passed within inches of a broad chest, and he felt the physical reality of these men, the density of them, the coiled stillness that wasn't relaxation but restraint. His pulse climbed. He locked it down. Kept his face empty, kept moving. David had already pulled a bundle of dry brush from a pile in the corner and seated himself on the ground like a man with nowhere better to be. Duncan sat beside him. The warriors drifted in behind them. Most took positions against the support posts, arms folded, weight shifted to one hip, lounging but watching everything. 3 or 4 of the older chiefs settled onto the earth closer to the center. A torch burned on a stake near the wall, its flame bending in the drafts that moved through the structure, throwing red light across faces that gave away absolutely nothing. Duncan studied them in his peripheral vision. The chiefs in front kept their eyes on the ground, respectful maybe, or calculating. He couldn't read it. The men in the shadows were more direct. He could feel their eyes moving across him like hands, checking every detail. The cut of his clothing, the paint on his face, the way he held himself. They were building a file on him in real time, and he had no way to know what conclusions they were drawing. A warrior stepped out of the shadows, gray threading through his hair but nothing soft about him. His limbs were ropey with muscle, and his movement across the floor was precise and quiet. He'd been positioned back there to watch without being watched. Duncan recognized the technique. He'd used it himself. The man spoke in Huron. Clean, measured sentences. His tone wasn't hostile. Duncan shook his head and spread his hands, the universal signal for "I don't understand you." "Does anyone here speak French?" he said, sweeping his eyes across the assembled faces. "Or English?" Heads turned slightly, eyes shifted, but no one answered. Duncan kept his voice level, kept the cadence slow and clear. "I would be sorry to think that none of this brave nation understood the language the Grand Monarch uses when he speaks to his children. He would be troubled to know his Huron warriors showed him so little respect." The silence that followed was complete. Nobody moved, nobody looked at him. The torch popped and hissed. Then the same warrior who'd spoken before looked up and said in the French of the Canadas, flat and unimpressed, "When our great father speaks to his people, does he use the tongue of a Huron?" Duncan felt the room recalibrate slightly. There it was, a thread to pull. "He makes no distinction among his children," Duncan said carefully, "whether the skin is red or black or white, but he is well pleased with the brave Hurons." "How will he speak?" the chief said, his voice carrying no warmth at all, "when his runners bring him count of the scalps taken 5 nights ago from the English?" The word scalps landed in Duncan's chest like a stone dropped into still water. He kept his face still. "They were his enemies," he will say. "His Hurons are very gallant. Our Canadian father does not think so." The warrior's eyes finally came up and found Duncan's. Instead of looking forward to reward his Indians, his eyes are turned backward. He sees the dead English but no Hurons. What does this mean? Duncan chose his words with precision. A great chief has more thoughts than tongues. He watches his flanks. He makes sure no enemies follow his trail. The canoe of a dead warrior will not float on the Mohican. The chief's voice dropped. "His ears are open to the Delawares, who are not our friends, and they fill them with lies. That cannot be." Duncan pressed forward before the silence could settle again. "He sent me, a man who knows the healing arts, to seek out his Huron children of the Great Lakes, to ask if any are sick." The room changed. Every eye in the place came to him at once, not hostile, measuring. The scrutiny was total and methodical, and Duncan held himself perfectly still under it, the way a man holds still when a blade is at his throat. The chief spoke again. "The cunning men of the Canadas, we have heard their faces are pale. When an Indian chief visits his white father," Duncan said, meeting the warrior's gaze without flinching, "he sets aside his buffalo robe and wears the shirt that is offered to him. Your brothers gave me this paint, I wear it." A low sound moved through the lodge, not a murmur exactly, something closer to a collective exhale. The eldest chief made a small gesture, and the men around him responded, each extending a hand briefly outward, a quiet sound of acknowledgement passing through the group. Duncan breathed, just barely. He had a story prepared. Simple, consistent. Hard to disprove. His chances of getting out of this were climbing. Another warrior rose to speak. The sound stopped him. It came from the forest, low at first, almost below the threshold of hearing, then building fast into something long and high and terrible. A howl that wasn't a wolf, carrying too much information, too much human intention. It went on, stretched thin against the dark. The death hallow. Duncan was on his feet before he knew he'd moved. Around him the lodge emptied in seconds, warriors flowing through the entrance like water through a broken dam, and outside the camp erupted in noise, men and women and children all surging toward the tree line at once, shouting and calling out, the sound rising into something almost ecstatic. Duncan pushed through the press of bodies and found space enough to see. The light was failing but not gone. In the gap where the main path entered the clearing from the forest, a column of warriors emerged from the tree line, moving in slow, deliberate single file. The man at the front carried a short pole. Duncan didn't need better light to know what was hanging from it. A war party coming home, with trophies. The camp's energy shifted entirely. The panic Duncan had felt became something else, a communal excitement, sharp and dangerous, with an ugly edge to it. Warriors around him drew knives and formed into 2 parallel lines stretching from the approaching column toward the lodges, creating a corridor maybe 6 feet wide between them. Women pushed to the front with clubs and axes and whatever else they'd grabbed from inside. Children tore hatchets from their fathers' belts and crowded into the gaps between adults. Women near the clearing's edge were already touching flame to piles of brush. The fires caught and spread, and the orange light pushed back the dusk, throwing everything into stark, lurching relief. Duncan had heard of this, the running of the gauntlet. He'd never seen it. At the head of the returning column, two figures were separated from the rest and positioned at the entrance to the human corridor. The fires were behind them and their features were still in shadow, but their postures told the story. One stood straight. The other was folded into himself, head down. Weight wrong, Duncan's attention went to the first man and stayed there. Something in the frame, the proportion, the absolute refusal to concede anything to the moment. Then the signal cry went up. The straight figure moved. He didn't do what they expected. Instead of lowering his head and running the corridor, absorbing the blows and trying to survive the length of it by speed alone, he took 3 strides and pivoted hard, and launched himself over the heads of a cluster of children on the outer edge of the near rank, clearing them cleanly and landing outside the double line entirely. The crowd erupted. Men broke formation and spread out across the clearing, trying to contain him, and for a moment Duncan lost him in the mass of bodies. Then he caught a glimpse, a lean figure cutting through a gap, changing direction without losing speed, moving like a man who understood geometry and used it. The fires were everywhere now, and the clearing looked like something out of a fever dream. A dozen burning piles casting wild, overlapping shadows, figures moving through the smoke and light with knives raised. They drove him back from the forest twice. He cut through the mob like a blade through water, reversing direction, threading impossibly narrow gaps, his feet finding purchase on ground he couldn't have seen. But there were too many of them. They wore him toward the center by sheer numbers. And for a long moment Duncan couldn't find him at all. Just a dark mass of bodies pressing and churning, arms rising and falling, the sound of women shrieking and men roaring, steel catching firelight. A tall warrior was clear of the press, moving hard on a direct line. He had the angle and the speed. His right arm was already coming up, something in his hand. Duncan's foot moved without conscious thought. He extended it into the warrior's path. The man went down hard and long. Face first into the dirt, arms out, momentum carrying him several feet past the point where he'd intended to strike. The fleeing figure didn't look back. He turned once, a brief burn of motion across Duncan's field of vision, and then he was at the entrance to the main lodge. He put his back against the painted post beside the door. His chest was working hard, deep, ragged pulls of air, but nothing else moved. His face was composed. His hands were still. He looked like a man who had simply decided to stop running and was waiting to see what would happen next. Duncan moved away from where he'd tripped the warrior. Casually, deliberately, nobody seemed to have noticed. The crowd pulled in around the lodge, angry and unsatisfied, buzzing with a dark energy that hadn't found anywhere to go. Duncan made his way through the press toward the post. The prisoner was real up close, the controlled breathing, the sweat drying on his skin in the cool air, the absolute refusal in his posture. The women surrounded him with a wall of abuse, telling him his legs were better than his arms, that he deserved wings, that he knew nothing of war, and he stood through all of it like stone. Then one of the women stepped forward from the pack, old and sharp-eyed, moving with a strange sliding step, torch in one hand. She had the face of someone who had perfected cruelty over decades. She stretched out one bony arm toward the prisoner's face and snapped her fingers and spoke in Lenape. Deliberately, Duncan realized, choosing the language he would understand. "Look at you, Delaware." Another snap inches from his eyes. "Your nation are women. A hoe suits your hands better than a rifle. Your people birth deer. If a wildcat or a serpent were born among you, you'd run. The Huron girls will make you skirts, and we will find you a husband." Laughter ripped through the crowd. The prisoner looked through her like she was glass. She worked herself into a fury that was almost impressive in its completeness. Her voice climbed register by register until it cracked. She foamed. She raged. Not one muscle in his face acknowledged her existence. A young warrior, not quite a man yet, trying to be stepped in to help her. Brandishing a tomahawk, making promises about what he'd do. The prisoner turned his head, just enough to look at the boy. The look lasted maybe 2 seconds. The boy stepped back without understanding why, and in that brief turn of the head, firelight crossed his face and Duncan's breath stopped. Uncas. Duncan looked away fast. If their eyes held too long, if anyone read anything in the exchange, he was already turning, moving toward the lodge entrance, keeping his expression carefully neutral, feeling the sweat that had nothing to do with the fires. A warrior shouldered through the crowd, moved the women back with one arm, gripped Uncas by the bicep, and walked him toward the council lodge. The The chiefs followed, most of the senior warriors. Duncan fell in with them and found a position along the wall. The lodge arranged itself by rank, elders in the center under the open smoke hole where a handful of stars showed through, junior warriors in the shadows along the walls. The torch burned in the center of it all, and its light reached everyone. Uncas stood in the middle of the room under the stars. He didn't lower his head. He didn't shift his weight. He stood like he was the one running this proceeding. His captors watched him, and Duncan could read the reluctant respect in their faces even if they'd never admit it. Men who understood physical courage recognized it when they saw it, whatever side they stood on. The second prisoner had also come in. The man who had stood at the gauntlet's entrance without moving, arms at his sides while his companion ran. A Huron by the marks on his face and body. He found a spot away from everyone else and folded himself into it, making himself small, making himself peripheral, as if he could reduce himself enough to disappear. When the room had settled into stillness, the gray-haired chief spoke. "Delaware," he said in Lenape, "though you come from a nation of women. You have proven yourself a man. I would offer you food, but a man who eats with the Huron must become a friend." A pause. "Rest until morning. When the sun rises, we will speak our final words." Uncas held his eyes. 7 nights and 7 days I moved on the Huron trail without eating. The children of the Lenape know how to walk the right path without stopping. The chief let that sit for a moment. 2 of my young men are following your companion. When they return, our council will tell you to live or to die. Uncas looked at him with something close to pity. Does a Huron not have ears? Since I became your prisoner, I have heard a rifle, the same rifle, fire twice. Your young men are not coming back. The room went very still. Duncan leaned forward slightly. He watched the chief's face. The man absorbed the words without visible reaction, and when he spoke again, his voice was even. "If the Lenape are so skillful, why is one of their best warriors standing here?" "He followed a running coward," Uncas said, "and stepped into a trap. The clever beaver can be caught." He lifted one finger as he said it, a small, almost lazy gesture toward the Huron sitting alone against the far wall. The effect was immediate. Every head turned. The silence became a different kind of silence, charged and deliberate, the kind that precedes action. The chiefs in the center spoke to each other in low, clipped sentences, no wasted words. The outer ring of warriors leaned forward. Even the second prisoner, the Huron, looked up, dragged by fear from whatever interior space he'd been hiding in. The gray-haired chief rose. He moved past Uncas without looking at him and stopped in front of the Huron warrior seated against the wall. He stood over him and began to speak, each sentence separated by a pause long enough to serve as its own punctuation. The old woman with the torch entered the circle from the side, moving in that strange rhythmic slide she had, chanting something under her breath. She brought the torch to Uncas first and held it close to his face, studying every line of it. He looked past her into the middle distance, past the walls of the lodge, past the night itself. She moved to the second prisoner and held the light there, and what she found made her begin a low, keening sound. The chief spoke without turning from the condemned man. "Read that, Benz." He used the name like a sentence. "The Great Spirit made you pleasing to the eye. It would have been better if you had never been born. Your voice is loud in the village and silent in battle. Your young men drive their hatchets deepest into the war post and lightest into the enemy. The enemy know the shape of your back. They have never seen the color of your eyes." Another pause. The torch guttered. "3 times they called you forward. 3 times you found a reason to stay behind. Your name will not be spoken again in this tribe. It is already forgotten." The condemned man raised his head. Duncan watched it happen. The internal war on that face, shame and pride and something desperate underneath both of them, fighting for the same ground. His eyes moved across the assembled chiefs, across the faces that held his reputation, that had spoken the words that unmade him. He got to his feet. He bared his chest and looked at the knife in the elder's hand. The blade went in slowly, and Duncan made himself watch, because to look away would be its own kind of betrayal. The man's face in that last moment held something that might have been relief. He fell forward, heavy and final, at the feet of Uncas, who did not move, whose face showed nothing, who stood as he had stood since they brought him in, straight and composed in the center of everything. The woman screamed. She drove the torch into the earth, and the light died instantly, absolutely. In the darkness, Duncan felt the crowd around him dissolve, people moving quickly and quietly through the entrance, past him into the night outside, the sounds of the camp receding, his eyes adjusting slowly, finding only shapes and shadows. The fire was gone. The body was on the ground somewhere nearby. He could hear nothing from it. He stood in the dark, alone with it, and did not move. Chapter 24. Shadows among lodges, the council broke apart like smoke in wind. No ceremony, no debate, just men moving because their chief had spoken. Uncas moved first. His hand found Hayward's arm in the dark, fingers clamping down with the quiet authority of a man who had kept himself alive in hostile country his entire life. His voice came low, barely a breath against Hayward's ear. The Hurons are dogs. A coward's blood means nothing to a warrior. The gray head and the sagamore are clear. Hawkeye's rifle is ready. A firm push toward the door. Go. Uncas and the open hand are strangers now, that's all you need to know. Hayward wanted more, he needed more, but the pressure at his back said the conversation was finished, and a man who argued with that kind of logic in a Huron camp didn't survive long enough to regret it. He stepped through the doorway and dissolved into the shadows moving between the lodges. The dying fires threw amber light across the clearing in uneven pulses, carving shapes out of darkness and then surrendering them back to it. Around him, warriors moved in silence, that particular silence of men who had witnessed violence and were still processing its weight. Through the lodge entrance behind him, a slash of firelight caught Uncas exactly where he'd left him, standing straight-backed beside the dead Huron, his posture carved from something harder than flesh. A group of warriors re-entered the lodge. Minutes later, they came back out carrying what remained of the man Uncas had killed, hauling the body toward the tree line with the efficiency of people who understood that the dead needed to be managed before they complicated the living. Hayward moved. He worked through the village in a systematic pattern, checking each lodge with quick, controlled glances, enough to read the interior, not enough to invite challenge. Nobody stopped him. The killing had recalibrated the tribe's attention, redirected it inward, and a man who moved with purpose through the aftermath of violence rarely drew scrutiny. He was looking for Alice. He found nothing. Lodge after lodge, shadow after shadow, the same answer every time. By the time he'd completed the circuit, he had two problems. Alice was still missing, and Uncas was still inside that lodge with men who would cheerfully kill him before morning. He turned back toward the council fire. The lodge had settled. The warriors sat in a loose circle, pipes burning, their voices low and unhurried, trading accounts of the recent push north toward the head of the Mohican. The violence from an hour ago might as well have been a season distant. Hayward walked back in without hesitating, found a seat at the edge of the firelight, and let the shadows do their work. He read the room quickly. Uncas remained standing near the back. A young Huron positioned close enough to respond, but not so close as to be obvious. An armed warrior leaned against the doorframe with the careful casualness of a man who was very much on duty. Uncas himself stood like something cast in iron, present, aware, completely contained. No David anywhere. One of the older warriors, a man who carried himself with the particular gravity of someone who'd survived long enough to know what things cost, turned toward Hayward. His French was functional and direct. "Our father in Canada does not forget us. I am grateful." He drew on his pipe and let the smoke go. "An evil spirit has settled in the wife of one of my young men. Can the clever stranger drive it out?" Hayward kept his face neutral. He understood enough of how these things worked, the performance, the expectation, the theater of it. More importantly, he understood opportunity. An invitation inside the camp's private spaces was an invitation to find Alice. "Spirits are not all the same," he said carefully. "Some yield to knowledge, others are stronger. My brother is a great healer." The warrior's eyes stayed flat and unreadable. "He will try," Hayward answered with a single nod. The Huron seemed satisfied. He picked up his pipe and returned to his smoke, content to move when the moment was right. Hayward sat across from him and worked at keeping his hands still. The minutes ground by. The fire crackled. Pipe smoke layered the air in pale strata. Hayward was calculating the time lost, the distance to Alice, the position of every man in the room when the doorway darkened and a large warrior ducked inside. The man moved through the group without acknowledgement and dropped onto the brush pile beside Hayward. The contact was immediate and physical. Hayward felt the warmth of him, turned fractionally and looked into the face of Magua. Every muscle in his body went cold. Magua moved without urgency. He unslung his tomahawk, packed the bowl carved into its head with tobacco, and drew smoke through the hollow handle with the comfortable ease of a man who had been sitting at home fires all evening rather than traveling hard for 2 days. He said nothing. He offered nothing. He simply existed in the space, dense and watchful and utterly controlled. The room gave him room to breathe. 10 minutes passed. They might as well have been 10 hours. "Welcome," one of the warriors finally said. "Did my friend find the moose?" "My young men are loaded down with meat," Magua said. "Send Reed that bends down the hunting trail. He'll find them." The silence that followed was not ordinary silence. It was the silence of a room where everyone had simultaneously stopped breathing. Pipes came away from lips. The smoke hung motionless for a moment, then began its slow climb toward the roof opening, unwinding in thin spirals. Every man's eyes found the floor, except for 2 or 3 of the younger warriors whose gaze pulled like iron to a lodestone toward an old man sitting between 2 senior chiefs. The old man looked unremarkable. His posture was subdued. His clothing was common. He sat with his eyes on the ground for a long moment. And then something shifted in him, some internal reckoning completed itself, and he raised his head and stood. "That was a lie," he said. His voice was level. "I had no son. The one who carried that name is gone. His blood was thin. It didn't come from Huron veins. The Chippewas deceived my wife." He paused. "The Great Spirit has said the family of Wisentush ends here. The man who knows the evil of his blood dies with it. I have spoken." He looked around the circle as though searching for something in the faces turned toward him. He didn't find it, or perhaps he found exactly what he expected, and that was the worst part. His eyes said everything his words refused to. The grief was absolute and uncontainable, working through every line of his face while his voice remained steady as a knife blade. He stood there for one more moment, holding it together by sheer force of a life spent mastering exactly this kind of pain. Then he pulled his blanket over his face, turned away from the firelight, and walked out of the lodge without a sound. A man going somewhere quiet to fall apart in private. No one spoke. No one moved to follow. They gave him that. After a respectful interval, one of the chiefs turned toward Magua with the smooth ease of a man redirecting water from a broken channel. "The Delawares have been nosing around this village like bears after a honey tree," he said, his tone easy. "But when has anyone found a Huron asleep?" Something moved across Magua's face, dark and sudden like weather changing over a ridge line. "The Delawares of the lakes." His voice was quiet, which made it worse. "No, the ones who wear their women's skirts on their home river. One passed through our hands." The chief gestured toward Uncas without looking at him directly. His legs were fast enough. His arms are better suited to a field than a fight. Magua drew on his pipe. He gave no outward sign of interest, no urgency, no hunger, only that flat and meditative stillness he wore like a second skin. Whatever burned inside him stayed banked, controlled, saved for the right moment. He sat with it. When he was ready, he tapped out the ash, replaced the tomahawk, straightened his belt, and rose. For the first time since entering the lodge, he turned to look at the prisoner. Uncas had been waiting for it. He turned toward the light at the same instant, and their eyes locked across the distance between them. Neither man moved. 2 men stripped down to essential nature, each one reading the other with the cold precision of someone who had spent his life in country where misreading a man meant dying for it. The fire popped and hissed. Nobody in the lodge breathed. The staring contest stretched out long enough to make it something more than a staring contest. A declaration, a measurement, a line drawn. Uncas didn't waver. His chest expanded, his nostrils flared, and he stood there like something that had grown out of the earth rather than been born into it. Magua's face shifted. The defiance bled out of it slowly, replaced by something darker and more specific. Recognition, and beneath that, a joy that had nothing warm in it whatsoever. He let out a long breath. Le Cerf Agile. The name detonated through the room. Every warrior came to his feet in the same instant. The sound moved from mouth to mouth and out through the lodge entrance, picked up by the women and children gathered outside, rolling outward in a wave that broke into something between a cry and a lament. The men recovered first, settling back into their seats with the controlled embarrassment of people who prided themselves on not being surprised, though their eyes kept returning to the captive, taking inventory of a man who had bloodied their best and who stood before them now wearing no expression at all. Uncas absorbed it. Then when he'd let them look long enough, he smiled. It was small and contemptuous, and it crossed every boundary of language. Magua caught it. He raised his arm and shook it at the prisoner, the silver ornaments on his bracelet rattling like distant harness bells, his voice dropping into English with the precision of a weapon selected for its effect. "Mohican, you die." Uncas answered in Delaware, his voice carrying the relaxed confidence of a man commenting on poor craftsmanship. "Dead Hurons don't float back up from the river. Their warriors fight like women. Their women have less sense than owls." He let it sit for a moment. Bring them all in. Let them see what a real warrior looks like. The blood of cowards has a smell to it. I'm standing in it. That landed. Several of the warriors understood Delaware, and the ones who didn't needed only to read the faces of those who did. Magua let the anger run through the room and then stepped in front of it. He dropped his robe from one shoulder, raised his arm, and began to speak. Hayward had seen men command rooms before. He'd never seen it done like this. Magua worked the way a skilled surgeon worked, with precision, with patience, with a complete understanding of what he was cutting into. He opened with the attack at Glens Falls, the dead, the escape of the men he called their most dangerous enemies. He described the place he'd taken the prisoners, the mountain stronghold, the events that followed. He did not mention his own failures there, his own thwarted intentions. The rage that had driven him to where he stood now. That chapter stayed closed. He moved forward to La Longue Carabine's ambush and its cost. He paused then and looked around the room with careful grief on his face. Then he turned to the dead. He named them. He placed each one precisely in the web of the tribe's families, its histories, its pride. This man had never come home from the hunt empty-handed. That one had run down enemies that other men couldn't track. He cataloged virtues and accomplishments in the specific language that hit the specific pressure points of each man listening, and by the time he was finished, the lodge was humming with grief at a frequency just below audible. Are my young men in the burial grounds of their people? He let the question hang. No, their spirits are crossing toward the hunting grounds without food, without weapons, without robes, naked, poor as the day they came into the world. His voice found its lowest register. Will we allow that? Will they arrive among our fathers like starving Iroquois, like Delaware women carrying hoes? He turned to face Uncas directly. Brothers, we do not forget our dead. A Huron never forgets. He extended his arm toward the prisoner. Load this Mohicans back with what they need. Send him after them. When their spirits see him coming, bent under what we have given, they will know we kept faith. Our children will say, this is what our fathers did. This is what we do. A pale skin means nothing. We have killed many, and the ground is still pale. Huron honor stained by Huron blood can only be cleaned with Indian blood. Let this Delaware die. The warrior near the far side of the fire had been coming to a boil through the entire speech. Hayward had tracked him from the moment Magua started, watched his face cycle through each emotion until it locked onto something pure and ugly and final. He rose screaming, the sound ripping out of his throat as his arm came back and the tomahawk came forward in a flat arc aimed at Uncas. The whole thing took less than a second. Magua's arm shot out. He caught the throw offline just enough. The blade sheared through the war feathers above Uncas's scalping tuft and punched through the lodge wall and disappeared into the dark. Hayward was on his feet with his heart hammering in his throat, ready to do something that would likely get him killed. Then he saw Uncas and stopped. Uncas hadn't moved, not a step, not a flinch, nothing. He stood in exactly the position he'd occupied before the blade came at him, looking at the warrior who'd thrown it with an expression of almost clinical detachment. Then he smiled again just slightly and said something soft in his own language. Magua dropped his arm. He took a measured breath and turned away from the captive. No, he said, and his voice had gone quiet again, which was how Hayward knew the decision was made and fixed. The son needs to see his shame first. The women need to watch. Get him out of here, somewhere quiet. Let's see if a Delaware can sleep, and in the morning we'll find out how he dies. The guards came forward immediately. They bound Uncas's arms with bark cordage and walked him out through the lodge entrance without ceremony. He moved through the doorway and paused there for a single beat, turning to sweep the room one last time with a look that absorbed every face in it. In that glance, Hayward caught something small, compressed, carefully hidden. Not despair, something else. He held on to that. Magua adjusted his robe and left without looking at Hayward. The most dangerous man in the room, passing within arm's reach of the man he was hunting without knowing it. Hayward kept absolutely still until he was gone and then let out a slow breath through his nose. The room descended into pipe smoke and silence. Half an hour passed without a word exchanged. The violence and its aftermath processed and settled the way all violence does when men who have lived inside it long enough understand its rhythms. Then the chief who had asked for a healer finished his pipe, stood and gestured for Hayward to follow. One motion of a finger. Hayward followed him out. The night air hit him like cold water, clean, pine-edged, real. He pulled it in and let it do its work. His guide bypassed the lodges entirely and struck out toward the base of the mountain that pushed up against the village's northern edge. Firelight from the clearing reached here in fragments. The boys were running some kind of chase game, and somewhere in the process they'd managed to light off a stack of brush. The blaze climbed and the shadows jumped. They moved into a thicket, following a narrow path that switched back on itself, the mountain pressing down on their left. The fire flared again behind them and sent a long wash of light ahead, illuminating the pale rock face and the dark ground beneath it. Something was in the path. The Huron stopped. Hayward came up to his shoulder. The shape ahead was large and dark, and it was moving in a way that didn't resolve cleanly in the firelight, the upper body working constantly while the lower seemed anchored in place. Then the fire brightened and held, and Hayward recognized the rounded mass of a bear, seated upright, watching them with eyes that caught the light and threw it back in twin points. It growled, low and resonant, the sound coming up from the chest rather than the throat, but it made no move toward them. The Huron assessed it for a moment, the quiet, professional appraisal of a man deciding whether a situation required action, and then simply walked around it and continued up the path. Hayward followed his lead. Among certain tribes, bears were kept close to camp. Made familiar, he had no reason to question what he was seeing. They passed within a few feet of the animal. Hayward kept his eyes forward and moved cleanly and let the moment pass. He made it perhaps 20 paces before he checked behind him. The bear was following them. It moved with that rolling, side-heavy gait, taking the path with the unhurried confidence of something that understood the terrain better than either of the men ahead of it. Every few steps it growled, and twice Hayward felt the weight of a massive paw drop against his back, not aggressive but present, exploratory, as though testing whether he was going to do something interesting. He was still working through what response that called for when the Huron pushed aside a bark door set into the mountain itself and ducked through. Hayward went through right behind him. He reached back for the door. The bear pushed it out of his hand and came in after them. The passage inside was straight and narrow, carved by water into the mountain's belly over centuries, raw rock walls close on both sides, the floor uneven underfoot, no exit behind them. The bear filled the passage at their backs, growling in steady intervals, occasionally making contact with Hayward's legs or shoulders as though directing him forward with gentle insistence. Hayward moved forward. Light appeared ahead. They came out of the passage into a larger space, a natural cavity in the mountain that had been adapted into something functional, the walls divided by rough partitions of bark and stone and bundled sticks. Gaps in the rock above served as windows. A fire burned in a central depression, and torches pushed the shadows into the high corners. This was where the Hurons had moved what mattered most to them. He could see it in the care of the arrangement, the placement of sacred objects, the density of valuables stacked along the walls. And this was where they'd brought the sick woman, reasoning that stone walls held more resistance against what haunted her than the thin bark skins of the lodges. She lay in the first chamber they entered, surrounded by women seated in close attendance. Her condition was immediately apparent. She was beyond the early stages of whatever had taken hold of her, beyond fear or distress, her gaze vacant and inward, her body moving through its processes with no particular awareness of the people gathered around it. Hayward had seen men in this condition after battle. He had never seen anyone come back from it. He registered all of this in a single sweep of the room and registered simultaneously, with a jolt that nearly broke his composure, that David Gamut was standing among the women. Gamut had a pitch pipe in his hand. He drew a note from it, set his feet, and opened his throat. The hymn he produced was the kind of music that came from genuine conviction rather than performance. The full voice of a man who believed completely in what he was doing, and therefore did it without the slightest embarrassment. The notes moved through the stone chamber and came back changed, softened, carrying something that even Hayward, pressed against the wall with his nerves pulled tight and his mind on the exits, felt land somewhere unguarded. The Hurons let him finish. Hayward didn't interrupt. As the last note dissolved, something in the far shadow of the cavern picked it up. Low at first, almost below audible, a growling resonance that shaped itself gradually into something that wasn't quite music and wasn't quite speech, but carried the ghost of the melody Gamut had just finished, wrapped in a sound that came from an entirely different kind of chest. Hayward turned slowly. The bear sat in the deep shadow of the back wall, its massive body rocking in that restless, habitual motion, its throat producing a sound that should not have been possible. Gamut stared at it. His mouth was open. His eyes had the look of a man whose categories were failing him in real time, who had organized his understanding of the world around certain fixed assumptions and was watching one of them come apart. He gripped the pitch pipe. He swallowed once. and then, apparently deciding that theology would have to wait, he turned to Hayward with his voice barely above a whisper and said, "She expects you, she is near." He was through the door and gone before Hayward could speak. Chapter 25. The beast interrupts. The bear was still moving, that rolling, lumbering gait back and forth across the cavern floor. But the moment David had stopped singing and backed away, the animal had gone quiet. Whatever grim comedy had just played out in this hollow place, it was over now. Duncan hadn't understood David's words. The man sang in his own tongue, and whatever message was buried in those syllables stayed buried. But there was no time to dig for meaning. Because the Huron chief was already moving, he stepped to the bedside of the sick woman and dismissed the cluster of female attendants with a single gesture. No discussion, they obeyed. The sound of the door closing echoed down the natural stone corridor and died in the dark. The chief turned to Duncan. "Now let my brother show his power." Duncan felt the pressure of that moment like a hand around his throat. He had no power, he had a stolen identity. A performance he barely understood and a room full of expectations he couldn't meet. He began to move anyway, hands up, voice low, cycling through what fragments he knew of the conjurer's craft, the gestures, the sounds, the theater of it all. The bear stopped him cold, a growl, deep and resonant, not the confused rumbling from before. A warning. Duncan tried again, same result. The third attempt drew something fiercer, something with teeth behind it. And the sound filled the cavern and pressed against the stone walls until there was nowhere for it to go. The chief watched the animal, then watched Duncan. "The cunning ones are jealous," he said. He turned toward the passage, pausing at the entrance to look back at the bear. "I go, deal justly by her." His eyes settled on the animal again. "Peace, I go." And then he was gone. Duncan stood in the cavern. The sick woman lay motionless on her bed. The bear sat across from him, watching him with an intelligence that no bear had any business possessing. The silence was total. He scanned the floor and walls for anything he could use as a weapon, a stone, a branch, anything with weight and reach. There was nothing within easy reach that would matter against something that size. Then the bear began to shake, not aggression, not preparation for an attack, something else. The massive body convulsed with a rhythm that was almost rhythmic, the shaggy shoulders rolling, the thick forelimbs pawing at the muzzle in a way that looked almost deliberate, almost human. The head came away. Hawkeye grinned up at him from inside the costume, his creased and weathered face split wide with the particular satisfaction of a man who had just pulled off something extraordinary and knew it. Hissed. The woodsman's voice dropped to nothing. "The Hurons are still about. Anything that doesn't sound like witchcraft will bring them back in a pack." Duncan exhaled. "Tell me what in God's name is happening. Why would you risk something this desperate?" "Reason and calculation get beaten by chance more often than not," the scout said. "But a story should start at the beginning. After we split, I got Munro and the Sagamore into an old beaver lodge. Safer there than inside Fort Edward itself. Your Northwest Hurons still hold the beaver as something sacred. They won't touch it. After that, Uncas and I moved toward the other camp." "As agreed," he paused. "Have you seen the boy?" The question hit Duncan like something physical. "Yes, he's their prisoner. They plan to kill him at sunrise." The scout's expression didn't collapse, but something behind his eyes shifted. He was quiet for a moment, working through it. "I had a feeling it might come to that." He brought himself back and his voice steadied. "Which is exactly why I'm here. You don't leave a boy like that to men like these. They'd love nothing more than to have the bounding elk and the long carabine tied to the same stake." He shook his head. "Strange name they've given me. There's no more resemblance between my killdeer and one of your Canada carbines than there is between pipestone and flint." "Stay with it," Duncan said quietly. "The Hurons could come back. They won't. A conjurer needs his time, same as a wandering preacher. We're safe for now." He shifted his weight inside the costume. "Uncas and I crossed a Huron patrol on the way in. The boy was too eager. Young blood runs hot and he pushed too far forward. One of the Hurons panicked and ran, and Uncas followed him straight into an ambush." Duncan said nothing. He didn't need to. He drew his finger slowly across his own throat. The scout read it and nodded once. "After I lost sight of him, I went after the Hurons. There were some exchanges with their outliers along the way. That's neither here nor there. I worked my way in close to the lodges, and that's when luck, or something that looks like providence from the right angle, put me directly in the path of their most prominent conjurer. He was dressing for his work." The scout allowed himself a brief, hard smile. "A considered strike to the head put him down. I gagged him with a piece of walnut and strung him up between two saplings. Then I borrowed his outfit and took his place. You played the part convincingly. The animal itself would have been embarrassed. The scout waved it off, though he was clearly pleased. I've studied long enough in the wilderness to know how a bear moves. A catamount now or a full-size panther, there's a performance worth watching. A bear is dull work by comparison, though I'll grant you it's easy to push the imitation too far. Nature is easier to overdo than to match. He pulled himself to his feet, but our work is still ahead of us. Where is she, the gentle one? I don't know. I've covered every lodge in the village and found nothing. You heard what the singer told us before he left. She is at hand and expects you. I thought he meant this woman. Duncan gestured toward the bed. He was frightened. He garbled it, but the meaning was underneath. The scout looked up at the natural rock wall that divided the cavern. Walls like these leave room for more than one chamber. A bear climbs, that's a known fact. He was already moving toward the partition, his voice dropping to a murmur. There may be something worth finding above those rocks, and I am a creature with a weakness for hidden things. He went up the wall with the slow, pawing movement of the animal he was impersonating. At the top, he froze. He looked down at Duncan once, made a sharp gesture for silence, and came back down fast. She's there, he breathed. Through that passage, I would have said something to comfort her. But the sight of this bear costume could break what's left of her composure. He looked at Duncan directly. And if I'm honest, Major, your painted face isn't much improvement. Duncan had already started toward the passage. He stopped. That bad? You wouldn't panic a wolf, but white women generally prefer faces that don't look like they've been worked over by a war party. He pointed. A thin trickle of water ran down the rock face and pooled in a natural basin before finding its way through the crevices below. Wash it off. The Sagamore's paint comes clean easy enough. Come back and I'll see what else needs doing. Conjurers change their markings. It's expected. Duncan was already at the water before the scout finished speaking. The paint dissolved quickly. In the dim light, he wiped his face clean with the back of his forearm. And what looked back at him from the dark surface of the pool was his own face again. He moved through the indicated passage without another word. The only thing guiding him was a faint light ahead, thin and pale, barely enough to see by. He followed it. The chamber beyond was smaller. It had been turned into a storeroom, floor to ceiling with the plundered contents of Fort William Henry. Crates, arms, fabric, furniture. The debris of a fortress stripped to its bones. She was in the middle of it, Alice, pale and frightened and beautiful, sitting with her hands folded in her lap as though stillness itself might protect her. Duncan, her voice was barely sound, it barely trusted itself. Alice. He came through the clutter without slowing, stepping over crates and tangled straps and discarded equipment and stood in front of her. She looked up at him. I knew you wouldn't leave me. A faint warmth moved through the worry on her face and then pulled back. But you're alone. I'm grateful more than I can say, but please tell me you're not entirely alone. He sat down beside her and kept his voice low and steady. He told her everything. The plan, the route, the scout inside the bear costume, the beaver lodge where her father was hidden. He kept his voice even on the parts that would hurt. When he mentioned her father, the damage done to the man, the grief he carried, the tears came without warning and ran freely down her face. He let them run. He didn't try to stop what was true. When he finished, he waited. She pulled herself together the way soldiers do, not all at once, by degrees. And now, he said, I need you to be strong. The scout can get us out of this village, but you'll have to move on your own 2 feet. You're going back to your father. Every step gets you closer to him. Could I do anything less for a man who has given everything for me? And for me, Duncan said quietly. He held her hand in both of his. This is not the place for what I want to say, but a man with a full heart can only hold so much back. Your father knows what I feel. He gave me his word that I could speak to you. She looked at him carefully. And Cora, Duncan, you haven't forgotten Cora. Forgotten her? No, she is mourned deeply. Your father feels her absence the same as yours. But Alice, it is you. You don't know my sister's worth, Alice said. She pulled her hand back gently. She speaks of you as her closest friend. I would be glad of that, he said quickly. I would wish for more than friendship between us all, but your father has given me permission to speak of something closer between you and me. Alice looked away. Her breath steadied itself through some private effort. When she turned back, her face was composed, if not entirely still. Give me my father, Duncan. Give me his blessing before you say more. Bring me to him first. Whatever he was about to answer, it died unspoken. Something tapped his shoulder. He was on his feet in an instant, turning hard. Magua. The Huron stood 3 feet away, that lean, patient face, those flat, unreadable eyes, the smile that had nothing warm in it whatsoever. The laugh that came out of him was low and satisfied, and it moved through the cavern the way smoke moves through a closed room. Duncan's first instinct was to attack. Pure and uncomplicated. Drive forward, put the man on the ground, settle it with his hands. He killed the impulse in the same breath that birthed it. No weapon, no information about whether Magua had men outside the door, and Alice beside him who could not run. The calculation was brutal and clear. "What do you want?" Alice asked. Her voice was controlled. She folded her hands on her lap and looked at Magua the way she always looked at him, with cold, managed composure. The Huron took a careful step back from the heat in Duncan's eyes. He looked at both of them for a long moment. Then he walked to a door on the far side of the chamber and dropped a heavy log across it. Not the passage Duncan had used, a different one. That was how he'd come in, undetected, through a route that Duncan hadn't known existed. Duncan understood everything in that single moment and drew Alice close against him and waited. Magua took his time. He secured the passage first, methodically, checking each point where escape might be attempted, before he turned back to them. His eyes had the patience of a man who knew he had already won. When he finally spoke, it was in English, and each word was placed with deliberate care. The pale faces trap the cunning beavers, but the redskins know how to take the Yengeese. Huron. Duncan kept his voice flat and hard. "Do your worst. You and everything you intend are beneath contempt." Magua tilted his head. The sneer that crossed his face was almost admiring. "Will the white man say these words at the stake, here, to your face, or in front of every man in your village?" "Le Renard Subtil is a great chief," Magua said quietly. "He will go and bring his young men so they can watch the pale face laugh at what is coming." He turned toward the passage Duncan had entered through. A growl stopped him. The bear filled the doorway, back and forth, that familiar rolling motion. Magua looked at it the way an experienced man looks at an obstacle. He recognized the conjurer's costume. He was not a man easily spooked by the superstitions that ran through his tribe, and he moved forward with contempt written across his face. Another growl, lower, more deliberate. Magua paused, made his decision, kept walking. The bear came forward to meet him, then backed slowly to the passage mouth, then rose onto its hind legs, forepaws working the air in front of it. "Fool." Magua said it in Huron, and the word carried everything he thought of the performance. "Go play with the children, leave men to their work." He stepped toward the animal. The bear's arms came out and closed around him. The sound Magua made was not a shout, it was not a curse. It was the compressed, involuntary exhalation of a man who suddenly cannot breathe, whose arms are pinned to his sides by something that does not yield. Duncan was already moving. He had spotted a length of buckskin thong on the floor near one of the bundles, and he had it in his hands before he consciously decided to grab it. He came in from behind Magua's pinned body and started rapping. Wrists, arms, elbows. He went around and found the ankles and bound those too. He tied every knot twice and pulled each one tight enough to cut. Hawkeye released his hold. Duncan put Magua on his back on the stone floor. The Huron had not made a sound through any of it, not one. He had thrashed with savage efficiency until he understood it wasn't going to matter, and then he had gone still, and his face had betrayed nothing except the calculation still running behind his eyes. Until Hawkeye pulled the bear's head back and showed his own face, sun-damaged and angular, looking down at the man on the floor. "Hugh," Magua said, "there's your tongue." The scout said pleasantly, "Now let's make sure it stays quiet." He gagged the Huron with practiced efficiency. When he was finished, the man on the floor was as dangerous as the stone beneath him. "Which way did he come in?" Hawkeye said, already scanning the chamber. Duncan pointed out Magua's entrance. The scout looked at it once and dismissed it. Too much furniture piled against it now. "Bring her," he said. "We go out the way we came. Keep moving and don't stop." "She can't," Duncan said. He turned to Alice. "Alice, now, we have to move now." She tried to stand and her legs didn't cooperate. He could see the will behind her eyes, working hard against a body that had been held in fear and cold and exhaustion for too long. "Go," Duncan told the scout. "Leave us, save yourself." "Every trail ends somewhere," Hawkeye said, and there was no argument in his voice, only a decision already made. He crossed to a bundle on the floor and pulled free several layers of Indian blanket. "Wrap her in these, all of her, cover that foot especially, everything." He stood up and met Duncan's eyes. "Pick her up, follow me, leave the rest to me." Duncan wrapped Alice with hands that moved quickly and carefully, and when she was covered he lifted her and they went. They passed the sick woman in the outer chamber. She lay exactly as they'd left her. They moved through the natural gallery at a pace just below running, and as they came close to the bark door at the entrance, voices reached them from outside. A crowd of them. The sick woman's family waiting in the dark to be called back in. Hawkeye stopped, turned to Duncan. "My English will give me away the moment I speak. You do the talking. Tell them the evil spirit has been sealed inside the rock." Tell them we're taking the woman into the forest to find roots that will strengthen her. Say whatever you need to say, make them believe it. The bark door shifted. Someone just outside, listening close. Hawkeye put a growl through the gap that sent whoever it was stumbling backward. Then he pushed the door open wide and walked out in character, the bear restored, lumbering forward into the firelit dark. Duncan followed him into the center of 20 people. They parted. The father and the husband came forward. The father's eyes went to the bundle in Duncan's arms. Has my brother driven away the evil spirit? What does he carry? Your child, Duncan said. He kept his voice measured and sure. The sickness has been contained inside the rock. I take the woman into the forest to strengthen her with what grows there. She will be in her husband's lodge when the sun returns. The father translated it low and fast. A murmur moved through the crowd. Relief. The chief raised his hand toward Duncan and spoke. Go, I am a man. I will enter the rock and fight whatever remains there. Duncan felt the whole plan turning over in his hands. Brother, he stepped forward, kept his voice calm. Would you walk into sickness with open arms? The spirit has been sealed, but it is restless. If you enter now, it may enter you instead, or it may be driven out and pursue your daughter into the trees. He looked at the group assembled around them. The weapons, the readiness to defend against something they couldn't see. Wait here, all of you. If the spirit emerges, drive it back with clubs. It is cunning. It will try to escape into the mountain. Don't let it. The father considered it for exactly 3 seconds. He pulled his tomahawk and took a position beside the entrance. The husband did the same. The women and children broke branches from nearby trees and stripped rocks from the ground and stood ready. Duncan walked away through the dark and no one tried to stop him. Hawkeye moved ahead, skirting the village edge, staying away from the firelight. The warriors still moved between the lodges in the middle distance. The fires were dropping. The children had gone to their beds. The night was settling over everything, pulling the noise of the evening down with it. They entered the trees. The cold air hit Alice and something in her revived, not dramatic, not sudden. The way a lamp brightens when you open a window near it, steady and real. Let me down, she said quietly. I can walk. You're not ready. I am. She pushed gently against his chest. I truly am. He set her feet on the forest floor and kept one hand near her in case she needed it. She didn't. She took a breath, found her footing, and stood. Hawkeye came to a halt ahead of them. The costume still hung around him, but the head was off. And in the dark, he looked like himself again. The rifle that had appeared from somewhere during the operation was in his hands. This path runs to a brook, he said. Follow the northern bank until you reach a falls. Take the hill on the right. You'll see fires at the top. Delawares, get to them, claim protection. If they're true Delaware, you'll be safe. He looked at Duncan directly. A long flight through open country with her tonight won't work. The Hurons will track us down long before we're clear. The Delawares are your only move. Duncan looked at him. You're not coming. They have Uncas. The 2 words hung between them in the dark and required no elaboration. You can't go back there alone, Duncan said. Not now, not with what just happened in that cavern. They'll be searching the whole village within the hour. Then I'd better move. Alice put her hand on the scout's arm. Her voice was quiet and direct. Please. Come with us. It cannot end well if you go back. Hawkeye listened to both of them with the patience of a man who has already made his peace with the decision and is simply waiting for the conversation to finish. When they ran out of arguments, he spoke. I've heard it said that the bond between a man and a woman runs deeper than blood. I wouldn't know. I've spent my life out here, away from places where women of my kind live. Maybe that's the truth of it in the settlements. He looked at Duncan. You went into that village for her, risked everything you had. I understand that. I'm not faulting it. He turned the rifle once in his hands. But I taught that boy to shoot, fought beside him in more engagements than I can count, heard his rifle on one side of me and the sagamores on the other, and knew my back was clear. Winters and summers and nights without number, the 3 of us moving through this country together, sleeping in turns, eating from the same fire. His jaw set. Before they take Uncas to that stake while I'm close enough to act, there will need to be no faith left in the world, and Killdeer will need to be as useless as that singer's flute, and neither of those things is going to happen tonight. Duncan let go of his arm. The scout turned and walked back through the trees toward the Huron lodges, steady and unhurried, until the dark took him completely. Duncan stood for a moment looking at the place where he had been. Then he took Alice's hand and they turned north toward the distant fires of the Delaware and started walking. Chapter 26. The scout's gambit. The weight of what he was about to do settled on Hawkeye like a stone. He understood the odds. He'd counted the warriors, studied the layout of the lodges, noted the sight lines and the shadows. The Hurons weren't careless men. They were patient, suspicious, and dangerous, and he respected them enough to know that a single mistake would finish him before he could finish them. He moved back toward the village at a measured pace, his mind working the problem from every angle. Magua and the conjurer were still alive. He'd left them bound. Part of him, the cold, practical part, had weighed the alternative. But killing bound men wasn't something a man of his blood did, regardless of what it might have cost him in safety. He'd trust the withes and the knots and move on. He kept to the center of the path between the lodges, no skulking, no darting between shadows. A man who moves like he belongs rarely gets questioned. One structure sat slightly ahead of the others, half-built and apparently abandoned, bad timber or a dry well or some other failure of planning. It leaned at an awkward angle in the dark, but a thin thread of light leaked through the gaps in its walls, and light meant someone was inside. Hawkeye dropped low. He circled the hut first, moving in a wide arc, reading the ground. No sentries posted nearby. No tracks in and out except one set. The hut's only tenant moved like a man, not a warrior. He came around to a gap in the wall just wide enough to put an eye to and looked inside. David Gamut sat hunched over a low fire, elbows on his knees, triangular hat still planted on his bare head as though it had grown there. He wasn't praying, he wasn't singing. He was just staring into the coals with the hollow look of a man whose mind had come loose from its moorings. Hawkeye read the situation quickly. Gamut's simple, harmless reputation had kept the Hurons from bothering with him. Good, that made the hut a safe approach. He checked the angles one more time, confirmed they were alone, and slipped through the low door without a sound. The fire sat between them. Hawkeye settled onto his haunches, still in the bare skin, and waited. Let the man see him. Let the shock run its course. A full minute passed in absolute silence. Gamut stared. His hands began to move toward his coat pocket. He found his pitch pipe. He stood up slowly, trembling, the pipe in one hand and his psalter in the other, and his voice, when it came, was barely holding together. Dark and mysterious monster. He swallowed hard and lifted the book. I do not know your nature or your purpose, but if you mean harm to one of the humblest servants of God, hear the word of Scripture and repent. The bear shook its shoulders. Then a familiar voice came out of it. Put the pipe away, right now. 5 plain words in English are worth more to us than an hour of that caterwauling. Gamut's mouth opened, nothing came out. What are you? He finally managed. A man, same as you, and one whose blood runs no more bear or Indian than your own does. Hawkeye pulled the head of the costume back so his face showed in the firelight. You remember who gave you that pipe, David? Gamut stared at the face in front of him. The recognition came slowly, then all at once. I have seen many strange things among these people, he breathed, but nothing like this. Good, now we work. Hawkeye kept his voice low and flat. The girls, Cora and Alice, they're free. Don't ask me more than that. What I need from you is Uncas. Where is he and how do I get to him? The young man is in bondage. Gamut's face fell. I fear his death is already decided. I have been searching for a suitable him to. Can you get me to him? Gamut hesitated. I can, but your presence may make things worse for him, not better. I didn't ask your opinion, I asked if you can get me there. Gamut nodded, then let's go. Hawkeye sealed the costume back over his face and followed the singing master out into the night. Moving through the village, Hawkeye pulled the details out of Gamut in short, quiet questions. The man had found access to Uncas's lodge through a combination of his perceived madness and the patience of one particular Huron guard who spoke fragments of English. Gamut had apparently taken it upon himself to instruct the man in matters of religious conversion. Whether the warrior understood a word of it was beside the point. The personal attention had bought goodwill, and goodwill had bought access. It was the center of the village, the worst possible position. Wide open approaches. No dead ground, no route in or out that didn't pass within sight of someone. Hawkeye didn't flinch from it. Stealth wasn't the play here, confidence was. He walked the most direct route to the lodge, straight down the center of the path, moving with the slow, heavy authority of the conjurer's disguise. The hour helped, children were asleep, most of the women had retired. But 4 warriors stood outside the lodge door, arms folded, watching. Alert. These weren't bored sentries running out the clock. They were men who understood the value of what they were guarding. They saw Gamut first, recognized the singing master's ungainly silhouette. Then they saw the bear lumbering alongside him, and they stepped aside, not because they were relieved, because they were curious. A visit from the conjurer at this hour meant something was about to happen, and none of them intended to miss it. Gamut spoke to them in the fragmented mix of English and gesture that had served him before, addressing the English-speaking warrior directly. The Delawares are women, he announced, with more theatrical conviction than Hawkeye would have credited him. The long knives have made them forget themselves. Does my brother want to hear the swift deer beg for his life, want to see him weep before the Hurons at the stake? The sound that came back, a single hard grunt of assent, carried everything. Yes, absolutely yes. Then stand aside and the cunning man will breathe on the dog, tell your brothers. The warrior translated. The others pulled back slightly, murmuring the way men do when something cruel and entertaining is about to begin. The bear sat still, didn't move toward the door. Gamut, quicker than Hawkeye had expected, read the signal and kept going. The cunning man fears his breath will strike his brothers as well and take their courage. You must stand further back. Warriors, genuinely concerned, because in their world such things were not impossible, fell back to a position well beyond earshot. They kept their eyes on the lodge entrance, but they were out of range. Hawkeye moved through the door. Inside, the lodge was close and dark. A fire had burned down to dim coals, throwing just enough light to navigate by. The space smelled of smoke and pine and confined sweat. Uncas sat against the far wall, wrists and ankles bound with rawhide withes. Pulled tight enough to cut, he didn't look up when the bear entered. He held his chin level and his eyes level and showed nothing. Hawkeye needed a moment. He'd left Gamut at the threshold to watch the approach and signal any movement. He played the role moved the way a bear moves, rolling and deliberate until the signal came. A low hiss, barely audible. Uncas went still. Then his head came up, eyes moving across the lodge in a slow, practiced scan. Checking every corner before settling on the shape in front of him. He studied it for a long moment, then quietly, Hawkeye, cut him loose. Hawkeye turned to Gamut, who had slipped inside behind him. Gamut moved to Uncas and worked the bindings. His hands weren't steady, but they were persistent, and the withes fell away. Uncas stood without ceremony, rolling his wrists once to restore circulation. Hawkeye shed the bearskin, 4 quick releases of the leather ties that held it, and straightened to his full height. He drew a knife from his belt and extended it handle first to Uncas, long blade taken from a Huron earlier that night. "They're outside," he said. "6 of them, be ready." He showed Uncas the second knife at his own belt without further comment. "We go," said Uncas. "Where?" "To the Turtle Clan. They are my grandfather's people." Hawkeye answered in English now, language that came to him when he was thinking hard and fast. "Same blood, different ground, that's true enough. The problem is what's standing between us and the tree line." He kept his voice low. 6 warriors at the door with good eyes and nothing to do but watch. In a straight run, you'd outpace every one of them and never look back. I won't pretend otherwise, but I can't run like that, and I won't leave you to fight them alone. Uncas had already moved toward the door. Now he stopped. He came back to the wall and stood with his arms folded. "Then I'll put the skin back on," Hawkeye said, "and we walk out the same way we walked in." Uncas said nothing. He stood there. "Go," Hawkeye said. "Run, there's no shame in it. I'll manage the Hurons." Uncas stays. Hawkeye looked at him. Why? To fight beside his father's brother, to die with the friend of his people if it comes to that. Hawkeye was quiet for a moment. Gripped the younger man's hand hard, the way you grip a man's hand when words aren't adequate. Then he let go. "All right," he said, "you wear the skin, I'll handle the rest." If Uncas had any opinion about which of them wore the costume better, nothing in his face said so. He pulled the bearskin on efficiently and waited. Hawkeye turned to Gamut. "Swap coats with me," he said. "Your blanket and hat for my hunting shirt and cap. Leave me the spectacles and the pitch pipe." He was already moving, pulling off his shirt. "If we meet again in better times, I'll return them." Gamut handed everything over without complaint and seemed, if anything, to come out ahead in the trade. Hawkeye shrugged on the blanket, settled the triangular hat low over his eyes, and slid the spectacles up his nose. In the poor light, with the height difference negligible, he would pass. He turned back to Gamut. "When they realize they've been played," he said, "that's your moment of danger. Your best protection is what they already believe about you, that you're not quite right in the head. Sit in the shadows, take Uncas's place. Keep your legs pulled in, your head down. Stay silent as long as you can manage it. If you must speak, make it one of your outbursts, the sudden kind." He held the man's gaze. "If they take your scalp, and I don't believe they will, Uncas, and I won't forget it, we'll settle it." Gamut straightened. "Do not," he said. "I follow a teaching that has no room for revenge. If I fall, let it go. Pray for them if you remember them at all. That's enough." Hawkeye was quiet for a beat longer than usual. He looked at the floor, then back up. "That's a different law than the one I know out here," he said, "but it's not a small one." He exhaled slowly. "God keep you, David. I think you're more right than wrong when a man steps back and takes the long view of things." He shook Gamut's hand, firm and brief, and walked out of the lodge. The moment he cleared the door, he squared his shoulders, threw one arm out in the stiff, rhythmic motion he'd watched Gamut use 100 times, and began to sing, if the sound he produced could be called that. It was loud and earnest and completely tuneless, but the Hurons were not music critics, and it served its purpose. He and the bear moved toward the cluster of warriors. The English-speaking guard stepped into his path, leaning in to look through the darkness at his face. "The Delaware dog," the man said, low and eager. "Is he afraid? Will the Hurons hear him beg?" The bear beside Hawkeye produced a growl so raw and immediate that the warrior flinched back a full step, hand going instinctively to his side, checking for a weapon he didn't need. Hawkeye used the break to open his mouth and let out something between a hymn and a war cry. The notes went nowhere in particular. But every Huron within earshot heard a madman communing with whatever spirits visited madmen, and they gave the pair a wide berth. Curiosity, not hostility, kept their eyes on the lodge entrance where David Gamut now sat in the dark holding the role of a Mohican warrior. The two of them walked, not fast, not slow, the measured, eccentric pace of a holy man and his animal. Warriors appeared briefly in doorways and then stepped back. A few crossed their path and then cleared it. The darkness and the sheer audacity of the approach worked better than any amount of careful planning. Then the trees were close, 20 yards, 10. A cry split the night from behind them, coming from the direction of the lodge where Uncas had been held. Uncas stiffened inside the bearskin, and Hawkeye felt the shift even before he saw it. "Hold," he said. "Let them call again. Could be nothing." It wasn't nothing. The next sound that came up wasn't a single cry. It was the whole village. Voices stacking on top of each other, spreading down the line of lodges like fire along a fuse. Uncas shed the bearskin in one motion and came up in his own shape, straight-backed, easy in his body, ready. Hawkeye tapped him once on the shoulder and moved past him, reaching into the brush beside the trail where he'd cached the rifles hours earlier. He came up with both weapons, checked each one in a single practiced motion, and pressed one into Uncas's hands. He shouldered his own rifle, Killdeer, the long rifle he'd carried longer than he could account for, and brought it level. "Now let them come," he said, and the two men broke for the dark line of the forest. They ran hard and low, moving between the trees, the sounds of the village falling behind and then disappearing into the heavy silence of the woods. The darkness swallowed them completely, and they kept moving, neither man looking back. Chapter 27. Deception unraveled. The Hurons outside Uncas's prison had finally run out of patience. Two warriors crept toward the lodge wall, hearts hammering, drawn by the thin orange glow bleeding through a gap in the bark. They told themselves the conjurer's breath couldn't kill a man who was careful. They'd almost believed it. For several minutes they watched David's hunched silhouette and saw what they wanted to see: the Delaware prisoner, docile, contained. Then the singer's long legs betrayed him. He'd been cramped too long, folded into a shape his body refused to hold, and one large, misshapen foot slid forward and scattered the fire's embers across the dirt floor. The warriors stiffened. Then David turned his head, slow and thoughtless, and showed them a plain, mild face that had never held a warrior's contempt in its life. It was not the face of Uncas. They didn't hesitate. They came through the entrance hard and fast, hands finding David before he could react, and in 3 seconds they knew they'd been played. The prisoner was gone. The shout that tore out of that lodge was pure fury. David, stripped of his book and his pipe, deprived of every comfort, faced what he believed was his death with the only weapon he had left. He opened his mouth and sang loud, earnest, and completely without fear the opening verse of a funeral hymn. It was the sound of a man making his peace. It saved him. The warriors recognized his madness, or his holiness, or whatever they'd decided it was, and instead of killing him they burst into the open air and raised the alarm across the entire village. The Huron camp erupted. 200 warriors were on their feet before the echo died, rifles in hand, paint or no paint, ready to fight or run. These were men who slept light and woke violent, no transition between rest and readiness, just stillness and then motion. The escape spread through the camp like fire through dry grass, and within minutes the entire fighting strength of the band had packed itself around the council lodge, waiting. But the one voice that should have been there wasn't. Magua. Men looked around, exchanged glances. Messengers were sent to his lodge at a run. While they waited, the sharpest young warriors were dispatched into the tree line to circle the clearing, quiet, wide, careful, watching the Delaware camp for any sign that their neighbors were making a move. Women and children churned through the village in the dark, noise and confusion in every direction. Then the disorder began to slow. The oldest chiefs took their seats inside the council lodge. The crowd parted and a group of warriors shoved through the entrance, dragging the conjurer with them, the same man Hawkeye had left bound and humiliated. whatever his standing with the tribe. Every man in that lodge went silent and listened to what he had to say. His account was short. The sick woman's father followed with his own. 2 stories told plainly pointed the same direction. These were men who knew how to read a trail, literal or otherwise. They didn't need a crowd to investigate. 10 chiefs, the oldest, the steadiest, the ones who'd seen enough not to flinch, rose without a word and walked out. They moved single file through the narrow passage into the cavern, their torchlight barely reaching the stone walls. No sound, no rush, just 10 dangerous men walking toward something they didn't yet understand, with the controlled composure of warriors who had long since made peace with dying. The outer chamber was quiet and cold. The woman lay exactly where she'd been left. Several of the warriors had heard she'd been carried into the woods by the white man's medicine. They looked at her body, then looked at her father. His jaw tightened. He moved to the bedside and crouched low, studying his daughter's face in the weak torchlight with an expression that was equal parts disbelief and dread. Then his hand went still and his shoulders dropped, and for one long moment the old warrior was just a father. She was dead. He stood, turned to face the others. His voice came out flat and controlled, the way a man speaks when grief has calcified into something harder. The wife of my young man has left us. The Great Spirit is angry with his children. No one spoke, no one moved. Then something rolled out of the adjoining chamber and stopped in the center of the room. Every man there stepped back instinctively. It was a reflex, not cowardice, but the body reacting to something unexpected before the mind could catch up. The shape uncurled and they found themselves looking at Magua, bound, gagged, eyes burning with a cold, contained rage that filled the entire chamber. For a moment nobody moved. Then knives came out and the leather strips were cut, and Magua rose from the floor like something that had been buried and was now finished waiting. He shook himself once, a slow roll through the shoulders, and stood straight. His hand found the handle of his knife and stayed there, fingers working against the grip, and his eyes moved across every face in the room, checking, cataloging, searching for a target worthy of what was building inside him. There was none. Only allies, only men who wore the same mark he did. His teeth pressed together with an audible grind. He swallowed it, stood there and swallowed all of it. The others watched him and said nothing. They understood what they were seeing and they were wise enough to give it room. When the silence had stretched long enough, the oldest chief spoke carefully. My friend has found an enemy. Is he close enough for the Hurons to take revenge? Magua's answer came from somewhere deep in his chest. At the Delaware die. Another silence. The old chief waited, then continued. The Mohican runs fast and jumps far, but our young men are on his trail. Is he gone? Magua's voice was granite. An evil spirit has moved among us. The Delaware used it to blind our eyes. An evil spirit. The old chief let the word sit. I know this spirit. It is the same one that killed our warriors at the tumbling river. The same one that took their scalps at the healing spring. The same one that just put Le Renard Subtil on the floor with his hands tied behind him. Magua's eyes moved to him. Who do you speak of? The one who carries a Huron's cunning under a white man's skin. He paused. La Longue Carabine. The name landed like a rifle shot in an enclosed space. Every man there knew it. Every man there had reason to. And when the shock passed, something uglier moved in to take its place. The full, visceral understanding that this particular enemy had been inside their camp, had walked among them, had used them and walked away untouched. Some of the warriors ground their teeth. Others let out sounds that weren't quite words. A few swung at empty air, hands clenched, needing something to hit that wasn't there. The rage was immediate and physical, and then the way it always went with these men, it pulled back beneath the surface and went cold and quiet and stayed there. Magua had his own feelings by the throat. He straightened, the heat drained from his face, replaced by something more calculated and more dangerous. Let us return to the people, he said. They are waiting. The council lodge was packed. Every fighting man in the band was there or close enough to hear. Magua stood at the center and told them everything, no embellishment, no omission, no attempt to soften the edges. The deception that Hayward and Hawkeye had run on this camp was laid out in full, every move, every trick, every point where the Hurons had been played for fools. When he finished and sat down, the lodge went completely silent. 200 warriors sat with it. The audacity of it was almost incomprehensible. That 2 men, one of them a man they should have known on sight, had come inside their defenses, worked their operation, and walked out clean. It was an insult that had no bottom. The talk of revenge came quickly. Several of the elder warriors pushed hard for immediate action, strike the Delaware camp, hit fast and hard, take back the prisoners and make them pay for sheltering enemies. The proposals were bold, detailed, and entirely predictable. Magua listened to all of it without speaking. By the time the last voice had gone quiet, runners had returned from the trail. The fugitives had been tracked clearly enough. They were in the Delaware camp, no question. Now Magua stood. He began where all effective men begin, with what his listeners already believed about themselves. He spoke of Huron courage, Huron victories, specific engagements where these men had proven what they were capable of. He let them sit in that for a moment. Then he turned to wisdom, the quality, he said, that separated men from animals and separated the Hurons from other men. He built the argument carefully, methodically, with the patience of someone who understood that the best way to lead a man to a conclusion was to let him think he arrived there himself. He spoke of the French governor to the north, who had been watching his Indian allies with increasing unease since the last campaign. He spoke of the Delawares, numerous, cold, waiting for any excuse to bring trouble down on the Huron band. He spoke of supply lines and hunting grounds and the distance they were operating from their home territory. He made the case for restraint without ever using the word. When he saw the older chiefs nodding and the younger warriors going dark-faced with frustration, he turned the wheel. He spoke of what restraint would buy them, not peace, not submission, but a complete and decisive victory over every enemy they had. He let the implication breathe without defining it, let each man fill in the shape of it with his own appetite. The young warriors heard war. The older chiefs heard strategy. Nobody heard the same speech, and everyone heard exactly what they wanted. When he sat down, the lodge gave him what he'd come for, unanimous consent, direction of the entire operation his. Magua spent the next hour moving through the village. He confirmed loyalties, shored up the uncertain, rewarded the faithful with his attention, which in this context was its own form of currency. He moved without urgency, stopping where it mattered, saying what needed to be said, reading each man's face with the precision of someone who had spent a lifetime doing exactly this. Then he went to his lodge. It was a stripped-down structure at the edge of the village, dilapidated, solitary, the same place where the singing man had been found. Magua had no wife, no children. He had left both behind when he'd been driven from his people years ago, and neither had survived his absence. The lodge was simply a space where he existed between operations. He sat in the corner and did not sleep. The fire burned low, barely more than coals, and the cold air came through the gaps in the bark walls and made the weak flame stutter. In that unsteady light, Magua sat perfectly still and ran his plans forward, checking every angle, identifying every point of failure, plugging every gap. He was still running the problem when the first warrior appeared in the entrance. Then another, until 20 men stood inside the lodge, armed for war, faces painted for peace, a deliberate choice, a specific message about how this morning was supposed to go. No one spoke. Some sat against the walls in the darkness. Others stood motionless where they stopped, patient as stone, until the full 20 were assembled. Magua rose and moved to the entrance without a word. The signal was the movement itself. They fell in behind him single file. The way the forest teaches men to move, one track, one sound signature, one thin line that could thread through broken terrain without snagging. They came out of the village the way fog comes in off a river. No ceremony, no noise, no one to watch them go. Rather than moving directly toward the Delaware camp, Magua led them south along the creek, then along the beaver pond, its surface flat and black in the gray pre-dawn light. By the time the party reached the clearing the animals had made, the darkness was beginning to thin at the eastern edge of the sky. One of Magua's warriors carried the beaver as his personal totem, the mark of his lineage and his spiritual kinship with the animals. He stopped at the water's edge and spoke to the colony with complete sincerity, calling them his cousins, thanking them for their continued existence under his protection, reminding them of the traitors he had turned away. He asked them with appropriate delicacy to share whatever wisdom they possessed with a kinsman in need. The other warriors listened to this without expression or impatience. It was the correct thing to do in this place, and they knew it. Black shapes moved under the water's surface as the warrior spoke. He took this as acknowledgement. When he finished, a broad, flat head appeared in the opening of a damaged lodge near the bank, a structure the party had assumed was abandoned. The warrior accepted this as high favor and thanked the animal accordingly at length. The animal retreated. He finished his address. Magua signaled the advance. The column moved again, footfalls silent on the soft ground, 20 men bleeding into the tree line with the effortless invisibility of men who had grown up inside these woods. Behind them, at the water's edge, the beaver appeared again in the doorway of the damaged lodge. Any of Magua's warriors who had looked back would have seen it watching them, patient, still tracking the column's movement with an attention that was almost unsettling in its focus. But none of them looked back, and so none of them saw the moment just as the last man entered the forest, when the animal pushed fully out of the entrance and rose from all fours, and the broad flat tail and the round brown head resolved themselves, in the growing gray light, into the calm, watchful face of Chingachgook. Chapter 28. Delawares sharpen hatchets. The Delaware camp had been awake since before first light. Not the restless, disorganized waking of men caught off guard. This was deliberate, controlled, a people processing something they hadn't yet spoken aloud. Half a tribe, roughly matched in fighting strength to the Hurons, camped close enough that a man could walk between the two villages before his morning fire died down. The Delawares had ridden into this war alongside Montcalm, pushing hard into Mohawk territory, bleeding the English colonies from the north. But when the moment of decision came, when Montcalm needed every blade and rifle he could muster, the Delawares had pulled back, gone quiet. The French had their theories. Most believed it was the old treaty, the one that had once made the Delawares subordinate to the Six Nations, dependent on them for protection. The memory of that humiliation, they reasoned, made the tribe reluctant to face their former masters on the field. The Delawares themselves had offered Montcalm a single, blunt explanation through his emissaries. Their hatchets were dull. They needed time to sharpen them. Montcalm, a practical man, had accepted the answer. A passive ally was worth more than a new enemy. The camp that morning moved the way a man moves when he knows something is coming but doesn't yet know its shape. Women passed between lodges in tight clusters, speaking low. The morning meal was an afterthought. Warriors stood in loose groups, arms folded, watching one another more than they spoke. When they did speak, the words were few and weighted. The hunting tools were stacked and leaning, bows, traps, snares, but nobody was heading out. Here and there a warrior worked over his weapons with a focused, methodical attention that had nothing to do with hunting game. And every few minutes, without coordination, the eyes of an entire group would drift toward the large lodge at the center of the village. It sat silent and unremarkable, except that it was neither. Magua had left the beaver settlement before dawn. Now at the far edge of a stone shelf that formed the village's natural platform, a figure appeared. He came unarmed. His face paint was subdued, not the aggressive geometry of a war face, but something closer to ceremonial. He stopped at the rock's edge where the platform fell away, silhouetted against the red-orange smear of the early sky, and made the gesture of peace, one arm raised toward the heavens, then brought down deliberate and open against his chest. The camp answered with a low murmur, "Come ahead." He descended from the rock ledge and walked into the center of the village with the measured pace of a man who owns every step he takes. Silver ornaments loaded his arms and neck, catching the morning light in small, bright flashes. The tiny bells stitched along the fringe of his deerskin moccasins ticked softly against the earth with each stride. He acknowledged the men he passed, precise, respectful nods, nothing wasted. The women he ignored entirely. They were not relevant to what he had come to do. He stopped in front of the group that mattered. You could tell them by the way they held themselves, the straightness of the spine, the economy of expression, the particular stillness that comes from long authority. These were the principal chiefs. The Delawares looked at the man standing before them. It was Magua, le renard subtil, the fox. The reception was silent, measured, and gave nothing away. The warriors parted to reveal their orator, a man who held fluency across every tongue spoken among the northern tribes. He stepped forward. "The wise Huron is welcome," the Delaware said, speaking in the language of the Maquas. "He has come to eat with his brothers of the lakes." "He has come," Magua said, and dipped his head with the gravity of a man who understood that ceremony was its own kind of weapon. The chief extended his arm. He took Magua by the wrist. The greeting passed between them. Then the Delaware led his guest toward his own lodge, and they walked together, Magua the host, and 3 or 4 of the senior men away from the watching crowd, behind them. The rest of the tribe burned with questions they would not ask. The meal was spare and quick. The conversation never once touched what anyone in the lodge was actually thinking about. They talked about hunting, tracking, the condition of game trails. Magua played it perfectly, as though this were a social call, as though he had wandered over from the Huron camp with nothing more pressing on his mind than company and food. His hosts matched him, treating the entire thing as routine, as though Huron chiefs appeared at their fire every morning. Every man present knew it was theater. Every man performed it flawlessly. When the trenchers were cleared and the gourds set aside, both sides settled in. The real conversation began. As our great Canadian father turned his face back toward his Huron children, the Delaware orator asked. When did he ever look away? Magua replied. He calls my people most beloved. The Delaware bowed. He knew it was a lie. He acknowledged it anyway and moved forward. Your young men have put red on their tomahawks. They have, but the blades are bright and dull now. The English are dead. The Delawares are our neighbors. The Delaware gestured acknowledgement and said nothing. Magua let a moment pass, then shifted. Does my prisoner give my brothers any trouble? She is welcome. The answer landed flat and final. Magua kept his face neutral. He tried once more. Same ground, different angle. The path between our peoples is short and open. If she is a burden, send her to my camp. She is welcome, the chief repeated, firmer this time. Magua absorbed the rejection without a visible reaction. He let the silence breathe, then changed direction entirely. Do my young men crowd the Delaware hunting grounds in the hills? The Lenape are masters of their own hills, came the response with a trace of edge beneath the composure. Good. Justice guides the red man. Magua paused deliberately. Why should brothers sharpen their knives against each other? The pale faces multiply like swallows in spring. 2 or 3 men around him gave short sounds of agreement. He had their attention. He pressed carefully. Have there been strange moccasins in the forest? Have my brothers caught the scent of white men on the trails? Let our Canadian father come, the chief answered, sliding sideways from the question. His children will be glad to see him. When the great chief comes, it is to smoke in peace with his friends. The Hurons welcome him as well. Magua let a beat pass, but the English have long legs and arms that reach far. My young men believe they have seen English tracks near the Delaware lodges. They will not find the Lenape sleeping. The warrior with open eyes sees his enemy. Magua had tested every seam and found them all tight. He shifted again. Smooth and unhurried, reaching beneath his robe. I have brought gifts for my brothers. Your nation chose not to walk the war road. That was your right, but your friends have not forgotten you. He rose and spread the offerings across the ground. Trinkets, silver work, small ornaments with good weight and bright finish, taken from the women at William Henry. He distributed them with the precision of a man who had thought carefully about the order. The finest pieces to the 2 most senior warriors, the remainder divided downward with words calibrated to make each recipient feel specifically valued. It was a performance of generosity so well executed that the manipulation was nearly invisible beneath it. It worked. The Delaware faces lost some of their careful blankness. The host turned a silver piece in his hands, studying it. When he looked up, the word came with genuine warmth. My brother is a wise chief. He is welcome. Magua pressed the opening. The Hurons love the Delawares. We are burned by the same sun. Our just men will hunt together in the next world. Red men should stand together and watch the pale faces clearly. He let the question slide in gently. Has my brother smelled spies in the woods? The chief called Hard Heart, Lecurdier in the French tongue. A name that had apparently been earned, found his famous hardness softening slightly under the combined pressure of flattery and silver. He answered directly for the first time. There have been strange moccasins near my camp. They were tracked into my lodges. Did my brother drive out the dogs? It could not be done. The stranger is always welcome among the Lenape. The stranger, yes, not the spy. A pause. Would the English send women as spies? Did not the Huron chief himself say he took women in battle? He told no lie. The English have sent their scouts as well. They came to my lodges and found no welcome there, so they ran to the Delawares. Magua's voice stayed flat, almost indifferent, which made what came next hit harder. They ran here because they said the Delawares are our friends. Their hearts have turned from their Canadian father. The lodge went still. It was a precise strike. The Delaware defection had already strained their standing with the French. Every man present felt the weight of that. Their distant villages sat inside French territory. Their women, their children, hundreds of them dependent on French tolerance. The implication in Magua's words was unmistakable. If the French began to see the Delawares as compromised, the consequences would reach far beyond this forest. Lecurdier's jaw tightened. "Let our father look at my face," he said. "He will see no change. My young men had reasons not to walk the war road, but they love the great white chief." "Will he believe that?" Magua said quietly. "When he learns that his greatest enemy eats at the fire of his children, that a bloody Englishman sits smoking in a Delaware camp, that the pale face who has put so many of our brothers in the ground walks freely among the Lenape." He let the words settle. "My great Canadian father is not a fool." Lecurdier's voice hardened. "Where is this Englishman the Delawares should fear? Who has killed my young men? Who is the mortal enemy of my great father?" Magua said one name, La Longue Carabine. The reaction moved through the lodge like a current. Warriors who had been stationary came forward. Faces that had maintained careful composure cracked open with something rower. The name was known and feared and repeated in whispers across the allied tribes of France. And now, apparently the man himself was here, in this camp among the Delaware prisoners. "What does my brother mean?" Lecurdier demanded, and for once the controlled flatness of his voice gave way to something genuine. "A Huron does not lie." Magua settled back against the lodge wall, drawing his robe across his chest, utterly still. "Let the Delawares count their prisoners. They will find one whose skin is neither red nor pale." The chiefs conferred. Messengers moved quickly to gather the senior men. One by one, warriors of standing ducked into the lodge were told, and the reaction repeated itself, the sharp intake of breath, the low guttural sound of men registering the weight of something significant. The intelligence spread outward from the lodge into the camp the way fire spreads in dry grass. Women stopped working. Boys abandoned their games and pressed close to their fathers, watching faces. Every occupation in the camp ceased. The name moved from mouth to mouth until the entire encampment was in motion. Through all of it, Magua did not move. He sat against the wall of the lodge in exactly the position he had taken when he first settled in, watching the chaos he had engineered with the calm attention of a man reading weather. Every shift in expression, every movement between men, every change in posture, he catalogued it all. He had spent a lifetime reading this people. He knew, often before they knew themselves, what they would decide next. The council was short. When it ended, the camp transformed. A general, purposeful movement began the preparation for something formal, a full tribal assembly. These gatherings were rare, reserved for matters of the highest consequence. Magua rose from the lodge and walked to the open ground in front of the encampment where warriors were already beginning to gather. Within half an hour, every man, woman, and child in the Delaware camp was seated. The sun had climbed above the ridge line behind the encampment, and its early light fell across 1,000 faces turned toward the same point. There was no jostling for position, no young warrior positioning himself for visibility, angling for reputation. Among these people, that kind of presumption was not merely frowned upon, it was permanent ruin. The right to open the council belonged to age and to wisdom, and no achievement in battle, no gift for oratory could override it. The elder whose privilege it was to speak sat silent. The weight of what he carried seemed to press him down into stillness. The pause stretched well beyond the usual deliberative quiet that preceded a council. Not a single boy fidgeted, not a single murmur escaped the crowd. Eyes drifted occasionally to a particular lodge, plain, unremarkable except for the unusual care taken to weatherproof its walls, and returned to the earth. Then a low sound moved through the assembly, a sound that needed no translation. 1,000 people rose to their feet as one. The lodge door opened. 3 men emerged. They were older than any other face in that crowd. 2 supported the third between them, and the one they carried forward was not old in the way the others were old. He was old in a different category entirely. A century of years and more had moved across his frame the way weather moves across stone, slowly, remorselessly, leaving its mark in every line and hollow. He had been tall once. You could still see the architecture of it. But the height had bent under the accumulated weight of his years, and now he moved inch by careful inch across the ground, dependent on his companions, still present in a way that defied the physics of his age. His face was dark and deeply creased, framed by white hair so thick it moved on its own in the slight morning breeze, hair that had not been cut for so long that entire generations of trees had grown and fallen since the last time scissors or blade had touched it. His robe was the finest dressed skin, hair removed, surface covered in the pictographic record of deeds done in ages that the youngest warrior present had never seen. Medals hung across his chest, silver, some gold. The gifts of European kings and governors across the full arc of this man's impossible life. Gold armlets, gold cinctures at the ankles. A kind of low crown encircled his head, set with smaller ornaments that caught light among 3 black-dyed ostrich feathers, black against white hair, the contrast striking in its severity. His tomahawk was sheathed in silver. His knife handle glinted like solid gold. The sound that moved through the assembly when he appeared was not loud. It was something felt before it was heard, a collective exhale of recognition and reverence. Tamenund. The name passed from mouth to mouth in whispers. Magua knew it. Everyone who operated in these territories knew it. A Delaware elder of such age and such authority that his wisdom was held to reach past the merely human, a man said to communicate directly with the Great Spirit. His name had traveled so far that it had been borrowed and reshaped by the white settlers pressing in from the east, attached to their own mythology, claimed by people who had never sat in his presence and never would. Magua stepped forward slightly from the crowd to get a clear line of sight on the old man's face. Tamenun's eyes were closed, not the closed eyes of a man sleeping, something else. As though the eyes had simply seen enough of the world's hunger and selfishness and had chosen, for the moment, to look elsewhere. The skin of his face was richer and darker than those around him, marked by the intricate, deliberate work of tattooing that mapped his entire body in patterns of extraordinary complexity and precision. He moved through the crowd without appearing to notice Magua at all. His two supporters guided him to the high place at the assembly's center. He sat, and something changed in the air of the whole gathering. The reverence that followed was not performance. Chiefs approached and placed his hands on their heads, bowing. Younger warriors touched the edge of his robe. Those two junior even for that stood back and simply looked, as though proximity to something so old and so venerated was itself a kind of grace. When the acknowledgement was complete, the chiefs withdrew to their places. Silence. A few of the younger warriors received whispered instructions from one of Tamenun's attendants. They stood, moved to the lodge that had held the camp's attention all morning, disappeared inside. A moment later they reappeared. The prisoners came with them. The crowd opened. A clear lane formed through the center of the assembly, and the group moved through it toward the place of judgment. The crowd closed behind them, sealing the circle. The reckoning was about to begin. Chapter 29. Tribunal of Shadows. The council had been called. Hayward scanned the assembled Delaware warriors, dozens of them, faces unreadable, eyes cutting like flint. The weight of their collective gaze pressed down on everything, on him, on Cora and Alice, on the scout standing a half step behind them, rifle in hand, jaw set hard. Cora stood at the front of the prisoners. She had one arm wound through Alice's, her younger sister pale as birch bark. Trembling at the edges, Cora's eyes never left Alice's face, not once. Not even when a warrior shifted too close, not even when the silence stretched thin enough to snap. Whatever fear lived inside Cora, she'd buried it. Hayward had seen soldiers in the field with less composure. Hawkeye stood a pace behind the others, not from weakness, from habit. The man understood rank without needing it explained. Uncas was not among them. Then one of the two elder chiefs seated beside the ancient patriarch got to his feet. Slow, deliberate, his English came out clear and measured, each word chosen like a blade from a rack. "Which of my prisoners is La Longue Carabine?" Silence. Hayward didn't answer. He turned his eyes across the dark half-circle of faces and found Magua. The Huron stood still in the crowd, but his eyes were moving, calculating. Hayward felt the recognition hit him like cold water. Magua had arranged this. He'd set the board, and now he was waiting for the pieces to fall where he wanted them. Hayward had watched these people dispense justice before, fast, final, and absolute. He wasn't going to let Hawkeye walk into it. He had maybe 3 seconds to think. He used 2 of them. "Give us arms," Hayward said, loud enough to carry. "Put us in those woods. Our deeds will speak for us." The elder chief studied him with the slow, careful attention of a man who had been assessing threats for 60 years. "This is the warrior whose name has filled our ears," the chief said. "What brings a white man into the camp of the Delawares? Necessity. I need food, shelter, friends. It cannot be." The chief's voice didn't rise. It didn't need to. "The woods are full of game. A warrior sleeps under a clear sky. The Delawares are enemies of the Yengeese, not friends. Go, your mouth has moved. Your heart has said nothing." Hayward held his ground but said nothing more. Then Hawkeye stepped forward. He moved like he always moved. No hurry, no theater. Just a man who had made a decision. "I didn't answer to the name La Longue Carabine out of shame or fear," he said, his voice flat and certain. "I don't carry either of those, but I don't accept the right of the Mingos to put a name on a man when his own people have already done it proper, and besides, their name is wrong. Killdeer here is a grooved barrel, no carabine. My name is Nathaniel, given by my kin. The Delawares on their own river called me Hawkeye. The Iroquois invented long rifle without asking the man it concerned, but I am that man, I'll own it." Every eye in the assembly swung from Hayward to the scout. The shift was instant and total. The old men conferred in low voices, brief. Then the elder chief turned toward Magua. "My brother has said a snake crept into my camp," he said. "Which man is it?" Magua pointed at Hawkeye without hesitation. "Would a wise Delaware take the word of a wolf?" Hayward cut in, pressing the opening. A dog may lie, when has a wolf ever told the truth? Magwa's eyes flared. For one moment something dangerous lived behind them. Then he turned away, controlled, his face closing like a door. He wasn't worried. He understood what these men would do next, and so did Hayward. The chief confirmed it. My brother has been called a liar. His friends are angry. Let them prove his word. Give the prisoners rifles. Let them show us which man is which. Magwa acknowledged this with a measured nod. Hayward could see the calculation behind it. Magwa had watched Hawkeye shoot. He had no doubt how this would end. He was satisfied. The weapons were handed over. 50 yards out, an earthen vessel sat balanced on a stump. The crowd settled into absolute stillness. Hayward raised his rifle. He knew he couldn't outshoot Hawkeye. No man in these forests could. But he wasn't shooting to win. He was shooting to maintain the lie long enough to understand what Magwa was truly after. He took his time, adjusted twice, fired. The ball cut the wood a few inches wide of the vessel. Close, damn close for a military man with a borrowed rifle at a cold range. A murmur moved through the warriors. Approval. Even Hawkeye gave a single nod, quiet acknowledgement, nothing more. But the scout made no move to step up. He stood with his rifle at his side and went somewhere internal. Hayward had seen it before. The man wasn't absent. He was calculating. A young warrior touched Hawkeye's shoulder. Can the pale face beat it? Hawkeye raised his rifle in his right hand, one hand easy as lifting a fishing rod, and leveled it toward Magwa. Yes, Huron. His voice dropped to something quiet and absolute. Yes, I could put a ball through you right now and nothing on this earth would stop it. The hawk doesn't have a cleaner line to the dove than I have to your heart at this moment, so why don't I? He let the question breathe for a second. Because my nature won't allow it, and because there are innocent lives here I won't endanger. If you know God, Huron, thank him, because I'm the reason you're still breathing. Nobody moved. Delawares held the silence like men afraid to break something. Even Magwa, who had every reason to distrust Hawkeye's restraint, stood absolutely still, wedged in the crowd, face carved from stone. Beat it, the young warrior said again. Beat what, fool? Hawkeye lowered the rifle, his anger shifting, redirecting. What, if the white man is the warrior he claims? The chief said, let him strike closer to the mark. Hawkeye laughed, not a performance, something genuine. Rough at the edges, entirely out of place in the ceremony of the moment. Then he dropped the rifle into his extended left hand. The motion was loose, almost careless. The gun discharged on impact with his palm. The earthen vessel exploded off the stump. Fragments scattered across the dirt in every direction, a heartbeat of silence. Then he let the rifle fall to the ground. The assembly erupted. Not uniformly, the crowd fractured. Some men voiced open admiration. Others pushed back. The larger portion argued it was accident. No aim taken, luck not skill. Hayward moved into that space immediately. It was chance, he said. No man shoots without aiming. Chance. Hawkeye said the word like he was biting through rope. He looked at Hayward directly. Does that lying Huron over there think it was chance too? Put us face to face, open ground, no cover. Let God and our own eyes settle it between us. He glanced at Hayward. Not you, Major. We're the same blood and we serve the same flag. That the Huron lies is obvious, Hayward replied, keeping his voice level. You said yourself he named you La Longue Carabine. Before Hawkeye could push further, the elder chief raised one hand. The hawk that comes from the clouds can return when he will. Give them the guns. This time Hawkeye took the rifle immediately. His grip was certain. Now, the scout said, tapping the rifle's stock. Let this tribe see which man is which. He looked at Hayward. That gourd hanging on the pine, 100 yards, if you're a marksman fit for this country, break it. Hayward looked, small gourd, dead branch, deerskin thong, 100 yards in the flat morning light. He knew the shot didn't matter, not really, and yet he prepared himself with the kind of focus he'd have given a combat engagement. He wasn't performing, some instinct older than reason had taken over. He fired. 4 young warriors sprinted toward the tree. Their shout told the story, ball in the wood, inches wide of the gourd, good shooting by any honest measure. The warriors voiced their appreciation, then looked to Hawkeye. That might do for the Royal Americans, the scout said, no cruelty in it, only fact. But if my rifle had wandered that far off line over the years, there'd be marten pelts still on their owners and Mingos still walking the earth that I've since accounted for. I hope that squaw has more gourds. This one's done holding water. He had already shaken the priming pan and cocked the hammer while he talked. Now he settled into his stance, 1 foot back, muzzle rising from the ground in a single slow arc, steady, uniform, mechanical as a machine. When the barrel reached level it stopped, no tremor, no drift, man and rifle held as one fixed object. The shot broke like a thunderclap. The young warriors ran again. This time they came back empty-handed, confused, searching the ground around the tree. Go, the old chief said to Hawkeye, disgust in his voice. You are a wolf wearing a dog's skin. I will speak with the long rifle of the Yengeese. If I had that particular rifle right now, Hawkeye replied, unmoved, I'd cut that thong and drop the gourd unbroken. You want to find the ball of a rifleman in these woods, look in the target, not around it. He'd switched to Delaware without breaking stride. The young warriors understood instantly. They tore the gourd from the branch and held it overhead, shouting. The hole was in the bottom. The ball had entered through the mouth at the top, traveled the full length of the vessel, and exited clean through the base. The assembly came apart in noise. Voices colliding, men rising to their feet. Every face turned toward the weathered man with the long rifle and the flat, patient eyes. Hayward ceased to exist in the crowd's awareness. Hawkeye had just established who he was, no more argument. When the noise settled, the elder chief turned back to Hayward. Why did you try to close our ears? He said. Do the Delawares not know a panther from a house cat? You'll find the Huron is a songbird, Hayward said, reaching for the indirect language he'd heard these men use. When it suits him to sing. Good, we will learn who can close the ears of men. The chief turned his head. Brother, the Delawares are listening. Magua stepped forward into the center of the circle. He moved deliberately, taking his time. He was good at this, reading a room, calibrating his performance to his audience. He stood confronting the prisoners without expression. Then he swept his eyes along the arc of assembled faces. On Hawkeye, a look of measured, professional hatred. On Hayward, something rower, personal, long-held. Alice he barely registered. But when his gaze reached Cora, it stopped. Something moved behind his eyes that was harder to name. It passed. He chose his language carefully, the tongue of the Canadas, which most of the assembled men knew, and began. The Great Spirit made men and colored them differently, he said. Some he made dark as the bear, these he ordered to labor. You can hear them groan when the south wind blows, down by the shore of the great salt water where the big canoes come and go loaded with them. Some he made pale as the ermine. These he made traders, soft to their women, brutal to those beneath them. He gave them the nature of the pigeon, endless movement, endless hunger, breeding faster than the leaves come out in spring, eating everything. He gave them tongues like the false call of a wildcat, hearts like rabbits, the cunning of a hog but none of the fox, and arms long enough to reach from the saltwater shore to the islands of the Great Lake. They are never full. God gave them enough, they wanted all, that is the pale face. He paused, the assembly was with him, he let it sit. Some the Great Spirit made with skin like the color of that sun up there, he continued, lifting one hand toward the red disk pushing through the morning haze on the horizon. These he made in his own image. He gave them this island as he found it, covered with trees, full of game. The wind cleared the land for them. The sun and rain brought the fruit. The snow came to remind them to give thanks. They needed no roads, they could read the land through hills. They were brave, they were honest, they were happy. He stopped again. Around the circle, heads were up, backs were straight, nostrils flared. Every man there felt the weight of what had been and what had been lost. Magua dropped his voice lower, almost gentle. If the Great Spirit gave different tongues to his red children, it was so that all living things could understand them. Some he placed in the northern snows, some near the setting sun, some by the great freshwater seas, but to his most beloved he gave the shore of the salt lake. He paused. Do my brothers know the name of that people? The Lenape, the answer burst from 20 voices at once. The Lenape, Magua said, bowing his head with practiced reverence. The sun rose from the salt water and set in the sweet and never hid from their eyes. But why should I, a Huron of the woods, tell a wise people their own history? Why speak of their greatness, their losses, their defeats? He let that settle. There is one here who has seen it all. I am finished. My tongue is still. My heart is lead. I listen. The eyes of the assembly moved as one to the old man on the raised platform, Tamenund. He had sat motionless through all of it, bent forward, eyes closed. Barely present, an ancient man whose body had outlasted most of the world he remembered. But as Magua's voice fell silent, the patriarch stirred. His eyelids came up slowly. His eyes moved across the assembled faces with the dull, unfocused stare of a man returning from somewhere very far away. Then, with visible effort, he pushed himself to his feet. The men beside him steadied him. He stood with the uncertain posture of extreme age and the absolute authority of a man who had never needed to raise his voice to be obeyed. Who calls upon the children of the Lenape? The voice that came out of him was deep, guttural, made enormous by the total silence surrounding it. Who speaks of things gone? Does not the egg become a worm and the worm a fly and perish? Why remind the Delawares of good that is past? Better to thank the Manitou for what remains. It is a Wyandotte, Magua said, stepping closer to the platform. A friend of Tamenund. The old man's face tightened at the word friend, something hardened behind his eyes. Friend, are the Mingos rulers of the earth? What business brings a Huron here? Justice. My prisoners are held by your people. I come for what is mine. Tamenund turned and listened to a brief explanation from one of his supporters. Then he looked back at Magua, long and direct. Justice is the law of the great Manitou, he said finally. My children, feed this stranger. Then, Huron, take what is yours and go. The judgment was done, no appeal, no deliberation. Before Hayward fully registered what was happening, 2 warriors had moved behind him and cinched rawhide thongs around his arms, smooth and fast, the way men do a thing they have done many times. The scout received the same. Hayward had been focused on Alice, unconscious. Nearly dead weight in his arms and hadn't seen it coming. Hawkeye submitted without resistance. He understood these men even when he disagreed with them. Magua swept his eyes across the assembly, satisfaction in every line of his face. Then he turned to find the one he had really come for. Cora met his gaze and didn't move, no flinching, no dropping of the eyes. Something shifted in Magua's expression, the first true moment of uncertainty Hayward had seen in the man since they'd been taken. Then Magua turned away from it. He crossed to Alice, lifted her from the warrior supporting her, and gestured for the crowd to part. Cora moved, not away, toward the platform. She crossed the circle in a dozen strides and dropped to her knees at the feet of the old patriarch, her hands locked together against her chest. Just and venerable Delaware. Her voice carried to the edges of the assembly, controlled, clear, cutting through the murmur of the crowd. On your wisdom we lean for mercy. Don't listen to that man. He has poured poison in your ears to feed a thirst for blood. You have lived long enough to know how the world works. You know what cruelty looks like. I am asking you to see it now. Tamenund's eyes, which had begun to close, opened again. He turned his head toward her voice, slowly. Then his gaze settled on her and held. She was on her knees, hands pressed to her chest, face upturned. The early light fell across her features. She did not look away. The patriarch straightened, without help, without apparent strain, as though something in her posture had reactivated something in his. What are you, he asked. A woman of a people you hate if you choose, a Yengeese, but one who has never raised a hand against you and could not harm your people if she tried. I am asking for help. Tamenund looked out over the assembly, then back down at her. Tell me, my children, he said, his voice hoarser now, rougher with age, where do the Delawares make their camp now? In the mountains of the Iroquois, came the answer from beside him. Beyond the clear springs of the Mohican. The old man was quiet for a moment. Something moved across his face, the shadow of a long memory. Many summers have burned dry since I drank from my own rivers, he said. The children of Minquan were the most just of the white men, but they were thirsty and they took the water for themselves. Have they followed us even here? We follow no one, Cora said. We want nothing that belongs to you. We were taken against our will and brought into your camp. We ask only to leave in peace. Are you Tamenund, the father of this people, the one they say is their judge? I am Tamenund of many days. Cora drew a breath. 7 years ago. A man of your blood stood captive before a white officer on the border of this province. The man claimed descent from the good and just Tamenund. The white soldier released him. In respect for his father's name, you remember that officer? The old man's eyes went distant. When I was a boy, he said, his voice softening into something that belonged to a different century, I stood on the sand by the sea and watched a great canoe come from the east. Its sails were wider than eagles, wider than swans. Not so far back, Cora said gently. This was recent, within the memory of your youngest warrior, a kindness shown by one of my people to one of yours. Was it when the Yengeese and the Dutchman fought over the Delaware hunting grounds? He paused, reaching back through the decades. Tamenund was a chief then. He first set aside the bow for the thunder of the pale faces. No, Cora held steady. Not yet. I am speaking of something far more recent. Surely you remember it. It was only yesterday, the patriarch said, and his voice broke slightly on the word the way very old things sometimes do at the wrong moment, that the children of the Lenape were masters of all this world. The fish of the salt sea, the birds, the beasts, all of them knew the Lenape as sagamores. Cora lowered her head. The loss of that thread of connection hit her visibly. For a moment she struggled, jaw tight, eyes shut. Then she raised her face and spoke again. Tell me, is Tamenund a father? The old man looked down at her from the platform. Something in his weathered face softened just for a moment, the way light shifts on stone. Of a nation, he said, I ask nothing for myself. Her voice held, barely. Like you and your people, the weight of my ancestors has fallen hard on me. I accept that, but that woman there, she pressed a hand against her heart, her composure fraying at its edges. She has never known a day of heaven's displeasure until now. She is the daughter of an old man whose time is nearly done. She has people who love her, people who need her. She is too good, too precious to be surrendered to that man. Tamenund's expression shifted, not warmly. I know what the pale faces are, he said, and the softness was gone from his voice, replaced by something harder and older, proud, hungry. They believe the least of their kind is worth more than the greatest sachem of the red man. The lowest of their tribe would turn away a woman whose blood wasn't white as snow before he'd bring her into his home. He looked at Cora steadily, speaking without cruelty but without softening. But let them not boast too loudly before the Manitou. They came with the rising sun, they may yet leave with the setting. I have watched the locusts strip every leaf from the trees. But the season of blossoms always comes back. It is so, Cora said, pulling herself upright, shaking the dark hair back from her face, her eyes sharp despite the pallor of her skin. But there is one of your own people not yet brought before you let the Huron leave in triumph, hear him speak. Tamenund looked around him questioning. It is a snake, one of his men said, a red man who ran with the Yengeese. We have him set aside for the fire. Let him come. The patriarch settled back into his seat, and the silence that followed was so complete that the dry rustle of leaves in the morning air could be heard moving through the trees at the edge of the clearing, faint, indifferent, and utterly alive. Chapter 30. Uncas stands defiant. The silence held. No voices, no movement, just the weight of 100 hostile stares pressing down on the open ground like a physical thing. Then the crowd shifted, parted, and closed again, and Uncas stood inside the circle. Every eye that had been fixed on Tamenund swung hard in his direction. They found a young Mohican warrior standing straight-spined and still, his posture neither aggressive nor submissive, just present, controlled. He swept his gaze around the circle with the calm, deliberate focus of a man cataloging threats and finding none worth his concern. He met the flat, killing eyes of the chiefs without flinching. He met the wide, curious stares of children with the same quiet steadiness. When his eyes finally found Tamenund, they stopped moving. He crossed the ground toward the old man in silence, no wasted motion, no sound. He positioned himself directly in front of the patriarch and waited, patient and still as carved stone, until one of the chiefs leaned in and told the elder he was there. What tongue does the prisoner use when he speaks to the Manitou? The old man's voice came from somewhere deep and distant, his eyes still closed. The tongue of his fathers, Uncas answered. The tongue of the Delaware. The sound that rolled through the crowd was low and immediate, something between a growl and a warning. The kind of sound that precedes violence rather than follows it. It moved through the assembled warriors like a pressure wave. Tamenund raised a hand and pressed it across his eyes as if blocking out something shameful. A Delaware. The words came out hollow, scraped clean of everything except pain. I have lived long enough to watch the Lenape driven from their fires and broken apart, scattered into the hills of the Iroquois like deer running from hunters. I have watched strong men swing their axes through valleys the wind itself never touched. I have seen wild animals living inside the homes of men, but never in all of that have I seen a Delaware crawl into the camps of his own nation like a snake in the grass. The songbirds have opened their mouths, Uncas said quietly. His voice was measured, almost gentle. And Tamenund has heard what they sang. The old man went rigid, his head tilted sideways, like a man straining to catch a sound carried on the wind from a long distance away. Am I dreaming? His voice cracked at the edges. Whose voice is that? Have the winters gone backward? Can summer come again for the children of the Lenape? The crowd held its breath. They had seen this before, their patriarch slipping into that space between the living world and whatever lay beyond it. They waited, reading it as revelation, unwilling to interrupt. But when the silence stretched too long, one of the elder warriors decided the moment had passed. He looked at Uncas with flat contempt. The false Delaware fears what Tamenund might say, he said. He howls like a dog the English put on a trail. Uncas turned and looked at him, looked at all of them. And you, he said, his voice carrying clean and hard across the circle, whine like dogs when the Frenchman throws you the scraps from his table. 20 blades cleared their sheaths. 20 men came off the ground. The air went sharp and close. A chief's hand came up, a single gesture. The warriors stopped, though the anger didn't leave their faces. Tamenund stirred, and that was enough to pull the attention back. Delaware, the patriarch said, his voice finding its authority again. You are not worthy of what you call yourself. My people have lived through long darkness. A warrior who abandons his tribe in that darkness is twice a traitor. The law of the Manitou is straight. It does not bend. It does not move with seasons or arguments. While rivers run and mountains stand, it remains. He paused. He is yours. Deal with him as justice demands. Not a man moved, not a breath came loud. Then the sound broke over the circle like a wave over rock, every voice at once, a sustained, layered roar that said one thing clearly. The word that followed from a single chief's mouth, projected over the noise, confirmed it. Fire. The circle dissolved into motion. Screams mixed with the sounds of preparation, purposeful and sharp. Hayward lunged against the men holding him and got nowhere. Hawkeye's eyes moved fast across the ground, reading angles, calculating options, finding none. Cora dropped to her knees in front of Tamenund and tried again with words she had already spent. Uncas stood where he was. He watched them come for him without retreating, without squaring off, without any visible reaction at all. When they reached him, he didn't resist. One of them grabbed the front of his hunting shirt and tore it from his body in a single violent motion, then turned to the crowd with a sound of triumph already building in his throat. He turned back to finish the job and stopped. His eyes locked onto Uncas's chest and didn't move. The triumph drained out of his face and left something else behind. His mouth opened. His arm rose slowly, the finger extending toward what he was staring at. The men around him crowded in. There, tattooed in clean blue lines against the skin of the prisoner's chest, was the image of a small turtle. The warrior stared at it. Then the man beside him stared at it. Then the whole circle was staring at it, the noise dropping away in sections until the ground was quiet again. Uncas let the moment breathe. Then he swept the crowd back with one hard motion of his arm, stepped forward, and when he spoke, his voice carried to every man present. Men of the Lenni Lenape, his voice was level, unhurried, and absolute. My blood holds up the earth your feet stand on, your people stand on the shell of the great turtle, my shell. What fire could any Delaware build that would burn the son of that bloodline? He touched the mark on his chest without looking at it. The blood running in my veins would drown your flames before they caught. My people are the grandfathers of nations. Tamenund came up off his seat. Who are you? The old man's voice had changed, the age stripped back from it, something buried and urgent rising underneath. Uncas, the young warrior answered, his voice dropping from its authority into something quieter, more personal. He turned from the crowd and faced the old man directly. Son of Chingachgook, son of the great Unamis. Tamenund went still for a long moment. When he spoke again, it came out unsteady. The hour of Tamenund is close, he said. The long night is finally ending. I thank the Manitou, there is someone to take my place at the fire. He extended his arm toward the young man standing before him. Uncas, son of Uncas, you are found. Let the eyes of a dying eagle see the sun come up one last time. Uncas stepped up onto the elevated platform where Tamenund could see him clearly, where the whole assembled nation could see him. The old man gripped his arm and studied his face with the intensity of a man excavating something from deep memory, reading every angle, every line. Am I a boy again? Tamenund's voice broke open. Have I dreamed all of it, all those winters, all that loss, my people scattered and broken, the English covering the land like leaves cover the ground? My arrow would not frighten a fawn now. My arm is dead wood. A snail outruns me. He held the young warrior's face between his hands and stared at it. And yet here is Uncas standing before me exactly as he stood when we went to war against the Pale Faces. Uncas, the panther of his people, the eldest son of the Lenape, the last great Sagamore of the Mohicans. He turned his head toward the gathered warriors, his voice shaking with something between grief and wonder. Tell me, Delawares, has Tamenund been sleeping for 100 years? The silence that answered him was total and reverent. Uncas met the old man's eyes and answered for the nation. 4 generations of warriors have lived and died since the friend of Tamenund led his people into battle, he said. The blood of the turtle has run in many chiefs, but all of them have gone back into the earth. Only Chingachgook remains, and his son. Tamenund absorbed this. The pleasant fog burned off him, and in its place came the hard, cold clarity of a man facing what is true rather than what he wishes were true. Our wise men told us that 2 warriors of the unchanged blood were living somewhere in the hills of the English country, he said. Why have their seats at the Delaware council fires sat empty for so long? Uncas raised his head. He let his voice carry so the full assembly heard every word. We once slept close enough to hear the salt water when it was angry. In those days we were the rulers of this land. Then pale faces appeared on every stream and river, and we followed the deer back toward the nation's water. The Delawares were already gone. Few of them had stayed to drink from the water they loved. Our fathers said, we hunt here. The river runs to the Salt Lake. If we move west, we find the great Sweetwater Lakes, and a Mohican would die there like a saltwater fish in a clear spring. When the Manitou speaks and says, "Come," we will follow the river to the sea and take back what is ours. Our eyes face the rising sun. We know where he comes from. We do not know where he goes. It is enough. The assembled warriors stood quiet, absorbing it. Uncas watched their faces, reading the shift in them, and when he was satisfied, he let the authority drop from his posture like a coat coming off his shoulders. He looked out across the circle and found Hawkeye. He moved without hesitation, cutting a direct line through the crowd to where the scout stood bound. He drew his knife in one smooth motion, severed the thongs with a single stroke, and stepped back, motioning the crowd to open. They obeyed. Uncas took the scout by the hand and walked him to the foot of Tamenund's seat. "Father," he said, "look at this pale face, a straight man, a friend to the Delawares. Is he a son of Minquon?" "No, a warrior known to the English and feared by the Maquas." "What name have his deeds earned him?" "We call him Hawkeye," Uncas said, using the Delaware word. "His eyes don't fail. The Mingos have another name for him. They call him by what he does to their warriors. They call him Long Rifle." Tamenund's eyes came fully open. "La Long Carabine." His voice carried no warmth in it. "My son has done poorly to call him friend." "I call friend anyone who proves himself one," Uncas said. His tone was even, but there was nothing yielding in it. If Uncas is welcome among the Delawares, then Hawkeye stands among his friends. "This pale face has killed my young men. His name is heavy with the blows he has struck the Lenape." "If a Mingo poured that into a Delaware ear," Hawkeye said, stepping forward, his voice controlled and direct, "then the Mingo was singing like a bird to muddy the water. I won't deny killing Maquas. I'd say it straight to their faces at their own fires. But my hand has never knowingly harmed a Delaware. That is the truth of who I am, and it lines up square with everything I know to be right." A low murmur moved through the warriors around him, men exchanging glances with the particular look of people realizing they've been worked. "Where is the Huron?" Tamenund asked. "Has he been filling my ears with poison?" Magua had been standing at the edge of the action, watching, calculating, managing his expression. He stepped forward now, easy and composed. "The just Tamenund will not keep what a Huron has lent," he said. The old man turned away from him and toward Uncas, a small but deliberate movement. "Tell me, son," he said, "does this man hold a conqueror's claim over you?" "He holds nothing," Uncas said. "A panther can step into a snare set by women. He is still strong enough to break through it." La Long Carabine laughs at the Mingos. "Tell your squaws to ask them what color a bear is." "Huron, the pale-faced man and the white woman who came into my camp together. They travel on an open road. And the woman the Mingo brought to my warriors." Uncas said nothing. "And the woman," Tamenund said again, heavier this time, "that the Mingo brought into my camp, she is mine." Magua turned toward Uncas and let the triumph show. "Mohican, you know she is mine." Uncas kept his face turned away. "My son is silent," Tamenund said quietly, studying the young warrior's profile. "It is so," Uncas answered. The words cost him something. The silence that followed carried weight. The crowd felt it. Every man there understood what was being decided, and not one of them was comfortable with the answer. But the decision belonged to one man only, and when he spoke without hesitation. "Huron," Tamenund said, "depart." Magua kept his face neutral, but his eyes were moving, calculating the angle. "As he came." "Just Tamenund?" he asked, "or with what the Delawares promised him?" "Le Renard Subtil's lodge is empty. Let him leave with what is his." The old man leaned toward one of the elders beside him. "Are my ears working correctly?" "They are." "Is this Mingo a chief, the first among his nation?" Tamenund turned toward Cora, and his voice was not without compassion, though it was unbending. "Girl, a great warrior wants you for a wife. Go, your blood will not end here." "Better it ended 1,000 times over," Cora said, and her voice was steady even though her face was white, "than this." "Huron," Tamenund said, "her heart is still in her father's home. A woman taken against her will poisons the lodge she is brought to." "She speaks the way her people taught her," Magua said, and the contempt in it was almost surgical. "Her people trade. She will bargain for a kind face. Let Tamenund speak the final word. Take our wampum." The old man said, "Take our goodwill. I take only what I brought here." Tamenund closed his eyes. "Then go with your own. The great Manitou will not permit the Delawares to be unjust." Magua closed his hand around Cora's arm and pulled. The Delaware stepped back. Cora moved with it, her back straight, her face composed in the particular way of a person who has decided not to let their captors see them break. "Hold on," Duncan threw himself forward. "Huron, name your price. Whatever you need, gold, silver, powder, lead, name it. Whatever a warrior needs, whatever a chief deserves, it's yours." Magua is a red man, flat and final. He does not need the beads of pale faces. Then name something, anything. Duncan's voice was fraying at the seams. Magua shook the arm he was holding, his grip tightening until the violence in it was unmistakable. Le Subtil is strong, he said. He has his revenge. God Almighty. Duncan said, his hands pressing together. Can this be allowed? He turned toward the platform, toward the old man now retreating behind his closed eyes. Tamenund, I am begging you, mercy. The Delaware has spoken, the patriarch said, settling back into his seat like a man setting down a stone. Men do not speak twice. There is wisdom in a chief not wasting words by unsaying what he has already said. Hawkeye put a hand on Duncan's arm, firm and decisive. But it is also wise to think hard before you drive a tomahawk into your prisoner's skull. He turned and addressed Magua directly, his voice dropping into the calm, flat register of a man making a business proposition. Huron, I have no love for you. No Mingo has ever gotten much from me, and the way this war is moving, plenty more of yours are going to find me in the woods before it's done. So ask yourself honestly, would you rather drag that woman back to your camp, or would you rather have me walking in with you, a man your people would very much like to see standing unarmed? Magua stopped moving, his eyes sharpened. Long Rifle gives his life for the woman. I didn't say that, Hawkeye said immediately, pulling back just enough to recalibrate. He was watching the eagerness in Magua's face and filing it away. That would be a bad trade. A fighting man in his prime for any woman on this frontier. The numbers don't work, but I might agree to stand down for the winter, 6 weeks at least before the leaves start turning, if you let her go. Magua shook his head and started pushing through the crowd. All right, Hawkeye's voice followed him. I'll throw Killdeer into it. That rifle has no equal in any of the provinces, you know that. Magua kept moving. And Hawkeye added, his casual tone fraying slightly at the edges as the offer went ignored, I could teach your young men how to use it properly. Le Renard turned and ordered the Delawares around him to clear the path, his glance making it clear he would invoke Tamenund's judgment if they didn't. Hawkeye watched him go, and the performance left his face. What replaced it was something quieter and more honest. He turned to Uncas. The man knows his ground, and he's going to keep it. His voice was low, just between them. God keep you, boy, you found your people, and I hope they prove as true as men you've known who didn't share your blood. He stopped, started again, the words coming slower now. As for me, I'll die when I die, won't be long the way these things go. Doesn't much matter if it's today or a few days from now in the long accounting of time. He turned his head away for a moment, then brought it back. I loved you and your father both. Uncas, different skins, different ways of living, didn't matter. Tell the Sagamore I never lost sight of him when things were at their worst. And you, his voice roughened but didn't break, think of me sometimes when you're on a good trail. Whether there's one heaven or two, I believe honest men find each other on the other side of it. He paused. You'll find the rifle where we hid it. Keep it. Use it freely on the Mingos. It'll do your grief some good and ease what's building in you. He turned back to Magua and raised his voice to Carrie. Huron, I take your terms. Let the woman go. I am your prisoner. The sound that moved through the crowd was immediate and unmistakable, the particular murmur of men who recognize something rare and are moved despite themselves. Even the hardest faces in the circle changed. Magua paused. For one moment, something worked behind his eyes. He turned and looked at Cora with an expression that held ferocity and something older and darker underneath it, and whatever the calculation was, it concluded quickly and finally. He turned back, shook his head once, a slow, contemptuous backward tilt. Le Renard Subtil has one mind, he said quietly. Come. He set his hand on Cora's shoulder with a familiarity designed to degrade and moved. Cora stepped back from the touch. Her eyes flashed one instant of heat. Blood rising into her face like sunlight breaking through cloud, and then she controlled it. When she spoke, the cold was back. I am your prisoner, she said. I will follow when the time comes, even to my death, but violence is not required. She turned to Hawkeye, and whatever she had been holding back came through clean and direct. Generous man, I thank you from everything I have. Your offer was noble, and I could not have accepted it, but there is still something you can do that matters more. She found Alice in the crowd, her sister, pale and barely present, held upright by Duncan's arm. Don't leave her, not until she is somewhere safe, somewhere with people who will protect her. She took Hawkeye's hand in both of hers, rough against smooth, and pressed it hard. Her father will want to thank you, but men like you, she stopped, restarted. Men like you are beyond what any man can repay. His blessing is all he has. Good man's blessing carries weight in whatever accounting matters in the end. Her voice pulled thin for a moment, and she rode through it. I would give anything to hear his voice right now. She let go of Hawkeye's hand and stepped toward Duncan, toward the unconscious girl he was holding upright. Her voice dropped further, stripped down to the essential. You don't need me to tell you to protect her. You love her, that covers everything. She is kind and good and gentle, and there is nothing in her. Not one thing in her mind or her face that is anything other than exactly what she appears to be. She placed her own hand against Alice's forehead, brushed the pale hair back from her sister's face, her touch slow and precise and complete, the gesture of someone making a memory. Her soul matches her face. I could say more, probably more than I should. I won't. She stepped back. Her face was drained of color, dry-eyed in the particular way of someone who has moved past the point where tears are available. She turned back to Magua, and her bearing came back with it, straight and unbent and ice-cold. I'm ready. Go. Duncan set Alice into the arms of a nearby woman and turned back toward the departing figure. Go, Magua. The Delawares have their laws, I have none. His voice hardened. Go, then, I'll follow you myself. Magua turned at that. Something moved across his face, first pleasure, immediate and fierce, then something more considered, more dangerous than pleasure. The path is open, he said simply. The open hand can come. Don't. Hawkeye grabbed Duncan's arm with both hands and held. He's working you. You go out there and he buries you in an ambush before you're 50 yards into the trees. Huron, Uncas had been standing at the edge of it all, a controlled observer, and now he stepped forward. His voice was unhurried. The justice of the Delawares comes from the Manitou. Look at the sun. It's sitting in the upper branches of the hemlock. Your path is short and the ground is clear. He held Magua's gaze without blinking. When the sun clears the tops of those trees, there will be men on your trail. Magua looked at him. Let the moment sit between them, then he laughed, short, sharp, contemptuous. I hear a crow. He turned toward the crowd, sweeping his arm to clear a path, and raised his voice one last time with the particular cruelty of a man who knows he has already won and wants the taste of it. Where are the Delaware women? Let them send their bows and guns to the Wyandots. I'll send back venison to eat and corn for them to plant, dogs, rabbits, thieves. He looked back once, a flat, dismissive survey of everyone present. I spit on all of you. Not one man answered him. The silence was total, and it was not passive. It was the specific silence of men who intend to remember exactly what was said and by whom. Magua walked into the trees, and the forest took him. Cora moved beside him, her back straight, her steps measured, her face fixed on whatever was ahead of her. The crowd closed behind them. The clearing stood quiet. Chapter 31. The war post. The moment Magua and Cora disappeared into the tree line, the crowd snapped. 1 second stillness. The next, a pressure wave of raw human fury rolling through the encampment like a storm front. Men who had stood like stones suddenly moved, voices rising, hands gesturing, eyes burning with something ancient and dangerous. Uncas watched the tree line until the last trace of Cora's dress vanished into the green. Then he turned and moved through the crowd without a word. Fluid, silent, purposeful, warriors stepped aside without being asked. A few of the senior men, those who had caught the cold flash in his eyes as he passed, followed him into the lodge. Tamenund and Alice were led away. The women and children were dispersed with a word. What followed was the most dangerous kind of quiet. The encampment held its breath. Then a young warrior emerged from the lodge. He moved without hurry to a dwarf pine growing from the cracked face of the rocky terrace. He stripped the bark from its trunk with his bare hands, said nothing, walked back. A second warrior followed, tore the branches from the sapling until nothing remained but a bare white pole thrust toward the sky. A third painted the post, dark red, deliberate strokes. The watching men read every signal. Their silence thickened into something that had weight. Then Uncas came out. He had stripped down to girdle and leggings. Half his face was swallowed in black paint, the color sitting across his jaw and cheekbone like a shadow that had decided to stay. He moved to the war post with the contained energy of a man who had already made his decision and was now simply executing it. He began to circle it. His voice rose. The war song started low, almost mournful, bending into something that could have been grief if grief had teeth. The notes climbed and fell in patterns that bypassed reason and went straight to the base of the skull. Some phrases landed soft as dawn, others cracked like a rifle shot in a canyon and left men flinching without knowing why. The words were sparse and returned to themselves like a river finding the sea. Manitou, you are strong, I am not. Give me what I need. It was a soldier's prayer, stripped of everything but honesty. 3 circuits of the post, 3 full repetitions. After the first, a senior Lenape chief stepped into the circle and added his own voice to the pattern. Then another, then another. The dance absorbed them one by one, the most decorated, the most feared, the most respected, until the fire of it had consumed every fighting man worth the name. The sight was something a man did not forget. Uncas ended it. He drove his tomahawk into the post with a single stroke, the blade burying itself clean to the haft, and sent his war cry into the afternoon air like a blade thrown at the sky. The encampment detonated. Every young warrior who had been holding himself back by sheer will came apart at once. They hit the post in a wave, hatchets and knives working until splinters flew and the trunk came apart fragment by fragment. They fought the wood as though it were flesh. Some scalped the pieces, some drove blades through them. The violence was methodical beneath its fury, not chaos but rehearsal. The expedition was war. The nation had spoken. Uncas stepped clear of the circle and looked up. The sun had reached the position he'd been watching for. The truce with Magua was finished. He said so with a gesture and a single sharp sound. The mob abandoned the wreckage of the post and scattered to prepare. The shift was instantaneous, from frenzy to function. Painted warriors who were already equipped went still and focused. Women poured from the lodges with songs that were equal parts celebration and mourning. The two emotions coiled together in a way that only made sense if you understood what was coming. Children were carried into the forest. The elderly were guided up the mountain slope, where the tree line pressed green and deep against the ridge. Tamenund moved among them with the composure of a man who had outlived his fear of endings. He paused with Uncas, brief, quiet, and the parting between the old chief and the young one had the weight of something neither of them needed to say. Then the sage was gone into the trees. Hayward got Alice clear and came looking for the scout. Hawkeye stood apart from it all, watching the warriors signal their readiness to Uncas with the flat professional attention of a man taking inventory. He noted numbers. He noted quality. He was satisfied with both. He had already sent an Indian boy to recover the rifles, his own long-barreled killdeer and the weapon of Uncas stashed where they'd left them on the approach to the Delaware camp. It was the right call on 2 counts. If they'd been detained as prisoners, the weapons stayed clean. And arriving unarmed had made them look like men who needed help rather than men who could cause problems. The Delawares had read it that way, but getting the guns back was its own problem. Magua hadn't come alone. Huron eyes were on the wood line right now. Hawkeye was certain of it. A warrior walking out to retrieve weapons would be identified and run down before he reached the tree line. The boy was a different calculation. The risk didn't begin until the object was discovered, and by then the boy would be most of the way home. The kid moved across the open ground like he had nowhere to be. Easy pace, wrong direction, entering the trees well away from the cache. Smart. Once the brush took him, he changed. The boy's shape dropped low and disappeared into the undergrowth, moving the way water moves downhill. No wasted motion, fast and quiet and sure. He came back running. He cleared the narrow open strip below the terrace at a dead sprint, a rifle in each hand, legs driving hard. He hit the rocks and started climbing, not slowing, scrambling upward on all fours when the first shot came from the tree line. The boy answered it with something between a laugh and a shout. A second shot followed from a different angle. The boy crested the terrace and stood on the level ground above, holding both rifles up over his head like trophies, walking toward Hawkeye with the measured stride of a man who had just proven something. Hawkeye took killdeer and ran his hands over the piece with the focused attention of a craftsman checking his tools after someone else had handled them. He worked the pan open and shut, tested the lock through its motions. When he was satisfied, he looked at the boy properly for the first time. The kid's arm was bleeding, a deep furrow across the meat of the forearm where one of the Huron balls had tracked through. The boy's face showed nothing about it. "The knaves barked your arm," Hawkeye said, already reaching for materials. "Bruised alder will close that up, and you'll carry the scar to your grave, which is more than most men twice your age can say." He dressed the wound. The boy bore it without sound. "Go," Hawkeye said. "You'll be a chief someday." The kid walked back into the encampment trailing blood and wearing it like a decoration. His peers read what they saw on him and gave way. He had bought something today that could not be given, but there was no time to let it land properly. The wound had done its secondary work. It told the Delawares exactly where the Huron scouts were positioned and what they intended. A party of experienced men was detailed to clear the wood line. Most of the Hurons pulled back without forcing the issue once they understood they'd been located. The Delaware party pushed them to a reasonable distance and then held, unwilling to be drawn further into unknown country. The woods went quiet again. Uncas gathered his chiefs. He presented Hawkeye to the assembled men as a warrior who had been tested against hard opponents and had not been found wanting. The reception was good. Hawkeye was given 20 men experienced, capable, the kind who moved fast and thought faster. Uncas explained Hayward's rank among the English forces and offered him an equal command. Duncan declined. He wanted to fight alongside the scout. Uncas read the decision, accepted it, and moved on without sentiment. The remaining positions were assigned. Uncas gave the word. 200 men entered the forest without a sound. They made contact with their own forward scouts without incident and halted. The chiefs pulled together for a council conducted in voices barely above a whisper. Plans were proposed. None of them satisfied Uncas. He wanted to drive straight into the Huron position right now. He could feel Cora's time running out with every breath, but that kind of headlong assault was how you lost men you couldn't replace. He forced himself to listen. His jaw was tight. His eyes were somewhere else. The council was still working through it when movement at the edge of the enemy's position caught every eye. A single figure was picking his way out of the Huron-held tree line, coming toward them. He moved with more haste than sense, and 100 yards out he seemed to lose his nerve, slowing, stopping, standing in the open with the look of a man who had just realized he might have made a serious error in judgment. Every chief turned to Uncas. Uncas looked at Hawkeye. "He doesn't leave here to report back to the Hurons," Uncas said quietly. "Agreed," Hawkeye said. He pushed the long barrel of Killdeer through the leaves and laid his eye along it. His breathing slowed. His finger found the trigger. Then he lifted the muzzle. A sound came out of him, something between a cough and a laugh, strangled and genuine. "I had him made for Mingo, sure as I'm a sinner," he said, low and almost to himself. "But when I set my eye on him to find the right place for the ball," he shook his head, "I saw the Saltery, that's Gamut, the singing man. Killing him helps nobody, and alive he might just be of some use to us." He set Killdeer aside. "Let me try something." He pushed into the undergrowth, closed the distance, and produced from his throat the same rough approximation of sacred music that had walked him safely through the Huron camp not long before. Gamut was not easily deceived. His ear was too finely built for that, but he had heard this particular noise before and knew the source. The relief on his face was immediate and profound. He followed the sound through the brush with the cautious determination of a man advancing against everything his instincts were telling him, and found the scout waiting. "If the Hurons were within earshot of that," Hawkeye said, taking him by the arm and steering him back toward the assembled chiefs, "they'll think there are 2 madmen out here instead of 1. He pushed Gamut gently forward. "Now, tell us what you know, plain speech, no singing." Gamut looked at the ring of painted faces around him. He found the ones he recognized and steadied himself. "They're out in strength," he said, "in the forest between here and their village, more than I can count. There has been a great deal of preparation this past hour, violent and purposeful. I came away from it." "You may have traded one problem for another," Hawkeye said flatly. "Where are they positioned? Between us and the village, in depth. Prudence says you should withdraw." Uncas said one word, "Magua," at their head. He brought the woman, the one who was with the Delawares, and left her in the cave before he took command. He is not himself. Something has driven him beyond reason. Hayward moved forward. "He left her in the cave, you're certain?" "I am." Hayward looked at Uncas. Uncas looked at Hawkeye. "Here's how I see it," Hawkeye said. He spoke without theatrics, the cadence of a man who had worked through the problem already and was now communicating the solution. "Give me 20 rifles. I take them right along the stream past the beaver runs and link up with the Sagamore and the Colonel. When we're set, I send the whoop from that flank. With this wind it carries a mile, maybe more. That's your signal." He looked at Uncas. "You drive straight into their front. When they compress toward us, we take them from the side at close range. It will bend their line." He paused. "After that, we go into the village. We pull the woman from the cave. Whatever's left of Magua's people, we finish it. Open ground if they'll stand for it, cover and movement if they won't." He looked around the circle. "It isn't complicated. It just requires that everyone holds their nerve." "I want in on the assault," Hayward said. "I know you do." "Then it's settled." The chiefs conferred briefly. The plan was sharpened, signals confirmed, assignments made clear to every man who needed to know them. Then the groups separated into the trees, each moving toward their designated line. The forest absorbed them. Chapter 32. Silent Forest Ambush. The forest was a lie. Uncas knew it. Every man in his band knew it. The trees stretched in long corridors of shadow, the undergrowth still, the canopy barely moving. To an untrained eye it looked empty, peaceful, the kind of quiet that made men lower their guard. That was exactly the problem. While Uncas positioned his warriors, Hawkeye studied the wood line. He read it the way another man might read a letter, every branch, every gap in the canopy, every bird that flushed without cause. A squirrel dropped a nut somewhere behind them and heads snapped toward the sound on pure reflex. Then silence reclaimed everything. The wind moved through the high branches in a low, steady murmur, and the shadows between the trees stayed deep and unchanged. Whatever was out there wasn't showing itself. Hawkeye didn't take that as comfort. He raised Killdeer into the crook of his arm, gestured once to the men behind him, and moved, no words, no ceremony. He took them back the way they'd come, cutting through the trees at an angle until he dropped down into the bed of a shallow brook they'd crossed during the advance. Cold water over smooth stone. The banks cut the wind and swallowed their silhouette. He waited until his warriors had closed the distance, then spoke low in Delaware. "Does anyone know where this stream runs?" One of the warriors opened his hand, 2 fingers spread, then brought them together at the base. Before the sun moves its own length, this water joins the big water. The 2 together are enough for the beavers. He pointed downstream. Hawkeye glanced up at the slot of sky visible between the tree line. He checked the angle of light, marked the lay of the hills. It matched what the man said. "I thought as much," he said. "We follow the creek bed, stay under the banks until we smell Huron smoke." The warriors acknowledged with the quiet, clipped sounds of men who had been here before, men who understood that unnecessary noise was the same as a death wish. Hawkeye turned to move out. He stopped. David Gamut was standing in the stream bed. The singing master stood with his boots soaking and his hands clasped, watching the preparations with those quiet eyes that somehow in this moment held something harder than their usual vacancy. Hawkeye turned on him fully. His voice dropped to the measured, private tone of a man delivering bad news. "You understand what you're walking into. This isn't a patrol. These are the best men I could put together for the worst kind of work. 5 minutes from now, maybe 30, we're going to step over a Huron, dead or alive. Either one's going to happen fast." Gamut's face was flushed. When he spoke, his voice had lost its usual wandering quality. It was direct. "You don't need to explain it to me. I've traveled far with the woman you're trying to reach. I've seen what these men do. I'm not a fighter, I know that, but I won't be left behind." Hawkeye looked at him the way a man looks at a horse he isn't sure will hold up on bad terrain, long measuring. He let his eyes drop to the man's empty hands. "You've got no rifle." "No." "Then what exactly are you planning to do when the shooting starts?" Gamut reached beneath his coat and produced a leather sling. Worn smooth with use, his expression was steady. "I've had this since I was young. The skill may not have left me entirely." Hawkeye studied the sling. His expression didn't change, but something moved behind his eyes. He'd seen men do worse things with less. "Those are not men throwing rocks back at you," he said. "The Hurons carry French rifles, good ones, grooved barrels." He paused. "But you seem to have a way of coming through things that ought to kill you." He turned to Hayward, who stood a few yards off. "Major, your rifle. The hammer is at full cock. One accidental shot and we lose 20 scalps for nothing." He turned back to Gamut. "You can come. I may have use for you when it's time to shout, but until I give the word, nothing speaks but the rifle, nothing." Gamut crouched and filled his coat pocket with smooth stones from the stream bed. He nodded once. Hawkeye turned and moved out. They held the creek bed for a full mile. The banks gave them cover, the stream muffled their footfalls, and the thick brush along the waterline broke their outline. Still, they moved like men who expected to die if they made a mistake. 2 warriors crawled the flanks, staying barely visible in the undergrowth, watching the trees. Every few minutes, Hawkeye stopped the column and they all went still, breathing shallow, heads canted, listening for anything that didn't belong to the forest. Every time, the woods gave them nothing. They moved on. When the smaller stream emptied into the wider one, Hawkeye stopped again and studied the ground. The beaver ponds spread before them, gray, choked with dead timber, the trees along the bank stripped white and pale as bone. Stumps rotted at the waterline. Down trunks bridged shallow channels, their bark long gone, their insides soft with moisture and decay. The land opened up here. Cover became sparse and unreliable. He turned to Hayward and spoke in English, quietly. "Good day for a fight. Clouds coming in, no sun glare off the barrel, winds with us. We'll see their smoke before they see ours and hear them before they hear us." He looked at the broken ground ahead. "The Huron camp is a short half-mile up this stream. I don't like that we haven't cut sign yet, not even a track." He stood for a long moment, listening to the wind move across the valley. Somewhere in the direction of Uncas, the forest was holding its breath. He didn't like that either. He'd spent too many years in the tree line to trust a quiet that felt curated. He made his decision. He pushed out of the break where he'd been watching, and his men rose out of the ravine like smoke, dark shapes assembling without a sound, taking their positions around him in a loose line. He pointed forward and moved. The volley hit them from behind, a dozen rifles, close and fast. The reports were still rolling through the trees when a Delaware warrior went up, arms out, body extended, and came down dead before the echo faded. Down, cover. Hawkeye's voice was hard and immediate. He was already moving. Move on them, the band broke. Hayward blinked through the gun's smoke and found himself standing alone with Gamut, the battle suddenly redistributed to the tree line on his flanks. The Hurons had already started pulling back, feeding men into the fight as they went, the contact swelling as they folded backward toward their own lines. Hayward pushed into it, working tree to tree, making his shots count. The firefight ground to a halt. Neither side had a clear advantage. The Delawares held the trees, and so did the Hurons, and every shot traded was a slow, deliberate affair. Sight, breath, squeeze, both sides making the wood do the dying. Hayward could feel the geometry of it shifting. The Huron line was extending sideways. They were bleeding ground without losing it, stretching the Delaware flank, forcing the defenders to cover more and more of the line with the same number of men. Rifles that had been trading fire steadily began to fall quiet one by one. Hawkeye found him behind a wide oak and set his back against it, letting the bark take some of the weight. He wasn't afraid. He was thinking. "You're a young man." "Major," he said, not looking at him, his eyes moving through the trees. "Maybe you'll command men against the Mingos someday. What you're watching right now, that's the whole of it. Quick eye, steady hand, good cover. If you had a company of Royal Americans, what would you do with them here? Push through, cold steel. Aye, that's white soldier thinking, and it might work if you're willing to leave bodies behind." He shook his head slightly. "But horses, that's what breaks this kind of fight. Put a shod hoof in front of a warrior whose rifle is empty, and he won't stop to reload. He'll run every time." "We can talk tactics when this is finished," Hayward said. "Do we charge?" Before Hawkeye could answer, the valley to the south erupted. Gun smoke and the high, hard shriek of men fighting in close quarters rolled up through the trees from the lower ground where Uncas had been positioned. The sound of it changed the mathematics of the firefight in an instant. The Huron line in front of them thinned, men peeling away to reinforce whatever Uncas had hit. The pressure on the flank bled off. Hawkeye called out in Delaware. Sharp, brief, certain. His men answered with a shout, then they moved. It wasn't a charge in any formal sense. It was a swift, disciplined surge from cover to cover, each man in sequence, drawing fire, shifting before the rifle ball arrived. The Hurons tried to hold on their new ground in the thicket. They didn't hold long. Hawkeye led with Killdeer swinging, his voice carrying over the crack of powder and the thud of men going down. 3 Delaware warriors fell under a close discharge from the older Huron fighters, the ones who hadn't been fooled by the feint, men who had kept their powder dry and their nerves steady. But the momentum didn't break. The Delawares hit the thicket's edge and went through it, and the men inside broke for the far side. Then a rifle cracked from behind the Huron position. A single shot out of the beaver lodges in the clearing to their rear, followed by a war cry that split the air like an axe. "The Sagamore," Hawkeye shouted, his voice carrying everything that needed carrying. "We've got them front and back." The Hurons came apart. They ran for the open ground, no cover, no formation, no coherent direction. Just men trying to put distance between themselves and the guns closing from 2 directions. Most of them didn't make it. The Delaware warriors cut them down in the clearing in the tree line at the edge of the water. Hawkeye found Chingachgook at a run and gripped his arm once. There was no speech between them. The kind of men they were didn't need it. He turned the command over to the Mohican chief without ceremony, and without ceremony being required. Chingachgook assumed it with the calm weight of a man who had always known it would come to him. The column reorganized and moved. As they pushed through the thicket, the warriors stripped the fallen Hurons with practiced efficiency and tucked their own dead into the brush. Hayward looked away. They came up to the ridge line and went to ground on a wooded crest. The valley opened below them, dark and tight, the forest canopy unbroken in every direction. Down in that valley, Uncas was still fighting. Tendrils of smoke lifted through the leaves, not campfire smoke, powder smoke. The fight was moving. "It's coming up toward us," Hayward said, watching a fresh burst of firing trace its way up the slope. "We're sitting on the middle of their line. They'll angle into the hollow," Hawkeye said. "That puts us on their flank." He turned to Chingachgook. "Go now. You'll barely have time to get position before the shooting reaches you. I'll hold the ridge. Nothing crosses this ground behind you, not one Huron. The chief looked at the valley one more time, reading it, then moved. Below, the battle climbed the hillside. Huron warriors pushed out of the trees in ones and twos, reaching the clearing and stopping there, turning to fight with the backed-against-the-wall discipline of men with nowhere left to go. They formed a ragged line at the forest's edge, and the line held until Chingachgook's rifles opened up from the flank and a dozen of them went down in a single volley. Then Uncas came out of the trees. He came out fast at the head of 100 men, and the Huron line folded around him like paper around a fist. He was pointing and moving, and his warriors were spreading into the gaps, driving the flanks back into the wood. And the sound of the whole engagement stretched and thinned and broke apart in different directions. Separate contacts receding into separate trees, the battle dissolving into pursuit. One group refused to run. They backed up the slope slowly, tightly bunched, fighting as they went. Magua was at the center of them. Even from distance, Hayward could read the man's bearing, the set of his shoulders, the economy of his movement, the refusal to give ground without extracting a price for it. He was the reason they were all still there, the last coherent will in a collapsing force. Uncas saw him, every other priority dropped. Uncas raised his cry and came on, a handful of warriors answering, the disparity of numbers irrelevant to him. Magua watched him come and allowed himself a moment of anticipation. Then Hawkeye appeared on the flank. Magua turned and ran. What followed was not tactical. It was pursuit, raw, grinding up broken terrain through timber and over stone. Uncas ran like a man trying to outrun something inside himself. Hawkeye called to him twice to use cover. Uncas didn't hear or didn't care and took a bullet graze for it, a wound that would have killed a man running any slower. They drove the Hurons through the outer edge of the forest and into the village itself, where the enemy finally turned and fought the way men fight when their homes are behind them. The ground there went fast and bloody. Tomahawks rose and fell. Hayward fought. Even Monroe fought, the old man's arms still capable of it. The ground around the council lodge filled up with bodies. Magua took none of it. He drifted through the melee like something the battle couldn't touch, and when his men were finished, he shook a cry from somewhere deep and went through the wall of brush at the village edge, 2 men with him moving fast. Uncas went after him. Hayward, Hawkeye, and Gamut went after Uncas. Magua hit the cave mouth at speed and went in. Uncas hit it 30 seconds behind him, dropped his rifle at the entrance, and went in after him without hesitation. Hayward followed. Hawkeye came last. The cave was black and fractured, its passages cutting through the mountain in directions that made no geographical sense. Women and children fled through the dark ahead of them, a sound like a building coming down, the echoes of terror caroming off the stone walls. The torchlight was bad and intermittent, and the shape of Magua and his men appeared and vanished in the passages ahead like something glimpsed in deep water. Then Hayward saw white in the dark, a dress, moving fast, further down the passage. Cora, the word came out of him like a wound opening. Cora, Uncas was already ahead, already running. The maiden, Hawkeye's voice, was close behind. We're coming, keep moving, they ran. The passage climbed and narrowed. And a rifle discharged somewhere ahead. The muzzle flash painting the rock walls orange for one instant, the ball close enough that Uncas felt it. Then they were through the mountain and out the other side, blinking in gray daylight on the open face of the peak. The trail cut upward along the exposed rock, steep, bad footing, a long way down on the wrong side. Hawkeye took it at a measured pace. He'd seen men die running on terrain like this, and he wasn't willing to be one of them. Uncas and Hayward had no such patience. They climbed with a reckless, consuming urgency, and the gap between them and Magua's group was closing. Cora was slowing them down. She was their advantage. Stop. Uncas's voice rang off the rock face. Delaware is calling you to stop, YN.dog. The ledge was narrow, cut above a drop that disappeared into distant trees. Cora stopped there. She stood on the rock shelf and turned and simply refused to move. Kill me. Her voice was flat and steady. I will not go further. The 2 warriors flanking her raised their tomahawks. Magua stopped them with a word. He stepped toward her, knife in hand, and looked at her with everything he'd ever wanted and everything he'd been denied running together in his face. Choose, he said, my lodge or the knife. She looked past him. Her eyes went up to something above the rock and the smoke and the whole broken world. She went to her knees. I'm yours. She said quietly, do what you will. Magua raised the knife, lowered it, raised it again. His body was shaking. Then Uncas dropped from the rock above. He landed hard on the ledge between her and Magua, and the whole scene fractured. One of the warriors moved a fast, economical motion and drove his blade into Cora's side before Magua's arm came across and knocked the man clear with the force of genuine fury. The warrior stumbled. Uncas hit the ground. Magua turned and drove his knife into the Delaware's back while he was down, shrieking something that carried no language, only pure and savage release. Uncas got up. He shouldn't have been able to. The wound was mortal and he was already failing, but he came up off the stone like a man deciding to spend the last of everything he had on one thing. He hit the warrior who had killed Cora hard enough to put him on the ground. Then he turned and looked at Magua with eyes that said plainly what his body could no longer carry out. Magua stabbed him 3 times. Uncas kept his eyes on Magua's face the whole way down. The scorn in them didn't flicker. It was still there when he stopped moving. "Mercy." Hayward's voice was cracked and barely recognizable. "Show mercy, Magua, for God's sake." Magua hurled the knife upward toward Hayward's voice, screaming a triumph that rolled down the mountain and reached the valley floor 1,000 feet below, reaching men still fighting there who heard it and knew what it meant without knowing what had been lost. Hawkeye's answer was the sound of boots on stone moving fast along the crags above. His long frame covered the ground at a pace that seemed to disregard the exposure entirely. He reached the ledge and went still. He looked at Cora. He looked at Uncas. His face did not change. But something in the set of his jaw shifted, a compression of grief that had nowhere to go yet. His eyes came up. The cliff rose above him, and at the very lip of it a figure stood with arms raised, silhouetted, threatening. Hawkeye brought Killdeer up. Then the light caught the face, and it was Gamut. Flushed, indignant, his coat torn, his sling still in one hand. Alive through whatever providence watched over honest men who walked into places they had no business surviving. Magua came out of a crevice and walked calmly over the body of the last of his men. He looked down at the dead with no expression. He measured the gap in the rock, a wide split 3 feet at least, and the scramble of cliff face above it. He looked at Hawkeye. "The pale faces are dogs," the words rang off the mountain. "The Delawares are women. Magua leaves them here for the crows." He laughed, and he jumped. He came up short. His hands caught a root on the edge of the fissure, a thin and half-dead shrub growing from the rock face, and he hung there, the drop below him serious and final, his boots searching the stone for a ledge. He found one. He breathed. He gathered himself. Hawkeye watched him the way a man watches a clock, still, patient, reading the moment the way he read everything: trees, wind, tracks, men. Magua pulled himself upward. His body came together as he pushed for the rim, legs driving, arms pulling, weight concentrated and committed. The rifle came up. For one instant it was absolutely motionless. The mountain itself was not more still. The shot broke the silence like the world ending. Magua's arms went loose. He hung for a moment, knees still on the rock's edge, his body trying to hold a position his muscles could no longer support. He turned his face toward Hawkeye. The look on it was not fear. It was something older and harder than fear. A final, wordless refusal to grant his enemy anything. Then his hands opened. He went down the cliff face in a long, straight fall, past the shrubs clinging to the rock, past the ledge where Uncas lay, past everything, shrinking into the dark line of trees far below until the forest took him and there was only silence and the wind moving across the mountain and the smell of powder smoke fading in the cold air. Chapter 33, Nation of Mourners. The battle was finished. The Lenape had won. No one was celebrating. Dawn broke cold and gray over the valley and the smoke still hung low above the tree line where the Huron camp had been. It wasn't really a camp anymore. The ravens knew it before anyone else did, hundreds of them, wheeling in tight black spirals above the ridge line, their calls harsh and mechanical against the silence below. Any man who had spent real time on the frontier could read those birds the way a sailor reads weather. They meant carrion, they meant scale, they meant a reckoning had come and gone and left nothing standing. The Lenape had fed their ancient grudge all the way down to the bone. The Mengwe were finished as a people in this valley, and still not a single voice was raised in triumph. The last warrior had returned from his work before the sun cleared the eastern ridge. He had stripped off the colors of his killing, washed what he could from his hands, and taken his place among his people. Pride had burned itself out in the night like a fire that consumes everything it touches. What remained was grief, deep, structural, the kind that settles into a man's chest and changes the way he breathes. The lodges stood empty. Every soul in the nation had gathered in a wide ring at the center of the encampment, shoulder to shoulder, motionless. Their faces carrying the particular stillness of people who have already used up everything they had. No one spoke, no one moved. The circle had been holding since before first light. At its center were the dead. 6 Delaware women stood apart from the others, their dark hair loose across their shoulders. They moved only to lay fresh herbs and forest flowers across a litter of fragrant boughs. Beneath a covering of robes, Cora lay wrapped in simple cloth. Her face closed forever to the world. The women worked carefully, reverently, like they were dressing a wound they couldn't heal. At her feet, Colonel Munro sat folded into himself. The old soldier's head had dropped nearly to his chest. His hands rested open on his knees, useless. The gray hair had fallen across his temples, and he hadn't bothered to push it back. The grief on his face was the kind a man can't hide. It moved under his skin like something trying to get out. Visible in every deep line, every tremor around his jaw. He had survived wars. He had buried soldiers. He was not surviving this. Gamut stood beside him, bareheaded in the morning sun, his worn psalm book open in both hands. His eyes moved between the page and the old man, and he looked like a man who understood for the first time that there were things his book could not fix. Hayward leaned against a pine with both shoulders, arms crossed, jaw tight. Every few seconds something moved through his face, a flexion, a clench, and then he would push it back down. He was working very hard at it. He wasn't succeeding. Across the ring, Uncas sat as if in council. The Delawares had dressed him in everything the tribe had. Bright plumes rose above his head. Wampum and gorgets and beaten metal covered his chest and arms in profusion. He had been arranged with care, back straight, limbs settled, the posture of a man at rest between decisions. But the firelight was gone from his eyes, and no amount of ornamentation could put it back. His face was empty in the way that faces become when the particular person who inhabited them has departed, and what remains is only architecture. Directly in front of the body, Chingachgook sat alone. He wore nothing, no paint, no weapons, no adornment of any kind except the tattoo of his lineage burned deep into the skin of his bare chest, the mark of the serpent, the mark of a people. His eyes had not moved from his son's face since before dawn. He sat absolutely still, and had sat that way for so long that a man arriving late to the ring might have had to look twice to determine which of the two was dead. Hawkeye stood nearby, his long rifle resting under one hand, his weight settled onto it like a man who has run out of places to put himself. Tamenund occupied higher ground at the edge of the circle, flanked by his elders, looking down at his nation with eyes that had seen too much and were being asked to see more. Near the inner edge of the ring stood a soldier in a uniform that didn't belong here, French wool, the attire of an officer attached to Montcalm's command. His horse waited beyond the circle with the rest of his party, saddled and ready for a long ride. He had come to negotiate. He had arrived to find there was nothing left to negotiate over. Now he stood in silence among strangers. A spectator to grief he had no framework for, and he had the decency not to speak. The sun climbed, the circle held. No sound louder than a suppressed sob broke the quiet. No limb moved except to make an offering, a flower placed, a leaf smoothed, a hand briefly touching cloth. The restraint was absolute. The Lenape knew how to carry pain without making it into noise. It was one of the things they understood that other people did not. Then Tamenund raised one arm. He leaned on the men beside him and came slowly to his feet. He looked older than he had the day before. He looked older than he had an hour ago. When he spoke, his voice was barely above a whisper, but it carried into every corner of the ring with the particular weight of words a man has been holding back for a long time. Men of the Lenape, he paused. The face of the Manitou is behind a cloud. His eye is turned from you. His ears are shut. His tongue gives no answer. He looked out over the faces of his people, and what was in his own face was not comfort. You see him not, yet his judgments are before you. Another pause longer. Let your hearts be open and your spirits tell no lie, men of the Lenape, the face of the Manitou is behind a cloud. The words fell into the stillness and sank. No one moved. The silence that followed was different from the one before it, heavier, more deliberate, as if the earth itself had taken a breath and was holding it. Even Uncas, cold and arranged in his ornaments, seemed more present than the living who surrounded him. Then one woman began to sing. It started low and soft, almost below hearing, a single voice threading a melody through the air. Then another voice found it and joined. Then another. The sound built slowly, unhurried, the way water rises. It was the women of the tribe. Their voices layering over one another in a rolling chant that was part lament, part praise, part something older than either. They had no single speaker and no single text. One voice would carry the song until it faltered, and another would take it up without interruption, as if they were passing something fragile hand to hand. Occasionally, the individual voices would merge into a single sound, a collective cry of grief that hit like a physical thing. and then recede again into the softer current of the melody. They called Uncas the panther of his tribe. They said his moccasin left no impression in wet ground. They said his bound was like a young deer breaking from cover, that his eyes in darkness were like stars over still water, that his voice in battle rose above the trees like thunder from the Manitou himself. They spoke of his mother and the pride she must carry in the place where she waited. Then, shifting key and tenor, they turned to Cora. They spoke of her without envy, straightforwardly, the way women speak of a truth that cannot be argued. Her beauty, her courage, the fact that she had walked into the deep country and not broken, had faced what came at her and had not run. They said these things mattered. They said the warrior who now walked beside her in whatever country lay beyond the ridge would find her equal to anything the path required. They promised her the hunting grounds were fair, that the valleys were green and the water clear, that she would not be a stranger there. Then they sang about Uncas and Cora together, and what had been visible between them in the short time they had shared the same ground. They did not make it into more than it was. They simply said that they had seen it, and that the Great Spirit had seen it too, and that what the Great Spirit arranges does not require any human being's approval or understanding. The Delaware men listened without expression, but their faces were working. Hayward kept his eyes on the ground. Munro had gone somewhere behind his own eyes and wasn't coming back anytime soon. David Gamut stood with his psalm book forgotten at his side, his whole attention absorbed by sounds he had never heard anything like before. Hawkeye understood every word. He stood at the edge of the ring, listening to the women sing, his head slightly angled to catch each phrase as it passed. When they reached the part about Cora and Uncas in the world of spirits, the future the Delaware women were building for the two of them out of words and grief and love, he shook his head slowly just once. It was a small movement, the gesture of a man who knows the difference between what he wishes were true and what he has seen to be true, and who has made his peace with that difference however long ago, however hard the making was. He settled back into his posture and stayed quiet. Chingachgook did not move at all. His gaze had not shifted from his son's face. His expression had not changed. His chest rose and fell with the mechanical regularity of a man performing the minimum required function. The rest of him was somewhere else, somewhere beyond the reach of song or ceremony or the proximity of other people. He was present only in the way a man is present in the moments after catastrophic loss, before the reality of it has finished arriving. When the women's voices finally settled into quiet, a warrior came forward from the crowd. He was older, decorated with the honors of many campaigns, and he had distinguished himself the day before in the fighting. He stood before Uncas and looked at the still face of the dead chief for a long moment before he spoke. "Why hast thou left us? Pride of the Wapanatchki." His voice was level and deliberate, direct address to the dead, the way a warrior speaks to another warrior. "Thy time was like the sun when it stands above the trees. Thy glory was brighter than its light at noon. Thou art gone, young warrior, but 100 Wyandots are clearing the path ahead of thee." He paused, and what moved in his face in that pause was something past sorrow. "Who that saw thee in battle would have believed that thou couldst die. Thy feet were like wings of eagles. Thine arm was heavier than pine falling in storm. Thy voice in battle was the Manitou speaking from the clouds." He looked around the ring, taking in all the dark and silent faces, and his own voice dropped. "The tongue of Ottawa is weak," he said, "and his heart is exceeding heavy. Pride of the Wapanatchki, why hast thou left us?" He stepped back. Others came forward one by one in order of standing, each man offering what words he had. Each tribute shorter than it should have been because language kept failing. When the last of them had spoken, another silence descended over the ring. It went on for a long time. Then from somewhere low and close to the ground, a sound came. It started below the threshold of hearing, a vibration more felt than heard somewhere in the chest. It climbed slowly, gaining shape and definition, resolving itself into something that had pitch and intention. It rose higher. It gathered itself into intervals, into words, into a song that was also a wound being opened. Chingachgook's lips had barely parted. The sound was coming from somewhere deeper than his throat. The crowd went absolutely rigid with attention. They did not turn toward him, they did not make a sound, but every head tilted fractionally, the unconscious lean of people straining to hear something important. Tamenund himself, who had commanded more attention than any man alive in that nation, had never held his people this still. The song rose. It climbed toward something, some phrase, some declaration, some grief too large for ordinary language. It reached the edge of intelligibility, and the crowd leaned further into it, and then it fell. The notes became a murmur, then a breath, then nothing. The sound died like a fire in rain, diminishing note by note until there was only silence and Chingachgook's motionless form and his son's still face. His mouth closed. He sat as before, upright, rigid, his eyes fixed on Uncas, looking less like a man and more like a thing that had been carved from grief and set here to mark the spot. The Delawares understood. They let him be. Without ceremony, one of the elder chiefs signaled to the women near Cora's bier. They moved. 6 women lifted the litter to shoulder height and began to walk, slow and measured, chanting as they went. A new song, softer, the words specific to Cora, to the particular texture of her courage and her beauty in her short time among them. The procession moved through the ring and the crowd parted without instruction, a single fluid motion, every person stepping aside. Gamut leaned down to Monroe and said quietly, "They carry your daughter. Shall we follow and see her given Christian burial?" Monroe raised his head. For a moment he just looked at Gamut, at the receding procession, at the empty space where his daughter had been. Then he stood. He straightened his back in a single motion, the old reflex of a soldier who has been told to move. He walked after the procession with his chin up and his shoulders squared and his face carrying an anguish so complete that the effort to conceal it made it worse. Hayward fell in beside him. David followed. The young French officer joined them without being invited, and no one objected. The gesture was understood. They walked after the Delaware women through the trees, a small and broken column moving in silence. Behind them, the ring closed again around Uncas. The pine grove where they carried Cora was a small rise, maybe 50 yards from camp, where a cluster of young pines had taken hold and grown close together. The shade they made was dense and cool and quiet. The women set the litter down and waited, heads slightly bowed, giving the white men time to understand and accept the place that had been chosen. Hawkeye, who had followed at a distance, stepped forward and spoke to the women in their own language. "My daughters have done well," he said. The white men thanked them. They needed nothing more than that. The women lowered Cora's remains into a shell they had made from birch bark, worked carefully. The seams tight, the construction as fine as any craftsman could have made it, and then into the earth. They covered the grave with leaves and fresh soil and natural debris, leaving no raw earth exposed. When they were done, they paused, uncertain, looking toward the white men for guidance on what came next. Hawkeye looked at them. Then he looked at Gamut. "The spirit of the pale face has no need of food or raiment," he told the women. "Their gifts are of a different kind." He nodded toward David. "One who knows these rites better is about to speak." The women stepped aside, becoming the audience now, giving the ceremony back to the people for whom it had been made. David opened his book. He found his page. He began to sing. His voice was a better instrument than most men were given. The notes rose clear and full through the pine branches and moved out through the trees, and it was not a small thing to hear it in that place. The Delaware women listened without moving, their faces quiet, attentive. They did not understand the words. They did not need to. They understood the weight the voice was carrying, and they received it accordingly. When the last note fell, the silence was total. Every eye moved to Monroe. He understood what was being asked of him. He pulled himself straight, the same soldier's posture from before, but costing more now, visibly more. He looked around at the women gathered in the pines, at the mounded earth, at the quiet faces of the Lenape waiting without impatience for whatever he had to give them. He motioned for Hawkeye to come close. "Say to these women," he said, and his voice was just barely controlled, just barely holding its shape, "that a heartbroken man returns them his thanks." He stopped, swallowed, continued. "Tell them that the being we all worship under different names will be mindful of their charity. That the time will come when we may all stand before him together, without distinction of blood or station or the color of our skin." Hawkeye listened. He held his expression carefully neutral while the old man spoke. When it was done, he was quiet for a moment, and then he turned to the women. He translated something, not exactly what Monroe had said, because Monroe's meaning did not carry cleanly across that particular border of language and belief, but close enough. Shaped for the people who would receive it. The head of Monroe dropped back to his chest. The young French officer touched his arm, gently the way a man touches someone when he needs to say something and doesn't have the language for it. He gestured toward a group of young warriors coming through the trees carrying a light litter, Alice, the surviving daughter, concealed inside it. Then he pointed upward at the sun already past the midpoint of the sky. "Time to move." Monroe looked up at him. "I understand," he said. His voice was a ragged thing by now. "I understand." He looked at the grave, one last look, the kind a man makes when he is locking something into his memory because he knows he will never see the particular thing again. "Cora," he said, barely above a whisper. Then he raised his head. "Come, gentlemen, our duty here is finished. Let us depart." Hayward had been holding himself together by pure stubbornness, and he was nearly done with it. He took Munro's arm. As the others moved toward the horses, he found a moment to grip Hawkeye's hand. "The British lines," Hayward said quietly. We agreed, Hawkeye said. Hayward mounted. He rode to the side of Alice's litter, and from somewhere inside the curtained enclosure came the sound of grief too exhausted for full expression, low, muffled, continuous. He held his position beside it without speaking. There was nothing to say. The column moved out. Munro riding upright, the weight of the last 24 hours sitting on him like field gear, like something he would carry from this point forward and never set down. Hayward beside the litter, Gamut following in silence, the French officer and his escort falling in behind. They rode into the trees and the forest took them, and within a few minutes the last white man in the column was gone from sight, except one. Hawkeye did not follow. He stood at the edge of the pine grove for a moment, then turned and walked back through the trees toward the Delaware camp. Something in him would not go, some gravity specific to that place, to those people, to the man sitting motionless in front of the body of his son. He could not explain it better than that. He did not try. He arrived just as the Delawares were preparing to wrap Uncas in his final covering, skins, tight and final. They paused when they saw Hawkeye coming through the outer ring of the crowd, and they gave him room. He moved up to the body and looked down at the face of the young Mohican for a long time. He looked until he had seen everything he needed to see. Then he stepped back, and the men of the Lenape closed forward and finished their work, and the face of Uncas was gone. The second procession moved to a clearing north of camp, a temporary grave, the Delawares understood. Because a man's bones should eventually rest with the bones of his people, and that was a matter for another year. They set the body facing east, facing the sunrise, his weapons placed near to hand. They packed the earth and concealed it and left an opening in the shell for the spirit's passage, the way their tradition required. They worked with the quiet competence of people who have performed this particular duty before and who take it seriously. When the work was done, they turned back to Chingachgook. He had followed the procession to the grave and now stood at its edge. He had been silent through all of it, through the women's songs and the warriors' eulogies and the ceremony and the burial and everything that had come before and after. The nation had watched him through all of it, and they had not asked anything of him, and they had been patient. But now the eyes of every Delaware were on him, and the expectation was visible. He was a great man. He had survived a terrible thing. They needed something from him, some word, some acknowledgement, some proof that wisdom could hold even under this kind of weight. Chingachgook raised his head. He looked around the circle, at the warriors, the women, the elders, the young men who would carry what happened here forward into the next decades. He looked at all of them steadily, without flinching from what was in their faces. Then he spoke. "Why do my brothers mourn?" The voice was level. Not easy, nothing here was easy, but controlled, the product of a discipline built over a lifetime. "Why do my daughters weep? A young man has gone to the happy hunting grounds. A chief has filled his time with honor." He paused. He was good, he was dutiful, he was brave. Who can say otherwise? The Manitou had need of such a warrior, and he called him away. He was quiet for a moment. When he continued, the control was still there. But something under it had shifted. Something had moved closer to the surface and was visible in his face the way a stone is visible just below moving water. "As for me, the son and the father of Uncas, I am a blazed pine in a clearing of the pale faces. My race has gone from the shores of the Salt Lake and the hills of the Delawares." The pause this time was longer. His jaw tightened once. "I am alone, no." Hawkeye's voice cut across the quiet, rough, immediate. The voice of a man who has heard something he cannot let pass. He was already moving forward through the circle before the word was fully out of his mouth, his eyes fixed on the face of his friend with an expression that had nothing to do with composure or self-command or the stoic effect he had maintained through all the hours of the day. He stopped in front of Chingachgook and looked at him directly. "No, Sagamore, not alone." His voice was not steady. He didn't seem to care. "The gifts of our colors may be different. God made us what we are, and I won't argue with the arrangement. But he placed us in the same path. I have no kin of my blood. I may say the same as you, no people that claim me as their own." He stopped, and for a moment the emotion moved through his face with enough force to be felt by every person standing in that ring. "He was your son, he was of your blood, and that blood is a thing I cannot share, and I won't pretend otherwise. But if I ever forget that boy, if I ever forget the wars we fought side by side, or the nights we slept on the same ground, or what it was to know him," he stopped again. His jaw worked. He met Chingachgook's eyes without looking away. "Then may he who made us all forget me, whatever our color, whatever our gifts." He extended his hand across the fresh earth of the grave. Chingachgook looked at the hand for a moment, then he took it. The two men held each other's grip above the ground where Uncas lay, and what came off of them then, the force of it, the particular quality of that grief shared between two men who had each in their way spent a lifetime not showing it, was enough to hold an entire nation still and silent. The tears that ran down their faces fell into the disturbed earth between them, and the earth received them, and the trees above the clearing did not move. Tamenund watched from his place. He waited until the moment had run its full length, then he raised his voice. "It is enough." The old man looked out over the assembled faces of his nation, at the warriors and the women and the children who had watched all of this, who would carry all of this. "Go, children of the Lenape, the anger of the Manitou is not done. The pale faces are masters of the earth, and the time of the red men has not yet come again." He stopped. Something in his face was very old and very tired and completely clear-eyed about what it saw. "My day has been too long. In the morning I saw the sons of Anamis happy and strong." His voice did not break, it simply became very quiet. "And yet, before the night has come, I have lived to see the last warrior of the wise race of the Mohicans." The words fell. No one answered them. There was nothing to answer. You have been listening to The Last of the Mohicans, rewritten as a modern thriller. Written by E.K. Stewart, reimagined as a gritty modern take on James Fenimore Cooper's classic novel. Narrated by Danny, our AI assistant.